Chapter 608. The arrival of Luo Tian. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. When the dragon turtle brought Mu Qing to the Ling Turtle Clan and proposed that Mu Qing acquire the Star Domain token, it was met with unanimous rejection. The dragon turtle slammed the table with great force, creating a gaping hole. What do you mean by this? This is the disciple and heir of your ancestor. The dragon turtle bellowed, his voice resonating so powerfully that it left the ears of those present ringing. The esteemed Kuo Ke, the clan leader, scoffed and remarked. The Star Domain token is an immensely significant artifact for our Xuanwu Star Domain. Possessing it is tantamount to becoming the domain lord of Xuanwu. Hence, we must regard this matter with utmost seriousness and cannot easily entrust it to a suddenly emerged heir of an ancestor. Indeed, even if this young man is truly the heir, he is merely at the initial stage of the celestial god realm, and thus lacks the qualifications to become a domain lord. The Star Domain token should be entrusted to the clan leader and us four elders for safekeeping. An elder of the Ling Turtle Clan, named Guihong, who also possessed initial stage divine emperor strength and oversaw the southern region of the Xuanwu Star Domain, chimed in. Yes, what Elder Guihong stated is correct. Immediately, others echoed his sentiment. The speaker was Gui Du Lai, responsible for the northern region of the Xuanwu Star Domain. The other two, Gui Yuan, who managed the eastern region, and Gui Chuan, who presided over the western region, also concurred simultaneously. Kuo Ke, the clan leader, also possessed initial stage divine emperor strength and governed the central part of the Xuanwu Star Domain. Guihong's influence extended over the prosperous southern region, second only to the central area. The other three elders, although at the peak of the celestial god realm, held slightly less power. When the Elder of Destiny was still alive, they had each covertly vied for dominance to expand their respective factions. With the Elder of Destiny's demise and the Star Domain token now in their hands, they were naturally unwilling to relinquish it easily. Furthermore, the once discordant group was now united on the same front. No matter how fiercely they competed for territory, it was ultimately their own affair. The long-oppressed Elder of Destiny had finally fallen. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment for them to carve up the Xuanwu Star Domain, prompting them to join forces to prevent the token from falling into the hands of an heir. Mu Qing regarded the individuals before him with cold disdain. Though they were of the same lineage as the Elder of Destiny, they had been thoroughly consumed by greed, intent on gradually devouring the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. You scoundrels! Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Do you believe I will hesitate to act against you? The dragon turtle erupted once more, striking the table with such fury that it shattered, leaving a substantial crater in the ground. The aura of a peak divine emperor enveloped the entire conference room, causing even Kuo Ke and others to retract their necks in apprehension of this formidable presence. Kuo Ke gritted his teeth. If they wished to secure the Xuanwu Star Domain, retreating was not an option. He rose, donning a facade of fearlessness, and proclaimed loudly, "Dragon Turtle Senior, we respect you as an elder. But the Xuanwu Star Domain is the culmination of our ancestor's efforts. Regardless of whether this young man is truly the heir, we must deliberate this matter with the utmost caution." Upon witnessing this, the dragon tortoise chuckled coldly and remarked, "No wonder fate would bestow the Xuanwu heavenly law upon young Mu while withholding it from you all. He has likely seen through your intentions long ago." What? The countenance of Gui Ke and the others shifted in shock, their gazes immediately fixating on Mu Qing. "The Xuanwu heavenly law resides within this lad?" Guihong exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with avarice, even igniting an impulse to seize it. Although he had reached the divine emperor realm, like Gui Ke, his covetous gaze upon the Xuanwu heavenly law had persisted for quite some time. The members of the Spirit Tortoise clan displayed eyes that sparkled with greed, for the Xuanwu heavenly law might enable them to cultivate to a level akin to that of their ancestor. They were all aware that Elder Fate resided within the Taiyue Palace and was reputed to rival the might of an emperor. It was quite possible that the Xuanwu heavenly law was the primary reason behind it. Mu Qing let out a cold laugh, perceiving the intentions of these individuals. "Abandon your hopes. You shall never reach such heights." This covetous group, having long been consumed by their lust for power, had rotted to their very core. Even if granted powerful divine abilities and techniques, they would never attain a profound level of cultivation. Guihong suddenly adopted a congenial demeanor and said, "Young brother, the Xuanwu heavenly law would suffice to prove your status as the heir of the ancestor. If you could compose a treatise on the Xuanwu heavenly law for us, we could ascertain the authenticity of your claim. The others silently praised this cunning ploy, realizing that perhaps they could deceive Mu Qing into revealing the Xuanwu heavenly law. At that moment, Kuo duly cleared his throat and added, "Of course, even if you are indeed the heir, it would be impossible for you to govern the entire star domain at once. We shall allocate some forces to you, allowing you to acclimate gradually. When the time is ripe, we shall present you with the star domain token." Kuo duly's cunning was impressive, adept at manipulation. The others' eyes lit up, each approaching Mu Qing with feigned friendliness, eager to extract the Xuanwu heavenly law from him. Mu Qing sneered inwardly. These old fellows had undergone a transformation more swiftly than one could turn the pages of a book. Kuo Ke's eyes shimmered with malice. He had not forgotten the miserable state of his beloved son when Mu Qing had cast him into the thunder pool. Once Mu Qing's value had been depleted, he would ensure the other party understood the true meaning of suffering. "Hand over the star domain token." The dragon tortoise bellowed. When this matter was broached, these individuals became unyielding, resolutely refusing to comply. The dragon tortoise's expression darkened as he contemplated whether to slay an elder as a warning to the rest. Kuo Ke and his companions felt a tightening in their chests upon witnessing the dragon tortoise's demeanor, their divine power surging within, prepared at any moment to ensure their survival. This was the territory of the Spirit Tortoise Clan, where Elder Fate had once laid down formidable formations. Should they activate them, their safety would be guaranteed. Senior Dragon Tortoise. Kuo Hong sighed deeply, pointing at Mu Qing. "Let us set aside the other matters for now. Do you truly believe that a mere early-stage celestial can manage the entire Xuanwu Star Domain?" He shook his head, completely dismissing Mu Qing. Regardless of whether he sought power or the Xuanwu heavenly law, it was simply unreasonable to entrust an entire star domain to someone of such limited stature. If Mu Qing possessed the cultivation level of a divine emperor, the star domain token would indeed be bestowed upon him, especially with the presence of the dragon turtle, a formidable being at the pinnacle of divine emperor. After the demise of the Elder of Destiny, it stood as the sole bastion of the Xuanwu Star Domain. However, now that Mu Qing had returned with the dragon turtle, even if he were truly the heir of their ancestor, they would not relinquish the Xuanwu Star Domain. For Mu Qing's cultivation was tragically insufficient. At the very least, he would need to manifest the power of a divine emperor to earn their respect. "On what grounds do you believe I am unworthy to govern a star domain?" Mu Qing retorted. Kuo Ke and his companions scoffed. "With your mere initial stage of celestial god cultivation, any member of our Ling Turtle Clan could easily surpass you." They conveniently overlooked the fact that Mu Qing had previously soundly defeated Kuo Zipping and several other celestial gods of their clan. Kuo Hong pointed at Mu Qing. Shaking his head, "You are still lacking." Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying wave of energy emanated from the distance, startling the entire Ling Turtle Clan. The intensity of this power transcended that of a divine emperor. The dragon turtle's expression changed dramatically. This was the aura of an emperor. A fearsome figure abruptly materialized within the conference room, sending shockwaves through the air. Mu Qing was taken aback, but a smile crept onto his lips at this unexpected turn of events. The figure before him was none other than Luo Tian. He was the ancestor of the Azura clan, a legendary emperor who had devised the Azura killing method. Although his bloodline had been drained, his strength still barely reached the level of an emperor. "Mu Xiaoge, haha. Please do not hold it against me for barging in," Luo Tian exclaimed as he approached Mu Qing with hearty laughter. The remnants of the Azura clan's characteristics and aura had vanished from him, and Mu Qing noted the faint presence of a new bloodline within him. Though weak, it was unique and fresh. Kuo Ke and the others stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. "Regarding the affairs of the Taiwa Palace, I sincerely apologize. However, those emperors, feeling guilty, entrusted me with these communication runes. In total, I possess 10 runes. Should you encounter trouble in the future, you may summon them at any time," Luo Tian declared, handing Mu Qing the 10 runes. Each distinct, yet radiating a formidable energy, the unmistakable aura of an emperor. Luo Tian had made this special trip solely to deliver these communication runes to Mu Qing. After all, when the divine prison incident occurred at the Taiwa Palace, those emperors had been of little assistance, unable to even help Mu Qing escape, which left them feeling ashamed. Out of guilt, they pledged that whenever you used the communication runes, they would arrive with utmost speed, Luo Tian assured. Mu Qing accepted these communication runes, pleasantly surprised. Possessing these runes felt like acquiring 10 additional trump cards. I have a few matters to attend to and must personally visit the Xuanwu clan. Take care. Luo Tian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement as Mu Qing accepted the communication runes, then bid farewell. Upon his emergence from the divine prison, he seemingly encountered extraordinary fortunes, as his once exhausted bloodline was rejuvenated with a unique essence. Although its rank remained modest, given his prowess as a sovereign, elevating it would pose little challenge, and he would once again transform into a formidable deity of slaughter. Mu Qing understood well the intentions behind Luo Tian's return to the Xuanwu clan. Having been imprisoned in the divine prison and deprived of his bloodline, there was likely a connection to the Xuanwu clan. His return, it seemed, was driven by a thirst for vengeance. Luo Tian's swift arrival and departure indicated his fervent desire for retribution, now that the Xuanwu clan had fallen from its lofty status. Even their strongest members barely reached the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. With his efforts to restore himself to the level of an emperor, he would be more than capable of handling the situation. As they gazed at the vanishing figure, Gaik, Guihong, and others stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Especially as the lingering aura of the emperor enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. Was that truly an emperor? Stammered Guichuan, the one who governed the western expanse of the Xuanwu Star Domain. He was but a peak celestial, far removed from the realm of an emperor, now confronted with an existence that felt utterly unattainable. Longgui scoffed, remarking, "Do you still wish to hoard the Star Domain token?" A smirk curled at the corners of Mu Qing's lips as he toyed with a communication talisman in his hand. The hearts of Gaik and his companions raced. They had never before encountered a being of such imperial strength. The Elder of Destiny had already seemed a figure of distant legend to them. With gritted teeth, Guihong urged, "Clan leader, we must present the Star Domain token." After a moment's contemplation, Gaik finally retrieved a token from within his divine emperor realm, adorned with swirling starlight, as if it contained the essence of countless celestial bodies. This token represented the authority of the Xuanwu Star Domain. Possessing it brought numerous advantages, allowing one to harness the fortune of the entire Star Domain, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. Additionally, it provided insights into the current state of the Xuanwu Star Domain, ensuring they were informed of any occurrences in real time. Reluctantly, Gaik extended the Star Domain token to Mu Qing, never having anticipated that such an emperor would stand behind him. The affairs of the Taiyue Palace were beyond their comprehension, leading them to mistakenly perceive Mu Qing as merely a fortunate individual favored by the Elder of Destiny. Gaik was loath to part with the token, and the other elders of the Ling Turtle Clan shared his sentiments. The Star Domain token facilitated communication across the entire Xuanwu Star Domain, and under its auspices, their cultivation had accelerated exponentially. They had already tasted the sweetness of its benefits by taking turns possessing it. "Are we truly going to hand it over to this brat?" Gui duly whispered to the others, clearly unwilling. "What other choice do we have? That individual is a genuine emperor, capable of snuffing out our lives with a mere flick of his wrist. Do you intend to confront an emperor?" Guihong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Reluctantly, they recognized that refusing was not an option. The emperor was not a force they could hope to contend with. Rest assured, a superficial concession will suffice. If we relinquish the Star Domain token, we shall find a way forward. We thrived before its existence, did we not? Besides, this fellow is merely at the initial stage of celestial cultivation. Surely, he will not encroach upon our territory, Gaik conveyed through thought, attempting to reassure his companions. The issuance of the Star Domain order represents their greatest compromise. As for the control of the Xuanwu Star Domain, they will yield not a single fraction. They have held dominion over its 5 major regions for many years. To have it snatched away by a mere nascent god would surely invite ridicule. Although Mu Qing has acquired the Star Domain order, he wields no actual authority within the Xuanwu Star Domain, ostensibly the Domain Lord. Perhaps the others present might treat him with a modicum of respect due to the order. Yet the prospect of claiming even a fraction of territory from Kuo Ke and his cohorts? Regrettably, that door is firmly closed. The stance of Kuo Ke and his companions is crystal clear. Your association with an emperor may confer some degree of power upon you, but do not expect to seize any of their domain. Now that you have secured the Star Domain order, you are free to depart. Kuo Ke remarked coolly. "Let us leave. Remaining here serves no purpose," said Longgui. His objective this time was merely to compel these old fellows to relinquish the Star Domain order, not to wrest territory from them. The ambition to dominate the entire Xuanwu Star Domain is a formidable challenge. Those old-timers have maintained control for so many years, and it is evidently a tall order to pry anything from their grasp with such suddenness. Long Gui shook his head, understanding that Mu Qing, for all appearances as Domain Lord, possessed no real power whatsoever, even with the Star Domain order in hand. Commanding the inhabitants of the Xuanwu Star Domain may not yield compliance. How to proceed next is up to you, but there is no need for haste. One day, the Xuanwu Star Domain will indeed belong to you. Long Gui chose not to further assist Mu Qing, and after a brief discussion, he escorted him to his residence. Mu Qing and his companions could only take refuge with Long Gui, having been thoroughly ostracized by the Spirit Turtle Clan. However, Long Gui's abode was quite agreeable. Situated on the periphery of the central region of the Xuanwu Star Domain, where few travelers pass, Long Gui had chosen this tranquil locale, enlisting the help of the Elder of Destiny to construct a grand palace there. Xian Rui and the others had yet to fully recover from their injuries, so Mu Qing refrained from disturbing them, requesting a room from Long Gui to ponder his situation in solitude. "What are your plans?" Elder Tu inquired with interest. He stated, "Long Gui is not mistaken. The Xuanwu Star Domain will eventually be yours. With your talent, it won't be long before you cultivate to the level of a divine emperor, and perhaps even reach the pinnacle of the celestial god realm, enabling you to defeat those old fellows. Alternatively, you could directly utilize the communication runes to summon an emperor at will, easily compelling those old-timers to cede their territories." Mu Qing furrowed his brow. Elder Tu's assessment was indeed accurate. He currently possessed 10 communication runes from emperors, granting him numerous possibilities. Yet, he was reluctant to pursue that course. The first method proposed by Elder Tu would require considerable time, while the second, even if he called upon an emperor to threaten the Spirit Turtle Clan into surrendering the territories of the Xuanwu Star Domain, would leave him questioning how many would genuinely heed his command once the emperor departed, as long as there were dissenting hearts. Even if the entire Xuanwu Star Domain were ostensibly his, it would amount to naught. To seize the entirety of the Xuanwu Star Domain from those individuals, one must employ certain strategies. Mu Qing shook his head, acknowledging that there was no immediate urgency, for his current strength was insufficient. As far as I am aware, those aged adversaries frequently engage in conflicts amongst themselves. It is only due to my emergence that they have temporarily united, standing on the same front. Mu Qing narrowed his eyes, formulating some plans that he wished to explore. He exited his chamber, intending to inquire with Long Gui about the elders and patriarch of the Spirit Turtle Clan. Several months later, in the western region of the Xuanwu Star Domain, Gui Chuan reclined leisurely in his opulent palace. He lay in a pool of wine, surrounded by enchanting beauties from various clans, their alluring figures captivating all who beheld them. Clad in scant attire that clung to their forms, Gui Chuan had reached the pinnacle of celestial strength, yet appeared as a balding old man, sporting a white beard that extended a full meter. With several women of various clans nestled in his embrace, he laughed heartily. "Bring forth news. How fares our esteemed Domain Lord?" Gui Chuan bellowed. A woman draped in translucent silk approached, her voice sweetly chiming, "My lord, the Domain Lord has been diligently cultivating during this time, with no other endeavors." "Excellent. Splendid," Gui Chuan replied, relieved, surmising that Mu Qing was aware of his own inadequacies in strength, rendering him incapable of contending for territory. Gui Chuan exchanged flirtatious glances with the beauties in his arms, indulging in their charms. Suddenly, the woman in the transparent silk drew forth a long sword, thrusting it towards Gui Chuan. Chapter 610. Gradually falling into the trap, no one would have anticipated that an assassination attempt would unfold within Gui Chuan's own palace. Nevertheless, Gui Chuan was a formidable being at the pinnacle of celestial power. Even in such a relaxed state, he was not easily vanquished. The woman clad in translucent silk wielded her sword with a dazzling brilliance, exuding formidable might, at least on par with celestial realm strength. However, a chilling radiance erupted from Gui Chuan, forcefully repelling the assailant. "Who are you?" Gui Chuan demanded, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. It was then that he realized this woman was a stranger, not one of his subordinates. The would-be assassin bore a peculiar smile, remaining silent. Gui Chuan snorted disdainfully, and in an instant, unleashed a torrent of frigid energy, having cultivated the Spirit Turtle Clan's frosty heavenly art to an advanced level, capable of freezing everything in its path. His power was akin to Mu Qing's eternal ice seal, though Mu Qing's technique stemmed from the heavenly realm, capable of encasing even a star in ice. However, faced with the terrifying chill, the woman transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from sight. How is this possible? Kuo Ke's expression changed dramatically. As a being of celestial peak, his reaction to the ambush was swift, retaliating with all his strength. Yet, the assassin, evidently of initial celestial stage, managed to escape his grasp. Chase her. Quickly pursue her. Kuo Ke erupted in fury, mobilizing an unknown number of individuals to scour his palace multiple times. Alas, there was no trace of the assailant. He interrogated his subordinates, eager to ascertain when the intruder had infiltrated his stronghold. However, each of his celestial subordinates shook their heads in unison, having detected no anomalies. The assassin seemed to have materialized out of thin air. She was merely in the early stages of celestial rank, bound to be unable to escape far. Search for her. Kuo Ke bellowed, his countenance darkening. To be ambushed within his own palace was an undeniable affront. In no time, the central region of the Xuanwu Star Domain descended into chaos. Within the Ling Turtle Clan, Kuo Ke held a position of considerable esteem, and numerous experts promptly heeded his command. However, he was cautious not to overstep, for the central area ultimately belonged to the clan leader, Kuo Ke. The entire Xuanwu Star Domain comprised dozens of stars, with the central region dominated by the 10 celestial stars, led by the Destiny Star, where Kuo Ke and others, including Mu Qing, were situated. Although Kuo Ke wielded control over 6 stars in the western part of the Xuanwu Star Domain and had constructed his own palace there, the concentration of celestial energy in the central region's Destiny Star was unparalleled. Cultivating here was vastly more efficient than in his own territory. Furthermore, the Destiny Star was the exclusive domain of the Ling Turtle Clan. Aside from clan members and a few servants, no other beings were permitted entry, allowed only to traverse the other stars in the central region. Thus, individuals residing on the Destiny Star were regarded as nobility within the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. Elders such as Kuo Hong and Kuo Du Lai governed the eastern, southern, western, and northern sectors of the Xuanwu Star Domain, but shamelessly remained on the Destiny Star alongside the clan leader, Kuo Ke. After approximately 3 days, Kuo Ke finally unearthed information regarding the mysterious woman. Kuo Ke, the elder, the woman who attempted to assassinate you, was seen today in the company of Mu Qing. Entering his cultivation chamber, reported a celestial from the Ling Turtle Clan. Although Mu Qing was ostensibly the lord of the Xuanwu Star Domain, this fact went unacknowledged. Met with no respect. Mu Qing? Excellent. My esteemed lord of the domain, I did not expect you to become so restless so soon, naively sending an early-stage celestial to assassinate me. Kuo Ke scoffed, believing Mu Qing had grown complacent after spending too long in the Taiyue Palace, thinking himself an unparalleled prodigy. It was well known that he was at the pinnacle of celestial rank, even if he were negligent. It was inconceivable for an early-stage celestial to succeed in such an endeavor. Come, accompany me to our lord's residence, Kuo Ke commanded sharply, stepping out of his palace. Yet, before his entourage of celestial beings reached Mu Qing's abode, they encountered a familiar figure along the way, the very woman who had attempted to assassinate Kuo Ke. The Destiny Star, as the stronghold of the Ling Turtle Clan and the core of the Xuanwu Star Domain, was bustling with prosperity. At that moment, the woman was accompanied by 2 servants, perusing garments within a city. The garment in her hands was no ordinary attire. It was a divine artifact, breathtaking in appearance and radiant in brilliance, capturing the attention of most women. Kuo Ke, accompanied by a throng of celestial beings, surrounded the bewildered woman, sneering with disdain. You dare to brazenly emerge? Do you truly believe me, Kuo Ke, to be inept? With a sweeping gesture, he summoned 4 formidable celestial beings, overpowering the woman and rendering her helpless. 2 peaked divine servants flanking her were taken aback, exclaiming, "Stop! This esteemed." Yet before they could finish, crimson splattered, and their heads fell to the ground. In the realm of Destiny Star, only the members of the Spirit Turtle Clan held noble status. Other beings, unless immensely powerful, were regarded as nothing more than slaves, and no one would intervene in such violence. The four celestial beings firmly restrained the woman, while Kuo Ke, his eyes gleaming with malevolence, approached with a sinister grin. Grasping her chin, he noted the terror etched on her delicate features as she opened her lips to scream. Alas, the four celestial beings stifled her voice. Oh, so you possess the cultivation of an initial celestial being. Excellent. Quite fetching as well. Today, I shall allow that domain lord to savor the anguish of losing a companion. As he drew closer, he found the assassin to be quite alluring, her figure ample and captivating, making it difficult for his gaze to waver. The woman struggled fiercely, desperately shaking her head, causing the divine artifact to slip from her grasp. Onlookers in the city approached, seemingly intent on intervening, but were swiftly deterred by Kuo Ke's menacing underlings. The crowd, though shocked, dared not draw near, merely spectating the unfolding drama. Kuo Ke, the type who becomes ensnared by beauty, reveled in the capture of the woman who had attempted to assassinate him, relishing the opportunity to make her experience the dire consequences of her audacity. Particularly infuriated by her connection to Mu Qing, Kuo Ke's rage intensified. Did Mu Qing truly think he could be so easily trifled with? His eyes hardened as he advanced, intent on action. With a rip, the scene unfolded. Chapter 611. The culprit is Elder Kuo Ke. After indulging in an extraordinary experience, Kuo Ke departed with his entourage, acutely aware of the horrified and astonished gazes directed at him from the surrounding crowd. Ignorant fools, he mused, uninterested in their judgment. Why should they be so astonished? He was an elder of the Spirit Turtle Clan, possessing peak celestial cultivation. What of his brazen misdeeds in broad daylight? At that moment, he was more curious about Mu Qing's reaction. Surely, he would be seething with rage, perhaps even wishing to take his life. Yet Kuo Ke felt no fear. What was there to dread from a domain lord lacking any real power? Furthermore, Mu Qing was merely an initial celestial being. Had it not been for the assistance of the dragon turtle, Kuo Ke would have long since extinguished this domain lord, who had no ties to the Spirit Turtle Clan. In undertaking this endeavor, Kuo Ke did not anticipate any particular outcome. Regarding the prospect of inciting the wrath of the dragon tortoise, he had never contemplated it. Even including the likes of Kuo Ke, none among them believed that the dragon tortoise would target them. In their past experiences, the dragon tortoise had more resembled a guardian of the Spirit Turtle Clan, exercising an unrestrained authority on Destiny Star and throughout the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. This notion had become deeply ingrained in their minds. Not long after Kuo Ke's departure, Kuo Ke and the others summoned him to the conference room, where Mu Qing and the dragon tortoise were also present. Kuo Ke and Kuo Du-Lai exchanged puzzled glances, while Kuo Ke communicated telepathically, elucidating that the primary reason for bringing Mu Qing to the meeting was to request the authorization for the Star Domain token, enabling them to utilize it periodically for their cultivation. Having grown accustomed to the accelerated pace of cultivation afforded by the Star Domain token, Kuo Ke and the others found themselves increasingly uneasy with their current progress, making them yearn for the token once more. Eventually, they could no longer restrain themselves and sought Mu Qing, hoping for a compromise to allow periodic access to the token for their cultivation needs. Kuo Hong and the others suddenly grasped the situation, nodding in agreement and smiling in realization. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Meanwhile, Kuo Ke cast a knowing glance at Mu Qing, unable to suppress a smirk, curious to see Mu Qing's reaction to his handiwork. The dragon tortoise, standing beside Mu Qing, wore a peculiar expression, occasionally glancing at Kuo Ke, while Mu Qing offered a gentle smile in return. This fool still smiles at me. Kuo Ke felt a twinge of distortion on his face, yet he endeavored to stifle his laughter. Kuo Ke, what on earth is the matter with you? The others began to notice the oddity in Kuo Ke's demeanor. Before delving into serious matters, Kuo Ke suddenly recalled Kuo Ke's recent activities on Destiny Star. What have you been up to lately? You've turned the entire Destiny Star upside down, Kuo Ke inquired. Kuo Hong, Kuo Yuan, and Kuo Du-Lai regarded him with discontented expressions. Kuo Ke's actions had encroached upon their influence on Destiny Star. Kuo Ke, most irked of all, felt that although Destiny Star was ostensibly the domain of the Spirit Turtle Clan, it was, in truth, his territory. Kuo Ke's audacity to act without consulting him, the clan leader, was somewhat dismissive. Kuo Ke offered a conciliatory smile. My apologies, esteemed colleagues. A few days ago, an assassin unexpectedly infiltrated my palace with the intent to kill me. The assassin's lack of competence allowed them to escape, and I found this affront intolerable. Hence my hasty actions. Upon hearing his apology, the expressions of those present softened slightly. Kuo Ke cleared his throat to redirect the focus of the gathering, intending to discuss the matter of the Star Domain token, when suddenly, a late-stage celestial being barged in unannounced. This celestial was Kuo Ke's trusted aide, but intruding into the conference room without warning was quite improper. A flicker of displeasure crossed the faces of Kuo Hong and the others, while Mu Qing and the dragon tortoise remained unperturbed, observing the scene with calm interest. Meng Tian, what are you doing barging in here without permission? Kuo Ke reprimanded. He furrowed his brow, fully aware of the temperament of his most trusted subordinate. Although Montan was not a member of the Spirit Turtle Clan, his formidable prowess commanded profound admiration, earning him a prestigious position within the Heavenly Destiny Star, where he served as a mentor to the younger generation of the clan. Montan was a robust figure, standing at 9 feet tall, adorned in platinum armor, exuding a palpable aura of strength, and was undeniably a powerhouse among those at the late stage of the divine realm, easily capable of dealing with 4 or 5 adversaries of the same rank. His face bore an expression of shock and horror as he caught sight of Kuo Ke, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Chief, something has happened. Something grave. Kuo Ke felt bewildered. What did it mean that something serious had occurred? Was it somehow related to him? Suddenly, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. Chief, Madame Luo Jing. She has been murdered in the Iron City of the Heavenly Destiny Star. Montan clenched his teeth, still reeling from the shocking news, as the severity of the situation was almost beyond comprehension, compounded by the fact that the perpetrator was someone he least expected. In an instant, all eyes in the conference room were fixed upon Montan. Geik sprang to his feet, his face darkened with an ominous expression, though he displayed no other emotion. Everyone present could feel the divine aura within him brewing, as if it might erupt like a volcano at any moment. You tell me, what on earth happened? Who dares to lay a hand on Jinger in the Heavenly Destiny Star? Geik's countenance was terrifying, his fists tightly clenched. Luo Jing was not merely a wife in name. As the leader of the clan, he reveled in the power and privileges that came with his position, having indulged in the pleasures of numerous concubines over the years. Yet, Luo Jing had been the one he cherished the most in recent decades. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Montan's cheek as he surveyed the others present, swallowing hard. Did he really have to say it? What are you waiting for? What on earth happened? Geik was on the verge of an explosion, unable to believe that someone would dare to target the woman he adored on his own territory. Just speak. Kuo Hong and the others were equally astonished. Who would be so audacious as to kill Geik's woman? Were they seeking death? Kuo Ke slammed his hand on the table, demanding, quickly reveal the name of the murderer. We shall ensure he is torn to shreds. The pressure on Montan intensified. He glanced at Kuo Ke, then at Geik, steeling himself. Chief, you are the one who asked me to reveal this. Recently, Madame Luo Jing sought to purchase a beautiful garment and was surrounded by a group of divine beings, subjected to inhumane torment. By the time we arrived at the scene, only her lifeless body, devoid of any semblance of modesty, remained. At this revelation, everyone inhaled sharply. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Kuo Ke's heart sank. Why did this narrative sound so familiar? Stealing a glance at Chief Geik, he noted his pale visage, the veins at his temples bulging, and his chest rising and falling with agitation, the divine aura emanating uncontrollably from him. Montan wiped his brow and continued. According to our investigation, Madame Luo Jing's body was infiltrated by cold energy, indicative of a bloodline technique from the Spirit Turtle Clan known as the Frost of the Cold Heaven, within the walls of the White Iron City. Numerous witnesses beheld the perpetrator, the esteemed Elder Kuo Ke. Chapter 612, The Wrath of Geik. Elder Kuo Ke. Elder Kuo Ke. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, while Kuo Ke himself trembled, his legs weakening beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. The assembled multitude believed their ears had deceived them, yet after repeated confirmations from Montan, it was unequivocally established that, before the eyes of all present in the White Iron City, it was indeed Elder Kuo Ke who had assaulted Madame Luo Jing. Boom. Kuo Ke's visage transformed to a pallid gray, his expression frozen in disbelief as if struck by lightning. He could scarcely fathom that the woman who had attempted to take his life was none other than the wife of the clan leader, Geik. With numerous women in Geik's life, it was implausible for Kuo Ke to recognize each one. Guo. A terrifying aura of the Divine Emperor erupted forth as Geik's fury ignited. His eyes blazed crimson, and he bellowed with a ferocity that shook the very air. Guo's companions, including Guo, hastily withdrew, wishing to dissociate themselves from the unfolding chaos, while simultaneously astonished by Guo's audacity. In retrospect, it was conceivable that Guo, known for his lascivious tendencies, might indeed stoop to such treachery. Guo, I demand an explanation. Geik advanced step by step, enveloped in a palpable heat that seemed to summon molten lava. He practiced the Red Sea Spirit technique of the Spirit Turtle Clan, capable of conjuring an infinite sea of flames. Upon further mastery, he could manifest an ocean of magma. Guo's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily protested. It was not as it seems. She approached me first. The more flustered he became, the clearer his words appeared to Geik, deepening the misunderstanding. Very well. A fine pair of treacherous lovers. Geik's rage intensified, realizing he had been deceived all along. Buzz. Resplendent rays of light flickered behind him as a vast realm of magma materialized, launching a devastating punch toward Guo. Alarmed, Guo comprehended that Geik had unleashed his full power and swiftly retreated, summoning his frost divine power to erect an ice wall. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The ice wall shattered effortlessly as Geik surged forth, the magma realm descending with relentless force. Guo invoked his own frost domain, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Though he was an elder of the Spirit Turtle Clan, his prowess was still confined to the peak of the celestial god tier. He was no match for Geik. Boom. With a resounding crash, Guo's domain crumbled, a gaping hole seared into it by Geik's molten might. This is dire. Guo swiftly evaded, fully aware that he was no match for Geik. If this continued, his demise was imminent. He exerted every ounce of strength to escape beyond the bounds of the Destiny Star, while Geik relentlessly pursued him, magma erupting and incinerating countless holes within Guo's domain. Ultimately, Geik's magma realm overwhelmed Guo, a torrent of molten rock bursting forth with terrifying crimson light, searing a wound into his abdomen. No, Guo felt the suffocating grip of death, a sharp agony radiating from his belly, his screams echoing in despair. In the next instant, a deluge of magma surged toward him. Guo unleashed a wave of frigid energy. Yet his left arm was ensnared, entirely consumed by the flames. Perish! In Geik's heart, a profound fury surged, rendering the status of Guo as an elder of the Spirit Turtle Clan irrelevant. He was determined to eliminate his adversary today. When a true God Emperor's wrath spirals into madness, the ensuing might is truly terrifying, as Guo's domain was shattered in an instant by the eruption of molten lava. Guo coughed blood mid-air, his form swaying perilously, as though he were on the brink of collapse. His eyes turned crimson, a pained expression crossing his face as he withdrew a palm-sized humanoid artifact. This object, resembling a diminutive iron statue, was corroded with rust, yet at this moment it emitted a dazzling radiance, shining brilliantly. Geik summoned a towering column of magma, the surrounding space nearing its melting point, and the temperature within the Spirit Turtle Clan soared rapidly. The clan leaders gazed skyward in astonishment, realizing that their chief was relentlessly pursuing the elder and had resorted to lethal force. With a resounding boom, the magma column pierced through, engulfing Guo's form, the searing red light exploding in the heavens as if it were searing through the very firmament of destiny. Had he fled? The magma realm behind Geik distorted the void, and his expression darkened further as he beheld a charred little iron figure plummeting before him. Seizing the small iron figure, he unleashed molten energy from his palm, melting it away. This was a precious life-preserving artifact, at least of royal grade, having substituted for Guo and evaded disaster. Meanwhile, Guo himself had vanished without a trace. In the Spirit Turtle Clan's conference room, the remaining members exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Yet, from the expressions of Guo and Geik, Guo and the others grasped that Meng Tian's words might indeed hold truth. Hiss! Guo's audacity was astounding. It seemed the entire Spirit Turtle Clan was on the brink of chaos. Guo, Gijilai, and Guo exchanged knowing glances. Despite Geik being the clan leader, he lacked the authority to govern the entire Spirit Turtle Clan. Only the Elder of Destiny had once commanded the entire clan, With the patriarch's demise, Gaik, though chief, had only a fraction of control, while Guochuan wielded his own faction. Now that conflict had arisen between the two sides, confrontation was inevitable, and it could very well escalate into civil unrest within the Xuanwu Star Domain. From this day forth, no individual from the western region is permitted in the central area. Gaik's voice resonated powerfully throughout the central zone. I must return, Gijilai promptly declared. So must I, Guihong nodded. Although the elders and the chief of the Spirit Turtle Clan appeared amicable on the surface, they often vied for power behind the scenes. Though such disputes had never escalated significantly. Now, recognizing Gaik's fury, they discerned that a clash between the central and western regions was imminent. They needed to return to their dominions swiftly and inform their subordinates to refrain from involvement in this escalating turmoil. Yet, as Guihong and the others made their way back, a flicker of delight graced their hearts, for they understood that the ultimate beneficiaries of the conflict between Gaik and Guichuan would be themselves. Even though Gaik, the Divine Emperor, commands 10 celestial bodies in the central region, Guichuan is not without the means to resist. Under his command, he governs 6 stars, and should a confrontation arise, even in the event of a devastating defeat, it would be sufficient to exact a toll from Gaik. Guihong harbors great anticipation, for he oversees the southern domain of the Xuanwu Star, which also encompasses 10 stars, and he has reached the early stages of the Divine Emperor realm, making him a formidable contender against Gaik. Should Gaik's power wane, it is conceivable that he could seize the opportunity to ascend as the new patriarch of the Spirit Turtle Clan. While Gaik currently holds the title of patriarch, it is worth noting that his rise to power was far from legitimate. When the venerable Tian, the clan's ancestor, led the Spirit Turtle Clan, he had a cadre of loyal followers. However, Gaik had long harbored ambitions for the position of patriarch, and upon the ancestor's demise, he swiftly employed unscrupulous methods to usurp the title from the previous leader. Chapter 613. The clan elders. The meeting originally intended to target Mu Qing was abruptly cancelled, as Gaik returned in no mood to converse with others. As Mu Qing and Longgui departed, Longgui curiously inquired, "Was this your doing?" Although Longgui had gleaned some information from Mu Qing earlier, he remained uncertain. A smile graced Mu Qing's face as he replied, "This is merely the beginning. It is not yet chaotic enough." Despite the apparent hostility between Guichuan and Gaik, even if Guichuan were to suffer a crushing defeat, it was unlikely he would relinquish the western region of the Xuanwu Star, which he had toiled to acquire. To Mu Qing, "So it was indeed your handiwork, but you have truly outdone yourself by inciting conflict between those two," Longgui marveled. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared beside them, clad in a form-fitting black ensemble, her curvaceous form unmistakably belonging to Mei Qian. "Humph, it's not without my influence," she scoffed. Mu Qing smiled gently, refraining from retorting. Indeed, this operation largely relied on Mei Qian's efforts, with Mu Qing himself refraining from direct involvement. Mei Qian's methods are nothing short of versatile. Mu Qing had initially approached Longgui to assist in gathering detailed intelligence on Gaik and Guihong, ultimately honing in on both Gaik and Guichuan. Despite Longgui's usual disinterest in the affairs of the Spirit Turtle Clan, as a peak Divine Emperor, he could effortlessly ascertain information. The elusive Madame Luojing, Gaik's well-guarded secret, the lascivious nature of Guichuan, and the return of Madame Luojing to Bait City today. These revelations were all unearthed by Longgui and conveyed to Mu Qing. Mu Qing's strategy involved entrusting Mei Qian to masquerade as Madame Luojing and infiltrate Guichuan's residence to carry out an assassination. However, as Mei Qian was merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, success in the assassination was unlikely. Nevertheless, Mu Qing's primary rationale for sending her was that her cultivation level was comparable to that of Madame Luojing. After the assassination attempt failed, Mei Qian employed a certain method to escape directly from Guichuan's grasp. Naturally, the enraged Guichuan unleashed a fervent search for the figure resembling Madame Luojing, ultimately encountering her in Bait City, situated on Tianming Star. Certainly, in order to enable Mei Qian to take action, Mu Qing relinquished all the treasures he possessed, leaving his domain devoid of any divine stones or medicinal herbs. Yet, Mei Qian remained dissatisfied. During her escape from Guichuan, she had employed a life-saving artifact and felt she had suffered a significant loss. "Junior brother, what will you do next?" In the residence of the Dragon Turtle, Xian Rue inquired curiously, gazing at Mu Qing. I intend to return to the Spirit Turtle Clan to seek assistance. Otherwise, with merely the few of us, it would be impossible to gain the trust of the other beings within the Xuanwu Star Domain, Mu Qing replied solemnly. He had observed the creatures belonging to various races on the Destiny Star, who were completely subservient to the Spirit Turtle Clan, viewing them as the aristocrats of the entire Xuanwu Star Domain, thus believing their actions to be entirely justified. This phenomenon was not unique to the Xuanwu Star Domain. Most superior or elite races functioned similarly, commanding numerous subordinate races, with some weaker races reduced to the status of slaves. The Xuanwu Star Domain was rather distinctive. As a superior race, the Spirit Turtle Clan had many intermediate and lower races under its dominion, yet among the higher races, the Spirit Turtle Clan was considered relatively inferior, with only a few divine emperors to their name. Typically, such superior races would submit to some of the top-tier races. However, the original master of the Xuanwu Star Domain was the Destiny Elder, who had joined the Taiyue Palace, thus receiving its protection. Consequently, other elite races dared not conquer the Xuanwu Star Domain. The beings of the Xuanwu Star Domain were largely subservient to the Spirit Turtle Clan. Yet Mu Qing was not a member of the Spirit Turtle Clan. Therefore, even if Kuo Chuan's forces were vanquished by Kuo Ke, he could not exploit this opportunity to compel Kuo Chuan's former subordinates to submit. Rather, it would only benefit the elders of the Spirit Turtle Clan, such as Kuo Hong. He needed to gather a group of Spirit Turtle Clan members to aid him. That day, Mu Qing followed the Dragon Turtle to the territory of the Spirit Turtle Clan. Due to Kuo Ke and his associates, the Spirit Turtle Clan on the Destiny Star had already been divided into several factions. Although there appeared to be no overt animosity on the surface, it was evident that they were no longer aligned. However, Mu Qing sought the former confidant of the Destiny Elder. The Dragon Turtle had informed him that the original clan leader of the Spirit Turtle Clan was not Kuo Ke, but rather a member named Tian who was also a descendant of the Destiny Elder. Tian possessed the initial stage of the Divine Emperor realm and had likewise cultivated the profound technique known as the Xuanwu Heavenly Method. The faction he led could be considered the inner circle of the Destiny Elder. Unfortunately, after wandering nearby star domains, Tian was ambushed, his body enveloped in icy energy, rendering him completely frozen. Following this incident, the position of clan leader fell to Kuo Ke. The Dragon Turtle furrowed his brow. He had personally examined Tian's condition. But even he, at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm, found it impossible to remedy. Stop. Upon reaching a relatively secluded area within the Spirit Turtle Clan, an elderly man emerged, his voice booming. This individual emanated a formidable aura, having attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Gui Liang, it is I? The Dragon Turtle exclaimed. The elder's expression changed in surprise, and he quickly retracted his overwhelming aura, apologizing. Forgive me, Senior Dragon Turtle. I thought it was that group of Kuo Ke once again. The esteemed Tian, possessing the profound Xuanwu Heavenly Method, held an irresistible allure for Gaik, who had long sought to acquire it. However, following the incident, Tian became incapacitated, akin to a vegetative state, rendering the transfer of such powers impossible. Subsequently, Gaik turned his attention to several elders surrounding Tian. Within the younger generation of the Spirit Turtle Clan, the authority of the chieftain was largely unquestioned. Once Gaik ascended to this position, his status within the clan surged dramatically as he cultivated his own loyalists. The elders, however, were nurtured by the venerable Tian, who was recognized solely by his descendants, particularly Tian. Due to the esteemed standing of these elders within the Spirit Turtle Clan, Gaik refrained from overtly targeting them. Nevertheless, he systematically stripped them of their powers, redistributing authority to himself and the elders, such as Kuo Hong. Gaik had visited this place on numerous occasions, attempting to win over the elders. Who is this? Gui Liang inquired, casting a curious glance at Mu Qing. This is the descendant of our ancestor. After the fall of the venerable Tianming, he is to assume control of the Xuanwu Star Domain. The Dragon Turtle intoned gravely. Mu Qing formed seals with his hands, summoning forth manifestations of the Xuanwu and the World Serpent, only to disperse them a moment later. Although the display was fleeting, it sufficed to demonstrate that he wielded the Xuanwu Heavenly Method. Gui Liang, clearly recognizing the technique, narrowed his eyes in astonishment and quickly ushered both individuals into the palace. Chapter 614, The Frigid Breath of Eternal Ice. The dwelling of the Kuo clan was originally the palace of the chieftain. Following the incident with Tian, the elders, having had their powers usurped by Gaik, took residence here to care for the incapacitated Tian, senior dragon turtle. Within the palace were two other elders. One an elderly matron, both at the pinnacle of divine cultivation, who bowed respectfully upon seeing the dragon turtle. They had previously been trusted confidants of Tianqing and loyal followers of Tianming, thus held the dragon turtle in high regard. Listen to me. This individual is Mu Qing, the heir of our ancestor, Kuo Liang declared, his face alight with joy and excitement. The other three elders expressed their astonishment. It was evident that they fully accepted Mu Qing's status as the rightful heir. This is dire. You are but at the early stage of divine cultivation. You cannot remain here. Gaik will target you. One elder exclaimed urgently. Indeed, it was Gaik who orchestrated the downfall of Tianqing. He has long coveted dominion over the Xuanwu Star Domain and will undoubtedly strike at you. The matron added solemnly. Upon learning that Mu Qing possessed the Star Domain edict, the elders urged him to leave immediately, fearing Gaik's impending assault. With me here, what is there to fear? Should it come to pass, I shall eliminate Gaik myself. The dragon turtle declared, exhaling 2 columns of air. However, Kuo Liang shook his head, stating, Senior dragon turtle, you remain unable to dispel the chilling aura within Tianqing. The dragon turtle's expression stiffened. At that moment, Mu Qing's countenance revealed a peculiar expression as he inquired, Are you certain that Tianqing was secretly conspired against by Gaik? The 4 elders nodded in agreement, their certainty unwavering. It was too coincidental that the leader of the Tianqing clan had just suffered a surprise attack. Incapacitated by a chilling force, only for Gaik to seize the position of clan leader with his followers. Everything seemed as though it had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. May I see the leader of the Tianqing clan? Mu Qing inquired, his brow arched. Upon entering, he felt a notable drop in temperature, a familiar chill permeating the air. The elders hesitated momentarily, but did not refuse, guiding Mu Qing and Long Kuo to the basement. As they entered the chamber, an overwhelming cold greeted them. A layer of frost rapidly formed beneath their feet, ascending swiftly to their knees. However, as formidable beings above the divine realm, they were unperturbed by such cold. They effortlessly dispelled the chill by channeling their inner divine power. Mu Qing glanced toward a figure not far off and saw a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, lying upon a bed of ice. The entire chamber resembled a world encased in frost, with tables and chairs sculpted from ice. One of the elders explained that this room had originally been ordinary, but due to the persistent cold emanating from the leader of the Tianqing clan, it had become entirely frozen. When did he become like this? Mu Qing asked, furrowing his brow. It was right after the fall of Tianming. Following the conclusion of the Taiwa Palace incident, you all fell unconscious, and I brought you here. During that time, I learned that the young Tianqing had met with misfortune. Had I not utilized the world power of the Divine Emperor to help him withstand the chill within, he would likely be dead by now, Long Kuo stated gravely. Hearing this, a flicker of unusual light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes. I may have a way to save him, he declared after a moment of contemplation. His words astonished those behind him, their expressions shifting. Really? You can truly rescue the leader of the Tianqing clan? The 4 elders were immensely excited yet bore expressions of skepticism. Even Long Kuo, a pinnacle divine emperor, could not dispel the chill within the body of the Tianqing elder. Mu Qing stepped forward and extended his hand to touch the body of the Tianqing elder. As the elders opened their mouths to speak, Long Kuo intervened. Let him try, he urged, narrowing his eyes. He sensed something different in Mu Qing's demeanor, possibly an insight. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the eternal frost. Elder Tu's voice echoed in Mu Qing's mind. Mu Qing's expression became slightly grave, and he nodded gently. From the moment he encountered the chill, he recognized its celestial essence, a divine technique from the heavenly court known as eternal frost. One of the stars within the celestial star map had been entirely encased by this technique, with all life upon it transformed into ice sculptures, devoid of vitality. Now, the Tianqing elder had fallen victim to this divine art, though it seemed the practitioner possessed the strength of a divine emperor. The caster is a divine emperor. Even if you have cultivated this divine technique, you may not be able to break it, Elder Tu cautioned. Let us see, Mu Qing replied, taking a deep breath, his demonic energy surging as he invoked the eternal frost technique himself. A chilling wave coalesced within the palm of Mu Qing. serving as a conduit to successfully reach the corporeal form of the esteemed Tian Jinren. The surging chill radiated outward, nearly enveloping half of Mu Qing's body. The nearby clan elders and the dragon turtle exchanged startled glances. The cold was formidable enough to freeze even a celestial deity, and Mu Qing's audacity was truly remarkable. Yet, to the astonishment of the clan elders and the dragon turtle, Mu Qing remained unscathed within the icy grasp. The cold touched him but inflicted no harm. Did he possess a treasure that protected him from the chill? One elder pondered, casting a glance at the dragon turtle, who merely shook its head in uncertainty. No, my cultivation still falls short, Mu Qing mused, shaking his head. He had successfully reached Tian Jinren through the mastery of the eternal ice sealing technique. And as he delved into the cold, he discovered a particularly dense concentration of chill surrounding the heart, which then spread to encase the internal organs and blood vessels in ice. Within Tian Jinren's mind lay a powerful force. Mu Qing recognized it as the world power of the dragon turtle. This world power, a trait reserved for divine emperors, emerged from the realm itself. When the spatial domain birthed world power, it would transform into a realm capable of sustaining life. The dragon turtle wielded this power to safeguard Tian Jinren's spirit, preventing it from succumbing to the cold and thereby preserving his life, albeit barely. Mu Qing could sense the conditions within Tian Jinren's body and even manipulate some of the lesser cold within him. However, to truly expel the overwhelming chill from the heart, his current understanding of the eternal ice sealing technique was inadequate. After all, Mu Qing was not solely devoted to this art. As Mu Qing contemplated withdrawing and focusing on dispelling the more superficial cold within Tian Jinren, an unusual stirring occurred within him, emanating from the power of the black hole. Buzz! A formidable force of absorption erupted from Mu Qing's palm, revealing a small black hole that began to gradually consume the cold. Chapter 615. The Awakening of Tian Jinren. This cold. Mu Qing was astounded as the power of the black hole within him extended, voraciously devouring the chill enveloping Tian Jinren. The clan elders nearby were equally taken aback, initially shocked that the terrifying cold could surround Mu Qing without harming him. They now beheld in horror as the tendrils of cold seemed drawn towards him, entering his body. The power of the black hole was astonishingly domineering. Mu Qing pressed his palm against the heart of Tian Jinren, where the cold was most intense. He had intended to rely on his understanding of the eternal ice sealing technique to gradually disperse the thinner cold from the limbs before later addressing the dense cold within the heart as his cultivation improved. However, it was the black hole power, which Mu Qing had previously underestimated, that now shone resplendently in this moment. In the entire frozen chamber, the temperature began to rise, and the frost started to melt. As Mu Qing absorbed the chilling air into his body, he could distinctly feel the coldness being devoured by the black hole, transforming into pure energy that surged within him. However, this was not the moment for refining this energy. He stored it within the starry magical domain. The black hole's absorption rate was not swift, yet it was extraordinarily domineering. No matter how dense the coldness was within the body of the celestial blue, it was gradually consumed under the black hole's might. A few clan elders exchanged astonished glances, their surprise tinged with delight. If Mu Qing could indeed expel the coldness from the celestial blue, there was a possibility for his revival. 3 days and nights passed in an instant, a mere blink of an eye for those present. During this time, Mu Qing had finally comprehensively absorbed the coldness within the celestial blue. With a breath, Mu Qing retracted his palm, realizing for the first time just how formidable the power of the black hole within him truly was. It could even forcibly devour the eternal ice-sealing celestial technique wielded by the Divine Emperor, converting it into pure energy he could absorb. This was akin to forcibly consuming an opponent's divine abilities and celestial techniques for his own use, which was rather extraordinary. It is worth noting that such techniques originated from an opponent's attack. While there are many methods of consumption in the universe, such as the fearsome beast, Tao Tai, which is rumored to swallow stars whole, when faced with adversaries, Tao Tai could only consume their attacks. In contrast, Mu Qing's black hole could absorb the energy of an enemy's attack and convert it for his own benefit. The celestial blue was already at the early stage of Divine Emperor strength, and the power that could freeze him was likely from a late stage or peak Divine Emperor. The coldness transformed into energy after being consumed was astonishingly vast. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. as he contemplated the possibility of breaking through to the mid-stage of Celestial God. In comparison to the Realm Lord of the Xuanwu Star Domain, his cultivation was significantly inferior, and he needed to elevate his strength rapidly. Senior Dragon Turtle. The nearby clan elders were exceedingly thrilled, as they sensed the temperature in the entire room had returned to normal, and the coldness within the celestial blue no longer existed. At present, the reason the celestial blue had not awakened was due to the dragon turtle sealing his spirit with world power, a precaution taken to ensure that his soul would not be damaged by the coldness. The dragon turtle promptly stepped forward to retract the world power from the celestial blue's mind. Finally, the celestial blue awakened, laboriously opening his eyes. After staring blankly at the air for a moment, he seemed to regain his senses, turning his gaze towards Mu Qing and the others. He opened his mouth to speak, but his body, ravaged by the coldness, took a while to recover. His reactions were still somewhat sluggish. After a brief pause, his eyes suddenly widened as realization dawned upon him. Kuo Ke, where's that brat? Where is he? The celestial blue exclaimed urgently. The others exchanged glances, and given the circumstances, it seemed evident that the demise of the celestial master Tian was indeed linked to Geik. Patriarch, you have just regained consciousness. Please remain calm. Kuo Liang interjected. The celestial master Tian turned his gaze to the assembly. Elder Longue, esteemed clan elders? His expression reflected surprise, and he quickly regained his composure. Was it Elder Longue who intervened to save me? I am eternally grateful. The celestial master Tian hastily rose, intending to pay his respects to Elder Longue. He recalled that Geik had invited him to a certain location, where he ultimately met his fate. Had it not been for the timely arrival of several clan elders who brought him back to request Elder Longue to seal his soul with the power of the world, he would have surely perished. Elder Longue stepped aside and shook his head. It was not I who saved you. The clan elders nodded in agreement and promptly recounted the events of Mu Qing's intervention to the celestial master Tian. A look of astonishment crossed his face. He was aware of Mu Qing being a disciple of his ancestor, and the ancestral will had designated Mu Qing as the heir to the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. After laying his ancestor to rest, the celestial master Tian had wished to meet the heir appointed by his ancestor, intrigued by what remarkable qualities he might possess. After all, he was a disciple of the celestial elder, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Unfortunately, at that time, Mu Qing was still in a state of unconsciousness, so the celestial master refrained from intruding. What followed was Geik's treachery, and he never anticipated that after Geik lured him out of the Xuanwu Star Domain, he would enlist the aid of a peaked divine emperor, who ensnared him in an overwhelming chill that completely encased him in ice. Thank you. The celestial master Tian expressed his gratitude to Mu Qing, his gaze reflecting a mixture of emotions. After all, he was a dignified early-stage divine emperor, yet he had been rescued by a mere early-stage celestial being, which was somewhat embarrassing. Elder Longue discerned the thoughts swirling in the celestial master Tian's mind, and, laughing heartily, approached to give him a hearty slap on the back. You have no reason to feel embarrassed. Even I, a peaked divine emperor, was powerless to save you. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it is I. Cough cough. The celestial master Tian, still somewhat weak, nearly lost his balance from Elder Longue's hearty slap. Composing himself, he turned to the assembly and inquired, Esteemed elders, what is the current situation on the Destiny Star? The clan elders exchanged glances and proceeded to inform the celestial master Tian of the changes within the Xuanwu Star Domain. The Star Domain token, which had originally been in the hands of the celestial master Tian, was now in Mu Qing's possession. Meanwhile, Geik had seized the position of clan leader and controlled the majority of the Spirit Turtle Clan, thus wielding immense power within the Xuanwu Star Domain. However, a segment of the clan was more loyal to you, Patriarch Tian, as long as you make your presence known. Many who had previously submitted to Geik would undoubtedly switch allegiances, Kuo Liang remarked. The celestial master Tian nodded, and then turned his attention to Mu Qing. Fortunately, the Star Domain token is in your hands. Those cohorts of Geik have no idea of its significance. Moving forward, the Star Domain token will play a crucial role in reclaiming the Xuanwu Star Domain. Chapter 616, The Heavenly Court Behind Geik. What do you mean by that? Elder Longue asked, taken aback. The other elders, including Mu Qing, were equally intrigued. Aside from accelerating the cultivation speed, what other powers does the Star Domain token possess? In a fleeting moment, A peculiar gleam flickered in the eyes of Master Tian as he solemnly declared, "The Star Domain order governs the Xuanwu Star Domain, which is further fortified by a formidable destiny formation personally arranged by our ancestor, with the destiny star serving as its focal point. Those individuals from Geik are solely aware of using the Star Domain order for cultivation, oblivious to the fact that it can also activate the destiny formation. Although it merely serves as a protective array for the Xuanwu Star Domain, if one can harness it, it possesses at least the might of a divine emperor." Extending his finger, a radiant light penetrated Mu Qing's brow, imparting the entirety of the Star Domain Order's essence to him. The Star Domain Order was originally held by the Elder of Destiny, who later joined the Taiyue Palace, thus frequently entrusting it to Master Tian. Beyond the Elder of Destiny, he was the most proficient in its application. Mu Qing was astounded to discover such remarkable capabilities within the Star Domain Order, rendering his initial plans even more feasible. To reclaim the Xuanwu Star Domain from the clutches of Geik and his cohorts, he required nothing but sheer power. Earlier, he had orchestrated a scheme that incited conflict between Guichuan and Geik, believing that with sufficient strength, he could navigate the chaos and consolidate influence. However, in his current state, at the initial stage of divine ascendance, even with the title of Domain Lord, the celestial beings in the Xuanwu Star Domain would hardly submit to him. "You are the heir of our ancestor, and now a Domain Lord, a choice made by our ancestor. Thus, I shall do my utmost to assist you. It is high time for a thorough cleansing of the Xuanwu Star Domain." Master Tianqing's expression turned grave. He recognized that the Xuanwu Star Domain had long been rotting from within. Once, the Elder of Destiny had exerted an overwhelming presence, akin to a supreme emperor, forcing all to yield. On the surface, the Xuanwu Star Domain appeared united and harmonious. Following the fall of the Elder of Destiny, Geik and others rebelled, covertly plotting against Master Tianqing and usurping the position of clan leader. Elders like Guihong were also restless, as they carved up the entirety of the Xuanwu Star Domain. The power within the Xuanwu Star Domain had completely fragmented, no longer venerating a singular authority. "Do you still have any influence regarding the one who ambushed you?" Mu Qing inquired, furrowing his brow. He recalled the chilling aura within Master Tianqing, a manifestation of the eternal ice sealing technique, indicating it was no ordinary chill. The assailant must have been at least at the peak of Divine Emperor, for even the dragon tortoise could not counteract such a force. Upon hearing this, Master Tianqing's countenance grew somber, a hint of dread flickering in his gaze. Though he had been distracted by Geik, he had maintained a level of vigilance due to the peculiar nature of Geik's actions at that time. However, he had not anticipated that a peak Divine Emperor would strike, overwhelming him with an unassailable force. In an instant, he found himself enveloped by the icy chill, which froze his blood, bones, and divine power entirely. Master Tianqing shook his head, lamenting, "Regrettably, I could not discern the true appearance of that person. I could only vaguely sense a unique power, ethereal and bone-chilling. I wish to entrust you with a task." Mu Qing nodded. "What is it?" Master Tianqing inquired with curiosity. A glimmer of unusual light flickered in Mu Qing's eyes as he advised, for the time being, "It is prudent to remain out of sight from Kuo Ke and his associates. Kuo Ke is backed by an extraordinary force, most likely the Heavenly Court." "The Heavenly Court?" The assembly gasped in astonishment, fully aware of the magnitude of such an entity. "Are you certain?" Tianqing Jinren furrowed his brow. He was aware that Kuo Ke had other supporters, and the one who confronted him was a peak Divine Emperor, undoubtedly not a formidable foe from the Xuanwu Star Domain. Yet, he had not yet connected that figure to the Heavenly Court. Mu Qing nodded solemnly and stated, "I can assure you, for the chill within you originates from the Heavenly Court, were it not for my specialized methods to counteract it. Even the power of the world from Elder Long Kuo would likely prove insufficient to protect you. Why would the Heavenly Court assist Kuo Ke in seizing the position of clan leader?" The elders pondered in confusion. For the Xuanwu Star Domain, the Heavenly Court loomed as a colossal entity. Mu Qing shook his head, admitting his own uncertainty. But one thing was clear. Kuo Ke undoubtedly had connections to the Heavenly Court. This was precisely why he urged Tianqing Jinren not to appear hastily. From the elders, Mu Qing learned that Tianqing Jinren wielded tremendous influence within the Ling Turtle Clan. Should he reveal himself, most of Kuo Ke's followers would likely turn against him. Although this could temporarily bolster their strength, it would also expose Tianqing Jinren, who was under threat from a peak divine emperor affiliated with the heavenly court. While the Long Kuo could withstand a peak divine emperor, it was improbable they could withstand one from the heavenly court. Mu Qing had encountered the formidable beings of the heavenly court, which, despite undergoing reforms that divided nearly half of its power into the ancient human clan, remained a terrifying force. Having narrowly escaped with his life, they must ensure Tian Qingzhenren encounters no further mishaps. At this critical juncture, Tian Qingzhenren's influence would become even more vital. What is the current situation? Tian Qingzhenren inquired, still unaware of the circumstances outside. Though he had only been frozen for a brief period, he could surmise that the world beyond had undergone dramatic transformations. The elders glanced at Long Kuo and Mu Qing. Their authority within the Ling Turtle Clan had been completely stripped by Kuo Ke, and they had remained confined here, lacking first-hand knowledge of the outside developments. Young man, you should speak. Long Kuo turned his gaze towards Mu Qing. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, astonished. You incited the conflict between Kuo Chuan and Kuo Ke? What shall we do next? A flicker of surprise crossed Tian Qingzhenren's eyes. It seemed that the heir of this ancestor was more formidable than he had anticipated. Perhaps supporting him was indeed a wise choice. Now, with Kuo Chuan and Kuo Ke inevitably set to clash, this presents us with an opportune moment to expand our influence. Initially, I intended to involve Kuo Hong and the others, but it appears that is no longer necessary. In truth, seizing a faction is quite simple. Elder Long Kuo could personally intervene and discreetly capture Kuo Hong and his companions. I orchestrated a conflict between Kuo Chuan and Gaik, sowing chaos primarily to divert attention. While all eyes were fixated on their confrontation, our actions would unfold with greater ease, concurrently diminishing Gaik's influence. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke. Henceforth, our target is not Kuo Chuan and Gaik, but rather Kuo Hong. Chapter 617. The battle commences at this moment. The Xuanwu Star Domain has descended into utter turmoil. Following the demise of the venerable Tianming elder, the domain was partitioned, and now, tensions have escalated between the central and western regions, resulting in numerous skirmishes. Meanwhile, the southeastern and northern regions have all but retreated, clearly positioning themselves as mere spectators, steadfast in their resolve to abstain from this conflict. Mu Qing and his companions remained vigilant, observing the unfolding events. Finally, one day, powerful auras surged within the central region as fleets of warships ascended, heading towards the western region. Mu Qing's eyes gleamed. He had never witnessed such technological prowess in the Taiyu Palace, a place that emphasized personal strength above all else. Beside him, the esteemed Tian Qingzhenren explained that most races prioritize their inherent power, as personal strength is the ultimate path, and few delve into the study of external forces. However, in the cosmos, certain races, due to their unique constitutions, are either incapable of cultivation or cannot ascend to elevated tiers. These races realized that if they did not grow stronger, they would inevitably fall into subjugation. Thus, they forged an alternative path, exploring technological advancements, such as mechas, cybernetic enhancements, and interstellar warships. Ultimately, these races, initially possessing minimal strength, rose to prominence through the power of technology, forming a formidable alliance known as the Technological League, which commanded such respect that even the most powerful races dared not provoke them. The Technological League can be described as a coalition of several races that wield advanced technological capabilities. They once succeeded in obliterating an advanced race with a single barrage, leaving countless onlookers astounded. Essentially, all technology-related assets within the cosmos are procured from the Technological League. This individual has audaciously appropriated the resources of the Spirit Turtle Clan. Tian Qingzhenren scoffed, noting that those colossal interstellar warships were acquired by the Tianming Elder. In the sky, a total of 7 warships soared through the void, their heat distorting the air, leaving a trail in their wake. These 7 vessels possessed combat power rivaling that of 7 peak deities and had the capacity for large-scale destruction. As long as the divine stones remained intact, they could unleash limitless firepower. Are we on the verge of battle? The clan leader has taken action against Elder Kuo Chuan. On Tianming Star, the members of the Spirit Turtle Clan gasped in astonishment as they witnessed a formidable force emerging from the central region, charging towards the western territory alongside the 7 warships. The grand conflict has finally begun. Gaik, with a grim countenance, led a staggering army of 100,000 true deities and over 1,000 celestial deities into the western region. This was an exceedingly vast force, boasting over a dozen peak celestial deities, and alongside the 7 warships, their combat prowess reached an astounding 20 peak celestial deities. The sheer multitude of 100,000 true deities surged forth from the warships, their gaze fixed upon the 6 stars of the western region, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Certainly, these 100,000 true gods are evidently incomparable to those within the Taiwa Palace. It is likely that a single true god from Taiwa Palace could contend against a multitude outside. Kuo Ke, do you truly wish to engage me in battle? Kuo Chuan's countenance darkened as he erupted from his domain, his voice resounding. He was indeed afraid, genuinely terrified. The formidable presence before him, augmented by the divine might of Kuo Ke, was beyond his capacity to withstand. Despite his dominion over the western region and the command of 6 stars, his strength merely peaked at the level of a celestial god. In his entire western territory, he could muster 10 celestial gods at their zenith, while a true god could easily bring forth 60 to 70,000. However, this force paled in comparison to the power wielded by Kuo Ke. Should conflict ensue, the outcome would be overwhelmingly one-sided. Today, you shall meet your end, Kuo Ke declared ominously, knowing full well that after the events that transpired, he could not allow Kuo Chuan to continue living. With a wave of his hand, 7 cosmic warships behind him erupted in brilliance as beams of energy converged, suddenly unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying white beams surged forth with relentless fury. Bang! The 7 beams struck a star within the western region, unleashing a dreadful circular shockwave that obliterated all structures and life in its wake. Kuo Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the seriousness of Kuo Ke's intent. Are you truly prepared to act? He shouted, hoping for mercy, for the western region was also a part of the Xuanwu Star Domain. Kuo Ke sneered, saying, what of it? Even if 6 stars are lost, the Xuanwu Star Domain remains intact. Given time, I could elevate it to rival the foremost races. With that, a murderous intent radiated from his eyes. Kill them. Behind him, a dozen peak celestial gods led 1,000 celestial gods, marching resolutely into the western region. The army of 100,000 true gods surged into the western territory, targeting the 6 stars. Kuo Chuan gritted his teeth and charged into the starry expanse, an aura of frost surging from him as he met Kuo Ke head-on. Kuo Ke's face was one of disdain. Boom! The magma realm manifested, suppressing the void. As crimson hues spread like a volcanic eruption, streams of lava filling the space. Kuo Chuan's frost domain was once again pierced by the magma, incinerated into nothingness. He coughed blood, gravely wounded, yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he revealed his ultimate technique. A stone materialized in his hand, from which a spectral image emerged and penetrated his being. Suddenly, Kuo Chuan's frosty aura surged violently, rekindling the frost domain that had been annihilated, now undergoing a remarkable transformation. Within his frost domain, a brilliance of unparalleled radiance emerged, as divine mists rippled forth, giving birth to a unique essence. The power of the world. The entire frost domain expanded incessantly, as the chill and frost morphed into the shapes of living beings. Kuo Ke furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the escalating aura emanating from Kuo Chuan. He was taken aback. Kuo Chuan's strength had, at this moment, ascended to the initial stage of a divine emperor. Soon after, he let out a cold laugh and said, it is merely a matter of forcibly enhancing one's cultivation through certain means. Even if you temporarily attain the status of a divine emperor, how long can you sustain it? Kuo Ke launched a direct attack, the power of magma surging forth, creating a vast ocean that swept away everything in its path. He was indeed a legitimate divine emperor, with boundless divine power emanating from the world itself, while Kuo Chuan, relying on the power of that peculiar stone, had only just begun to manifest divine power into worldly force. Kuo Chuan gritted his teeth, surrounded by a tempest of frost. Buzz! Radiant light surged into the sky as his frost domain underwent a complete metamorphosis into a frost world, resisting Kuo Ke's assault. At this moment, his sole desire was to survive. In the southern region of the Xuanwu Star Domain, unlike the western region, where fierce battles raged continuously, the beings here remained as usual. Under the command of their ruler, Kuo Hong, everyone was confined to the southern area, unable to venture out to avoid being caught in the conflict. At this juncture, space distorted, and a group of individuals materialized in the southern region. Chapter 618, Arranging the Grand Formation Mu. Shouldn't we take advantage of the fight between Kuo Ke and Kuo Chuan to recruit some forces? Long Kuo inquired, puzzled. Since Mu Qing's objective was the southern region ruled by Kuo Hong, why provoke a battle between Kuo Chuan and Kuo Ke? Mu Qing shook his head, stating, "At the end of the day, Kuo Chuan is merely at the peak of the celestial realm. He is no match for Kuo Ke. Once he is defeated, his faction will inevitably collapse, and the first to seize that power will be Kuo Ke. It will be difficult for others to intervene." He held little faith in Kuo Chuan. It is important to remember that the original master of the Xuanwu Star Domain was the Elder of Destiny. How long has it been since the Elder fell? Even though Kuo Chuan possesses formidable abilities, he cannot compel all in the Western region to submit at once. Kuo Chuan is the ruler of the Western region, yet he has only held power for a year. How many true confidants can he truly claim within the Western region? Once Kuo Chuan falls, the beings in the Western region will recognize the tide has turned and will undoubtedly surrender. For the vast majority of them only acknowledge the Elder of Destiny. My intention is to draw everyone's attention to the Western region while we seize control of the southern area. A slight smile graced Mu Qing's lips, despite their small number. Controlling Kuo Hong would render the southern region essentially theirs. Moreover, the primary objective of inciting chaos is to minimize the presence of the Celestial Court's forces. Originally, with his reliance on the Star Domain token and the Celestial Master Tian, he had a high probability of capturing Kuo Hong, but to hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, he enlisted Long Kuo, the peak Divine Emperor. The Celestial Court's formidable beings behind Kuo Ke are at least peak Divine Emperors, should they appear. Only Long Kuo could withstand them. Although Mu Qing possessed 10 Emperor runes, he feared summoning those emperors might result in them fleeing upon hearing the name of the Celestial Court. In the Taiwa Palace, those emperors had been intimidated by the Celestial Court and had ultimately fled in defeat. He did not wish to call upon an emperor for assistance only to have them retreat. The only one who might genuinely assist would be the Azura Emperor, Luo Tian. However, Mu Qing was acutely aware that Luo Tian had his own matters to attend to, having been betrayed by several members of the Azura clan. Now was the time for reckoning. Thus, setting aside those unreliable emperors, it was imperative to seek assistance from the Dragon Turtle. Nevertheless, Mu Qing surmised that the Celestial Court's personnel were currently absent from the Xuanwu Star Domain. This deduction stemmed from Luo Tian's earlier arrival, during which he had not concealed the aura of an emperor, and even Kuo Ke was aware of Luo Tian's emergence. Had the Celestial Court's forces been present within the Xuanwu Star Domain, they would have already taken action. Of course, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Bringing along the Dragon Turtle was a precaution, for should they encounter a peak deity-level powerhouse from the Celestial Court, both he and the true man Tian might find it impossible to return. Have you heard? The Central Region is engaged in battle with the Western Region, with the leader of the Spirit Turtle Clan, Kuo Ke, personally leading an army to invade the Western territories. Elder Kuo Hong has strictly forbidden us from venturing out to avoid getting embroiled in the conflict. Sigh. I truly do not understand how a person like Kuo Ke could ascend to the position of clan leader, alongside several other elders, abruptly dividing the Xuanwu Star Domain. Hush! Such words must not be uttered. On a star in the southern region, Mu Qing arrived at a city where the surrounding populace was abuzz with chatter, speculating about the duration of the conflict in the western region. Mu Qing and his companions concealed their presence, blending seamlessly into the crowd, unnoticed. They utilized the teleportation array of this star to reach the location of Kuo Hong, the wave star. Mu Qing produced the Star Domain token, which radiated brilliance, and simultaneously, the entire wave star emitted subtle ripples. In an instant, a layer of runes enveloped the wave star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Through the Star Domain token, Mu Qing completely sealed off the wave star, ensuring that even if it were to explode, those outside would remain oblivious. The true man Tian had thoroughly instructed Mu Qing on the usage of the Star Domain token, and after some time, he had become proficient in its application. Instead of seeking out Kuo Hong immediately, Mu Qing had the true man Tian and the Dragon Turtle assist in burying several low-level divine stone veins near Kuo Hong's palace. These divine stone veins were the possessions of Tian and the Dragon Turtle, Mu Qing himself did not possess such wealth. With his hands forming seals, Mu Qing's body shimmered with starlight as countless stars began to coalesce in the sky. In a brief span, myriad stars adorned the heavens, showering down starlight. The Xuanwu Star Array. With Mu Qing's own strength, he could only configure the Xuanwu Star Array to the degree capable of eliminating mid-level deities. However, now, with the support of the Dragon Turtle and the true man Tian, coupled with the sustenance from the divine stone veins, this array had been significantly enhanced. Mu Qing retrieved a scroll depicting a starry expanse, known as the 10,000 Domain Star Map. This treasure of the Starry Sky dynasty, albeit damaged, possessed power inferior even to a heavenly grade artifact, and had long served Mu Qing as a spatial storage device. This time, in order to set up the Xuanwu Star Array, he would need to harness the power of the 10,000 Domain Star Map to control the formation. Who goes there? An astonishing surge of energy emanated from within the palace as Kuo Ke ascended, unleashing deity-level power that swept through the surroundings, while a tumultuous oceanic realm materialized behind him. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted beside the palace, startling Kuo Ke, who hurriedly rushed out to investigate, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar figure. Kuo Ke scoffed, saying, "My esteemed domain lord, what brings you to my humble abode? Why have you not informed my subordinates before intruding?" Yet, internally, he was taken aback. Mu Qing was merely at the initial stage of the celestial god realm, while on Bellowed Star, he had several subordinates at the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. The ability to arrive undetected indicated that the opponent possessed considerable skill. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely a desire to converse with Elder Kuo Ke regarding the future construction and development of the Xuanwu Star Domain, Mu Qing replied, continuing to weave hand seals to perfect the Xuanwu Star Array. This scene appeared to Kuo Ke as a blatant provocation. His expression darkened, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Are you attempting to provoke me? To set up an array before my very eyes? Do you believe that your status as domain lord instills in me a sense of trepidation that would prevent me from eliminating you?" The turbulent sea within the realm behind Kuo Ke surged with immense waves. "Oh no, how could I possibly dare to provoke Elder Kuo Ke? I come with sincere intentions of cooperation." Mu Qing halted his movements, a radiant tapestry of the starry sky shimmering behind him, as he finally completed the arrangement of the Xuanwu Star Array. "What do you intend to do?" Kuo Ke glowered. During the period of the Western Region War, this young man's sudden appearance could only spell ill intentions. Mu Qing chuckled lightly, stepping forward and addressing the heavens. "Might I beseech Elder Kuo Ke to submit to me as your domain lord?" Chapter 619, Seizing the Soul. "Humph, are you jesting? Granting you the Star Domain order has already been our greatest concession, and yet you still wish for me to submit?" Kuo Ke reacted as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He shook his head, deeming Mu Qing overly naive. Such words could be directed at Kuo Du Lai or Kuo Yuan, but to him, it was a different matter entirely. Kuo Ke was a true celestial emperor, on par with the clan leader Kuo Ke, possessing 10 stars under his command and wielding considerable power, being the only entity within the Xuanwu Star Domain capable of rivaling Kuo Ke. The disparity between Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke could be said to lie solely in the 7 cosmic battleships. "Elder Kuo Ke, I am not jesting. Should you heed my commands, you shall undoubtedly reap significant benefits in the future. Moreover, only you possess the capability to contest Kuo Ke within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Do you truly wish to see the entire domain fall into Kuo Ke's hands?" Mu Qing smiled slyly. Kuo Ke snorted coldly and replied, "Though I may not wish for the Xuanwu Star Domain to fall into Kuo Ke's grasp, that does not equate to my willingness to submit to you." His patience had worn thin, and he bellowed, "Withdraw at once, and I may yet spare your life." Kuo Ke harbored a measure of trepidation, for he was aware that Mu Qing was backed by the Dragon Tortoise and several emperors. He was quite familiar with the Dragon Tortoise, who had resided in the Xuanwu Star Domain for many years, revered by the Ling Turtle Clan as a guardian figure. However, it was evident that the Dragon Tortoise shared a profound connection with Mu Qing, raising Kuo Ke's concerns that the Dragon Tortoise might come to Mu Qing's aid. After all, should the peak celestial emperor, the Dragon Tortoise, intervene, he would have no choice but to submit, unless he was willing to face death in rebellion. Certainly, even if the Dragon Turtle has compelled them to submit, whether they remain obedient ultimately remains a question. Mu Qing coldly scoffed, stating, "You should be aware of Kuo Ke's intentions. The division of the Xuanwu Star Domain into several regions is merely temporary. He will reclaim it in due time. At that moment, will you not find yourself subservient to him once again? You may not even retain a shred of status. Impossible. Guihong bellowed. He and I are both divine emperors. Even if Kuo Ke were to take action himself, he could not harm me. A look of disdain appeared on Mu Qing's face. You are utterly ignorant of the hidden powers Kuo Ke possesses. Even if he harbors other strengths, why should I submit to you? The turbulent world behind Guihong surged with immense waves, brilliant rays of light piercing the heavens, while vast symbols formed an ocean, the expansive realm unfurling before them. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with mirth. It was not a matter of why you should submit to me, but rather, I shall compel you to do so. He stepped forward, and suddenly, waves of subtle energy fluctuations erupted around him, a terrifying force blossoming as countless stars materialized in the surrounding void. Guihong raised his head, gazing at the myriad stars, his expression shifting dramatically. Previously, he had noticed that Mu Qing seemed to be configuring some formation, yet he had dismissed it, believing that a mere early-stage celestial god was inconsequential. Could any formation surpass multiple realms and outstrip a divine emperor like him? However, in the next moment, Mu Qing's actions would reveal otherwise. He produced the Star Domain token and fully activated its inner powers, as invisible forces surged into his being. Buzz, behind him, the starry demon domain manifested, its radiant brilliance giving birth to the power of worlds. How is this possible? Guihong exclaimed, his face filled with horror as he realized that the domain behind Mu Qing had transformed into a realm of its own, thick with demonic energy and sparkling with starlight. Remarkably, Mu Qing's aura of cultivation surged from the early stage of celestial god to the early stage of divine emperor. This is the power of the Star Domain token. Having activated its strength and ascended to the early stage of divine emperor, Mu Qing could distinctly feel a cataclysmic power surging within him. He relished the sensation, his thirst for absolute strength intensifying. Yet, he did not forget his primary objective. Forming seals with his hands, he wielded the power of the world to control the Xuanwu star formation. Two figures materialized, both exuding the aura of divine emperors. Senior Dragon Turtle, wait. You are the patriarch of the Tian clan. Guihong's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief. The appearance of the Dragon Turtle was one thing, as he was already aligned with Mu Qing, but the emergence of the Tianqing true man left him utterly shocked. For he had believed the latter to be dead. The Tianqing true man chuckled derisively. You still remember to call me patriarch. How ruthless you truly are. To conspire with outsiders against me. Is it not surprising that I have not perished? A wave of dread washed over Guihong. The situation was clearly turning against him, and he had no desire to meet his end. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from him, sweeping outward as he made his escape into the distance. Regrettably, a glimmer of starlight fell and struck the ground before him. The vast expanse surrounding the Turtle Flood Palace was enveloped by the Xuanwu Star Array, shrouded and sealed. Turtle Flood halted, his countenance darkening as he gazed at Mu Qing and the others. What exactly do you intend to do? Mu Qing and his companions stepped forward. You must be aware that the leader of the Tianqing clan was presumed dead. Now that you know the secret of his survival, you are left with but two choices. A glint of icy resolve shimmered in Mu Qing's eyes as he articulated each word. Either perish or submit. Impossible. Turtle Flood instinctively rejected the notion. You have no say in this. The dragon turtle snorted coldly, and alongside the true man of Tianqing, they suddenly surged forth, intertwining their powers to envelop Turtle Flood. Mu Qing formed a seal with his hands, channeling the might of the divine emperor to consolidate the strength of the entire Xuanwu star array, summoning countless beams of starlight that coalesced into a singular palm. A hand of the starry sky. This hand embodied the cosmos, ever-shifting and resplendent with a myriad of stars. Turtle Flood sensed an inherent threat and struggled frantically. However, under the control of the true man of Tianqing and the Dragon Turtle, he could only helplessly watch as the celestial hand descended, casting its shadow over him. Mu Qing's expression grew grave, his face slightly pale. This power, conjured through the Xuanwu star array, bore the capacity to obliterate souls. Yet, what Mu Qing sought to achieve was not mere annihilation, but the acquisition of Turtle Flood's soul, a task that demanded the utmost of his prowess. Utilizing the Star Domain token, Mu Qing wielded the power of the Divine Emperor. And although the Xuanwu Star Array had been liberated from the setup of the true man of Tian Qing and the Dragon Turtle, deploying such means remained a formidable challenge. Necessitating precise control, a moment's carelessness could result in the near-total annihilation of Turtle Flood's soul. Boom. The starry hand penetrated Turtle Flood's consciousness, rendering his visage ghastly pale. Waves of terrifying power surged forth from the celestial sea, and this ordeal persisted for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, a fragment of translucent soul was extracted. Chapter 620. The Skull. What are you trying to accomplish? Turtle Flood bellowed, struggling in vain. For with the true man of Tianqing and the Dragon Turtle present, all hope was extinguished. After all, the Dragon Turtle was a pinnacle existence of the Divine Emperor. If he could not subdue even a nascent Divine Emperor, it would be a tremendous loss of face. Mu Qing remained indifferent. His energy considerably depleted as he stored that portion of the soul within the 10,000 domain star map, entrusted to the care of Old Tuesday. Turtle Flood's complexion turned ashen with horror. The forcible extraction of his soul signified that his life would now be under Mu Qing's dominion. The essence of the soul is not something that can be seized at will. External forces attempting to forcibly take it would only lead to devastation, leaving the victim a soulless husk. Yet, Mu Qing, bolstered by the power of the Xuanwu Star Array, along with the assistance of the 2 Divine Emperors, even elevated himself to the level of a Divine Emperor in a short span using the Star Domain token, complemented by several veins of divine stones provided by the Dragon Turtle and the true man of Tianqing. The cumulative cost is substantial, yet it is only through significant sacrifices that a portion of Gui Hong's soul can be extracted while ensuring his survival. Although Mu Qing and his companions could have swiftly eliminated Gui Hong to seize control of the southern region, such an approach would inevitably incur losses, as Gui Hong's loyal subordinates might feign allegiance without genuine submission. To discreetly seize control of the southern territory without drawing attention, it is imperative to manipulate its ruler, Gui Hong himself. As the Celestial Blue Master and the Dragon Turtle relinquished their hold over Gui Hong, the aura of the Divine Emperor surrounding Mu Qing gradually dissipated, leaving him somewhat pallid from the immense energy expenditure. Concurrently, the Xuanwu Star formation enveloping the surroundings disbanded as Mu Qing retracted the myriad celestial chart. This formation had been a temporary arrangement, primarily supported by several low-tier divine stone veins. With the depletion of these divine stone veins, the formation naturally ceased to exist. You seek your own demise. Upon regaining control, Gui Hong immediately attacked Mu Qing, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, an imposing aura radiating from him as the power of the Divine Emperor surged skyward in a cascade of divine light. The Celestial Blue Master and the Dragon Turtle regarded him with indifference and disdain. "It is you who courts death," Mu Qing retorted with a cold snort. In an instant, Gui Hong's form trembled in midair, crashing to the ground, the tumultuous energy behind him dissipating, his pupils constricting as he coughed up blood. His body dimmed, as if struck by a heavy blow. It was at this moment that Gui Hong realized that his life was irrevocably under Mu Qing's control. The fragment of his soul that Mu Qing had seized still retained a connection to him. Should Mu Qing manipulate that portion, Gui Hong would undoubtedly suffer. Given that you have ascended to the rank of Divine Emperor, you should not be so foolish. With part of your soul in my possession, should I choose to destroy it, your own existence would be forfeit. Mu Qing wielded Gui Hong's fragment of soul with lethal intent, capable of extinguishing his life at will. What do you truly desire? Gui Hong growled, struggling to rise, though gravely injured. Quite simply, we seek a compliant figurehead. You will remain the sovereign of your southern territory, the esteemed elder of the Spirit Turtle Clan. Furthermore, we will assist you in expanding your influence, allowing other regions of the Xuanwu Star Domain to fall under your command. Mu Qing tempted him, revealing their intention to install a puppet leader while they operated from the shadows. Engaging with the Celestial Court is no trivial matter. While it is uncertain whether Kuo Ke can establish contact with the Celestial Court, caution is prudent. Given that the Celestial Court aided Kuo Ke in attaining the position of clan leader, it suggests that their eyes are likely set upon the Xuanwu Star Domain, seeking dominion over it. Thus, allowing Gui Hong to usurp Kuo Ke's position and emerge as the paramount authority of the Xuanwu Star Domain may lead the Celestial Court to approach Gui Hong, thereby providing Mu Qing and his allies insight into their true intentions. Gui Hong wore a gloomy expression, his desire to strike down the individual before him. A mere early-stage celestial being was palpable. His hands trembled incessantly, yet he ultimately refrained from acting. With a long sigh, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Entirely unmoved by Mu Qing's temptations, he was acutely aware that he had become a mere puppet, perpetually under Mu Qing's control. Even if he were to ascend to the position of the leader of the Spirit Turtle Clan, everything would ultimately belong to Mu Qing. Despite this awareness, Kuo Ke chose to compromise. He did not wish for death and harbored aspirations of one day reaching the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm to challenge the legendary heights. When Mu Qing and his companions departed from the Ripple Star, Kuo Ke had already acquiesced to everything. Following Mu Qing's directives, he began mobilizing forces in the southern region, preparing to extend their influence into the western territories. "I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities," exclaimed the celestial master Tian. With Kuo Ke now under their control, they could operate discreetly without attracting attention. However, his expression soon turned grave. What exactly had the heavenly court set its sights on within the Xuanwu Star Domain? Despite the numerous stars and various medium and lower-tier races within the domain, they were inconsequential to such a colossal force as the heavenly court. Tian pondered why the heavenly court would venture into the Xuanwu Star Domain and take action against him. This is the answer we seek. Once Kuo Ke grows stronger and replaces Kuo Ke to engage with the heavenly court, we shall uncover the truth, rumbled the dragon turtle. Mu Qing and his companions discreetly exited the southern region, during which time all eyes were fixed on the ongoing battle in the western region, leaving them unnoticed. In the western region, the battle waged on for a full 7 days. Kuo Ke, having acquired a mysterious stone from an unknown source, maintained his divine emperor cultivation by draining its energy. Kuo Ke was alarmed, believing that Kuo Ke's divine emperor status was merely a result of external forces and could not last. Yet, the battle persisted for 7 days. Ultimately, Kuo Ke, who had achieved his divine emperor status through his own strength and skillfully wielded its power, managed to defeat Kuo Ke. With a thud, Kuo Ke plummeted from the sky. Coughing up blood, his body marred by numerous burns from lava, he retrieved the stone once more, pouring his remaining strength into it. The mysterious stone erupted with a brilliant light, casting a radiant glow across the skies, accompanied by an ominous chill that spread forth. Kuo Ke gritted his teeth, astonished at the myriad of abilities Kuo Ke possessed. Soon, he was struck by another revelation. The stone was actually an unknown skull, from which a spectral image emerged, a colossal turtle shrouded in an overwhelming aura of frost. Chapter 621. The mask is torn. The colossal turtle, enveloped in frost, surged into the sky, roaring fiercely, embodying the formidable strength of an early-stage divine emperor. Kuo Ke was taken aback, having never regarded Kuo Ke as a serious contender. Although Kuo Ke was one of the elders of the Spirit Turtle Clan, for Kuo Ke, who was a divine emperor, the only individual worthy of competition was Elder Kuo Ke, who also shared the same rank. Others, whether it be Kuo Duli or Kuo Yuan, as well as the present Kuo Ke, were of no concern to him. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. Kuo Ke possessed the cultivation of a divine emperor, which led Kuo Ke to consistently believe that only Kuo Ke could pose a threat to him. However, Kuo Ke soon discovered that Kuo Ke harbored astonishing trump cards, granting him the temporary prowess of a divine emperor. After defeating Kuo Ke assumed that all was concluded, only to be taken aback as Kuo Ke's extraordinary stone transformed into a skull, summoning an apparition rivaling the initial stage of a divine emperor. The mere phantom held the power of an early divine emperor, suggesting that the owner of the skull likely possessed the peak cultivation of a divine emperor. With a roar, the frost giant tortoise charged towards Kuo Ke. Kuo Ke's expression grew grave as the magma world behind him erupted, unleashing scorching waves of heat that surged forth once more. Having endured a prolonged battle, he was somewhat fatigued. Seizing the opportunity while Kuo Ke was engaged with the frost giant tortoise's apparition, Kuo Ke, despite his injuries, desperately fled, hoping to escape. It was evident that the 6 stars in the entire western region had suffered devastating blows. The army Kuo Ke led showed no regard for the lives of the beings within the western territory. The creatures on those 6 stars cried out in agony, cursing Kuo Ke, as they never anticipated his ruthless nature. It was worth noting that the western region was also part of the Xuanwu Star Domain. With 100,000 true god soldiers passing through, none could stand in their way. Even more terrifying were the 7 cosmic warships in the starry sky, each comparable to the peak strength of 7 divine beings, unleashing continuous assaults with beams of light that pierced through countless beings' bodies. Kuo Ke believed Kuo Ke had gone mad, intent on annihilating these 6 stars. To save his own life, he had no choice but to reveal all his hidden cards, abandoning his subordinates and confidants, and exhausting all efforts to flee. Get lost. Kuo Ke bellowed, each punch he delivered akin to a volcanic eruption, with torrents of magma bursting forth, filling the heavens with crimson haze. However, the frost giant tortoise was by no means weak. The surging chill emanating from its body froze the very air into blocks of ice, spiraling into a blizzard, with the frost giant tortoise holding him back. Kuo Ke could only watch as Kuo Ke made his escape. Kuo Ke, where do you think you are running? A vague silhouette materialized, and a colossal wave surged from the void, crashing down. Kuo Ke was struck by the wave, sent flying, coughing up blood, in his already grievously injured state. He now felt utterly weakened, nearly on the brink of death. Kuo Ke managed to utter, his eyes filled with despair and profound confusion. He could not comprehend why Kuo Ke had appeared here and was attacking him. Kuo Ke was acutely aware of the relationships between Kuo Ke and the elders. On the surface, they appeared amicable, yet secretly each had their own ulterior motives. Just as Kuo Ke was about to escape, he was intercepted by Kuo Ke, leaving him bewildered. Could it be that Kuo Ke had allied with Kuo Ke? As the other divine emperor in the Xuanwu Star Domain besides Kuo Ke, Kuo Ke should never have been expected to join forces with him. Regrettably, you must die first. Kuo Ke's gaze was indifferent. Boom. The tumultuous world behind Kuo Ke surged forth with towering waves, crashing violently against Kuo Ke. Kuo Ke was in a dire state, so weak that even a casual deity could easily slay him. Now, facing an onslaught of cataclysmic proportions, he was utterly defenseless, his body shattering under the force. The elder was dead? Kuo Ke's most trusted subordinates, engaged in battle with Gaik's forces, turned to witness the harrowing scene of Kuo Ke's demise, their expressions shifting dramatically. Kuo Ke. Gaik was taken aback. He could not fathom the purpose of Kuo Ke's sudden appearance, nor could he comprehend how he had managed to eliminate Kuo Ke, who might have otherwise fled. To the esteemed beings of the Western region, Kuo Ke has provoked the patriarch of the Spirit Turtle Clan, inviting disastrous retribution. His death was an inevitable fate. However, you are innocent, having committed no transgressions. As fellow denizens of the Xuanwu Star Domain, you should not perish here. Behind Kuo Ke, a multitude of formidable figures emerged. 20 peak deities appeared instantaneously, followed by throngs of deities and true gods, rivaling Gaik's army in might. Gaik was momentarily stunned. As were all present, Kuo Ke's words reverberated throughout, leaving many in confusion regarding his true intentions. In the next moment, Gaik's countenance darkened. He realized that after slaying Kuo Ke had begun to assist the people of the Western region. The former loyalists of Kuo Ke, witnessing Kuo Ke's intervention that spared their lives, were overtaken by expressions of gratitude. This was clearly a move to win their allegiance. Furious, Gaik felt as though he might cough up blood. Kuo Ke was brazenly courting the forces of the Western region in his presence, and he could see Kuo Ke's subordinates aligning themselves with Kuo Ke. All beings of the Western region, surrender and join my ranks to escape death. Gaik shouted in haste. He longed to confront Kuo Ke directly, but alas. The final trump card Kuo Ke had played before his demise, a spectral image of the frost giant turtle at the early stage of the divine emperor realm, interposed itself. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Gaik's army ceased hostilities, and the cosmic battleships refrained from firing. This was due to both the sudden intervention of Kuo Ke's southern forces and Gaik's orders to recruit the remaining powers in the western region. With Kuo Ke slain, the remaining forces had become a coveted prize. Gaik had originally intended to eradicate all resistance with an iron fist, subsequently absorbing the remaining strength at his leisure. Yet now, Kuo Ke was brazenly usurping his opportunity. The deities and true gods of the western region hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, nearly all gravitated toward Kuo Ke. Fear lingered in their gazes directed at Gaik, for the pressure he had previously exerted was overwhelming, leading them to worry that aligning with him would result in their own demise. Moreover, Kuo Ke was a powerful figure at the divine emperor level, and the strength of his followers was no less than that of Gaik. With Guihong present, they felt reassured that they would not be slaughtered by Gaik. In an instant, Guihong had amassed the majority of the Western region's forces. Witnessing this turn of events, Guihong felt immense surprise, yet a sense of concern also gripped him. He had not intended to intervene. Had he chosen to act, it would have been after Gaik had consolidated his forces, allowing him to claim the remaining scraps. Because he was aware that there were others behind Gaik, he did not wish to offend. However, at this moment, Guihong found himself in a predicament. His spirit under Mu Qing's control, leaving him no choice but to heed Mu Qing's commands. Kill them all. Gaik, witnessing this, became increasingly furious, his murderous intent soaring, commanding his subordinates to attack Guihong. Suddenly intervening, Guihong seized a significant portion of the benefits right before Gaik's eyes. At this juncture, it could be said that their relationship had irreparably soured. Chapter 622. The choice, everyone. Come over to my side. Guihong bellowed. Gaik has gone mad. He intends to strike against you who reside within the Xuanwu Star Domain. His voice rallied the crowd, presenting an excellent opportunity. Though he had slain Guichuan, not all in the western region were staunch loyalists to Guichuan. In fact, the majority harbored resentment, believing Guichuan to have brought tremendous calamity upon the western region. Simultaneously, the people of the western area felt discontent towards Gaik, who, upon his arrival, had resorted to ruthless measures. Even surrendering proved futile, as they were mercilessly annihilated. This led to Guihong's emergence, swiftly garnering the support of most. In the starry expanse, 7 cosmic warships activated, unleashing waves of energy beams towards Guihong. Simultaneously, throngs of celestial beings surged forth, the true god army advancing in formidable numbers, poised for battle once more. Regrettably, Guihong was not Guichuan. As the Grand Elder of the Spirit Turtle Clan and a formidable figure at the initial stage of the Divine Emperor realm, he commanded 10 stellar bodies, his influence rivaling that of Gaik. Although Gaik's celestial beings and true god army, along with the 7 cosmic warships, could easily crush Guichuan's followers, they would find it difficult to contend with Guihong, at least for the time being. Audacious! Guihong exclaimed, his voice resonating as the power of the Divine Emperor surged forth, sending shockwaves that repelled the true gods and celestial beings. Subsequently, the tumultuous waves of the ripple world behind him surged forth, colossal waves crashing down like a waterfall of divine might. Boom! In the sky, a cosmic warship was obliterated, erupting into a brilliant explosion, akin to the sun in its radiance. The ripple world descended, suppressing the remaining 6 warships. Though they were not destroyed, they sustained grievous damage. Gaik's eyes burned crimson. The cost of the 7 cosmic warships was exorbitant, and merely seeking repairs from the Technological Alliance would entail a staggering price. Now, one had been destroyed. Guihong, however, smirked coldly. Having already crossed paths with Gaik, he resolved to weaken Gaik's forces as much as possible. The forces he commanded were ample enough to rival Gaik's subordinates, thus affording him the leisure to suppress these cosmic warships. Gaik roared in fury, attempting to halt Guihong, yet he was obstructed by the phantom of the frost giant turtle. This apparition, summoned by Guichuan in his final moments, had locked onto Gaik, its target unwavering. Thunderous! As Guihong raised his hand, he summoned mighty waves imbued with terrifying power, shattering yet another cosmic warship. Ultimately, Guihong resolutely employed his ripple world to suppress the remaining 5 warships. Within the ripple world, colossal waves surged, geysers of water shooting skyward, along with fearsome beings wrought of various aquatic powers. Boom! Within the tumultuous realm of Guihong, a terrifying vortex emerged, ensnaring 2 cosmic battleships, which were swiftly torn apart amidst flickering flames that soon extinguished. In the next moment, colossal waves surged, reaching heights of 10,000 feet, flowing with a brilliant azure sheen. The final 3 battleships could not withstand such formidable force. Their specially crafted alloy bodies buckled and twisted until they erupted. 3 bursts of flame detonated, only to be swiftly engulfed by the vast ocean. Guihong. Upon witnessing this, Gaik was consumed by rage, the magma world behind him erupting as if the very cosmos ignited. Crimson clouds swirled in the sky, as flames radiated from his form, the divine power coursing through him. With a mighty punch, he struck forth. The impact, accompanied by torrents of magma, crashed against the ethereal image of the frost giant tortoise. After a prolonged battle, this final blow shattered the opponent. exhausted and drained. Gaik immediately surged towards Guihong. Though uncertain as to why Guihong had suddenly turned against him, it must be acknowledged that Guihong had chosen an opportune moment. This venture had cost him dearly. The annihilation of 7 cosmic battleships signified a loss of at least 7 peak divine warriors. The worth of these battleships surpassed that of true peak divine beings, for with ample divine stones as energy, they could unleash the full force of peak divine might. Guihong laughed heartily as the tumultuous realm collided with the magma world, a blinding brilliance erupting. Previously, he had only feared the mysterious powers behind Gaik, never feeling trepidation towards Gaik himself, for both were sovereign deities. Who would fear whom? Gaik, weary from extended combat, recognized the danger of a direct confrontation. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he retreated with his forces. Guihong did not hinder him, instead commanding his subordinates to take over the western region. The fierce battle in the western region had finally come to an end, and the shocking news spread throughout the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. Guichuan provoked Gaik, who mobilized all his strength to annihilate Guichuan's influence and seize control of the western region. Yet, unexpectedly, Guihong intervened, resulting in an open conflict between the two. In the end, Gaik had unwittingly crafted a victory for another, as the entire western region fell under Guihong's dominion, positioning him as the most powerful figure in the Xuanwu Star Domain. Cursed be this fate. On the Destiny Star, the clan leader Gaik roared in frustration. He yearned to charge directly into the southern region, but rationality reminded him to refrain from such impulsiveness. The southern and western regions had now merged, with Guihong commanding no less than 16 stars, far surpassing the number of divine and true divine beings in his central region. The entire Xuanwu Star Domain was left astounded by these developments, particularly Guiyuan from the eastern region and Guiduli from the northern region. Upon hearing the news, they were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the situation. Soon, they realized the gravity of the circumstances. Previously, Guihong had maintained a facade of respect towards Gaik, while the competition for influence had played out in the shadows. However, at present, Guihong has unexpectedly seized the entire western region from Gaik, a turn of events that has taken everyone by surprise. The tension between Guihong and Gaik has escalated to a level far more alarming than when Guichuan dealt with Gaik. Although Guiyuan and Gijili each possess 6 stars and have achieved the pinnacle of celestial divinity, they remain the leaders of the Spirit Turtle Clan and are far from foolish. The conflict between Guihong and Gaik has reached a boiling point, threatening to erupt into war at any moment. They cannot afford to remain passive as Gaik did with Guichuan. The time has come to choose sides. On that day, Guiyuan and Gijili met in private, their faces etched with melancholy. Lacking sufficient strength, they ultimately found themselves at the mercy of circumstance. Who should they ally with? Should they remain inactive? Such a course is untenable. The current situation signals a major upheaval in the Xuanwu Star Domain, and indecision may lead to their immediate obliteration. Chapter 623. Communicating with chaos. After deliberating for an extended period, Guiyuan and Gijili still found themselves at an impasse. Aligning with Guihong instilled fear of the mysterious powers backing Gaik, while siding with Gaik raised concerns about Guihong's burgeoning influence. They felt overwhelmed by this daunting choice, acutely aware that any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, they had no choice but to decide. Destiny Star. Following the fallout between Gaik and Guihong, Destiny Star has been entirely transformed into Gaik's dominion, expelling all unrelated parties. The members of the Spirit Turtle Clan have begun to question Gaik's motives, fearing that the conflict between Gaik and Guihong could spell ruin for the Xuanwu Star Domain. Undeterred, Gaik mobilizes all forces in the central region, poised to strike at Guihong. Destiny Star, the residence of the Dragon Turtle. Guihong has consolidated control over the entire western region, amassing formidable strength, should Guiyuan and Gijili pledge their allegiance to him. Confronting Gaik would be a trivial matter, the real man Tian remarked. Having recovered and concealed his identity, he has remained with the Dragon Turtle. Should they employ a similar strategy to control Guiyuan and Gijili? The Dragon Turtle stroked his chin, considering Mu Qing's earlier method, which proved efficient by directly influencing the opposing leaders. Mu Qing cast a glance at him, saying, "If you still possess a considerable number of divine stone mines, I could indeed attempt it." The expressions of the real man Tian and the Dragon Turtle faltered as they recalled that when Mu Qing had taken control of Guihong, they had contributed all their divine stone mines. Forcibly seizing another's soul is no simple task. It requires not only overwhelming power, but also luck and substantial resources. Mu Qing shook his head, acknowledging that even activating the Xuanwu Star Array demands a measure of fortune. Successfully controlling Guihong is already a significant achievement. However, there is no need for concern. It appears that Geik has yet to establish contact with the celestial powers, suggesting a lack of channels and means to do so. I believe that Guiyuan and Gijali will soon recognize this, and they will inevitably choose to ally with Guihong. Mu Qing exuded confidence, firmly believing that Gui Yuan and Gui Du Lai were not fools. After all, they were elders of the Spirit Turtle Clan. If there were truly formidable forces backing Gui Ku during this time, how could Guihong have seized the Western Territory? Soon, Tian Xingzhen Ren and Long Gui departed from Mu Qing's chamber, as he was about to commence his cultivation. Mu Qing's cultivation level had already reached the pinnacle of the early celestial god stage, within his starry magic domain. The frigid energy he had previously absorbed from Tian Xingzhen Ren's body using the power of a black hole lingered. That surging cold energy, transformed by the black hole's force, had become pure energy. Mu Qing unfurled the starry magic domain, activated the starry returning essence scripture, and began to absorb that cold energy. Waves of profound strength surged within him. His entire being shimmered, gradually radiating light, flowing with starlight. One could perceive Mu Qing's form, suddenly flickering with a black luminescence, morphing into a vortex of a black hole. The energy of the cold was being voraciously consumed. As the starry returning essence scripture operated, ethereal starry images emerged around Mu Qing, shrouded in mystery, with an incredibly dense power, as countless stars coalesced within the starry magic domain. The number of stars surged from 1,500,000 to 3 million. Ethereal light flickered, and a sparkling mist enveloped Mu Qing entirely. However, the black hole he had transformed into soon exuded an overwhelming devouring force, consuming all the mist imbued with divine energy. The black hole, swirling like a vortex, distorted the very fabric of space along with its consuming power. Mu Qing devoted nearly a month to absorbing the cold energy. Ultimately, his body trembled, his aura skyrocketed, achieving the mid-celestial god stage. Beneath the black robe formed from the power of the black hole, his physique gleamed, radiating light, with stars seemingly appearing and demonic energy lying dormant. Within Mu Qing, the number of stars had reached 3 million, each containing an abundance of pure and surging demonic energy. His body was based on the Titan race's Titan physique, refined with chaotic energy, a remarkable foundation that emanated a sense of divine physicality. Upon breaking through to the mid-celestial god stage, Mu Qing did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged, delving into the study of chaotic energy. Chaotic energy was a mysterious power Mu Qing had encountered long ago on Earth, transcending divine power and surpassing his demonic energy. It was only later, upon encountering the Chaos Giant, that Mu Qing understood that the chaotic energy he had been cultivating was never pure. He began to operate the secret technique bestowed by the Chaos Giant, specifically designed to refine chaotic energy, capable of summoning the chaotic essence from the distant chaos. Mu Qing had previously managed to condense 5 strands of chaotic demonic energy through the fusion of chaotic energy and demonic energy, but ultimately expended them, their might astonishingly formidable. Now, as Mu Qing invoked the secret technique granted by the Chaos Giant, half an hour passed in quietude. His body trembled slightly, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he sensed a world unlike any other. It was mysterious, a vast expanse. He murmured softly, and suddenly, a rift opened in the space before him. Yet, it was from the other end of this fissure that an aura of sheer terror emanated. Mu Qing, adept in arcane arts, sensed that the world beyond was both magnificent and dreadful, sanctified yet brutal, permeated with a resounding chaotic energy. Soon, a grimace crossed Mu Qing's face as he realized that with his current prowess, despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could only create this minuscule gap. How could he possibly extract the essence of chaos? His countenance darkened as he widened his eyes, but the gap remained infinitesimally small, barely revealing a glimmer of light. He could only rely on the power of the black hole. Ultimately, Mu Qing placed all his hopes upon the black hole's might. A small black hole materialized in his palm, aimed at the fissure, and suddenly, an overwhelming force of absorption erupted, distorting the surrounding space as all the energies of the universe converged towards him. However, the spatial rift remained unyielding, showing no signs of expansion. Unwilling to concede defeat, Mu Qing increased the intensity of his absorption. Outside, the dragon tortoise and others glanced towards Mu Qing's chamber, astonishment etched on their faces. Indeed, the heir of the ancestor possessed remarkable abilities. Having only just reached the mid-stage of the celestial deity realm, he exhibited such formidable might. The true man of heavenly azure expressed genuine admiration. The dragon tortoise, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. Of course. That old fellow of destiny has always had a keen eye for talent. You see, during our time in the Taiwa Palace, this lad was referred to as the Prince of Emperors, effortlessly wielding the thunderous arts. 3 months later, the expressions of the dragon tortoise and others turned peculiar as Mu Qing had completely shut himself away, with extraordinary sounds emanating from his location. At this moment, Mu Qing's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, as the small black hole in his palm spun at high velocity, having sustained this effort for an entire 3 months. Before him, the fissure had begun to reveal a trace of chaotic energy, sprouting forth like a seedling breaking through the soil. Chapter 624. The Power of Belief. This is exceedingly arduous. Mu Qing gritted his teeth. He had gone 3 months without sleep or rest. His eyes never having closed, filled with blood vessels. A dark luminescence radiated from his being as he exerted all his might to channel the power of the black hole. Striving to extract a sliver of chaotic essence from the rift, Mu Qing could sense that this chaotic energy was infinitely more potent than what he had previously condensed. Pure to an unparalleled degree, all the energy of heaven and earth within the dragon tortoise's abode had been completely consumed by him. The absorption power of the black hole was overwhelming. Yet, within that rift, the chaotic essence was remarkably tenacious and resilient. Having only been drawn out a mere finger's length despite such terrifying forces of absorption, through this fissure, Mu Qing could perceive the chaotic realm birthed by the colossal beings of chaos on the other side, mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. At that moment, he finally comprehended the true strength and resilience of genuine chaotic energy. Simultaneously, Mu Qing felt a pang of astonishment. How fearsome must the entities within the chaos be? If absorbing just a fragment of chaotic essence was so challenging, then those beings, naturally born in such an environment, could only be of extraordinary caliber. Mu Qing understood that the chaotic realm on the other side was astonishingly overwhelming, suffused with chaotic energy that weighed heavily like the stars. To draw even a thread of it required an unfathomable amount of strength. Nevertheless, he persevered, for this chaotic energy, emanating from the heart of the chaotic land, represented the purest and most potent power, incomparable to the meager chaotic energy he had previously refined. He surmised that perhaps this single thread of chaotic energy could provide him with immense enhancement. With bloodshot eyes, Mu Qing continued to roar, channeling the devouring force of the black hole within his palm. Were it not for the power of this black hole, he would need to reach at least the divine emperor realm to draw forth chaotic energy. Outside the room, Ling Turtle and the others were filled with trepidation, as they could already sense the aura of chaos, a force that was primal, brutal, and vast, seemingly intent on crushing everything in its path. What kind of power is this? The expression of shock appeared on the faces of Tian Jinren and Xian Rui. They were unaware of what Mu Qing had been engaged in during this time. But it was certain that once he emerged, his strength would be extraordinary. What on earth is this boy concocting? Ling Turtle pondered in astonishment. 2 months later, boom, a strand of chaotic energy finally burst forth from the fissure, shattering the surrounding space upon its emergence. Upon witnessing this, Mu Qing's bloodshot eyes instantly radiated brilliance as he hastily activated the starry sky, returning Essence Sutra, drawing the strand of chaotic energy into his body and commencing its refinement. Crack, crack, crack. Even with the enhancement of the black hole's power, refining this strand of chaotic energy proved to be no easy task. The immense force striking the chaotic energy produced a piercing sound, yet the chaotic energy remained unscathed. Mu Qing's expression darkened. He had expended an immeasurable amount of time to draw forth this chaotic energy from the chaotic realm, only to find the refinement process exceedingly arduous. Unwilling to concede defeat, he resolved to fight against this strand of chaotic energy, preparing for a protracted battle. The Star Domain token may assist you. Elder 2 conveyed telepathically, offering his suggestion. Mu Qing nodded, as a radiant token surged forth from within him. With the activation of energy, the Star Domain token suddenly glimmered with numerous bright points. A continuous stream of transparent energy surged from the entirety of the Xuanwu Star Domain, flowing into Mu Qing's body through the Star Domain token. What are these forces? Mu Qing was astonished, for with the emergence of this power, he realized that his cultivation speed had skyrocketed beyond measure. It is the power of belief. Elder 2 spoke gravely, yet with an undercurrent of surprise. This Star Domain token connects the entire Xuanwu Star Domain, collecting the power of belief through some special means. It should not be accessible to a divine emperor. It is likely something the moon goddess once revealed to the Elder of Destiny. The power of belief is a peculiar and mysterious force, one that only supreme deities can truly grasp. Even Elder 2, who had once been an emperor, had only heard of it, never having truly encountered it. The fact that the Elder of Destiny could wield the power of belief is both extraordinary and remarkable. Though he cannot wholly possess it like a supreme deity, it remains exceptional nonetheless. With the power of faith as his ally, Mu Qing indeed discovered that he was capable of refining the chaotic energy within him, gradually transforming it into his own strength within the black hole. However, a slight frown crossed his brow as he noticed the diminishing power of faith within the Star Domain, likely a consequence of the turmoil plaguing the Xuanwu Star territory. In the time of the Elder of Destiny, the Xuanwu Star territory flourished, united in purpose. Now, however, it had fractured into numerous factions, each embroiled in conflict, leading to the instability and continuous decline of faith's power. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. He believed that it would not be long before faith would once again be unified. Though it might not reach the heights of the Elder of Destiny's era, it would no longer continue to wane. A month passed, and the time required to refine a single strand of chaotic energy far exceeded Mu Qing's expectations. Fortunately, bolstered by the power of the Star Domain, he successfully refined one strand of chaotic energy and stored it within his body. He was quite pleased, as the acquisition of this chaotic energy significantly enhanced his physical strength. Mu Qing realized that the greatest benefit of chaotic energy was its ability to strengthen the body. The existence of the chaotic giant illustrated this perfectly. Its towering form and astonishing might could uproot the earth upon its arrival, sending several secret realms flying. Could he potentially achieve a supreme physical form? Mu Qing felt a surge of astonishment, for the enhancement provided by chaotic energy was monumental. He speculated that, perhaps one day, if he gathered enough chaotic energy, his body could transcend to a supreme level. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought, recalling that the chaotic giant, despite its fearsome presence capable of contending with emperors, had never attained supremacy through chaotic energy. The possibility seemed remote. Elder 2 swiftly poured cold water on his aspirations, asserting that attaining a supreme physical form was impossible. While many beings in the universe possessed formidable physical strength, none had ever confronted this challenge due to its difficulty and lack of prospects. Mu Qing felt a twinge of regret. After all, such a terrifying entity as the chaotic giant had failed to achieve supremacy through chaotic energy. Elder 2's dismissal was disheartening. Rising to his feet, Mu Qing realized that, despite his long training, he felt no soreness, for the chaotic energy had fortified his body. Now his chaotic demonic form was terrifyingly powerful, capable of defeating mid-level celestial beings with a single punch. He stroked his chin, noticing that he had grown a beard and his hair had become quite unkempt. With a faint smile, he waved his hand to remove the excess hair and beard, his eyes shimmering as if stars were manifesting within them. And he strode out of the room. Chapter 625. A new bloodline technique. Have you finally emerged? Mei Qian shot a glance at Feng Yu. During this period, all the natural energies in the vicinity had been devoured by Mu Qing, leaving them with minimal gains in their cultivation efforts. Zhen Tianqing and the dragon turtle approached, their eyes wide with astonishment. Not only recognizing that Mu Qing had reached mid-level celestial cultivation, but also noticing the transformation of his physique. The dragon turtle stepped forward and knocked on Mu Qing's chest, producing a resonant sound reminiscent of striking iron. Your physical form is remarkably powerful, the dragon turtle exclaimed in shock. They discerned that Mu Qing's most significant transformation was the peculiar energy circulating within his body. The dragon tortoise presented a celestial-grade artifact, a lengthy whip, and without uttering a word, bound Mu Qing with it. The result was astonishing. With all his might, Mu Qing managed to cause the whip, a celestial-grade treasure, to crack and explode with a resounding snap. Both the dragon tortoise and the true man of Tianqing displayed expressions of shock. After all, it was a celestial-grade artifact. Even Mu Qing himself was astonished by the resilience of his physical form, for although the whip was of inferior quality among celestial treasures, it was still far sturdier than most artifacts. "What have you been up to during this time?" inquired the dragon tortoise. Mu Qing merely smiled and refrained from answering. At that moment, Xuanwu approached Mu Qing, seeking a discussion. "Is there an issue, senior brother?" Mu Qing asked with curiosity. Xuanwu's expression was grave. "I wish to understand to what extent you have cultivated the starry sky returning essence scripture. It seems you have yet to transcend it." Mu Qing was taken aback, unable to grasp Xuanwu's meaning. "I have already developed demonic energy," but Xuanwu interrupted. "I am aware that you have harnessed demonic energy, a force that transcends divine power and astonishes the mundane world. However, the aura you exuded during your seclusion felt familiar to me. It is the primordial force of the starry sky returning essence scripture. Your essence still relies on it for support." Xuanwu, a true individual who had emerged from the starry sky returning essence scripture, once held the title of the celestial emperor and waged war against the heavenly court, nearly perishing in calamity before comprehending his own path. The cultivation Xuanwu now practiced could be said to have diverged from the starry sky returning essence scripture, instead belonging to his unique cycle of divine power and bloodline technique. With a serious demeanor, he cautioned Mu Qing that if he continued to cultivate the starry sky returning essence scripture, he would merely reach the pinnacle of an emperor, forever treading the well-worn path of the starry sky supreme deity. Xuanwu had initially believed that Mu Qing had already forged his own bloodline technique, especially since Mu Qing had condensed demonic energy, a power far beyond divine might. However, he had sensed the energy emanating from Mu Qing during his seclusion, a vibration distinctly tied to the starry sky returning essence scripture. Mu Qing pondered deeply. "You must carve your own path. It will benefit you. Moreover, should the heavenly court scrutinize you closely, they will uncover your true identity," Xuanwu advised. Nevertheless, he reassured Mu Qing not to be overly concerned. If he found it impossible to break free, it would not be a grave matter. Xuanwu's perspective was lofty, aiming for supremacy. He imparted to Mu Qing that the path of the starry sky had a terminus, represented by the starry sky supreme deity. Yet, that was in the past. Now, the supreme of the starry sky had fallen. Should Mu Qing persist in his cultivation of the starry sky, returning essence scripture and reach its end, he might indeed replace the former starry sky supreme deity. Xuanwu's intention was merely to provide Mu Qing with a general direction. The ultimate choice rested with Mu Qing himself. The two conversed throughout the night. Xuanwu had thoroughly extricated himself from the starry sky, returning essence scripture, and could claim his bloodline technique as his own creation. He shared his experiences with Mu Qing, allowing him to assimilate this knowledge. The following day, Mu Qing hurriedly returned to his chamber to enter seclusion once more. The celestial being Tianqing and the dragon tortoise exchanged glances, astonished. Hadn't this individual already achieved a breakthrough? Why then did he retreat into seclusion once more? Perhaps upon emerging next time, his power would reach an unfathomable pinnacle. Xuanwu chuckled, taking a sip of red tea. Since arriving in the Xuanwu Star Domain, Xuanwu and his companions had been living quite comfortably. Tianqing and the dragon tortoise shared a knowing look. Mu Qing's strength had already reached formidable heights among the mid-tier celestials. His physical prowess alone was awe-inspiring. Could he truly enhance it further? Were the disciples of the Taiyue Palace truly this formidable? Tianqing shook his head, for the first time feeling his own horizons had been limited. The two refrained from disturbing Mu Qing, as the situation in the Xuanwu Star Domain had reached a stalemate. Kuo Hong and Kuo Ke were at an impasse. Although there were undercurrents of tension, a conflict was not imminent. Mu Qing plunged into his room, yet soon found himself grappling with a sense of paralysis. Despite the abundant guidance from senior brother Xuanwu, he remained baffled regarding how to truly transcend the starry sky, returning origin scripture. Logically, one ought to forge a unique bloodline technique, one that directly pointed towards the great path. Suddenly, Old Tu interjected. He had listened to Xuanwu's words. In his past, Old Tu was a mighty emperor under the command of the starry sky divine. Yet he had never cultivated the starry sky returning origin scripture himself, nor managed to break free from it, rendering him somewhat oblivious to its intricacies. Nevertheless, With the keen insight of an emperor, he immediately discerned the essence of the matter. After all, Mu Qing had already coalesced demonic energy, equivalent to having partially transcended the starry sky, returning origin scripture. The most challenging aspect had been accomplished by Mu Qing. What remained was to devise a bloodline technique capable of accommodating his internal demonic energy and aligning with it harmoniously. Mu Qing confined himself within his room, deeply immersed in contemplation, referencing numerous bloodline techniques. He aimed to create a unique bloodline method, using the starry sky returning origin scripture as a framework, with the others serving as auxiliary lines. After a month, Mu Qing endeavored to practice this new bloodline technique for the first time. As soon as he initiated it, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He chuckled wryly, realizing he had been overly ambitious. How could he possibly forge a bloodline technique suitable for demonic energy in just a month? He was indeed too impatient. Mu Qing continued to delve into the creation of the demonic energy bloodline technique, meticulously comprehending the demonic energy within him. 3 months later, he succeeded in forming a preliminary bloodline technique. He attempted to cultivate it, but the outcome mirrored his prior experience. His body trembled, and he coughed up blood once again. He hastily ceased, aware that persisting further could jeopardize his foundation. Where did the issue lie? Mu Qing furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. He engaged in numerous discussions with Old Tu before returning to his creative endeavors. Several months passed. In the outside world, as Mu Qing had anticipated, Gue Yuan and Gue Dula had chosen to support Gue Hong. Suddenly, Gue Hong's influence surged, transforming into a formidable force. Gue Ku and Gue Hong began to experience friction. Existing grievances now simmered like a volcano, trembling and poised to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with a bright light, his body trembled slightly. Filled with excitement, after countless failures, he resolved to attempt the operation of this new bloodline technique once more. This time, he felt a newfound confidence. Chapter 626. The Codex of 10,000 Demons. Since Mu Qing embarked on the arduous journey of researching his self-created bloodline technique, he has become utterly consumed by his obsession. He has poured countless efforts into this endeavor, attempting it time and again. Now, he finds himself attempting once more. And for the first time, he harbors a genuine confidence in his potential success. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing begins to channel this new bloodline technique. He utilizes the starry sky primordial scripture as the foundation, infusing it with demonic energy and even chaotic essence. Ultimately, he forges a formidable bloodline technique. However, a sense of uncertainty lingers within him, as the path has been fraught with numerous failures. During this period, he has coughed up blood countless times, suffering from terrifying backlash. Yet, bolstered by newfound assurance, he tries again. Buzz. Waves of demonic energy erupt from Mu Qing's body, an ominous aura sweeping through the surroundings. Radiant light flickers from his mouth and nose, as tendrils of chaotic energy escape him. The chaotic essence and demonic energy merge flawlessly, forming a new breed of chaotic demonic energy. Yet, this chaotic demonic energy is far superior to any he has previously encountered. As the new bloodline technique unfolds, all the demonic energy within him transforms into chaotic demonic energy. His domain undergoes a violent metamorphosis, twisting and fragmenting with each passing moment. The original starry sky demon domain shatters, not entirely obliterated, but rather reassembling itself, as strands of new chaotic demonic energy intertwine to create a fresh dominion. Crack. Every pore of Mu Qing's body exudes chaotic demonic energy, collapsing the very fabric of space. The chaotic demonic energy coursing through him mirrors the mysterious, powerful, and ancient essence of the chaotic realm, imbued with a savage and tyrannical aura. In this moment, Mu Qing's physical form continuously strengthens. He has previously cultivated the Titan race's Titan body and subsequently developed a physical divine ability based on it, making him quite adept in the realm of body refinement. Now, with the new bloodline technique, he has made partial improvements, primarily to enhance the physical fortification effects of chaotic energy. The chaotic demonic energy surges from within, enveloping his entire being and surging into his eyes. Buzz. Unique patterns emerge within Mu Qing's eyes, as two beams of chaotic light pierce forth. The space before him erupts violently, revealing two vast voids. He possesses the fire eye of insight and the eye of void perception, two formidable ocular techniques. Notably, The fire eye of insight, when cultivated to its depths, can summon astonishing flames, rumored to be the heavenly court's true fire, a celestial flame with devastating power. Initially, he relied on the strength of the starry sky primordial scripture to fuse the powers of these two ocular techniques, but as he faced increasingly formidable adversaries, their effectiveness began to wane. This was also a reason for his lack of in-depth cultivation. Now, Mu Qing fully integrates both ocular techniques into his new bloodline technique. One can observe the chaotic energy flowing through Mu Qing's eyes, the demonic light swirling within. His gaze has become as resilient as his physical form, bolstered by the enhancement of chaotic energy. Boom. At that moment, ripples arise behind Mu Qing, his domain materializing, infused with chilling and terrifying demonic energy. As stars float in the sky, an astonishing 3 million in total. However, now, as Mu Qing channels the new bloodline technique, the 3 million stars have been thoroughly eroded by demonic energy, trembling delicately on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, the 3 million stars metamorphose into a meteor shower, their collective power coalescing into a colossal demonic embryo. Streams of chaotic demonic energy cascade down like silk ribbons, fostering the rapid growth of the demonic embryo. Boom. A tempestuous force surges forth, giving rise to a 1,000-armed demonic shadow. The 1,000-armed demon, born from the demonic embryo, stands towering at 100 feet, enveloped by swirling chaotic energy, with 1,000 arms resembling coiling dragons. This is a deity of demons, forged from the power of 3 million stars, the 1,000-armed demon. This primordial demon, the original demon, essentially manifests as an alternative form of the original 3 million stars. Previously, the 3 million stars were more attuned to the astral return scripture, whereas the deity Mu Qing now resonates more harmoniously with the chaotic energy within him. He forms hand seals, once again conjuring a demonic embryo within the domain. Mu Qing summons a thunder pool, plunging it into the embryo, causing the pathways of lightning to spread rapidly, enveloping the demonic embryo in a tempest of electricity and thunderous tribulations. However, this thunderous demonic embryo does not materialize due to insufficient power. Mu Qing remains undeterred. The embryo has solidified and will eventually evolve into a thunderous demon. At last, it is accomplished. Mu Qing's eyes shimmer with excitement, a smile gracing his face. Though the new bloodline technique still harbors many rudimentary flaws, its creation, perfectly attuned to his own chaotic energy, has enhanced his powers significantly compared to before. The Codex of 10,000 Demons requires further refinement. Rising to his feet, the turbulent chaotic energy within him subsides. The former stellar demon domain has now transformed into the domain of 10,000 demons, where once brilliant starlight now falls, morphing into demons, a chilling demonic aura permeating the air. He stands and exits the room. Have you truly emerged from seclusion? Long Kuo and the others, upon noticing Mu Qing, display expressions of astonishment. Compared to before, although Mu Qing's cultivation remains unchanged, an abyssal depth now emanates from him, inducing a sense of trepidation. What is the situation in the Xuanwu Star Domain? Mu Qing inquires, having been in seclusion and oblivious to external affairs. As you predicted, Kuo Yuan and Kuo Du lie, both opting to side with Kuo Hong, as on the surface, Kuo Hong's power appears to surpass that of Kuo Ke. Long Kuo responds. Indeed, the friction and conflicts between these two factions have escalated, nearly leading to an all-out confrontation. Tian Zhenren remarks, a hint of amusement gracing his features. As the current situation aligns perfectly with their expectations, have the powerful entities from the heavenly court made an appearance? Mu Qing raises an eyebrow. With such a formidable force as Kuo Yuan, Kuo Du lie, and Kuo Hong, it is unequivocally beyond the capability of Kuo Ke to overcome them. The strength of the heavenly court is imperative. Long Kuo shakes his head. No, we have been quietly observing the Xuanwu Star Domain, and there have been no signs of heavenly court powers emerging. Mu Qing, upon hearing this, expresses his surprise. It appears that, as he had surmised, Geik lacks any means of contacting the formidable beings of the celestial realm. Even when faced with difficulties, he is unable to seek assistance from them. It seems prudent for us to expedite our actions. Otherwise, if the celestial entities reach out to Geik first, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Mu Qing stroked his chin, contemplating whether to instruct Kuo Hong to initiate hostilities directly. However, he deemed it wise to avoid revealing their intentions prematurely. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved that discretion would serve them best. He strode forth, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 627. The Human Skin Mask, Where Are You Headed? Long Guo asked, slightly taken aback by Mu Qing's sudden departure from seclusion. Utilizing some old tactics. Mu Qing replied. He sought out Yiruan, requesting him to make contact with Mei Qian. Are you looking for my lady? Yiruan's expression grew somewhat complex. He had always perceived himself as slightly inferior to Mu Qing, but upon recently breaking through to the initial stage of the celestial realm and experiencing a surge in power, he now found Mu Qing far ahead in prowess. Mu Qing nodded, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. Since Mei Qian's arrival, her presence had dwindled. In the early days, she had been visible, yet now she seemed to have vanished entirely. Even Long Guo could not locate her. For Mei Qian possessed an array of peculiar abilities that eluded even the keenest senses of a peak celestial sovereign. To reach her, Yiruan was their only option. The relationship between Yiruan and Mei Qian resembled that of master and servant, and Mu Qing was taken aback by Yiruan's unwavering loyalty towards her. Yiruan produced an unusual spherical device, activating it to emit a flickering light. After a brief wait, the air shimmered, and a striking woman clad in a black bodysuit approached. Mu Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you not claim that the abilities you replicate cannot be sustained for long?" It was evident that Mei Qian had traversed through Mu Qing's spatial techniques. According to her previous assertions, she could replicate another's divine abilities, yet could maintain them only for a limited duration. However, having been in seclusion for an extended period, Mu Qing was surprised to find Mei Qian employing his own spatial techniques upon her arrival. Mei Qian smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond to his question. A look of gravity and caution flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. His attitude towards her was more one of wariness than camaraderie. Mei Qian was shrouded in mystery. Possessing astonishing skills, including the ability to incite conflict between Guo Chuan and Gaik, which was a testament to her cunning. Could you alter my appearance? Mu Qing asked without reservation. That is indeed possible, but it will cost you a vein of divine stones, Mei Qian retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Clearly unimpressed by his audacity. I lack the funds, he replied. Then I shall not oblige, she countered. After much back and forth, Mu Qing ultimately found himself indebted for a low-grade divine stone vein. Despite its classification as low-grade, it was worth several celestial artifacts, valued at over 10 million divine stones. Currently impoverished, Mu Qing found it challenging to procure such an amount, and under Mei Qian's insistence, he reluctantly penned an IOU. Do not attempt to deceive me. My clan possesses a secret technique capable of cursing you through this debt note, Mei Qian remarked with a hint of disdain. Mu Qing staggered at her words. He had not taken the so-called debt note seriously, but her statement instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Clutching the human skin mask Mei Qian had given him, he departed from Destiny's Star, embarking on a solitary journey to Ripple Star, the territory of Guo Hong. Empowered by the stellar domain order, he exited Destiny's Star undetected, even eluding the scrutiny of the Divine Emperor. Upon arriving at Ripple Star without hindrance, his first action was to seek out Guo Hong. I have complied with your request and absorbed most of the forces within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Guo Hong's countenance darkened upon seeing Mu Qing. He was the last person he wished to encounter. Despite the grandeur he currently exhibited, none of it truly belonged to him. It was all under Mu Qing's dominion. Mu Qing controlled his very soul, effectively controlling his life, rendering him a mere puppet. The subsequent steps were straightforward. Prepare for the impending battle and await the opportunity to defeat and absorb Gaik, Mu Qing stated. It won't be so easy to provoke conflict. Gaik is acutely aware of my formidable power and will not engage unless absolutely necessary, Guo Hong replied, shaking his head, fully aware of Gaik's cautious nature. Should the attack come solely from Guo Hong and his allies, Gaik could easily defend himself. After all, Destiny Star was the domain of the Spirit Turtle Clan, housing a formidable protective formation laid down by the ancient Destiny ancestor. Only an emperor could breach it, otherwise it remained impenetrable. If Guo Hong and his companions rushed forward, Gaik could simply retreat into his shell for self-preservation, and they might even suffer injuries from the protective formation's might. Guo Hong and his companions were troubled. The protective formation on Destiny Star posed a significant challenge. Even Mu Qing's stellar domain order was ineffective against it. As the formation established by the Destiny Ancestor was not included within the Order's control, rendering it immune to its influence. Rest assured, Geik will take the initiative against you. Just ensure you are adequately prepared, Mu Qing reassured, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, exhibiting no concern. As for the protective formation mentioned by Gui Hong, he remained unfazed, confident in his ability to mitigate its full effect. By the way, summon one of your subordinates at the late stage of the celestial god level. Mu Qing instructed. Though Gui Hong was somewhat perplexed by Mu Qing's intentions, he obediently complied. If anyone were to witness this esteemed divine emperor showing such deference to a mere mid-stage celestial god, they would likely be left in shock. In truth, Gui Hong had accepted his fate, as his ambitions were far-reaching. Despite being the Grand Elder of the Spirit Turtle Clan, his age was relatively youthful among his kin. He was a prodigy who had ascended to the initial stage of the Divine Emperor. His aspirations soared towards the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor and even the realm of emperors. Gui Hong was not yet ready to meet his end. Even as a controlled puppet, he yearned to step into those exalted domains. This has resulted in his profound composure. Initially, he refrained from instigating conflict with Geik. Had he not been under Mu Qing's control, he might have even maintained a cordial relationship with Geik, potentially relinquishing a portion of his interests. Unfortunately, his fate now rests in Mu Qing's hands, compelling him to comply. Furthermore, he harbors a glimmer of hope that, should the opportunity arise, he might forcibly reclaim a part of his divine soul once his cultivation advances. He had once acquired a technique for cultivating the soul, which he initially dismissed and discarded. However, he has recently been practicing it, and can distinctly sense the gradual growth of his divine essence. Gui Hong summoned one of his subordinates, a late-stage celestial. Mu Qing scrutinized him closely, then donned a human skin mask over the subordinate's face. Upon removal, the mask began to writhe and transform. It was truly miraculous. Mu Qing was astonished as the mask morphed into an exact likeness of the late-stage celestial before him. A smile graced his lips as he wore the mask. Chapter 628. The Tomb of the Pinnacle Celestial. On a certain celestial body within the Xuanwu Star Domain, countless formidable beings were stationed. The atmosphere thick with tension and readiness for battle. The nearby celestial bodies marked the border between Gui Hong and Geik's territories, characterized by ongoing conflicts and frequent skirmishes, with numerous small-scale battles already having transpired. Given the current circumstances, a large-scale war between the two factions appeared inevitable. This celestial body, once home to thriving cities inhabited by various mid-tier races, now teemed with legions of true gods and celestial armies. The entire planet was divided into two factions, one under Geik's influence and the other under Gui Hong's. This area was suspected to become a battlefield, prompting many to evacuate to avoid collateral damage. Within Gui Hong's ranks, a celestial emerged, prompting the nearby mid-stage and early-stage celestials to respectfully part ways. Mu Qing was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the identity he had assumed as a late-stage celestial was of considerable standing. After altering his appearance with the human skin mask provided by Mei Qian, he did not linger to inquire about the original owner's identity. Naturally, he was indifferent. His sole purpose was to act as a catalyst, inciting both sides to engage in battle prematurely. Most importantly, he aimed to provoke Geik into taking the initiative. Although Long Gui had informed him of the absence of any Heavenly Court experts on Geik's side, Mu Qing resolved to remain discreet. When it comes to the Heavenly Court, one must exercise caution. Otherwise, given their current strength, they might be annihilated in an instant. Geik was well aware that Gui Hong and his cohorts had not launched an offensive against him, partly due to the protective formation on the Destiny Star, as well as their apprehension towards the Heavenly Court's experts. Vice Commander, did you not head towards Bellowed Star? Inquired several mid-stage celestials nearby, their faces reflecting curiosity. They had just seen the Vice Commander summoned to Gui Hong's side, and were surprised by his swift return. Cautiously, they scrutinized Mu Qing, entirely unaware that their Vice Commander was now a different individual altogether. Do as you please. Mu Qing waved his hand and strode outside. The few celestial beings behind him exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar about the Deputy Commander, yet they thought little of it. Mu Qing touched his cheek. It felt no different than usual, yet his visage had undergone a complete transformation. He could not help but admire the remarkable craftsmanship of Mei Qian's creation. This human skin mask was indeed a treasure, imperceptible even to the celestial beings. According to Mei Qian, The mask she crafted could elude even the divine emperor's scrutiny. She even insisted that Mu Qing return it promptly after use, charging him not for the mask itself, but for a rental fee equivalent to the value of a divine stone vein. Mu Qing silently vowed never to seek Mei Qian's assistance again, lest his debts continue to accumulate. In this star, the power dynamics were sharply divided, with several cities under the influence of both the Gaik and Guihang factions, often leading to friction. Mu Qing made his way directly to one of the cities, having prepared himself with prior intelligence. Within this city, the Gaik faction held the primary influence, while the Guihang presence was comparatively meager. Concealing his aura, he entered the city. "Gue zipping, why have you come to me instead of confronting Mu Qing?" boomed a rugged man, flanked by a group of celestial beings, as he welcomed a mid-stage celestial being. This mid-stage celestial was none other than Gue Zipping, the son of Gaik. He had been grievously wounded by Mu Qing in their last encounter, nearly at death's door. Yet it was unknown what price Gue Zipping had paid to not only fully recover, but also enhance his prowess significantly. The rugged man, appearing coarse yet serving as a deputy commander under Gaik, was named Han Yang, a late-stage celestial, commanding several celestial beings and numerous true gods. He had received word that Gue Zipping would be arriving at the border front, and he was tasked with his reception. After all, Gue Zipping was the scion of Gaik, and tensions were high at this intersection of the two factions. Any unforeseen incident could result in dire consequences for him. Of course, Han Yang held little reverence for Gue Zipping, as he was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. The unexpected arrival of Gue Zipping only added to his burden. "My father has been preoccupied in seclusion. I have heard rumors of a rare treasure emerging here. Could it be true?" Gue Zipping seemed completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere pervading the star. Han Yang's expression twitched. This young lord truly had no fear of death. This star was not solely theirs. The Guihang faction also held sway here. If conflict were to arise, with Gue Zipping's mere mid-stage celestial strength, how could he hope to protect himself? However, Han Yang felt a slight relief within. Although relations between the factions were strained, an outright conflict was unlikely in the immediate future. He was fortunate that Gue Zipping had arrived at this juncture. Had he come any later, a war could very well have erupted. Once, this celestial body was graced by a formidable being at the pinnacle of divinity, who exhausted his lifespan in the pursuit of ascending to the status of a divine emperor. Unfortunately, he met with failure and succumbed to age. At that time, no one knew the whereabouts of this divine being's resting place. Recently, however, a tomb has been discovered, which is largely believed to be the final resting place of that celestial powerhouse. Han Yang remarked that many have recently set their sights on this tomb, as it is indeed the site where a peak divine being transcended. Moreover, this celestial figure had devoted his entire life to striving for the divine emperor realm, possessing a depth of cultivation far surpassing that of an ordinary peak divine being. Han Yang found himself intrigued by the situation. The higher echelons, comprised of peak divine beings, naturally paid little heed, yet those at the late stages of divinity and below felt a pang of envy. For them, acquiring relics left behind by such a divine being could potentially facilitate their own breakthroughs. "Splendid. Han Yang, gather the army and accompany me to the tomb. It may just provide the key for my ascension to the late stage of divinity," Giziping exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Mu Qing, longing for retribution. Within the Lingue tribe, he had always been a paragon among his peers, facing no rivals. And even those stronger than him would relent due to his status, inflating his ego. However, after suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Mu Qing, his resentment festered, fueling an obsession to vanquish him. Yet, he possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that his strength paled in comparison to Mu Qing's. Thus, upon hearing of the potential treasures in this vicinity, he hastened to the scene. A flicker of displeasure crossed Han Yang's face. Giziping's air of entitlement irked him, as if they were inherently obligated to serve his whims. Chapter 629. The tomb's soft rays of light enveloped the area like gossamer. This was a tomb, reminiscent of a royal mausoleum, sprawling over hundreds of miles. Contrary to expectations, the atmosphere was devoid of the anticipated chill. Instead, it was suffused with a gentle radiance, resembling ethereal mist, dreamlike and surreal. This tomb was once the resting place of a peak divine being, originally situated in the depths of space. Under normal circumstances, discovering this tomb would be nearly impossible, as it lay hidden within the deeper realms of space, discernible only to those whose understanding of spatial comprehension exceeded that of a peak divine being. However, recent clashes between the forces of Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke had stirred the area, creating intense fluctuations that disrupted the surrounding space, ultimately leading to the tomb's discovery and subsequent excavation. Many sought to enter and seek fortune within, for in the Xuanwu Star Domain, beings at the peak of divinity were regarded as exceptionally powerful. For the common folk, the divine emperor was an unattainable existence, with the peak divine being standing as the pinnacle of strength. The emergence of such a tomb had undoubtedly drawn the attention of countless individuals. Yet, entry into this tomb was far from simple. Numerous attempts had been made by those wishing to seize its treasures before the forces of Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke became aware. However, upon entering the tomb, they were immediately seized by an unbearable itch and pain, which swiftly transformed into a torrent of blood. The tomb lay shrouded in a hazy mist, within which a gentle luminescence emerged, appearing both elegant and ethereal, yet concealing a deadly peril, rife with venom. Exercise caution, do not venture too close. The master of this tomb is a formidable poison wielder, renowned throughout the Xuanwu Star Domain. Han Yang commanded gravely as he brought Kuo Zipping to a nearby spot. Kuo Zipping's body trembled slightly, and he promptly withdrew the foot he had just prepared to step forward with. He was not reckless. Truth be told, had it not been for his father, Kuo Ke, mobilizing all resources for the impending battle against Kuo Ke, he would not have come here. In his quest to defeat Mu Qing, he had no means to solicit cultivation resources from Kuo Ke, and thus pinned his hopes on this tomb. Is there a way to unravel this? Kuo Zipping pondered, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the mist enveloping the tomb, suffused with its soft glow. The seemingly innocuous fog evoked a chilling sense of foreboding. Unless we sacrifice lives to advance, we will have to rely on a peak deity to intervene, Han Yang replied, shaking his head. The poison of the mist was fearsome. Even he, at the late stage of divinity, would not endure for long. The tomb's poison was insidious, consuming each individual that entered, with toxic gas infiltrating their very being. Theoretically, if enough lives were sacrificed, paving the way with their demise, the noxious fog could be exhausted, allowing entry into the tomb. Kuo Zipping raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly followed by a glint of coldness in his gaze. Then let us pave the way with lives. What? Han Yang looked at Kuo Zipping incredulously, as if he had misheard. Had this fellow lost his senses? A true deity entering would succumb immediately to the poison, merely depleting a fraction of the surrounding mist. How many lives would it take to obliterate this vast expanse of fog? What? Is there a problem? Kuo Zipping's expression turned icy. To him, with his father commanding 100,000 true deities and countless beings beneath that rank, sacrificing lives posed no issue whatsoever. Do you understand the gravity of the current situation? Your approach will only deplete our forces. Han Yang could no longer contain himself, rebuking Kuo Zipping. Kuo Zipping scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Are you aware of the current circumstances? Today, even the figure of the peak deity commander is nowhere to be seen. Do you expect me to find a peak deity to assist me in dispelling the mist?" His priorities diverged entirely from Han Yang's. He was solely focused on acquiring everything within this tomb to facilitate his breakthrough and teach Mu Qing a lesson. Stop dawdling. Believe me, if this continues, you won't even be able to serve as a deputy commander, let alone a mere squad leader. Kuo Zipping's voice rang with authority. He directly threatened Han Yang. Despite being merely at the mid-stage of divinity, his status and power could easily render Han Yang's existence unbearable. After all, in the Xuanwu Star Domain, peak deities were the true pillars, the core of combat strength. Han Yang's complexion turned a shade of deep iron, grappling with the desire to resist. Yet well aware that offending Giziping would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for himself. Giziping, cognizant of the need for moderation, reined in his fervor and spoke in hushed tones, suggesting that the celestial beings among them could easily subdue the true deities of the Kuo Ke faction and capture them with ease. He further proposed the apprehension of numerous beings who had yet to attain divinity, deeming them of no value. Their demise would be inconsequential. Han Yang was taken aback, contemplating the audacity of Giziping's thoughts. Before he could fully process the implications, Giziping had already set off. In a mere few days, Giziping and Han Yang returned to the tomb, this time accompanied by a vast entourage. They had captured no less than several thousand true deities, densely packed and restrained by several celestial warriors. Behind them trailed an unknown multitude of beings yet to achieve divinity, all apprehended as well. Han Yang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether adhering to Giziping's counsel was the right course of action. After all, the majority of those they had captured were affiliated with the Guihong faction. Yet, with Giziping leading the charge, he resolved to cast aside his worries, believing that the captured true deities posed little threat. No, help! Many cried out in despair, only to be ruthlessly cast into the tomb by Han Yang's subordinates. The mist enveloping the tomb surged violently as the unfortunate souls entered, its once gentle glow transforming into a sharp, reddish hue. A cacophony of anguished screams resonated as the forcibly thrown beings succumbed to the toxic gas, their bodies oozing blood. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, and one by one, their forms withered into pools of crimson. Indeed, it proved effective. Giziping felt a flicker of delight as he observed that each living being cast into the tomb caused the mist to swell, the toxic fumes being consumed in the process. Let us proceed. After a considerable time, Giziping commanded, stepping boldly into the tomb. The original mist had thinned, revealing a ground slick with blood, a chilling sight replete with a pungent scent, and faint echoes of cries from beings who met their demise. All those they had captured were discarded into this dreadful place. And in the end, Giziping even tossed in Han Yang's subordinates, as their numbers were insufficient. The celestial beings behind Giziping regarded him with trepidation. This was a path paved entirely with lives. Chapter 630. The might of the demon eyes. The stench of blood rose to the heavens as Giziping strode confidently into the tomb, traversing the path forged by countless lives, unimpeded. Kill! At that moment, a large group of individuals charged forth from the distance, brimming with fury and roaring in outrage. They were from the Guihong faction. Han Yang's expression shifted abruptly. Although he had anticipated this confrontation, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. After all, the commotion they had caused was considerable and would inevitably attract attention. Han Yang, you must hold them off, Giziping commanded coldly. His eyes gleamed with an insatiable greed, a voracious expression adorning his face. The treasures within the tomb at the pinnacle of the celestial deity could only belong to him. Han Yang clenched his teeth, ultimately positioning himself and his subordinates at the tomb's periphery. Who dares approach? He bellowed, though he was already prepared for battle, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. A sigh of relief escaped him as he discerned the absence of late-stage celestial deities. Surrounding the tomb were numerous celestial deities, accompanied by an overwhelming throng of true deities, numbering in the thousands. Yet, among this assembly, the most formidable was merely at the mid-stage of the celestial deity realm, alleviating Han Yang's initial trepidation. The opposing force lacked any vice-commanders, consisting solely of a few mid- and early-stage celestial deities, whom he could easily contend with. As for the multitude of true deities, they were utterly inconsequential. The chasm between realms after ascension was immense, akin to an insurmountable divide between heaven and earth. It is they have abducted a significant number of true deities and beings beneath the divine tier from our city, exclaimed a fledgling celestial deity. Kuo Ke and his cohort had virtually slaughtered a small city, seizing a multitude of divine beings, merely to pave their path with lives. This city was but a minor stronghold under the influence of the Guihong faction. Upon receiving the news, the celestial deities rushed to the scene. But their arrival was belated. They watched in fury as Kuo Ke trampled over corpses, blood-soaked, entering the tomb. Buzz! In an instant, someone made a move. A sword of pure light was unsheathed, its energy slicing through the air. The assailant, a nascent celestial deity specializing in swordsmanship, unleashed his signature technique. The radiant sword light weaving in all directions, ephemeral yet laden with lethal intent. Do not act rashly, cautioned a mid-stage celestial deity beside him. Recognizing that Han Yang's side boasted greater strength, far beyond their capacity to confront. Suddenly, an overwhelming radiance erupted from Han Yang's towering form, enveloping him in a resplendent golden aura, as golden scales manifested upon his surface. He hailed from a formidable mid-tier race and was among its elite, his divine power resonating with the sun, a rarity adept in physical prowess. He soared through the air like a blazing sun, the intense light transforming into intricate patterns that dazzled the eyes, compelling even divine beings to involuntarily shut their eyes in discomfort. Clang. The radiant sword energy shattered the space around it, but failed to penetrate Han Yang's golden scales, fracturing into mere strands that dissipated. How is this possible? The early-stage celestial deity gaped, disbelief etched upon his face. Earlier, Han Yang had concealed his aura, and in his fury, the attacker acted without forethought. Now, the truth dawned upon him. Han Yang was, in fact, a late-stage celestial deity. Boom. Han Yang advanced with unyielding dominance. His formidable physique braving the sword energy as he struck with a fist. His resplendent golden fist ascended like the sun, radiating brilliance that coalesced into a formidable fist imprint. Puff! The attacking early-stage celestial deity coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward. The pure light sword in his grasp, a celestial-grade artifact, shattered in that instant. Behind Han Yang, a resplendent brilliance illuminated the surroundings, akin to bearing the weight of the sun, appearing instantaneously above his adversary's head, poised to crush it with an overwhelming force. The disparity between an early-stage celestial and a late-stage celestial was utterly incomparable. This was an unmitigated display of dominance. The early-stage celestial's eyes widened, a suffocating sense of impending death enveloping him. The preceding punch from Han Yang had pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth, saturating the ground beneath him. He was rendered powerless, his body gravely wounded. The opponent's might was too tyrannical and terrifying, as the golden light transformed into divine flames, wreaking havoc within him. Suddenly, at a critical juncture, a streak of black light surged forth from a distance. Han Yang's body trembled as he sensed a sharp gust of wind, realizing the peril of a formidable opponent's intervention. He hastily withdrew, retreating backward. Alas, it was too late. Blood erupted, accompanied by excruciating pain in his leg. Upon glancing down, he discovered a deep wound exposing bone on his calf, having ruptured his golden scales, blood flowing profusely. Who dares? He bellowed fiercely. A figure approached from nearby. Donned in a black robe, his expression indifferent. The deputy commander, exclaimed several mid-stage celestials beside him with astonishment, hastening to call out. They had pursued the massacre only to find that the perpetrator was a deputy commander under Kuo Ke, their hearts filled with dread. They feared they might perish here today. Fortunately, their deputy commander had arrived, a formidable late-stage celestial. You all should leave at once. I shall return shortly, Mu Qing instructed, disguising himself as a late-stage celestial deputy commander. However, given his unique prowess, the distinct nature of the chaotic demonic energy he wielded was readily discernible. He commanded the others to depart swiftly. The mid-stage celestials exchanged glances before hastily escorting the gravely wounded early-stage celestial away. You shall not escape. One of the celestials behind Han Yang leapt to obstruct the retreat of the celestials and true celestials. In an instant, Mu Qing's eyes sharpened, dark energy swirling around him. The next moment, he fixed his gaze upon the individual, his eyes emanating two penetrating beams. Crack! The two beams, imbued with chaotic hues, morphed into demonic light that traversed the void. With a resounding boom, the body exploded, a mist of blood enveloping the area, transforming into a drenching rain of crimson. Han Yang's pupils contracted like needles, and the others were left in sheer shock, their faces etched with disbelief as they turned to Mu Qing. Even Kuo Ke, on the verge of entering the tomb to explore the pinnacle of celestial burial sites, halted his steps to glance in this direction. Everyone was astounded, collectively inhaling sharply. What had they witnessed? Merely a gaze had obliterated a celestial. How could this be possible? That was a mid-stage celestial. Some trembled, gripped by fear. As if confronted by a monstrous entity, Mu Qing observed the departure of Kuo Ke's subordinates, wisps of demonic energy emanating from him, finally ready to act. His intent for the day was to ensure that Kuo Ke met his demise upon this star. Once Kuo Ke perished at the hands of a deputy commander under Kuo Ke would undoubtedly descend into madness, emerging from the protection of the Destiny Star to confront Kuo Ke with fury. At that moment, they would have the opportunity to eradicate the power of Geik in one fell swoop. Be cautious, Han Yang spoke in a deep voice, the golden divine power shimmering upon him as he strode forth to confront Mu Qing. He was acutely aware that he was facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 631. Chaos and Black Holes. A cascade of brilliant golden light surged into the sky, with Han Yang's form resembling a radiant sun, resplendent beyond measure. He traversed the void, his body infused with solar divine energy, and the surface of his armor, adorned with densely packed golden scales, shimmered with mysterious runes. Han Yang felt a profound trepidation. This was his first encounter with the deputy commander of the Guihang forces, and he did not anticipate such formidable strength from his opponent. The scales enveloping him glimmered with a golden hue, as if forged from the essence of the sun, possessing unparalleled hardness. With this golden armor, he could sweep aside others of the same rank, for few could breach his defenses. Yet, just moments prior, he had sustained a wound on his calf, where the scales had been shattered. Han Yang initially presumed that the injury was inflicted by at least a heavenly grade artifact, only to later discover that it was merely a gaze from his adversary. What manner of being is this? The depths of his eyes contained a dreadful force of annihilation. Han Yang's expression grew solemn, and he contemplated various races, but none aligned with the being before him. Withdraw now, and I shall spare you. Mu Qing's eyes, akin to an abyss, exuded a terrifying aura, with tendrils of black light emanating from him, shrouding his form. His eyes were peculiar, infused with demonic energy. One eye flowed with chaotic essence, while the other spun like a black hole. Han Yang snorted coldly, asserting, "You are exceedingly arrogant. Do not presume that merely wounding me grants you the means to defeat me." His disdain for such an attitude ignited a surge of anger within him, and with a low growl, he unleashed a punch. As he struck, a radiant brilliance erupted, akin to the sun rising in the east, unleashing searing sunlight. Their race practiced solar divine power, drawing close to the sun, and was inherently strong, endowed with golden scales that provided exceptional defense and physical prowess. Han Yang executed a formidable divine technique. Their clan had once received immense fortune near the sun, mastering the solar fist. Boom! The punch he delivered radiated with overwhelming light. Observing this, Mu Qing leaped forward, prompting a flicker of murderous intent in Han Yang's eyes. His audacity was astounding, perhaps indicative of a profound disrespect, as he intended to withstand the solar fist head-on. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you." Han Yang unleashed his full power, his entire being aglow with golden light, and the punch shattered the surrounding space. Mu Qing remained calm and composed, his demonic eyes penetrating through the sea of golden brilliance. His physique was extraordinary, and in that instant, from his left eye, tendrils of chaotic energy flowed forth, enveloping his body. In that moment, his form appeared ethereal and pure, as if sanctified, with chaotic energy rippling through his flesh. Suddenly, Mu Qing struck out, devoid of any technique, delivering a straightforward punch. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, and fissures extended through the surrounding space, as the once magnificent golden light shattered into oblivion. Han Yang stood in stunned disbelief as he witnessed his own fist imprint being shattered. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force surged towards him, causing his mouth to bleed and sending him hurtling backward. Impossible! He could hardly fathom that his clan's most formidable technique, the solar fist, had been so effortlessly vanquished. What was most unbearable was the realization, after their exchange, that his opponent was merely at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. "Who are you? With such formidable strength, you cannot possibly be an unknown." A look of astonishment spread across Han Yang's face. Mu Qing did not respond. Instead, he strode forward with purpose. Chaos energy flowed from his left eye, amplifying his already formidable aura, rendering his physique translucent and radiant. When combined with the might of his powerful body, the unleashed force reached an alarming pinnacle. Mu Qing embodied this transformation. His left eye housed chaos, while his right eye morphed into a black hole. This marked the most significant change since he created the 10,000 Demon Codex, bestowing him with a pair of dreadfully powerful demonic eyes. Activating his left eye, chaos energy enveloped him, further enhancing his already potent physique. "You, a peak celestial, are willing to bow before a mere mid-stage celestial. Do you not feel a twinge of shame?" Mu Qing shattered the golden light beneath his feet and spoke nonchalantly. He had previously offered his opponent a chance, yet it went unheeded. Now that his opponent had witnessed his prowess, Mu Qing would not allow him to depart unscathed. Han Yang's pupils constricted. From Mu Qing's tone, he discerned that the latter was not merely defending a subordinate, but was here to confront him directly. Anger surged within him. Who had this man offended? "This is bad. Han Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Mu Qing was launching another attack. From their prior encounter, he comprehended that this mid-stage celestial far surpassed him in strength. It was unfathomable that such a figure could emerge under Gui Hong's command. He had never heard of anyone like this before. Such power would rank among the elite, even within the highest echelons of noble races. Gritting his teeth, Han Yang had no choice but to press on. The golden scales upon his body radiated brilliance as the entirety of his solar divine power surged forth. He advanced through the air, gathering torrents of force, and unleashed a devastating punch. Buzz! In an instant, the entire expanse was bathed in gold, as a colossal sun ascended, shimmering with brilliance. Golden rays cascaded down, piercing through the void. Nearby beings turned their gazes toward the spectacle, many struck with awe. An astonishing wave of energy reverberated, signaling a fierce confrontation between powerful forces. Such blinding golden light. Could it be a sun? What beings are engaged in this battle? The clash was imminent. Surely, a celestial was at work. Many exclaimed in astonishment. Earlier, this star, situated at the border of both factions, had frequently experienced friction and conflict, yet had never before erupted into a battle of celestial caliber. Now, the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from that location sent shivers down spines, leading many to believe that the long-anticipated clash between the two great powers was finally at hand. The power of the sun is far greater than this. What you practice is not the true essence of solar energy. Mu Qing stood undaunted, as the domain of myriad demons materialized behind him, within which lay a slumbering demon god, exuding an aura of sheer terror. This was the most primordial essence of darkness. The thousand-handed demon god. Han Yang's eyes widened in fear as he sensed an overwhelming pressure. Beside the thousand-handed demon god, he perceived a demonic embryo, entwined with lightning, and faintly discerned a battery of thunder. The celestial fists fell from the heavens like blazing suns. Beneath this radiant orb, Mu Qing strolled leisurely, with chaotic energy streaming from his left eye, rendering him impervious to the razor-like golden beams that struck down upon him. The golden light cleaved the ground into chasms. Yet upon reaching Mu Qing, it shattered against the chaos energy that enveloped him. This was a testament to Mu Qing's corporeal form, augmented by chaotic energy, rendering him extraordinarily resilient against certain assaults. Nonetheless, Han Yang's fist imprint, akin to a sun striking down, was a force of unparalleled might that could not be disregarded. Suddenly, Mu Qing raised his head, the miasma of magic shielding his eyes, allowing him to gaze directly at the sun's fist imprint. His right eye, profoundly deep, revealed a slowly rotating black hole, glistening with dark light. The black hole devoured. Chapter 632. Thousand blades slashed the soaring golden light, the resplendent sun. In this realm suffused with the divine power of the sun, a fleeting stroke of black light emerged. Mu Qing's right eye resembled an abyss, the black hole within it rotating languidly. In the next instant, the space distorted, the golden light warped, and so too did the fist imprint. All was drawn into the black hole, light vanished, and this world was shrouded in darkness. How could this be? Han Yang gaped, his body frozen in place, his pupils constricting like pinpricks as he beheld the encroaching darkness. His unleashed fist had dissipated, an all-out effort rendered futile, as all divine power and radiance were consumed by the black hole. Impossible? That individual had drawn Han Yang's solar fist into the void. Nearby the tomb, the celestial beings stood in stunned silence, utterly horrified. What kind of power was this? Everything had been devoured, even the fabric of space itself. Shock rippled through the crowd. A twinge of pain emanated from Mu Qing's right eye, causing his eyelid to twitch involuntarily. He had just harnessed the black hole's power to its fullest extent to consume Han Yang's onslaught. This was not as simple as devouring and refining divine stones. The solar fist was formidable, challenging even Mu Qing's body, bolstered by chaotic energy. However, the eruption of the black hole's energy within Mu Qing's right eye had distorted the very area before him, swallowing everything whole, including Han Yang's formidable solar fist. Yet, directly consuming a full-force attack from a late-stage celestial being was still a burden for Mu Qing, as his right eye throbbed with discomfort. It was time to conclude this. Mu Qing stepped forward slowly, a fleeting glimmer of moonlight passing through his eyes. An intangible force surged forth in an instant, enveloping the surroundings. Han Yang and the multitude of celestial beings behind him found their bodies and thoughts suspended in time. Tendrils of demonic energy swirled around, and a demonic blade materialized in Mu Qing's grasp. Immediately, a dense array of incantations spread forth, a dim yellow radiance emerging and enveloping the blade. The Dusk Blade. A sinister aura of malevolence coiled around as Mu Qing swiftly drew his sword. It was a blindingly brilliant strike, the resplendent light of dusk shining at its zenith, exuding a chilling atmosphere, while the scene around him manifested the fallen deities of twilight. Splatter! Splatter! A cascade of blood erupted, severing the divine forms behind Han Yang at their waists. Corpses tumbled to the ground, the heavy scent of blood rapidly permeating the air, transforming the periphery of the tomb into a river of crimson. Han Yang, snapping back to reality from his stupor, was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had transpired, yet acutely aware that his consciousness had momentarily ceased. A piercing agony surged through him, and Han Yang froze, realizing he was paralyzed, or rather, devoid of the strength to move. The scene before him began to blur, as if he were plummeting from the heavens. With a resounding thud, Han Yang's upper body crashed to the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents. Within the tomb, Kuo Ke was rendered speechless by terror, the surrounding stench of blood invoking profound dread. The sound of Han Yang's body splitting and falling to the earth shattered his composure entirely. In an instant, numerous deities, led by the late-stage divine Han Yang, were all laid to rest. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Kuo Ke exclaimed in horror, as he beheld Mu Qing advancing step by step, his countenance filled with dread and his voice trembling. Mu Qing remained silent, wielding a demonic blade as he approached, his eyes cold and terrifying, exuding an ominous aura. "My father is the divine emperor, the sovereign of the central region. Do you believe I can summon him here this very moment?" Kuo Ke shouted frantically, his face etched with fear, as the oppressive presence of Mu Qing was utterly daunting. He was not merely speaking out of desperation. He produced a communication talisman and a small shield of purple jade. The talisman was a special artifact designed for contacting his father, Kuo Ke, infused with a trace of his father's power, capable of averting calamity in times of peril. The purple jade shield, a formidable celestial-grade artifact bestowed by Kuo Ke, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, impervious even to the mightiest of divine beings. With such a potent artifact in hand, Kuo Ke's terror subsided somewhat, instilling him with a modicum of confidence. He hesitated to activate the specialized communication talisman immediately, for it contained the power of the divine emperor, a force of astonishing might that he was reluctant to squander. After all, a celestial-grade tomb lay before him, potentially fraught with dangers and formidable barriers, and he could utilize the divine power embedded within the talisman to navigate those challenges effortlessly. Kuo Ke sought to leverage his father's name to deter his opponent. Alas, this endeavor proved to be profoundly foolish. Had he activated the talisman at once, he might have had a slender chance of survival. "You remain as deluded as ever," Mu Qing finally spoke, his eyes igniting with a fervent lunar glow. An intangible force swept through, primarily targeting Kuo Ke alone. Kuo Ke found himself frozen, unable to even summon the purple jade shield. In Mu Qing's hand, the enchanted blade cleaved through the air, while a towering figure of a thousand-handed demon emerged behind him, bestowing unimaginable power upon the weapon. The confinement of Kuo Ke was brief, as Mu Qing had previously unleashed his abilities upon Han Yang and the other celestial beings, and the exertion from a prior strike at dusk had taken a toll. The duration of the moon goddess's dream that ensnared Kuo Ke lasted but a fleeting heartbeat. Soon, he would awaken to face a despair akin to hell itself. He beheld an endless expanse of ominous demonic energy and the terrifying visage of a demon god, whose 1,000 arms descended upon him like massive blades. The myriad flashes of light from the blades were fleeting. Lines of crimson began to manifest upon Kuo Ke's body. With each piercing scream, deep wounds that exposed bone erupted across his form, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. In a mere heartbeat, Mu Qing had delivered 1,000 strikes. In the blink of an eye, not a single unscathed piece of flesh remained on Kuo Ke, who was drenched in blood and racked with immense pain. Furthermore, his domain was shattered to fragments by the terrifying blade aura. Yet, Kuo Ke clung to the last vestiges of life, trembling as he raised his hand, desperately attempting to activate the communication rune to contact his father. However, As he lifted his arm, the flesh and blood disintegrated, leaving only bone. With a thud, the communication rune and the purple jade shield fell to the ground, and all vitality left him. His eyes lost their luster. The fear and shock still etched upon his blade-marked visage. Chapter 633, The White Jade Bottle. Regrettably, you shall have no opportunity to wield those two items. Mu Qing stepped forward, and the shadow of the demon behind him dissipated. The air was thick with the stench of blood, prompting even Mu Qing to furrow his brow involuntarily. He picked up the purple jade shield and stowed it within his domain space. Kuo Ke had not even had the chance to utilize the shield before his demise. Though its defensive capabilities remained unknown, it was certainly a high-quality celestial artifact. Currently, Mu Qing possessed only the formidable, yet ambiguous, enchanted blade, leaving him quite impoverished in terms of artifacts. The purple jade shield held some utility for him, as no matter how robust or resilient his physical form, he could not continuously withstand every assault. As for the communication rune, it was discarded by Feng Yu. Although it contained a fragment of divine emperor power, it was ultimately tied to Kuo Ke's strength, which could lead to exposure if retained. Subsequently, Mu Qing examined the nearby shattered domains. Upon reaching the celestial rank, one typically stored their artifacts, divine stones, and elixirs within their own domain space. Although Han Yang and the others had fallen to Mu Qing, and their domains were ravaged by blade aura, they had not yet completely vanished. Mu Qing thoroughly rifled through these domain spaces, acquiring a considerable amount of divine stones, elixirs, and a plethora of haphazard celestial artifacts. However, the quality of these celestial artifacts was lamentably poor, frail to the point of being less durable than his own physical form. This individual seems to be quite affluent. Mu Qing, within the domain of Kuo Ke, stumbled upon 2 veins of low-grade divine stone ore, which left him utterly astonished. He promptly stored these treasures in his own domain, for even the smallest morsel holds value, especially considering his dire financial circumstances. Among the heavenly grade artifacts, he found all but the purple jade shield to be of dismal quality, unworthy of his attention. Nevertheless, he chose not to discard them, as even a single heavenly grade artifact could fetch over 1,000,000 divine stones, providing an opportunity for future trade. With this newfound resolve, Mu Qing's gaze shifted toward a nearby tomb, the resting place of a fallen peak celestial being. Kuo Ke had initially sought opportunities within its confines to enhance his strength, but met his demise at Mu Qing's hands. Now, this tomb of a peak celestial being offered a boon to Mu Qing. Surely, a figure of such stature would leave behind some valuable remnants. As he ventured deeper into the tomb, he hoped to unearth at least some divine stones. And he reasoned that a peak celestial being must possess at least one exquisite heavenly grade artifact. A nebulous mist enveloped the chamber, swirling gently and suffused with a soft light. This seemingly innocuous haze concealed toxins, a testament to the tomb's master, a renowned poison master within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Regrettably, he had exhausted his potential, and despite reaching the pinnacle of celestial power, he ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time without ascending to the realm of the divine emperor, passing away in bitterness within his tomb. The toxic mist that once shrouded the tomb had been forcefully dispelled by Kuo Ke's sacrifice. The toxins within his body would evaporate upon inhalation. Mu Qing initially believed the toxic vapor had been entirely eradicated, but after a time, he unexpectedly detected the re-emergence of poisonous vapors within the tomb. His left eye wept chaotic energy, fortifying his physique. The power of the chaotic realm proved extraordinary. The toxic mist could easily slay a late-stage celestial being. Yet upon encountering the chaotic energy coursing through Mu Qing, it recoiled as if meeting its nemesis. With confident strides, Mu Qing entered the tomb. The inner chamber, contrary to the foreboding atmosphere outside, radiated warmth. He paused, perplexed. As one would expect the space to be thick with toxic vapors, why then did it appear so clear and devoid of danger? At that moment, a wisp of toxic gas wafted toward him, capturing his attention. This particular gas was significantly more potent than the mist outside, for it showed no fear of his chaotic energy. As the toxic vapor spread, it was but a thin wisp, yet it expanded continuously, gradually thinning into a haze that shimmered softly, concealing its toxic nature. This poisonous mist enveloped the area surrounding the tomb. Mu Qing was astonished to realize that the lethal toxic mist capable of annihilating late-stage celestial beings was merely a derivative of that single wisp of gas. His gaze swept across the inner sanctum of the tomb, and he finally identified the source of this malevolence. The wisp of toxic gas emanated from a jade vial. The vial, translucent and radiant, resembled mutton fat jade, smooth and snow-white, glimmering with a delicate, soft light. For reasons unknown, this white jade vessel had fallen to the ground. Its opening obscured in darkness, preventing him from discerning its contents, save for the faint wisp of toxic gas escaping from within. The toxic gas was a deep purple-black. Yet once it diffused thoroughly, it transformed into a white mist, emanating a gentle glow. Mu Qing was astonished. Who had disturbed this white jade vial? Inside, the toxic gas unraveled in delicate strands, coalescing into a lethal fog capable of slaying even a pinnacle deity. At that moment, a wisp of black-purple gas once again seeped from the vial, spreading outward. Protected by chaotic energy, Mu Qing felt no fear of this toxin. As it was merely a thread, he hastened forward, intent on righting the vial, should a large quantity of poison suddenly manifest, even with his chaotic energy. He could not guarantee immunity. Grasping the white jade vial, he found it immovable, a frown of gravity settling upon his features. Despite exerting some force, the vial remained steadfast, and a trickle of black-purple gas continued to escape from its opening. Was this vial truly so heavy? Mu Qing was taken aback. It was no larger than a palm, seemingly light enough to be held with one hand, yet he struggled to lift it. Becoming serious, he cradled the vial with both hands, steadied himself, and exerted a sudden force. Buzz! In an instant, a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors erupted, shimmering like a radiant rainbow. As countless intricate runes appeared on the surface of the white jade vial, swirling before vanishing in the next moment. Boom! A resounding crash followed, causing Mu Qing to wince in pain, quickly retracting his hand, while a sizable crater formed on the ground beneath. Rubbing his palm, he regarded the white jade vial with an odd expression. He had summoned all his strength to lift it, and despite having raised it a mere half-inch, the vial had suddenly gained an unimaginable weight, its surface flashing with ominous runes. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Mu Qing's eyes gleamed with fervor, surprised by such an unexpected find on his journey. However, he was vexed by the realization that even with his full strength, he could scarcely hope to carry it away. Setting the vial aside for the moment, he turned his gaze to other areas within the tomb. The presence of the white jade vial made him acutely aware that this so-called pinnacle deity's tomb was decidedly unusual. Such a treasure could not belong to a mere pinnacle deity. What was that? He spotted a skeletal remains, riddled with cracks, and behind the bones lay a desiccated branch. Withered and bark splintered, yet it had pierced through the bones. Chapter 634, Gravity Defiance. The tomb was bright and warm, an anomaly devoid of any ominous aura. Within this tomb, there were no coffins, only the skeletal remains. Before the skeleton lay the white jade vial, its surface aglow with soft light, occasionally flickering. Yet for some unknown reason, it had fallen to the ground, black-purple gas flowing forth. Mu Qing's expression turned grave. He had previously sought to claim the white jade vial, only to discover its extraordinary weight, one he could not lift in that moment. This person had not perished through meditation. He furrowed his brow. Previously, hidden in the shadows, he had gleaned from Han Yang and others that this was a tomb of a pinnacle deity, one skilled in the art of poison, who, despite living a full life, had never ascended to the status of a divine emperor, dying with unfulfilled ambition. This was the version circulated in the outside world. However, at this moment, Mu Qing discovered that the situation was far from what it seemed. Perhaps this truly was the tomb of a pinnacle celestial being. Yet the entity had not perished from the exhaustion of lifespan. Drawing closer, Mu Qing's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The ribcage of the skeleton had been pierced by a gnarled branch. Numerous fissures marred the skeletal structure, suggesting that this ancient branch had been the instrument of its demise. What puzzled Mu Qing was the branch itself, which appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any discernible energy, and its bark was cracked, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Activate the Xuanwu Star formation and attempt once more. At that moment, Elder 2 transmitted a message to Mu Qing, urging him to lift the jade bottle again. His tone was solemn, positing that the jade bottle was a treasure of immense value. devoid of any aura typical of divine artifacts, yet undoubtedly surpassing the rank of heavenly artifacts. Mu Qing retrieved the celestial map of 10,000 domains, unfurling the celestial tapestry that shimmered with resplendent starlight. Elder 2 emerged from the map, a rare occurrence indicating his intent to take serious action. His countenance was grave as he scrutinized the jade bottle, which was slowly exuding a dark purple toxic gas. Strange. Peculiar. He shook his head, for even he, a former emperor, could not discern the grade of the jade bottle. Or perhaps it bore no grade at all, yet felt exceedingly weighty. And the emanating toxic gas possessed formidable potency. Let us not forget that the dense poisonous mist enveloping the tomb was merely a byproduct of the gas diffusing from the jade bottle. This concentrated gas, if solidified, could pose a threat to even a pinnacle celestial being. Let us set up the Xuanwu Star Formation and give it another try. He attempted to lift the bottle himself, but found himself less capable than Mu Qing, unable to budge it at all. Elder 2 then activated the celestial map of 10,000 domains, channeling its power to arrange the Xuanwu Star Formation. Though Mu Qing felt a pang of reluctance, he nevertheless offered Elder 2 a substantial amount of divine stones along with 2 veins of divine stone, freshly acquired and still warm to the touch. With an abundance of divine stones as a supply, the celestial map erupted with dazzling starlight, streams of stellar brilliance coalescing into a celestial array, meticulously arranged in a unique pattern to form the Xuanwu Star Formation. Previously, Mu Qing and the Dragon Turtle had harnessed the power of the Xuanwu Star Formation to protect Guihong's life while seizing his soul, demonstrating the formidable prowess of this formation, which could not only combat foes but also provide sanctuary. At this moment, a vast quantity of divine stones ignited, and the 2 veins of divine stone blazed with nearly transparent crystalline flames, an overwhelming energy swiftly radiating throughout the celestial map. Though the celestial map of 10,000 domains was a damaged supreme artifact, it still retained some vestiges of its power, through which Elder 2 orchestrated the Xuanwu Star Formation. Boom! The resplendent starlight cascaded upon the jade bottle, unleashing an immense force that sought to elevate it. Mu Qing allowed chaotic energy to flow from his left eye, enhancing his physical form as he stepped forward to support the jade bottle, while simultaneously activating the realm of 10,000 demons behind him, intending to transport it into his own spatial domain in one decisive move. With the formidable power of the Xuanwu Star Array elevating the jade vial, the task became considerably easier this time, and it swiftly ascended half an inch from the ground. Mu Qing's expression tightened. Previously, when the vial had reached the same height, an unexpected transformation had occurred, resulting in a sudden and overwhelming increase in weight that had crashed it back to the earth. Buzz. As anticipated, the vial trembled slightly, its surface ablaze with a myriad of radiant colors, intricate runes swirling around it. At that moment, Mu Qing noticed some indistinct patterns on the vial, faintly illuminated by the brilliance of the surface runes. These markings appeared ancient and obscure, rendering any discernible shape utterly elusive, rough and seemingly erased by some implement. The peculiar and enigmatic nature of the jade vial greatly surpassed Mu Qing's expectations. His eyes widened as he endeavored to discern the markings further, which seemed to resemble a form of script. Alas, the vial quivered again, its weight surging dramatically, as if it were an immense mountain crashing down. Mu Qing had no time to examine the markings any longer. Gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength, aided by the immense power of the Xuanwu Star Array, he finally managed to withstand the astonishing weight of the vial. He positioned it upright, exerting every ounce of his energy to draw it into his realm of myriad demons. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu Star Array was fervently consuming the last remnants of the 2 divine stone veins, with the remaining stones entirely depleted. Boom! The jade vial erupted in a dazzling display of colors, transforming into a brilliant aurora that soared into the sky, its weight increasing once more. The starlight unleashed by the Xuanwu Star Array was shattered by the vial's force, and Mu Qing felt the pressure mount. His hands were already bloodied and raw. As the vial neared entry into the realm of myriad demons, it encountered tremendous resistance, its weight escalating too rapidly. Mu Qing found it increasingly difficult to sustain his grip. Despite the assistance from the Xuanwu Star Array, the weight was simply overwhelming. Elder 2 was shouting, scrambling to control the array, feeling the mounting pressure. A glance revealed that the divine stones Mu Qing had contributed were entirely expended, and even one of the divine stone veins had been nearly consumed. This jade vial was utterly bizarre. The sheer energy required to maintain the starlight's support was immense. He shouted at Mu Qing, affirming that the Xuanwu Star Array indeed possessed the capacity to relocate the vial into the realm of myriad demons, yet the energy demands were exorbitant. Each minor movement of the vial necessitated the incineration of a substantial quantity of divine stones as energy. It was hopeless. The last divine stone vein had been completely depleted. Elder 2 monitored the situation within the Xuanwu Star Array, observing that all divine stones had been exhausted, leaving not even a remnant. The array's brilliance dimmed, and the power of the stars gradually waned. This abrupt decline caught Mu Qing off guard, as he immediately felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. He coughed up blood, his body sinking heavily, and the ground beneath him fractured, resembling a spider's web. Earlier, with the assistance of the Xuanwu Star Formation, most of the power emanating from the jade bottle was effectively resisted. Now, as the celestial force recedes, the overwhelming gravity unleashed by the jade bottle bears down upon Mu Qing with an unforgiving intensity. Chapter 635, Rebirth and Resurgence. Alas. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Qing's mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. He found himself unable to free his hands, despite the appearance of lifting the jade bottle. The astounding gravity exerted by it crushed him as if he were bearing the weight of colossal mountains. Crack! Suddenly, nearby bones splintered, crumbling into a fine powder that scattered about. A brown shadow surged forth, as if drawn by an unseen force, hurtling directly towards Mu Qing's domain of myriad demons. It was a gnarled branch, seemingly frail and riddled with fissures, yet enveloped in an enigmatic energy that propelled it forward with unwavering determination. A chill coursed through Mu Qing. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the extraordinary nature of the aged branch, its mysterious energy exuding an ancient, primal essence. The branch hurtled towards him like an ancient sword piercing the void, terrifying in its approach. Mu Qing's hair stood on end, and he understood why the bones had been perforated. The branch was indeed formidable, capable of pinning even a divine emperor with its sheer force. Clang! Coincidentally, at that very instant, before the realm of myriad demons lay the jade bottle, exuding boundless gravity, adorned with vibrant runes that dazzled with brilliance. Initially, the jade bottle aimed to crush Mu Qing with its weight, seemingly intent on obliterating him. However, as the gnarled branch, akin to a divine sword, surged forth, it collided with the jade bottle, resulting in a violent clash of overwhelming energies. Mu Qing was violently thrown back by the energy's backlash, gasping for breath, his entire body aching, and his hands stained with blood. Thankfully, the branch had pierced through. Otherwise, he would have been utterly crushed by the jade bottle's relentless pressure. What in the world is that? Elder 2 stared in astonishment, initially planning to overload the power of the star map to rescue Mu Qing, only to be met with this unforeseen turn of events. Faint azure patterns began to emerge on Mu Qing's body, and his injuries started to mend. He glanced towards the fierce battle unfolding nearby, where the jade bottle's radiant runes swirled, emitting a dazzling glow that rippled with layers of terrifying gravity. The ground around him visibly sank, forming a vast pit. The gnarled branch showed no signs of retreat, emanating mysterious energy, and surprisingly, green sprouted from its dry, cracked bark. This was an ancient force, transforming the branch into a blade of divine sharpness, intent on piercing through the jade bottle that obstructed its path. It seeks to enter your realm of myriad demons. What lies within your domain that draws it so? Elder 2 exclaimed, clearly observing the branch's intentions. Mu Qing, filled with uncertainty, remained oblivious to what within his domain was captivating the gnarled branch. However, the movement of the withered branch seemed to be directed straight towards his domain, leaving him in a quandary about whether to permit its entry. The energy emanating from the branch was overwhelmingly formidable, an ancient and mysterious force that caused him to feel a twinge of trepidation. Mu Qing was apprehensive that should the branch breach his domain, it might utterly shatter it. If his domain were to be destroyed, he could always invest time in reconstructing it. Ultimately, Mu Qing gritted his teeth and opened his domain wide. He was curious to discover what could possibly compel the withered branch to strive so fervently to penetrate his space. Buzz! The withered branch quivered and suddenly radiated light. In that instant, the interior of the tomb was ablaze with brilliance as the mysterious energy from the branch erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that sent a jade bottle soaring. The branch surged directly into the realm of myriad demons. Mu Qing had been vigilantly observing his domain, fearing that the branch's power would obliterate it. To his astonishment, he identified the source of the branch's attraction, the seed of the ancient life tree. Amidst the oppressive, chilling malevolence that shrouded his domain lay a seed, emerald green and translucent, shimmering with a soft glow. As one approached, an elusive fragrance wafted forth, instilling a sense of tranquility. This was the seed of the ancient life tree, brimming with boundless vitality. Those who had harnessed its power were said to possess a form of immortality until that life force was depleted. The process by which Mu Qing acquired this seed was fraught with peril, culminating in the appearance of the ruler of the heavenly court. Had he not concealed his presence with the seed's energy, he would likely have been annihilated by the celestial emperor. After forming a connection with the seed, Mu Qing's body bore a layer of azure patterns, exuding an air of mystery and immense life force. This led him to wonder whether he had indeed attained the so-called immortality, enabling him to resurrect even after death. However, he soon realized that the azure markings merely conferred upon him a grotesquely enhanced regenerative capability, rather than true immortality. Perhaps he could restore severed limbs. But if he were truly slain, the outcome remained uncertain. Although the azure patterns connected him to the seed of the ancient life tree, granting seemingly limitless vitality, it could not be unleashed instantaneously, making rebirth improbable. In summary, Mu Qing had obtained the seed of the ancient life tree. Yet he had not acquired the power of immortality. The Elder of Destiny had previously informed him that true immortality was, in fact, an immense reservoir of life force, which, even upon death, could be expended for recovery. However, this life force was finite. Despite the freedom to expend it at will, there would inevitably come a day when it would be exhausted, at which point the notion of immortality would vanish. The azure patterns on Mu Qing's body emitted a fixed amount of life force whenever he was injured, sufficient for the regrowth of severed limbs, yet inadequate for resurrection. The immortal divine ability, in essence, entails the immediate consumption of a vast amount of life energy. However, Mu Qing's azure patterns connect to the seed of the ancient life tree, which possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality, but cannot be compelled to transmit a substantial surge of life energy all at once. This is not necessarily a disadvantage, as this extraordinary regenerative capability can be said to exist in perpetuity. Furthermore, the Elder of Destiny has mentioned that acquiring the immortal divine ability may result in a curse, inciting the wrath of both gods and men, leading to inexplicable assaults from adversaries wherever one may go. At least Mu Qing has not encountered such a fate, suggesting that he may not possess the immortal divine ability after all. After acquiring the seed of the ancient life tree, Mu Qing had conducted some research. Yet its purpose remained unclear, and he was unable to facilitate its growth. He realized that the Heavenly Emperor's intense desire for this seed must have a significant reason. It undoubtedly is a treasure, the function of which he has yet to comprehend. In the realm of myriad demons, a surge of vibrant life energy rippled forth, not from the seed of the ancient life tree, but from a withered branch. It had rejuvenated. Both Mu Qing and Elder Tu were taken aback. The withered branch was now enveloped in a verdant glow, adorned with mysterious patterns, transforming into a robust branch, translucent and reminiscent of jade. Chapter 636, Sprouting. This withered branch is no ordinary entity. It may indeed have a connection to the seed of the ancient life tree. Elder Tu exclaimed. Mu Qing discerned this as well, and he noticed that the seed of the ancient life tree within his domain was trembling, suggesting a connection between the two. The seed of the ancient life tree was absorbing the life energy emanating from the branch. Soon, both Mu Qing and Elder Tu cried out in astonishment as they observed the seed behaving like a voracious beast, ravenously devouring the life energy from the branch. The once vibrant emerald-like branch reverted to its desiccated state, its bark riddled with cracks, from which emerald light surged, flowing into the seed of the ancient life tree. As the withered branch entered the realm of myriad demons, another object also fell into this space, shimmering with colors, oscillating ceaselessly, until it settled into silence, resting firmly in a corner of the domain. That is, Mu Qing's keen eyes recognized the object as the previously encountered white jade vial. His countenance brightened with joy. Upon contact, the vial emitted a staggering gravitational force, pressing down as if an ancient mountain were crushing him. Initially, he had intended to relocate the white jade vial into his domain, having discerned it as a precious item. Even a mere wisp of the toxic gas escaping from within posed a threat to peak divine beings. The gravity of the white jade vial was even more terrifying, especially when the vial clashed violently with the withered branch. Indistinct patterns emerged on its surface, suggesting some form of writing, though obscured as if intentionally erased by some implement. Mu Qing had nearly given up, as the vial was too heavy. Even employing the power of the Xuanwu Star Array, burning millions of divine stones. Alongside 2 veins of low-grade divine stones totaling at least 10 million, had not succeeded in moving it into his domain. To everyone's astonishment, the exquisite white jade bottle fortuitously obstructed the path of the withered branch as it surged into the realm of space, resulting in a direct clash. Ultimately, the withered branch prevailed, forcefully sending the white jade bottle, imbued with terrifying gravitational forces, hurtling away. Upon being struck, the bottle fortuitously soared into Mu Qing's domain, where, under the overwhelming vitality emanating from both the seed of the ancient life tree and the withered branch, it dimmed its brilliance and settled in a corner, motionless. This was undoubtedly an unexpected stroke of fortune, saving Mu Qing considerable effort. He redirected his gaze back to the seed of the ancient life tree and the withered branch. The resonance triggered by the withered branch was indeed due to the ancient life tree's seed. As the withered branch burst into the space of the myriad demon's domain, an immense surge of life energy erupted from its form, as if it was willingly offering itself, cascading into the seed of the ancient life tree. Eventually, the withered branch truly depleted, its radiance faded, bark cracked, and wood shavings scattered. With a sharp crack, the branch splintered into several segments. Devoid of the once vibrant green vitality and mysterious energy, irrevocably transformed into an ordinary, desiccated twig. The colossal life force, radiant and emerald, swirled beside the ancient life tree's seed, forcefully inundating it. After wholly devouring such immense life energy, the seed trembled slightly, appearing translucent and glistening, exuding a hazy luminescence. Both Mu Qing and Old Tu fixated intently on the seed, eagerly anticipating its transformation, unwilling to miss a single moment. It is known that this seed had once been obtained by the celestial emperor, buried for countless epochs, and had once radiated immense vitality, transforming into a vast grove of ancient life trees, while in truth, it remained a seed. Even the celestial emperor could not achieve its germination and growth, highlighting the seed's extraordinary nature. Old Tu often speculated, muttering to himself, whether the seed might be a creation surpassing the supreme level. Yet, what lies beyond the supreme? No one can ascertain. In the eyes of most beings throughout the universe, the emperor represents the pinnacle. Only a select few are aware of the existence of the supreme tier, believed to be the apex of the cosmos, with no higher level presumed to exist. Suddenly, Old Tu erupted with excitement, pulling Mu Qing and exclaiming jubilantly, his eyes alight with wonder. Mu Qing, too, was unable to remain composed. Stretching his neck to gaze in that direction, the seed of the ancient life tree quivered, revealing its position deep within the myriad demon's domain, ensconced in swirling, ominous demonic energy. Under the shroud of the dark, chilling aura, a radiant emerald light burst forth at that moment. With a soft pop, a tender sprout emerged from the seed of the ancient life tree, the sound crisp and clear, sending ripples of light waves cascading outward, breaking free from the myriad demon's domain. Mu Qing stood in astonishment, enveloped by this azure light wave, the blue patterns upon his skin illuminating and shimmering in response. With a resounding thump, his heart pulsed vigorously, akin to the beat of a drum, and soon his body glimmered with brilliance, even displaying extraordinary phenomena. A thunderous roar followed. Mu Qing's corporeal form ignited, initially startling him. But he soon realized it was the flame of vitality, almost translucent. It burned continuously, purging the impurities within him. Subsequently, a bolt of azure lightning struck down, causing his body to tremble as it shed black particles, the remnants of his corporeal impurities. It is worth noting that Mu Qing's physique was terrifying beyond description, capable of violently colliding with and slaying a mid-stage deity. He had previously cultivated the bloodline technique of the Titan race, which was dedicated to refining the body, and later created his own body-refining divine ability, further enhanced by the infusion of chaotic energy. While his physique might not compare to the beings emerging from the realm of chaos, it was at least on par with the Titans. On this foundation, a wave of azure light surged forth, assisting in the cleansing and refining of his body, effectively expelling impurities. Buzz. In the end, Mu Qing's body became almost ethereal, radiating brilliance. With each gesture, the sound of Tao emerged. My corporeal form has remarkably improved. Mu Qing exclaimed in delight, never anticipating such an opportunity. Suddenly, peculiar cries from the side startled him. He quickly glanced over, fearing something had happened to Elder Tuesday. To his astonishment, not only was Elder Tu unharmed, but he had received an even greater fortuity. Once, Elder Tu had been a formidable general under the supreme deity of the starry sky, leading armies across countless star domains. He was an emperor of the Shuro race, but upon joining the Starry Sky dynasty, he severed ties with his lineage. Later, during the Great War between the Starry Sky dynasty and the Heavenly Court, chaos ensued, claiming countless lives. Elder Tu's body was shattered in that battle. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he found himself in proximity to the shattered supreme artifact, the celestial map of 10,000 domains. To survive, he became the spirit of the celestial map, clinging to its diminished power for sustenance. The azure wave swept over him as well. Previously, he could only condense a form using the power of the celestial map. Now, he began to independently form his own body. The light emanating from the seed of the ancient life tree granting him a corporeal existence. Chapter 637. Strange Transformations. Elder Tu was overjoyed. As a spirit, he had relied solely on the celestial map's power to manifest a body. Even if he wished to act, it required the map's energy. Now, as the azure wave passed over him, his energy-formed body transformed into real flesh. Mu Qing was astonished, soon sensing powerful auras converging around Elder Tu, who had begun with no cultivation yet was now surging upward. Boom! A storm cloud materialized above Elder Tu, crackling with lightning. He was undergoing a divine tribulation. I finally possess my own body again. His face radiated joy as he felt the connection to the celestial map growing weaker until it vanished completely. This was not a misfortune. It signified that he was no longer a spirit, having regained his corporeal form and the ability to cultivate independently. Buzz, the celestial star map, devoid of its spirit, dimmed and fell to the ground. At this moment, no one paid it any heed. Mu Qing and Elder Tu were fixated on the divine tribulation looming in the air. Elder Tu's tribulation was formidable. His physical cultivation was roughly at the initial stage of the true God realm, yet the tribulation he faced was accompanied by colossal bolts of lightning. Crack! A bolt of blue lightning descended, slicing through the void like a dragon. Mu boy, quickly assist me, Elder Tu exclaimed, jolted by the electric surge. Leveraging the power of the celestial star map, he could unleash godly strength. However, now that he had assumed his corporeal form, his connection to the star map was severed, rendering him feeble. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear the divine tribulation, as he had traversed multiple tribulations in his past as an emperor. And a mere true god lightning tribulation would be trivial. Yet, whether due to the radiance emanating from the ancient tree seed or some other enigmatic force, this divine tribulation was astonishingly potent, capable of obliterating even gods. Aware of his inability to endure it, Elder Tu turned to Mu Qing for help, reassured by his capabilities. Typically, one would choose a secluded and safe location to undergo a tribulation, as external interference would exacerbate its ferocity. However, Elder Tu felt no trepidation. Mu Qing possessed a thunder pool, replete with electric pathways, rendering him more than capable of handling the true god lightning tribulation. Just in time, Mu Qing sprang into action. Even if Elder Tu had remained silent, he would have instinctively addressed the divine tribulation. Having cultivated the demon codex, he had condensed the power of 3 million stars within himself to forge a primordial demon, the thousand-armed demon god. His second demon, the thunder demon god, remained in its embryonic state, still in need of considerable energy. The true god lightning tribulation, naturally, served as a source of nourishment. Boom! From the tribulation clouds, bolts of lightning rained down upon Elder Tuesday. At that moment, a towering thousand-armed demon god surged forth, its 1,000 arms, resembling dragons, unfurling to seize the bolts of lightning and redirect them behind. Behind it lay a demonic embryo, shrouded in crackling electricity and enveloped in pathways, within which a thunder pool could be disowned, erupting with electric essence. The true god lightning tribulation, emblematic of the heaven's majesty, was rendered powerless before the 1,000-armed demon god. It moved through the air, plucking the formidable bolts of lightning as if harvesting chives, depositing them into the demonic embryo behind. The embryo pulsed with energy, resonating with a demonic melody, as the thunder pool within erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging forth. With the colossal energy it absorbed from the lightning, the embryo, bolstered by the thunder pool, required no refinement of the tribulation's electricity. It directly devoured and assimilated it. Well done, Elder Two beamed, basking in the ease of this lightning tribulation, laughing heartily. He then urged Mu Qing to absorb as much of the blue radiance as possible, for it harbored mysterious energy that could grant even a being devoid of flesh the potential to wield extraordinary power. Mu Qing had long since recognized this fact. He sat cross-legged, channeling the 10,000 demons cannon, while a stream of black hole energy emanated from his right eye, dramatically enhancing his ability to absorb the energy from the surrounding azure light waves. This was the mysterious energy from the withered tree branch. As Mu Qing absorbed the azure light waves, he realized that this energy bore an uncanny resemblance to the enigmatic force that had flowed from the withered tree branch. The connection between the withered branch and the seed of the ancient life tree was evident from earlier manifestations, and now both contained the same essence of energy. Mu Qing had witnessed the formidable nature of this mysterious energy. Even the terrifying white jade vessel, heavy with gravitational force, had ultimately been vanquished by the withered branch. The azure light waves radiated from the realm of 10,000 demons, enveloping the entire interior of the tomb, greatly benefiting both Mu Qing and Elder Two, significantly augmenting their power. Suddenly, a green streak shot forth, aimed directly at Mu Qing's temple. With his eyes ablaze with demonic light, Mu Qing unleashed a wave of black hole energy, instantly shredding the assailant. "Look around," Elder Two exclaimed, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Having absorbed all the life force from the withered branch, the seed of the ancient life tree finally sprouted, releasing a wave of azure light imbued with mysterious energy. At that moment, within the tomb, crystalline green grass swayed, emitting a luminescent glow, while brilliant flowers blossomed, expanding in the breeze, and even sprouting wide-open mouths. Elder Two gaped in astonishment. Even as an emperor, he had never encountered such a spectacle. The area suffused with azure light encompassed the entirety of the tomb, benefiting not only Mu Qing and Elder Two, but also the original weeds and wildflowers, which underwent a remarkable evolution thanks to the infusion of mysterious energy. This was truly terrifying. These weeds and wildflowers surpassed even his own expectations, transforming from mundane plants into beings of true divinity. Elder Two exclaimed, as all around them, the weeds and wildflowers seemed to have transformed into formidable entities, suddenly possessing the cultivation of true divinity, even evading divine tribulations. Such an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded before their eyes. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious. The attacker was a weed, towering 3 to 4 meters, entirely emerald green and as sharp as jade, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage true deity. The weed resembled a divine artifact, rising from the ground and piercing through the air like a flying sword. However, with his cultivation having reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm, Mu Qing's power was formidable, and he crushed the sword-like weed with his black hole energy. This was astonishing. A true miracle. Elder Two gasped repeatedly. What does it mean for every blade of grass to be a soldier? He had truly witnessed this. The weeds appeared like divine swords, shimmering with light, while the wildflowers resembled great demons, growing from the size of a palm to several meters, and gaping wide with teeth resembling broad blades. Not just the weeds and wildflowers, Mu Qing exclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the interior of the tomb. Everywhere was radiant light, akin to a divine miracle. A stone surged with divine radiance, exuding immense power. In a corner, a spider's body expanded to a colossal size, emitting a chilling sound. Even the shattered bones reassembled, transforming into a skeletal figure, its white bones translucent and radiant, resembling exquisite jade. Chapter 638, three peculiar beings. What is this? A miracle? Elder Two felt an overwhelming shock. What had he witnessed? The weeds and wildflowers had all undergone a metamorphosis, evolving into divine entities. Even a stone, radiating divine light, shimmered brilliantly, sprouting a mouth and eyes. Its features reminiscent of a Buddha, glaring fiercely like a wrathful deity. In a corner, a large spider, its body still growing, shimmered with a dark glow, emitting an eerie sound as it coiled upon a spiderweb that sparkled with golden luster. More terrifying was the fact that the bones, once pierced by withered branches and dead for countless years, had reformed into a skeleton, its hollow, pitch-black eye sockets profoundly deep. This newly assembled skeleton bore no traces of fractures, its body gleaming as if sculpted from jade, even emanating a fragrant aroma. Mu Qing and Elder Two retreated, unprepared for such a transformation. The azure light waves emanating from the seed of the ancient life tree contained mysterious energies that not only facilitated Mu Qing's physical evolution and granted Elder Two a corporeal form, but also elevated the local flora to divine status. Particularly remarkable were the stone, the spider, and the skeleton, their powers astonishingly elevated to that of celestial beings. Can you handle this? Elder Two held the Xuanwu Star chart, now devoid of its spirit, in his hands, his expression somewhat grim. Once a formidable emperor, he now found himself lacking the strength to confront celestial beings, relying solely on Mu Qing. It should be manageable. Mu Qing remained relatively calm, as his black robe fluttered. A demonic blade surged forth from his sleeve, which he grasped firmly, instantly slicing through the air. In an instant, the space around them filled with dense knife energy, weaving a tapestry of chilling demonic aura. The weeds and wildflowers, now divine beings, harbored an unknown hatred towards Mu Qing and Elder Tuesday. In the air, the densely packed weeds shot forth like straight swords, piercing with emerald brilliance, their sharpness formidable. Regrettably, these weeds, despite their divine status, were no match for Mu Qing, whose overwhelming knife energy obliterated them mercilessly. Squeak! The wildflowers, influenced by the azure light waves, evolved into man-eating flowers, their massive mouths lined with teeth like broad blades. Opening wide akin to a meat grinder, they charged at Mu Qing and Elder Two, each possessing cultivation at the peak of divinity, displaying extraordinary abilities, even managing to bite through Mu Qing's knife energy. Mu Qing was taken aback, although he had not exerted his full strength. The knife energy unleashed by the demonic blade was still terrifying, easily shredding weeds comparable to divine swords. Yet, this formidable energy was consumed by the wildflowers. Intriguing. Mu Qing began to take the situation more seriously as a fearsome thousand-handed demon manifested behind him. Boom. He struck with force, a colossal seal descending, turning the world upside down. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of the transformed wildflowers was crushed, green sap splattering everywhere. Mu Qing immediately pressed his palms together, and a chilling aura radiated from him, an icy blast that froze everything it touched. The nearest Elder Two was taken aback, recognizing that Mu Qing had unleashed the eternal frost, a celestial art originating from the heavenly realm. He hastily raised the celestial star map, only to realize that the cold air bypassed him, sweeping outward with ferocity. Crack! The surrounding wildflowers transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, fragile and shattering at the slightest touch. Huh! A streak of golden light suddenly pierced through the air, surging toward Mu Qing. Instinctively, he sensed a hint of danger and, without hesitation, summoned a small shield made of purple jade. This was a divine artifact he had recently acquired, renowned for its defensive capabilities. As he infused it with demonic energy, the shield glowed brightly, revealing a sinister purple visage of a demonic head, fearsome and grotesque. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, akin to a meteor striking the earth. Mu Qing was violently thrust backward, astonishment etched across his face, his arm tingling slightly. The demonic visage on the purple jade shield had caved in slightly, but it swiftly restored itself. Huh! A perfectly round stone floated in midair, radiating golden light, adorned with features reminiscent of a Buddha, its gaze fierce and unwavering. It did not speak, but emitted a series of guttural calls. A grave expression crossed Mu Qing's face. The impact from this stone had felt like a meteor colliding with a planet, a tremendous force that resonated within him. Had it not been for his already formidable physique, which had undergone a transformation under the mysterious energy of the azure light wave, even with the protection of the purple jade shield. He might have had his arms shattered by that terrifying force. What on earth had emerged from that azure light wave? Elder 2 muttered behind him. Feeling a sense of defeat, realizing that even a mighty emperor like himself was unable to offer assistance. Simultaneously, he marveled at the miraculous seed of the ancient tree of life. No wonder it was sought after by the heavenly emperor. The azure light wave that had sprouted forth had caused significant changes around them, transforming everything, even the ground of the tomb. Though not directly ascending to divinity like the wildflowers, had become remarkably solid, suitable for use as precious mineral material. At this moment, the azure light wave began to fade. While Mu Qing and Elder 2 found themselves encircled by three peculiar beings at the peak of the celestial realm. The round stone, shining with resplendent gold, bore a sun at its back. A colossal spider kept its watchful gaze on them, weaving a web in the void, its form flickering in and out of visibility. Its attention primarily fixated on Elder 2, instilling fear within him. Additionally, a skeleton, pure and crystalline white, clacked its jaw, producing a chilling sound. These three entities had emerged from the transformation brought on by the azure light wave, harboring immense hostility towards Mu Qing and Elder 2, even uniting to encircle the two. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot forth, the stone with Buddha-like features, now enveloped in searing golden flames, charged once more toward them. Mu Qing stood ready, raising his purple jade shield once again. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, causing Mu Qing to retreat hastily. The visage of the malevolent spirit that emerged upon the surface of the purple jade shield was nearly obliterated, charred remnants marking its half-destroyed countenance. Though his palms tingled, Mu Qing remained unscathed, which led him to regard the purple jade shield with newfound respect. This heavenly artifact, originally belonging to Kuo Ke, had exceeded his expectations. He had assumed it to be merely a formidable celestial tool, yet it had demonstrated an unexpected efficacy. The force of the Buddha stone's impact was immense, yet most of it had been absorbed by the purple jade shield. Remarkably, the spirit's visage, with its flickering violet light, began to restore itself. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, manifesting as a spider leg that struck like a blackened blade, not aimed at Mu Qing, but rather at Elder 2's day. This colossal spider, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, spanned nearly 100 meters, weaving its web through the void and lurking in the depths of space. Having fixated on Elder 2 since the onset. Chapter 639, The Multicolored Runes and Poison Gas Disaster. My life is forfeit, Elder 2 exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the razor-sharp spider leg, glinting ominously, causing his scalp to prickle. Despite his intention to evade, his divine essence remained intact. Yet his imperial consciousness still lingered, granting him reflexes that surpassed even Mu Qing's. Alas, he found himself ensnared, strands of spider silk wrapping around him with incredible tenacity, rendering escape nearly impossible. A fleeting moonbeam illuminated the scene as the massive spider momentarily halted in midair. Mu Qing, with chaotic energy flowing from his left eye, reinforced his physical form and unleashed a devastating punch, sending forth a wave of terrifying shock. The sound that ensued resembled the clash of metal. The spider leg was propelled away, although Mu Qing was forced to retreat several steps. Though not as formidable as the stone, it was indeed sharp. A pang of pain shot through him as his fist split open, a testament to the spider's formidable strength. Whether it was the stone or this colossal arachnid, both were undeniably superior to Han Yang. Caution is paramount. Mu Qing promptly handed the purple jade shield to Elder 2, who, having regained his physical form, possessed only the strength of an initial true god, and any misstep could lead to injury. With a roar, the stone began to glow once more, its power seemingly surpassing Han Yang's so-called solar divinity. A radiant sun floated behind it, emanating an unbearable golden light capable of melting divine artifacts. Mu Qing dared not confront this entity with brute force. Instead, he wielded his demonic blade, channeling the thousand-handed demon god, and instantly unleashed 1,000 strikes. The golden light enveloping the stone was shattered, yet it remained unharmed. Meanwhile, the dark spider charged forth, its immense form possessing the unique ability to occasionally vanish into the depths of the void, weaving its web and crawling within. Curiously, it fixated on Elder 2 once more. Making no move against Mu Qing, as its legs sliced through the air like a meat grinder, instilling fear in all who beheld it. What on earth? Why does it persist in targeting me? Elder Tu's face contorted in terror. Having only just regained his corporeal form, he was loath to meet his demise so soon. For an average sovereign, or even a celestial deity, as long as their spirit endures, it is feasible to reconstruct their corporeal form through various means, albeit with some cost. However, the Elder Tu's transformation into a weapon spirit was primarily driven by the need to survive the relentless pursuit of the heavenly court, leaving him on the brink of death, nearly extinguished. Although he managed to preserve his life, becoming a weapon spirit rendered him unable to extricate himself from the cosmic star map, even with the assistance of a great emperor. The reconstitution of his physical form seemed improbable, given that the cosmic star map is, after all, a supreme artifact. Now, as the ancient tree of life germinates and the verdant waves of energy emanate like a divine miracle, it aids the Elder Tu in regaining vitality. Most importantly, freeing him from his connection to the cosmic star map. Having finally regained a physical body, he is determined not to perish again. The Elder Tu reacted swiftly, raising his violet jade shield, which conjured a massive purple demon head. Strikes of black light surged forth, and the spider legs, akin to divine weaponry, tore the demon head apart, rendering it unrecognizable. The Elder Tu was relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming force, coughing up blood. At this moment, he was merely at the initial stage of divine transformation, a far cry from the late-stage celestial black spider. Had it not been for the protection of the violet jade shield, he might have lost his life. Help me. This spider, likely a female, seems intent on targeting me. The Elder Tu shouted desperately. Mu Qing's lips twitched slightly. With his corporeal form restored, the Elder Tu had become quite loquacious, even babbling nonsensically at such a critical juncture. He surged forward, enveloped in chaotic energy, delivering a series of powerful punches. His transformed body wielded an astonishing strength that was truly terrifying. The spider, sensing Mu Qing's prowess, swiftly attempted to retreat into the void. Boom! The surrounding space shattered as Mu Qing barreled forward, delivering a punch that obliterated one of the spider's legs, splattering green ichor everywhere. The black spider shrieked in agony and retaliated by spewing forth webs that glimmered faintly, surprisingly resilient, managing to withstand Mu Qing's subsequent onslaught. It then burrowed into the deeper void, disappearing from sight. Once again, the stone came hurtling towards him, its speed markedly increased, akin to a golden streak, crashing into Mu Qing's shoulder. Crack! The pain shot through him as he was sent flying, his shoulder bones shattered, blood escaping his lips. To his dismay, a golden radiance flickered on his shoulder, akin to flames, inflicting further harm to his flesh. This force is terrifying. Mu Qing gritted his teeth. While his formidable physique had absorbed the mysterious energy within the verdant waves, allowing him to withstand the black spider, he could not endure the assault from the stone. In the next instant, azure patterns emerged on his body, and the shattered bones rapidly mended themselves, restoring him to his former state within mere breaths. Mu Qing was taken aback. His prior regenerative capabilities had not been this formidable. He quickly realized that it was the absorption of the mysterious energy that had triggered this transformation in his physical form. A golden rainbow pierced the sky as the stone once again hurtled toward him. Mu Qing dared not confront the onslaught directly with his physical form. He swept his demonic blade across, and the realm of myriad demons manifested behind him, with the thousand-handed demon god emitting a thunderous roar. The blade shuddered, and a tremendous force transmitted to Mu Qing's hand, nearly causing him to lose grip. He retreated rapidly, his gaze fixated upon a stone, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Behind the stone, a great sun rotated, radiating golden light and exuding a fragrant aroma, while faintly, multicolored runes emerged on its surface. Mu Qing was taken aback. Was this not the very essence of the jade vial? How could this stone possess such attributes? Previously, the stone's force had been formidable, and now, with the appearance of the multicolored runes, it further repelled Mu Qing. Although it did not match the terrifying nature of the jade vial, it was nonetheless astonishing. Suddenly, a large black spider materialized in the void, its gaze steadfastly fixed on Old Tu, preparing to strike. This was dire. Mu Qing realized the gravity of the situation. He was ensnared by the stone and had no time to assist Old Tuesday. He had already discerned the connection between the stone and the jade vial. and it appeared the creature was aware of the vial's presence within his spatial domain, much like the ebony spider's fixation on Old Tuesday. A piercing scream echoed from nearby. Old Two's voice was filled with despair. He raised his violet jade shield, but it ultimately proved futile. The shield reformed the visage of a malevolent spirit, only to be shredded by the spider's legs and sent flying with a resounding crash. The dark spider sank its fangs into Old Two's arm, intent on devouring him. Simultaneously, tendrils of black-purple poison wafted through the air, identical to the toxins within the jade vial. This ebony spider was undoubtedly linked to it. Crack! Suddenly, the skeletal figure that had remained motionless by the side sprang into action. Its bones were translucent and radiant, emanating a glow, with hollow, dark eye sockets. It advanced towards Old Two. In the depths of the tomb, 3 entities born from the azure light waves emerged, 2 of which exhibited a connection to the jade vial. Observing the skeletal figure's newfound movement, Mu Qing felt a sense of dread. Until now, only the black spider and the stone had attacked them, and he had managed to cope alone. Although he had been relieved by the skeleton's prior inaction, he had not anticipated that it would eventually strike. This skeletal being was no ordinary one. It was at least on par with the spider and the stone. Both the spider's black-purple poison and the stone's multicolored runes were linked to the jade vial. Thus, could it be that this skeleton also shared a connection to the vial? Help! Old Two shouted, clearly aware that the ebony spider had set its sights on his flesh, gnawing at his blood and consuming his life essence. He sought to struggle, only to find that the black-purple poison exuded by the spider had a peculiar effect, rendering him immobile and blurring his consciousness. Buzz! As the black spider feasted upon Old Two's flesh and blood, it underwent a transformation, radiating a brilliant light as glimmers of translucent brilliance coursed through its body. Its corporeal form underwent a profound transformation. The once ebony body began to shift towards a crystalline white, resembling the hue of a skeletal visage, akin to pure jade. At this moment, Mu Qing finally comprehended the reason behind the obsidian spider's relentless fixation on Old Two. It was due to the latter's uniquely reconstituted flesh, imbued with mysterious energy from the azure light waves. After the spider feasted on blood, it initiated an aberration. The skeletal figure strode purposefully towards Old Two, seemingly captivated by him as well. In an instant, a flash of golden light surged before Mu Qing's eyes, moving with unparalleled speed. By the time he registered what was happening, he realized that a stone was hurtling towards Old Two. Its velocity surpassed that of the skeletal figure, its surface shimmering with golden brilliance, as vibrant runes materialized amidst the oppressive gravity, crashing forcefully. With a resounding boom, the radiant golden light soared, targeting none other than the obsidian spider. The impact left a gaping wound on the spider's body, emerald blood splattering in all directions. In agony, it relinquished its grip on Old Two and was flung backwards. The sequence of events unfolded unexpectedly, leaving Mu Qing momentarily astounded. The obsidian spider had been fixated on Old Two due to the unique nature of his blood, which promised the evolution of its form. However, the stone, which had seemingly aimed for Old Two, delivered a devastating blow to the spider instead. The spider screeched in pain, the wound inflicted by the stone pulsating with golden light, causing it further harm. What was once on the verge of transformation, its body nearly luminous with a snowy white sheen, reverted to its original state. Yet, some of its bristles appeared translucent and alabaster, suggesting that for a complete metamorphosis, it would need to consume Old Two entirely. With a peculiar sound, the stone surged forth once more, its surface adorned with vibrant runes, amplifying its gravitational force. However, this time it failed to strike the obsidian spider, as the creature had burrowed deep into the void to evade the attack. This cunning spider excelled in traversing the void, swiftly weaving an extensive web and scuttling with abandon. Having sustained considerable injury, it became more cautious, concealing itself within the depths of the void, occasionally revealing itself to exhale toxic gas, only to retreat immediately. This black-purple venom was formidable, capable of easily poisoning late-stage deities, and even those at the pinnacle of divine strength could find themselves severely compromised. The stone, too, exhibited trepidation, refraining from charging into the noxious mist. It hovered in midair, a radiant sun emerging behind it, surrounded by swirling runes that shielded it from the corrosive fumes. At that moment, a white shadow surged forth, undeterred by the very poison that had caused the stone to hesitate, plunging directly into the toxic haze. The obsidian spider, evidently unprepared for such an eventuality, attempted to flee, but it was already too late. The skeletal figure, endowed with immense strength, delivered a single punch that obliterated half of the spider's form, a torrent of green blood cascading forth. The ebony spider emitted a piercing wail, its appearance tragically grotesque, making it difficult to fathom that the skeletal figure could possess such formidable strength. Although they both appeared to be at the pinnacle of divine rank, the power unleashed was akin to that of a deity at the apex of their might. Dragging its mangled form, it plunged into the void, leaving behind colossal webs to ensnare the skeletal figure. However, the skeletal figure's power surpassed that of all others. A tremendous force erupted from its being, shattering the resilient webs with a few decisive strikes. It extended its slender, bony hand and forcefully tore through the very fabric of space. The ebony spider scuttled through the void, weaving its web, yearning to escape this perilous situation. Yet, upon sensing a disturbance behind it and turning to look, it was paralyzed with fear. The skeletal figure was traversing the void with deliberate strides, unfazed by the tempest of spatial storms that lashed against its form. The essence of space has always been a profoundly enigmatic force. Once one reaches the divine tier, unleashing their full might can indeed fracture space itself, enabling the use of spatial displacement techniques. Those who specialize in spatial arts exhibit remarkable proficiency, harnessing spatial forces to employ a myriad of techniques and achieve long-distance teleportation. Nevertheless, the exploration of space remains an inexhaustible pursuit. Mu Qing, with a casual fist, could effortlessly obliterate vast expanses of space, revealing the void, and could even wield spatial techniques for large-scale displacements. Yet, this did not imply that he had mastered the nuances of spatial power. It remained merely a surface understanding. The comprehension and exploration of space are boundless. Sometimes, the mere ability to shatter space does not equate to true strength. A true deity, when exerting their full power, can indeed rend the fabric of space, while some formidable beings, even emperors, may not always fracture space despite their overwhelming might, which underscores their mastery over energy, utilizing it without waste. The depths of the void into which the ebony spider delved could only be traversed by those of at least the divine emperor rank. Unless caught off guard and injured before fully entering the depths, it should have been invincible against its adversaries. Yet, the skeletal figure shattered the space and advanced with purpose. Within the depths of the void, raging spatial storms could obliterate even the peak of divine beings, yet they posed no threat to it. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal figure caught up to the ebony spider, its hand forming a fist imprint and unleashing a devastating blow. Crack! As the fist imprint struck, calamity ensued, and countless bolts of lightning descended. With a thunderous roar, the ebony spider was obliterated. Amid the crimson mist, a wisp of dark gas emerged, only to be grasped firmly by the skeletal figure. Chomp, chomp! The skeletal figure opened its jaws and bit down, the fate of its meal obscured. Chapter 641. The Heavenly Forbidden Bottle. At this juncture, the butcher approached Mu Qing, one of his arms injured, flesh having been gnawed upon by the ebony spider. However, his unique physique endowed him with remarkable regenerative abilities, and he was rapidly recovering. He clutched the small purple jade shield, only to scoff and discard it, as it had sustained damage and was no longer of any use. What exactly is the situation now? The two fellows unexpectedly began to assist us. Old Two cast a curious glance in that direction. The skeletal figure emerged from the void, emanating an aura of brilliance, translucent and radiant. Originally, both Old Two and Mu Qing found themselves in a rather precarious situation, but in the next moment, the scene dramatically shifted, transforming them into mere spectators as they watched the stone and the skeleton confront the dark spider. Although the crisis appeared unresolved, Mu Qing observed that the skeletal figure returned with a few drops of green blood, which were swiftly evaporated by an inexplicable force. He surmised that the dark spider had likely been vanquished. Subsequently, it was evident that the stone would continue its pursuit of him, as the jade bottle remained within his domain of myriad demons. Just as Mu Qing anticipated, after the dark spider's demise, the stone emitted peculiar sounds and charged toward him. Mu Qing understood that the stone's target was the jade bottle nestled within the realm of myriad demons. However, he refused to yield, even with the dark spider slain. He felt no fear of the stone alone. His only concern was the skeletal figure, whose power undoubtedly surpassed the late stages of a celestial being. Having effortlessly obliterated the dark spider, Mu Qing was resolute, channeling his magical blade, which shimmered with incantations as hues of dusk unfurled. With a sudden, forceful strike, he unleashed the dusk of the gods, a blade imbued with terrifying potency under the twilight incantation, guiding life toward its inevitable end. The impact sent the stone hurtling backward, creating a significant crater within the tomb. Mu Qing's expression turned grave. Despite wielding the dusk blade, the stone showed no signs of even a superficial crack. Its hardness was astonishing. Suddenly, the stone emitted a bizarre sound, as golden light surged forth, surrounded by colorful runes, and it attempted to charge once more. Yet, at that moment, a skeletal hand seized it firmly. The skeletal figure had taken action against the stone, and upon grasping it, a mysterious force radiated forth, dimming the golden and colorful lights. Both Mu Qing and Old Tu were taken aback. The stone, which had displayed remarkable tenacity, now appeared as if sealed in the skeletal figure's grasp, unable to move. "Release me," the stone exclaimed, in addition to its peculiar sounds, its eyes wide as it bellowed in indignation. Colorful runes appeared on its surface, exerting all its might to charge toward Mu Qing. The skeletal figure seemed to be attempting to communicate as its jaw moved, but it could only produce the sound of bones clashing. Mu Qing and Old Tu stood dumbfounded. Unlike the stone, the skeletal figure bore no hostility towards them and even seemed eager to communicate. However, its speech was limited to incomprehensible clattering sounds. The skeleton scratched its bald cranium with one hand and then tapped the stone in its grasp. "I'm not translating for you. Hurry and release me," the stone retorted, cursing fluently as golden light burst forth and a great sun seemed to rise, striving to break free from the skeletal figure's grip. It appeared to comprehend the skeletal figure's words. The hollow eye sockets of the skeletal figure bore into the stone, instilling a sense of dread. In the next instant, it exerted a sudden force. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and a visible fissure appeared on the stone's surface, oddly seeping with blood. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong." The stone quickly yielded, its golden light and colorful runes dimming. The skeleton released its grip, while the stone pouted, clearly reluctant. It declared, "I will take you to a certain place." The stone spoke, seemingly very unwilling. It then fixed its gaze on Mu Qing, gnashing its teeth in resentment, stating, "You had better hand over the celestial seal bottle, or you shall face dire consequences. Even the emperor cannot save you." Mu Qing was taken aback. So the jade bottle was called the celestial seal bottle? The stone's words seemed genuine. Could it be that the celestial seal bottle was not a treasure, but rather a malevolent object? Old Tu, however, was unrelenting, retorting, "Whom do you think you are deceiving? You were fixated on Mu Qing earlier. That jade bottle is clearly a supreme treasure, and you shall not take it. You wretched creature." The stone seethed with anger, radiating golden light, yet in the next moment, it felt a chill as the skeletal figure's hollow eye sockets stared ominously at it. The golden light waned, and it was filled with trepidation and dread. "Listen well, young one. The celestial seal bottle is no ordinary object. It seals an unparalleled malevolent deity within. If you carry it, great calamity shall ensue." The stone warned in a grave tone. It rarely elaborated, cautioning Mu Qing that the colorful runes on the exterior of the celestial seal bottle were seals, and within resided a malevolent deity. The toxic gas that had previously escaped was merely a wisp of the deity's essence. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing was moved. Could a mere wisp of essence transform into such a poison capable of slaying celestial beings? Was the malevolent deity within truly akin to an emperor? "How do you know so much? Like that giant spider before, did you not come into being only after absorbing mysterious energy?" Old Tu questioned, for he and Mu Qing had witnessed these three entities become sentient due to the influence of the azure light waves. The stone scoffed. "You dare compare me to that wretched spider? It was merely possessed by a wisp of poisonous gas, subsequently acquiring that mysterious energy to finally attain the power of a late-stage celestial being, while I and this skeleton have long possessed sentience. Impossible." Both Mu Qing and Old Tu were incredulous. The stone and the skeleton appeared to have been birthed from the mysterious energy within the azure light waves. Crack, crack. At that moment, the skeleton nodded in agreement with the stone. They had indeed possessed sentience for quite some time. Believe it or not, despite appearing as merely a stone, I am the inheritor of that mysterious powerhouse. The stone proclaimed with a look of disdain, then began to flaunt its form, its rotund body shimmering with colorful runes, its radiance intensifying. Its body even began to turn translucent and fair, resembling the celestial seal bottle, with vague inscriptions materializing. The mysterious powerhouse it referred to was evidently the very entity that had sealed an unparalleled malevolent deity within the celestial seal bottle. Indeed, Mu Qing's expression abruptly shifted, and the elder two beside him was equally astonished, as they realized that with the stone's exertion, a celestial aura began to emanate. Chapter 642, The Grief of Geik. Celestial aura. You are from the heavenly court. The elder two exclaimed sharply, a murderous intent surging from him. The stone was taken aback, then disdainfully retorted, your cultivation is pathetically weak, and yet you throw a tantrum so theatrically. I am not some lowly figure from the heavenly court. I am the illustrious celestial king of 5 elements jade. The stone exuded an air of superiority. Its entire form transformed into a translucent, lustrous state, resembling jade, with the golden sunlight lurking behind and vibrant runes swirling around its body. Smack! The first to lose patience was the skeletal figure, who delivered a heavy slap, causing the stone to flatten slightly, fissures appearing and blood oozing from it. Ew! The stone let out a wretched cry, its features contorted, no longer daring to be arrogant, and retracted its power. Could it be that you are a remnant spirit crafted from the leftover materials of that formidable being who created the heavenly forbidden bottle? A discarded item? Elder 2 inquired curiously. The stone's mouth twitched, as if struck by a painful truth, and it immediately began to shout and scream, looking as though it wished to tear the elder apart. Unfortunately, it remained firmly under the control of the skeletal figure, unable to move. Skeleton, release me. Smack. Another slap followed. The stone lapsed into silence, covered in cracks and bleeding profusely. Mu Qing and Elder 2 watched in horror. Just moments ago, this stone had been formidable, penetrating effortlessly, and even Mu Qing's demonic blade could not leave a mark upon it. Yet it was now casually struck by the skeletal figure, resulting in visible damage. The skeletal figure began to speak, though Mu Qing and the others could not comprehend, and thus their gazes shifted back to the stone. Upon hearing the skeletal figure's words, the stone became agitated and roared, impossible. What are our identities? They must not lay their hands on the heavenly, forbidden bottle. Although it did not translate the skeletal figure's original words, it seemed that the skeletal figure intended to entrust the heavenly forbidden bottle to Mu Qing. Elder 2's spirits soared, whispering, this is a tremendous fortune. This skeleton shows no intention of enmity towards us, and even wishes to hand over the heavenly forbidden bottle. He had always regarded the stone's previous ramblings as mere nonsense, believing the heavenly forbidden bottle to be a treasure, one that could not possibly house any supreme malevolent deity. Meanwhile, the stone was still in an uproar. Absolutely not. Such a thing as the heavenly forbidden bottle must not circulate in the outside world. Especially since I find these two quite displeasing. The skeletal figure communicated with it, surprisingly offering explanations without resorting to violence. Who exactly are you? I can sense that you are of my kin, yet I have never encountered you before. Moreover, the heavenly forbidden bottle must not be given to this brat. The stone's voice grew increasingly loud, nearly a roar. Smack! More cracks appeared on the stone's body, blood gushing forth. It was unimaginable that something so small could bleed so profusely. It ceased speaking but remained highly agitated, fixating its gaze on Mu Qing. The skeletal figure communicated once more. What? This brat is also an ancient human? The stone was taken aback. Not only Mu Qing, but also Old 2 was astonished. Could these two individuals possibly be linked to ancient humanity? Just then, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from outside the tomb, a terrifying force rippling through the air. Even Mu Qing, deep within the tomb, could sense this power, reaching the level of a divine emperor. Kuo Ke had arrived. Mu Qing inwardly cursed his misfortune. His original plan was to eliminate Kuo's zipping and depart. Naturally, Kuo Ke would discern that it was Mu Qing, disguised as a late-stage celestial, who had struck the blow. In his extreme fury, he would undoubtedly act recklessly against Kuo Hong. Kuo Hong had previously informed Mu Qing that the greatest obstacle in dealing with Kuo Ke was the protective array surrounding the Destiny Star, which fell under the jurisdiction of the non-return star domain. As long as Kuo Ke remained within the protective array of the Destiny Star, his power would be safeguarded. Even with Gui Hong's current significant influence, he could do nothing against him. In due time, all Kuo Ke had to do was await the return of the celestial beings from the heavenly court, marking his day of resurgence. This was precisely why. For such an extended period, Gui Hong and Kuo Ke had not engaged in conflict. Kuo Ke had been biding his time. He could not actively reach out to the heavenly powers, thus he would delay as long as possible, waiting for the celestial beings to reappear. He was acutely aware that the heavenly powers were scheming for something within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Until that object was found, they would undoubtedly return. Although the information gathered by Kuo Ke suggested that the heavenly beings had also contacted other large divine emperor-level star domains, the coveted object might not necessarily be located within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Now, with Mu Qing assuming the guise of a vice commander under Gui Hong's faction and eliminating Gui Zipping, it was likely that an enraged Kuo Ke would take the initiative to attack. At that moment, if Gui Hong seized the opportunity, he could potentially annihilate Kuo Ke in one fell swoop. Should Kuo Ke maintain his composure and remain motionless, Mu Qing would then eradicate Kuo Ke's external forces. Kuo Ke was entirely oblivious to the fact that Mu Qing was backing Gui Hong. To this day, he had scarcely paid attention to Mu Qing. This offered Mu Qing a chance to exploit. Even if Kuo Ke retained his rationality and hid within the protective array of the Destiny Star, Mu Qing could incite chaos from within, seeking ways to render the protective array ineffective. Who could it possibly be? Outside the tomb, Kuo Ke's roar reverberated. Patriarch, there is a master swordsman among them. They have been slain by a terrifying sword aura. Meng Tian, a peak celestial and Kuo Ke's confidant, exclaimed. Investigate. Find him for me. I want his remains in pieces. Kuo Ke's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his neck, the terrifying aura of a divine emperor unabated. Within the tomb, upon hearing that agonizing cry, Mu Qing knew that his plan was nearing fruition. Boom! A surge of energy erupted outside the tomb, causing the entire structure to tremble. This is bad. That individual is about to enter. Mu Qing's expression shifted. He should have departed long ago. But a series of events within the tomb had delayed his exit until now. The skeletal figure opened its mouth, gesturing towards Mu Qing and Elder Tuesday. The stone in its hand conveyed. It beckoned the two of you to follow it to a safe haven. The stone remained in a state of shock, unable to believe that Mu Qing was an ancient human. The skeleton led them deeper into the tomb, skillfully forming seals with its hands, and soon, streams of white radiance emerged, coalescing into a portal. This portal was adorned with exquisite carvings, enveloped in an ethereal aura, with cranes nestled nearby, and clouds swirling gracefully. Mu Qing and Elder Tu were once again taken aback. This skeletal figure could wield celestial energy. Chapter 643, The Fivefold Celestial Gate. The skeleton urged everyone to enter the celestial portal. The stone was astounded, even more so than when it learned of Mu Qing's ancient heritage. Who are you exactly? Is this not one of the portals of the Fivefold Celestial Gate? Unfortunately, the skeleton did not respond. Following the skeleton, Mu Qing and Elder Tu stepped through the portal, only to find themselves in an entirely different scene, saturated with celestial energy, surrounded by billowing white clouds. They arrived at a small floating island, roughly 1,000 meters in size, enveloped by an endless sea of clouds. On the island stood a tree, reminiscent of cherry blossoms yet akin to peach blossoms, its crimson petals shimmering with light. Beneath this flowering tree stood another skeleton, with hollow, dark eye sockets, a sight both eerie and captivating. Indeed, this was the ancient celestial realm. The stone gasped in awe, recognizing the profound celestial energy that permeated the place. What is the ancient celestial realm? Mu Qing inquired. You do not know? The stone paused, incredulous, then questioned. The skeleton claims you are an ancient human, yet I sense nothing of the sort. If you were truly an ancient human, you would undoubtedly be aware of the ancient celestial realm. With a sharp clap, the skeleton struck it again, though this time with less force, sparing the fragile cracks that had only just healed. What? Does this lad possess a trace of ancient human blood? After communicating with the skeleton, the stone reluctantly acknowledged Mu Qing's identity as an ancient human. You too, are you connected to the ancient humans? Mu Qing asked. Strictly speaking, I am not an ancient human, but the one who endowed me with power, who created the heavenly forbidden bottle and sealed the malevolent deity, belongs to the ancient humans. The stone replied. It claimed to have inherited the legacy of that mysterious powerhouse, calling itself the king of the 5 elements jade stones. Yet Mu Qing, an elder too, doubted whether it had even laid eyes on that formidable figure. As for the ancient celestial realm, it transcends the 10 realms of the universe. It was created by the myriad immortals after departing from the heavenly court. The stone explained that within the 10 realms of the universe lies the heavenly realm, where the heavenly court is situated. However, due to its enigmatic nature, very few are aware of its precise location. The heavenly court can be described as an immensely powerful entity, where its denizens cultivate celestial energy rather than divine power. Subsequently, half of the strong beings within the heavenly court separated, declaring themselves ancient humans, and thus, the ancient celestial realm was born. The skeletal figure settled beneath the flowering tree, its bones crystalline and translucent, radiating a soft glow, unexpectedly imbued with a sense of celestial essence. The skeletal figure spoke, revealing that before it lay an ancient human, whose life force was drained by the investigation of a withered branch, resulting in the dissolution of flesh and blood, leaving behind only a skeletal remains, pierced through the chest. With your arrival, along with the mysterious energy contained within the azure light waves, the skeleton was rejuvenated, yet transformed into this form of white bones, the stone translated. It then expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "So you truly are an ancient human." It was aware of the original appearance of the white skeleton, for it had been seized by this very skeleton along with the celestial restriction vessel. The stone had even witnessed the process of the branch being drained of vitality and flesh. However, previously, it had assumed the skeleton belonged to the heavenly court. In the next moment, the stone erupted in fury, demanding, "Since you are an ancient human, why did you trespass into the celestial palace and stealthily take me and the celestial restriction vessel?" Its anger was palpable, despite being merely a discarded remnant. It was still a piece of 5 elements celestial jade, and after being nourished by celestial energy, it had gained sentience. Within the ancient celestial realm, there existed a palace where the stone and the celestial restriction vessel were stored, a place inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Yet, one day, a formidable being intruded upon the palace, absconding with both the stone and the vessel. This led the stone to believe the skeleton was from the heavenly court until it carefully sensed the aura of the skeleton, realizing they belonged to the same lineage of ancient humans. What is it that you desire? Since you are an ancient human and wield the legendary 5-fold profound immortal gate, you must understand the significance of the celestial restriction vessel. The stone inquired, perplexed. The white skeleton shook its head and gestured towards Mu Qing, moving its mouth in a chattering manner. Is the celestial restriction vessel better off in another's possession? The stone was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind the skeleton's words. At that moment, the skeleton turned its gaze towards Mu Qing and through the stone's translation, requested that he open the 10,000 demon domain, expressing a desire to observe the seed of the life ancient tree. Mu Qing exchanged a glance with Old Two, then nodded in agreement. Although the skeleton's apparent power was that of a late-stage celestial deity, it was, in reality, an immensely terrifying being, at the very least at the pinnacle of the divine emperor level. Moreover, it was an ancient human, exhibiting no malice throughout. As for the seed of the life ancient tree, Mu Qing was genuinely perplexed. He had attempted to nurture it with various energies, yet to no avail, until the emergence of the withered branch, which resonated with the seed, allowing it to absorb the life force and finally sprout. As Mu Qing opened the 10,000 demon domain, a chilling demonic aura immediately dispersed. What kind of power is this? It neither resembles demonic energy nor celestial energy, the stone muttered. From the moment it engaged with Mu Qing, it had sensed the peculiarity of his powers, tyrannical yet cold, imbued with brutality. The white skeleton, however, displayed no surprise, uttering a phrase before striding boldly into the depths of the 10,000 demon domain. A new power? The stone was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it did not dwell on it for long, as it had spotted the celestial restriction vessel within the domain, its form glowing with golden light, and immediately rushed towards it. Although it has consistently been stated that the Tianjin bottle seals an evil deity, in truth, the bottle itself is a treasure of immense value. Regrettably, a skeletal hand reached out and yanked it back. The stone felt an urge to weep in despair, yet soon began to scrutinize this realm. I must say, young one, your domain appears rather unstable. The latent spatial energy is not particularly robust, and its eerie ambience raises concerns about future endeavors in cultivating vitality and nurturing the power of the world. The stone adopted a tone reminiscent of a wise elder, intending to impart wisdom to Mu Qing. Mu Qing's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from responding. This left the stone feeling somewhat disenchanted, prompting it to latch onto the old butcher instead. Pray tell, old man, what is this tattered scroll you possess? It seems quite dilapidated. Furthermore, the fragrance emanating from your corporeal form is intriguing. It's no wonder that spiders sought to devour you, as your flesh and blood must possess unique qualities capable of inducing evolution. The stone fixated on the butcher, unable to suppress its salivation, pondering whether consuming a piece of jade might lead to its own evolution. Get lost. The butcher roared in fury, wielding the celestial star chart, sending the stone flying amidst a cascade of starlight. Mu Qing's mind stirred. The butcher's newly regained corporeal form was indeed extraordinary. The dark spider had consumed some of his blood, resulting in a remarkable transformation. Perhaps, with his renewed cultivation, the butcher's starting point would be elevated, and his bloodline might transcend that of the Xuanwu clan. Chapter 644. This formation can slay supreme immortals. What force is this? The butcher was momentarily taken aback. Just as Mu Qing had surmised, his newly possessed body no longer bore its former characteristics, now brimming with vibrant life. Even his instinctive manipulation of power revealed a divine energy infused with abundant vitality. His bloodline power surged with a verdant glow, manifesting the ethereal silhouette of a willow tree behind him. The butcher stood astonished, realizing he was still practicing the original Xuanwu bloodline arts. As he channeled his power, a misty crimson hue enveloped the emerald willow, exuding formidable might. He discovered that he had acquired a brand new bloodline, comparable to the most elite of lineages. Not far away, the stone was even more astonished, fixated on the celestial scroll in the butcher's hands. What is this? Show it to me. The stone's mouth nearly watered at the sight. The butcher hastily retracted the celestial star chart. Although devoid of its spirit, a supreme artifact remains a supreme artifact. By merely invoking a fraction of its power, he sent the stone hurtling away. The stone was utterly astounded, realizing that the celestial scroll in the butcher's grasp was indeed a treasure of unparalleled quality, the terrifying aura it unleashed causing it to tremble with trepidation. By heavens! What is that? Soon, the stone beheld a demon god within the realm of myriad demons, a towering figure with 1,000 arms, the most primordial of demons. The 1,000-armed demon god. The stone bore a look of astonishment, and then it discovered a demonic embryo surrounded by crackling thunder, sending shivers down its spine, particularly as the embryo housed a thunder pool, splashing forth bolts of lightning. Did you conjure all this? The stone stammered, intending to belittle Mu Qing's realm of myriad demons, but instead encountered something extraordinary. What on earth have I just witnessed? The stone was horrified. Even the skeletal figure paused in its tracks. Not far away, a formation of swords stood ominously, with celestial swords hanging in the cardinal directions, exuding a chilling aura. As a sinister wind whispered around the blazing sword light, Old Two, slightly irked, admonished, "Are you not weary from your incessant clamor?" However, Shurtu paid him no heed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the formidable array before him. The extermination sword formation. You, Shurtu gasped, rendered speechless for a moment. Old Two, with a look of disdain, retorted, "One should not be so easily astonished." Shida's features flushed crimson, and he bellowed, "What do you know? Are you aware of the significance of this existence?" He then turned to Mu Qing, his expression now a tapestry of complexity. Once dismissive of Mu Qing, he now felt the sting of humiliation, for he understood the weight of the extermination sword formation, which held a venerable status among ancient human factions, its creators standing at the pinnacle of their civilization. The skeletal figure, having observed in silence, finally spoke through Shurtu, declaring, "This formation can vanquish the supreme immortals." Mu Qing was taken aback, surprised by the skeleton's high regard for the extermination sword formation. He had initially acquired it on Earth, but as he developed the Xuanwu Star formation, he had gradually abandoned it within the realm of 10,000 demons. To this day, the four swords comprising the extermination sword formation were of inferior quality, not even reaching the celestial artifact tier. In response, both Shurtu and the skeleton decried Mu Qing, asserting that such a terrifying formation ought not to be neglected. Was that the entity that had emitted azure waves earlier? Merely a sprouting seed? Xuanwu was once again astounded. Deep within the realm of 10,000 demons, a tumultuous sea of demonic energy surged, within which lay a glimmer of emerald, a sprouting seed, enveloped in azure light. Xuanwu, having witnessed the formidable nature of the withered branch, recalled how the skeleton had once studied it, only to have its vitality devoured, flesh and blood dissolving. Eventually, the withered branch had even shattered the heavenly forbidden vessel, bursting into the realm of 10,000 demons. Remarkably, this potent withered branch had willingly devoted all its power to the seed before them. Xuanwu was thoroughly impressed by Mu Qing, realizing that perhaps the skeleton's decision to entrust the heavenly forbidden vessel to Mu Qing was based on deeper considerations, as he sensed an air of mystery surrounding Mu Qing. With secrets hidden within, the skeleton gazed at the seed, lost in contemplation. It had previously discovered a section of the withered branch, seemingly mundane, yet teeming with mysterious energy. Hence its ongoing research. Ironically, it had become ensnared by the withered branch, its vitality drained. Had it not been for the azure waves restoring its vigor, it might have truly perished. The skeleton conveyed to Mu Qing through Xuanwu that its knowledge of the seed was limited, advising him to treat it with utmost caution and to ensure that others did not discover its existence. Mu Qing nodded earnestly, even without the skeleton's warning. He would have kept it a secret, for if the news of his possession of the ancient tree seed were to leak, he would surely become the target of the Heavenly Emperor's wrath. Subsequently, the group departed from the realm of 10,000 demons. The skeleton informed Mu Qing that upon seeing the seed, it had validated certain truths. The withered branch was the precursor to the seed, both originating from the same source. Henceforth, if they were to continue nurturing the seed, they would need to seek out the whereabouts of the withered tree or find divine herbs and treasures imbued with immense vitality for the seed to absorb. It informed Mu Qing that whenever a seed experiences a certain degree of growth, it can yield immense benefits, much like this instance. Mu Qing, filled with solemnity, meticulously noted every utterance of the skeletal figure. He had finally garnered some understanding regarding the seeds of the ancient life tree. To his astonishment, the seed possessed a prior existence. According to the skeletal figure's description, it was a withered divine tree drifting through the vast cosmos. The skeletal figure had merely been fortunate enough to acquire a fragment of the desiccated branch, yet the true fate of that withered tree remained unknown, necessitating Mu Qing's future strength to seek it out. I must slay Kuo Ke. Just as he emerged from the realm of myriad demons, a roar resonated. Upon investigation, Mu Qing discovered the voice belonged to Kuo Ke, emanating from a nearby portal. According to the stone's account, this was the Xianxian Gate. The group traversed the Xianxian Gate from within the tomb to a small island above the sea of clouds, where the gate stood tall. However, it seemed that Kuo Ke could not perceive the Xianxian Gate from within the tomb. On the other side, Kuo Ke had not departed. The skeletal figure, unhurried, took Mu Qing under its wing, intending to impart a martial technique to him. Old Tu, unabashed, approached, eager to cultivate as well, believing that the skeletal figure's true strength surpassed his own. Alas, the skeletal figure shook its head, informing Old Tu that he lacked the qualifications to practice this technique. Huh, old fellow, you might as well step aside. Even if your physical form is unique, it's of no consequence. The stone gleefully mocked, serving as the translator throughout, conveying the skeletal figure's words. Occasionally, it mischievously reversed the skeletal figure's statements, curious to witness Mu Qing's attempts at the martial art. Yet before Mu Qing could even commence his practice, the skeletal figure struck him, producing a multitude of intricate fissures, leaving him weeping in pain, and from that moment on, he was subdued, no longer mischievous. Chapter 645. The Mark of Tribulation on the Boundless Island amidst the sea of clouds, beneath the flowering tree. The skeletal figure personally guided Mu Qing in a martial technique. It was unclear what prompted this sudden desire to teach Mu Qing, perhaps inspired by the slaying immortal sword array or the sight of the ancient life tree seeds. In its own words, this technique was most suited for Mu Qing. This technique was named the Mark of Tribulation. The skeletal figure conveyed through the stone that it had once executed this technique, its hand forming a fist seal, suddenly unleashing a torrent of thunderous tribulations, wielding unparalleled might. For Mu Qing, who excelled in thunder techniques, this martial art was indeed quite fitting. In a mere 3 days, Mu Qing comprehended the first form of the Mark of Tribulation, the 5 Thunder Tribulations. With a single strike, 5 bolts of thunder accompanied him, manifesting calamity. Naturally, this was incomparable to the skeletal figure's display of countless tribulations with a single punch. Approximately a month later, Mu Qing and Old Tu departed the small island through the Xianxian Gate, which seemed to be the skeletal figure's private domain, reluctant to allow prolonged stays. The stone, harboring devious intentions, also wished to accompany Mu Qing, having derived significant benefits from absorbing the mysterious energies emanating from the seeds. Regrettably, the skeletal figure inflicted a harsh blow, leaving several cracks to extend across its form. The stone let out a painful cry, helplessly watching Mu Qing and Elder Tu depart. Before leaving, Elder Tu even wore a mocking expression, which only fueled its anger further. During its brief time beside the skeletal figure, the stone endured countless torments. Each strike from the skeleton carved multiple fissures into its resilient body. Had it not undergone a transformative evolution through mysterious energy, granting it remarkable restorative powers, it would have likely been shattered into mere fragments. The skeleton spoke, asserting its acquaintance with the esteemed true monarch Ningfeng. In a moment of desperation, the stone shouted this revelation. A mist of celestial vapors slowly enveloped the surroundings, and as Mu Qing and Elder Tu stepped beyond the threshold of the mystic immortal gate, the portal faded gently. Mu Qing trembled, his expression shifting. He had long cherished the name Ningfeng in his memory. On Earth, remnants of many immortals lingered. Within the Tianshi cave of Qingxing Mountain, Mu Qing had once received a legacy from the true monarch Ningfeng. At that moment, he understood why the skeletal figure bore him no hostility and even imparted the celestial calamity seal. What manner of beings were the ancient humans? Mu Qing whispered softly. Surely, they were far superior to the heavenly court. Elder Tu interjected. He informed Mu Qing that the heavenly court had always been tyrannical, secretly obliterating numerous factions, while the ancient human sect that had separated from the heavenly court maintained a low profile. At the very least, the skeletal figure and the stone indicated that the ancient human sect was not malevolent. Except for that piece of stone, Elder Tu gritted his teeth. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice interjected. Mu Qing paused, turning toward the source of the voice. He and Elder Tu had just emerged from the tomb, yet they encountered someone so soon. The newcomer, a mid-tier celestial, looked astonished at the sight of Mu Qing and Elder Tuesday, Lord Montian. Trouble is afoot. There are individuals in the vicinity of the tomb. The mid-tier celestial immediately contacted his allies using a communication talisman. In an instant, Mu Qing sprang into action, forming a fist seal and unleashing a punch that illuminated the space with brilliance. 5 bolts of calamity thunder intertwined and surged toward the opponent. Initially uncertain of the adversary's faction, Mu Qing quickly recognized the name Montian, a trusted aide of Gaik. Naturally, he would not hold back against Gaik's people. He struck with the celestial calamity seal, using the encounter to test his strength. The combined 5 calamities coalesced into a formidable fist imprint, forcefully piercing through the mid-tier celestial's body, resulting in an explosive eruption. We must leave quickly. Montian is at the pinnacle of celestial power, and entangling with him will invite trouble, Mu Qing urged. He produced the Star Realm token, harnessing its power to obscure their presence. In the southern region of the Xuanwu Star Realm, within the palace of Guihong, the latter was taken aback. Reports from his subordinates indicated that Gaik's faction had finally ceased their retreat within the Destiny Star and had commenced their offensive. This development was, in fact, advantageous for Guihong. His influence now encompassed the northeastern territories of Guiyuan and Guidu, making his power substantial. Gaik, once a formidable force commanding 10 brilliant stars, finds himself overshadowed by the central region's might, which has significantly waned compared to its former glory and is now no match for Guihong. In earlier times, Gaik and his principal forces were ensconced within the Destiny Star, rendering him powerless. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he has begun a proactive assault. It dawns on him that this must be the handiwork of Mu Qing. Otherwise, Gaik would not act so uncharacteristically and launch an offensive so abruptly. What news from Gaik? A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Guihong turned, startled to see a man clad in black robes and an elder in blood-red garments unexpectedly appear within his palace, none other than Mu Qing and Elder Tuesday. Upon seeing Mu Qing, a surge of animosity welled up within Guihong. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, Gaik has unexpectedly mobilized 100,000 divine troops, launching an all-out assault. However, This force is one we can easily vanquish. Presently, he commands a formidable army of 300,000 divine warriors, more than sufficient to shatter Geik's influence. In the Xuanwu Star Domain, Kuo Ke's reputation has reached unprecedented heights, and for the first time, he savors this pinnacle of status, causing him to feel somewhat elated. Yet, this elation is tempered by the presence of Mu Qing, for seeing him serves as a reminder that all he possesses, seemingly splendid, could be stripped away by a mere thought from Mu Qing. Since that is the case, I leave everything in your capable hands, but do proceed with caution. Mu Qing entrusted the matters of war entirely to Kuo Ke, confident in his judgment. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, further intervention from Mu Qing was unnecessary. And who is this? Kuo Ke inquired, casting a glance at Elder Tuesday. Though Elder Tu's cultivation was but at the initial stage of divine prowess, Kuo Ke sensed a tinge of trepidation emanating from him. Do not inquire further, Mu Qing replied coolly, turning to depart. He needed to return to the Destiny Star to prepare alongside Long Kuo and the others. Armed with the Star Domain token, Mu Qing could traverse the entire Xuanwu Star Domain at will. Even without the token, he would not encounter significant obstacles. Geik has always perceived Kuo Ke as his adversary, never directing his attention towards Mu Qing. In fact, he is on the verge of forgetting the existence of this domain lord. Beneath the dim light, Geik fails to realize that the one plotting against him has been within his territory all along. Upon reaching the Destiny Star, Mu Qing promptly contacted Long Kuo. Let us head to Geik's protective array and devise a strategy to dismantle it. Chapter 646. The Great Battle finally commences. My mask. Mei Qian suddenly appeared, inquiring about her mask from Mu Qing. Reluctantly, Mu Qing handed it over. Yet, Mei Qian did not leave. Instead, she extended her fair hand, a playful smile gracing her enchanting face as she inquired, "Have you forgotten something? What is it?" Mu Qing replied, "I have returned the mask to you, after all. It served its purpose quite well. A vein of divine stone." She reminded him, her memory sharp. Mu Qing's lips twitched. This girl was indeed unabashed. However, Mu Qing currently found himself in a state of utter destitution, having expended all his resources while contending with the heavenly forbidden bottle. Even if he wished to offer the Mei Qian divine stone mine, he had nothing to present. Not a single stone. He decided to defer the matter for the time being, choosing to dismiss it from his mind. A few dark lines appeared on the pristine forehead of Mei Qian, and with a delicate snort, she warned, "You must remember, if you fail to provide it within 6 months, I shall transform into your likeness and engage in mischief, such as abducting maidens." Mu Qing's expression shifted, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Who is this? At that moment, Long Kuo directed his gaze towards the Elder Tu, who was noticeably draped in blood-stained garments, making him stand out wherever he went. Moreover, the unique nature of his newly regained corporeal form emanated a fragrant aroma, seemingly enticing others to covet his flesh. Mei Qian furrowed her brow and muttered, "He smells even more alluring than we women. He can't possibly be a pervert, can he?" "You are the pervert," Elder Tu bellowed, his voice hoarse with indignation. He too had noticed the persistent fragrance wafting from his form, which, while tolerable to humanoids, might provoke beasts to devour him. Helpless in his current state, he realized he lacked the strength to suppress this aroma. "It appears I must expedite my efforts to enhance my power," he mused internally, feeling slightly embarrassed by the continuous scent that colored his cheeks. Mu Qing had also undergone a transformation. The impurities within his flesh had been purged by a mysterious energy, resulting in a naturally fragrant constitution, though he possessed the ability to rein it in. Elder Tu speculated that perhaps upon reaching divine status, he would be able to contain this fragrance. "This is my friend." Mu Qing withheld the true identity of Elder Tuesday. He shifted the conversation, turning to Long Kuo and the true man Tian, inquiring, "Do you know where the protective array on the Destiny Star is located?" The expression of true man Tian grew serious. "Do you intend to dismantle that array?" He hesitated, as it had been established by the Elder of Destiny to safeguard the members of the Spirit Turtle Clan. This array held profound significance and had endured for many years. Indeed, Kuo Ke was entirely unaware that they were manipulating Kuo Ke from the shadows. This exemplified the darkness beneath the lamp. Once Kuo Ke was defeated, he would undoubtedly retreat, clinging to life beneath the protective array. At that point, all they would need to do was find a way to dismantle the array, and he would have nowhere to hide. Long Kuo wholeheartedly agreed with Mu Qing's perspective. They were determined to devise strategies to confront Kuo Ke. In truth, Kuo Ke's strength was not formidable, merely at the initial stage of the Divine Emperor, which long Kuo could handle, and even Tianqing could defeat him. Unfortunately, the formidable presence of the Celestial Court loomed overhead, hindering their actions. To mitigate risks, they could not expose themselves. Thus the task of eliminating Kuo Ke would fall to Kuo Ke. Even though the formidable beings of the Celestial Court had yet to reveal themselves, Mu Qing and his companions believed it prudent to exercise caution, should they draw the attention of the Celestial Court. Even Long Kuo at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor would struggle to withstand the repercussions. It is important to note that during their time in the Taiwa Palace, they stood in opposition to the Celestial Court. At that juncture, the Chaos Giants repelled numerous powerful beings from the Celestial Court, but now, without the aid of the Chaos Giants, even the emperors are rendered ineffective. Mu Qing distinctly recalls that within the Taiwa Palace, those emperors fled one by one, some even meeting their demise. He once inquired of Elder Tu why the disparity among the emperors was so vast. Elder Tu elucidated that the difference between a nascent emperor and one at the pinnacle of their power is akin to the distance between star systems. Within the realm of emperors, there exist myriad subdivisions of power. To the untrained eye, all emperors appear to be terrifying entities, which obscures the actual differences among them. The protective formation laid down by that old coot, Tianming, is situated within the Palace of Kuo Ke, with its focal point residing there. In the past, I contributed significantly to the establishment of this grand array, thus I am quite familiar with it. The dragon turtle thumped his chest, assuring Mu Qing that he could indeed dismantle this formation entirely. However, at this moment, Master Tianqing furrowed his brow and remarked, "Yet, the palace of the clan leader is heavily guarded. While we may remain undetected by the divine beings under normal circumstances, should anyone leverage the power of the formation, they could easily uncover our presence. Both he and the dragon turtle are formidable divine emperors, while Mu Qing can also wield divine emperor techniques through the star domain order. Thus, even the peak of the divine beings would struggle to detect them. However, relying on the power of that great formation could very well lead to their discovery, potentially even exposing the dragon turtle." The dragon turtle smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting that he should have refrained from meddling within this formation in the past. He had also participated in the arrangement of the protective formation of the Tianming star, and even the probing capabilities of this formation were set by his own hands. If he had been the sole architect of the formation, it would have been easier to navigate, as he could come and go at will. Yet, the principal designer of this array was the elder Tianming. Despite both being at the pinnacle of divine emperor status, it is crucial to recognize that Tianming, during his time in the Taiwa Palace, was renowned alongside Yuya for being comparable to an emperor, possessing formidable strength far surpassing that of the dragon turtle. The array was infused with Tianming's power, necessitating caution even from the dragon turtle. Let us devise a way to enter. If necessary, we shall resort to brute force. The dragon turtle exhaled vehemently, prepared to take drastic measures. Let the battle commence. Mu Qing continuously monitored the situation of the forces of Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke through the star domain order. At the juncture of the central and southern regions, on a planet teeming with the armies of true gods, a palpable aura of malevolence permeated the air, and the desire for battle was unmistakable. "Kuo Ke, I warn you, surrender that deputy commander to me at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure our mutual destruction." Kuo Ke bellowed, leading an army of 100,000 true gods into the fray. "Humph. Today shall be your day of sacrifice. First, you must find a way to survive." Kuo Ke scoffed derisively. Beneath Kuo Ke's command, a deputy commander trembled in fear, aware that someone had impersonated him to slay Gizi Ping, a secret he could never divulge if he wished to evade a gruesome fate. "Kill!" Kuo Ke cried out to the heavens, charging forward as a realm of magma materialized behind him. Kuo Ke too soared into the sky, unleashing a tempestuous realm to suppress his adversary. The armies of both sides roared with fury, a palpable aura of bloodlust permeating the air, as deities engaged in fierce combat. On the Destiny Star, Mu Qing's eyes gleamed with realization, having sensed a disturbance within the chieftain's palace where Kuo Ke resided. It was time to act. As the forces of Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke clashed, Mu Qing and his companions commenced their own operations. Kuo Ke had seemingly expended all his strength, leaving the chieftain's palace devoid of any formidable guardians. Thus, Mu Qing and his allies infiltrated with ease, swiftly approaching the heart of the protective formation. Nearby the formation's core, a few late-stage true gods stood guard, a position typically reserved for peak heavenly gods, indicating that Kuo Ke had indeed taken all his powerful allies with him. Mu Qing stepped forward and unleashed the moon goddess's dreamscape. The moonlight flickered and 5 guardians of the formation collapsed, rendered unconscious. Both the true man of Azure and the dragon turtle were taken aback as they approached to investigate, unexpectedly discovering that these late-stage true gods were in stable life states. Peacefully snoring. You possess such abilities? They marveled, having never witnessed Mu Qing's prowess before. A subtle smile graced Mu Qing's lips. He employed the moon goddess's dreamscape either against foes of equal rank or those stronger than himself, typically only capable of stalling opponents for a few breaths. Yet, these late-stage true gods were considerably weaker than him. With the power of the dreamscape, he effortlessly drew them into slumber. He could dictate the duration of their sleep, and upon awakening, they would be utterly unaware of their brief unconsciousness, continuing their duty of guarding the formation within their dreams. The moon goddess was renowned for her prophetic Taiwan mirror, a terrifying divine ability that attracted many. Even the celestial court sought to obliterate it. However, few were aware that the moon goddess had another equally formidable power, the moon goddess's dreamscape, which was imparted to only one individual, Munya, and subsequently passed on to Mu Qing. With no obstacles in their path, Mu Qing and his companions easily stepped into the core of the protective formation. There stood a massive stone tablet, surrounded by 10 sealed divine stone veins, radiant with vibrant divine energy filling the space. Upon seeing this, Mu Qing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. These 10 divine stone veins were no ordinary veins. They were medium-grade divine stone veins, each worth millions of divine stones, sufficient to purchase a royal-grade artifact. No wonder Kuo Hong proclaimed that if Kuo Ke concealed himself within Destiny Star, there would be no means to contend with him. The presence of these 10 medium-grade divine stone veins provided an abundance of energy. Mu Qing was astounded. Had these veins existed within the tomb, he and Elder Tu could have leveraged the Xuanwu Star Formation to forcibly transfer the heavenly forbidden vessel into their 10,000 demon domain. This protective formation was seldom utilized. The 10 medium-grade divine stone veins could sustain a lifetime of use, remarked the dragon turtle. How should we proceed with the destruction? The true man of Azure, lacking expertise in formations, gazed at the intricate runes and patterns on the stone tablet with trepidation. Mu Qing, too, turned his attention to the dragon turtle. If it were an ordinary formation, one could easily shatter it with brute force. However, this was a scheme devised by the Elder of Destiny, and it was certainly not something that could be dismantled solely through strength, unless a being of imperial caliber intervened. Allow me to take a crack at it. The dragon turtle stepped forward, scrutinizing the stone tablet's formation eye from various angles, occasionally forming seals and invoking the power of the divine emperor to decipher the runes inscribed upon it. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, Mu Qing couldn't shake the feeling that the dragon turtle appeared somewhat apprehensive. Before long, the dragon turtle was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Wiping his brow, he turned to find Mu Qing and the celestial blue master regarding him with profound skepticism. The dragon turtle's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted. Who knew the intricate nature of this formation laid by that old coot of destiny would be so formidable? Dragon turtle. Did you not claim to have participated in the arrangement of this formation? The celestial blue master quietly interjected. Prior to their arrival, the dragon turtle had confidently asserted that he would assuredly succeed, even suggesting he could simply obliterate the formation if necessary. The dragon turtle grimaced, muttering, I did indeed take part, but over 90% of this formation was orchestrated by destiny. Mu Qing and the others were left speechless. The complexity of this protective formation exceeded their wildest imaginings. Even the dragon turtle might struggle to breach it. As for forcibly destroying it, that was out of the question. 10 medium-grade divine stone veins, in terms of value, would at least equate to 10 imperial-grade artifacts. Would one be foolish enough to attempt to shatter it with mere headstrongness? Enough chatter. Witness my prowess. I refuse to believe it. The dragon turtle, unwilling to concede defeat, continued his relentless study. After considerable time, he finally began to see some promising signs, his expression lighting up with excitement. Who are you? Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind, startling the trio. They whirled around to behold a young man clad in white, wielding a feathered fan, with a strikingly handsome visage and a lightning mark etched upon his brow. Instinctively, Mu Qing and the others grew wary. The newcomer had appeared without a sound. Even the dragon turtle had failed to notice his approach. Could it be? The dragon turtle's expression shifted, and Mu Qing, along with the celestial blue master, began to formulate suspicions. Where's Geik? Bring him forth. And why is everyone within this palace asleep? The young man strode forward, his gaze electric as he surveyed the three, a smirk playing upon his lips. How intriguing. It appears you have put everyone in this palace to sleep through some means. And this formation, my father mentioned it during my last visit. It is Geik's greatest reliance. Are you attempting to dismantle it? This young man was no ordinary character. His starry eyes and white attire, the feathered fan adorned with a unique landscape, depicted not merely any scenery, but a tumultuous tableau of mountains and rivers engulfed in dark clouds, lit by fierce lightning. From the heavenly court? Mu Qing inquired. Furrowing his brow, the young man raised an eyebrow, bursting into hearty laughter. I never imagined you would be acquainted with the heavenly court. You possess some knowledge. Listen closely. Regardless of your intentions, summon Geik forth at once, and tell him that I, Tian Lei, wish to see him. This Tian Lei was exceedingly arrogant. Having discerned that Mu Qing and his companions were engaged in dubious activities, yet he seemed entirely unfazed, even demanding they fetch Geik. Mu Qing exchanged glances with his companions. This Tian Lei appeared to possess formidable strength, situated within the latter stages of the divine realm. Although the celestial beings of the heavenly court are formidable, they cannot instantly perceive the true strength of the divine emperor. Both the dragon turtle and the celestial blue sage have concealed their powers, leading this thunder child to mistakenly believe that they, along with Mu Qing, are mere deities. The dragon turtle glanced at Mu Qing, silently inquiring whether they should take action. The sudden appearance of the heavenly court's personnel caught them off guard, and the individual before them was merely at the late stage of deityhood. It was highly unlikely that he was alone, for there may be even more terrifying celestial beings lurking behind him. The dragon turtle and the celestial blue sage deliberated, aware that taking action might provoke a divine emperor-level figure from the heavenly court. Yet, refraining from action posed its own dilemma. At this moment, Thunderchild scoffed, exclaiming, "Did you not hear my words? Since you are aware of the name of my heavenly court, why do you not heed my commands?" At this juncture, Mu Qing gritted his teeth and communicated telepathically with the two beside him. Let us strike. Chapter 648. The pitiful young man of the heavenly court, as Mu Qing and his companions prepared to dismantle the protective formation. Leaving Kuo Ke with no avenue of retreat, a young man from the heavenly court suddenly appeared, brimming with arrogance and disdain. After some contemplation, Mu Qing ultimately resolved to take action. What? Do you intend to strike at me? Thunderchild sensed the hostility emanating from Mu Qing and his allies, and rather than feeling anger, he chuckled. Very well, seeing you all poised for battle, it seems you are foes of that Kuo Ke fellow. I shall lend a hand in resolving this matter. With that, Thunderchild activated his power. The lightning mark on his forehead flickered, and in an instant, thunderclouds enveloped him. He waved his feather fan, summoning a torrent of thunder that transformed into a dragon-like entity, surging forth. This was an advanced form of thunder magic, rivaling even Mu Qing's skills. Regrettably, his target was the celestial blue sage. As a divine emperor, the celestial blue sage was not to be underestimated. Even though Thunderchild hailed from the heavenly court, he was merely at the late stage of deityhood and could not hope to defeat someone of such caliber. Aware of the threat posed by the heavenly court, the celestial blue sage did not hold back. He unleashed his full power, forming seals with his hands, and conjured forth a torrent of water from the void, summoning a colossal world serpent that roared as it lunged at Thunderchild. Bang! The lightning was shattered by the void water, and a figure was sent flying. Thunderchild's white garments were torn, his feather fan fell from his grasp, and he stood there, dazed and momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. A divine emperor. The excruciating pain jolted Thunderchild back to reality, and he gazed at the celestial blue sage, who had summoned the massive world serpent, gasping in shock as he realized the gravity of facing a divine emperor. He was not a paragon within the heavenly court, nor a prodigy, but rather a spoiled scion who had never dedicated himself to serious cultivation. This was his first venture into the outside world, having grown accustomed to his lofty status within the heavenly court, believing the outside realm to be populated by mere mortals. Little did he expect to encounter a divine emperor in his very first battle. This is dire. However, His subsequent reaction was swift. He turned to flee. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While there were terrifying prodigies within the heavenly court capable of slaying divine emperors, he was far from that level. Yet, the imposing figure of the dragon turtle, akin to a mountain, obstructed his escape. As the dragon turtle released its aura, Thunderchild felt despair wash over him. Abandoning his once arrogant demeanor, his heart was in turmoil. Why were there two divine emperors appearing in Geik? The individual before him was, in fact, at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Most importantly, these three figures appeared to be formidable adversaries to Geik. The dragon tortoise grinned maliciously. Since he had been discovered, he decided to obliterate any evidence, raising his hand to crush downwards. The mark of lightning on Tian Leizi's forehead flickered violently, radiating light that enveloped his form, allowing him to teleport away in an instant. Boom! A large crater formed in the ground, and to the dragon tortoise's astonishment, Tian Leizi had escaped from his grasp. The heavenly court was indeed formidable, possessing a plethora of techniques that allowed for such an escape. The dragon tortoise was taken aback. He had not held back. Yet the opponent had managed to flee from his clutches. At this moment, Tian Leizi was in the depths of despair. They were searching for a particular object, having received information that it might have appeared within these star domains. Previously, powerful figures from the heavenly court had visited these domains, issuing commands to the domain lords to seek out that object. Today, the heavenly court intended to inquire about the whereabouts of that item. Tian Leizi, feeling bored, had come ahead, only to encounter disaster. Though he was a scion of privilege, he possessed some skills and recognized the murderous intent emanating from the three before him. He had already announced his affiliation with the heavenly court, yet Mu Qing and the others showed no hesitation in attacking him, clearly indicating that threatening them with the heavenly court was futile. Tian Leizi felt a mix of anger and fear. He could not comprehend how these individuals, aware of his heavenly court background, dared to strike at him. At this moment, he felt a sense of dread. With two celestial beings present, and his cultivation level only at the late stage of the celestial realm, his chances of survival were slim. He regretted not having trained earnestly. Had he capitalized on his status to utilize the vast resources of the heavenly court, he could have long since reached the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Alas, there were no what-ifs, and he found himself suddenly ensnared in a crisis. The lightning mark on Tian Leizi's forehead flickered furiously as he transformed into a streak of lightning, moving with astonishing speed to evade the dragon tortoise's grasp. He attempted to contact a powerful figure from the heavenly court. Just one of them would suffice to eliminate the three before him. However, to his horror, he discovered that all his means of communication were rendered ineffective. This was the power of the Star Domain Edict. Mu Qing had invoked the edict to seal off the area. In light of this, Tian Leizi's mind raced as he focused his gaze on Mu Qing. This individual was not concealing his cultivation. He was genuinely at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, and Tian Leizi perceived him as the key to his escape. Without hesitation, Tian Leizi made what he believed to be the wisest choice, charging directly towards Mu Qing amidst the encirclement of the three. He believed Mu Qing to be his breakthrough point, rationalizing that no one at the mid-stage of the celestial realm could possibly surpass the might of the heavenly court. As Tian Leizi lunged forward, he raised his hand to strike, with thunderous energy surging and lightning crackling. In his mind, he envisioned that he could easily slay Mu Qing with a single blow, after which he would unleash all his strength to flee. "Be careful," exclaimed the true man Tian Qing, filled with concern. Having had a brief encounter with Tian Leizi, he realized the latter's strength was formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary celestial. Meanwhile, the dragon tortoise exhibited no trace of worry. In fact, a smirk of schadenfreude crept across his face. Mu Qing observed the approach of his adversary, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His eyes glowed with a sinister energy, with chaotic forces cascading from his left eye, fortifying his physical form. Simultaneously, a dark radiance swirled around his right eye, from which a black hole emerged. What manner of power is this? Tian Leizi was taken aback, realizing that the thunderbolts he unleashed were inexplicably distorted, vanishing as if consumed by an unseen force. In a moment of bewilderment, he barely registered a shadow darting before him, and in an instant, Mu Qing materialized at his side, delivering a devastating punch. Bang! The excruciating pain was overwhelming. A tremendous force erupted within Tian Leizi's chest, caving it inward and shattering countless bones. He coughed blood and was sent sprawling away. His face bore an expression of disbelief as he grappled with the inexplicable disappearance of his assaults, only to find this seemingly unremarkable mid-stage deity unleashing an extraordinary physical might that sent him reeling. Mu Qing reveled in the potency he had unleashed. Having undergone a transformation through mysterious energy, his physical form had completely surpassed that of the Titan race at the same level. Chaos energy. Are you a being from the realm of chaos? Tian lazy gasped, recovering from his shock, yet the movement agitated his wounds, causing another bout of blood to spill forth. Mu Qing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow possessed knowledge of the realm of chaos. With ill intentions, he approached Tian lazy, while Tian Xingjinren and Long Gui advanced as well. What do you intend to do? Tian lazy stammered, thoroughly panicked, his lightning seal pulsating incessantly on his forehead as he attempted to transform into lightning and flee once more. Crack! A colossal seal descended, crushing his head and sending him into a daze. Why are there still celestial arts? Tian lazy was utterly bewildered. Chapter 649. Rendered unconscious and taken away deep within the palace of the Gai clan's leader, three figures surrounded a young man. Once strikingly handsome and a paragon of talent, he now bore the marks of bruises and injuries, his bones shattered, and a large bump swelling on his forehead. What now? We cannot kill him. His background is evidently extraordinary, and should he perish, formidable celestial beings from the heavenly court would surely descend upon the Xuanwu Star region. Yet, we cannot permit him to escape, else we face calamity. Let us first render him unconscious. With that, the trio unleashed a flurry of blows upon Tian lazy. Mu Qing was the most relentless, each punch capable of shattering Tian lazy's bones, eliciting cries of agony and a desire for self-destruction. Unfortunately, he was restrained by Tian Xingjinren and rendered immobile. This fellow possesses quite a sturdy physique. Long Gui delivered a couple of controlled slaps to his head, ensuring not to deliver a fatal blow. However, blood streamed from the back of Tian lazy's head, and he had yet to succumb to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, he was already in a haze, struggling to comprehend the presence of a being from the realm of chaos and the mastery of celestial arts displayed before him. Yet, with every attempt to think, his head throbbed as if it would burst, causing him profound discomfort. Mu Qing and his companions sought to knock him out, but it was a source of despair for Tian lazy that his physical form had been enhanced through various methods by his elders. Despite his cultivation being at the late-stage deity level, his foundation was remarkably solid. Should he earnestly cultivate, he could ascend to the level of the emperor without encountering any bottlenecks. This clearly indicated the high status he held within the heavenly court. Let me take charge. Mu Qing, undeterred by the odds, found himself facing an opponent of unimpressive strength, yet possessing an extraordinarily resilient physique. He condensed the heavenly seal, shrouded in demonic energy, reducing it to the size of a brick, which he grasped firmly in his hand. Gradually, chaotic energy began to flow from his left eye, until it became painfully dry. The chaotic essence he had drawn from the realm of chaos had been entirely expended, with the final remnants of its power devoted entirely to enhancing his physical form. Summoning all his might, he pressed down upon the Thunder Child, delivering 3 resounding blows in succession. The expressions of both Master Tian Qing and the Dragon Turtle were filled with alarm, their eyelids twitching involuntarily as they instinctively touched the back of their own heads. Cringing at the sight, a cry of agony erupted as the Thunder Child succumbed to unconsciousness, a gash opening on the back of his head, blood oozing forth. Panting slightly, Mu Qing noted that while this adversary's physical prowess was not particularly formidable, the hardness of his body was truly unprecedented. Had a peak divine being endured those 3 strikes, they would likely have been obliterated. Yet, the Thunder Child had merely fallen into a state of unconsciousness. First, we must address the protective formation. Mu Qing observed that the Thunder Child would not awaken anytime soon and promptly instructed the Dragon Turtle to breach the protective array. The Dragon Turtle nodded, having previously gleaned some insights which had been interrupted by the Thunder Child. Now, he returned to the stone monument at the formation's core, scrutinizing it closely as he began to unravel its secrets. This stone, serving as the focal point of the formation, was safeguarded by runes laid down by the Elder of Fate. Only by deciphering these could the core be dismantled. After considerable effort, the Dragon Turtle finally dispelled the last of the protective runes. With a determined strike, he shattered the stone monument. Although it was a unique structure, Without the Elder of Fate's protective runes, it could only withstand the assaults of ordinary divine beings. A ripple of energy surged forth, and simultaneously, identical stone monuments across the Destiny Star began to crack. The protective formation had been successfully dismantled. These medium-grade divine stone veins should not fall into the hands of others. The dragon turtle had evidently set his sights on the surrounding divine stone veins. After dismantling the core, he casually seized 3 medium-grade veins. Mu Qing was likewise swift. As a 1,000-armed demon god manifested behind him, each arm reaching out to grasp the medium-grade divine stone veins. These veins were of substantial worth, comparable to a royal-grade artifact. My goodness, you are truly ruthless. The dragon turtle was taken aback. Of the 10 divine stone veins, 6 had been claimed by Mu Qing, while he himself had managed to secure only 3, and Master Tian, the slowest of them all, had acquired but 1. Master Tian felt a pang of regret, pondering why he had reacted so sluggishly. Mu Qing chuckled, remarking that sometimes, possessing higher cultivation did not equate to being more adept than those with greater dexterity. With the aid of the 1,000-armed demon god, he had seized 6 medium-grade divine stone veins in one fell swoop. Mission accomplished. Let us retreat. Mu Qing hoisted the Thunder Child onto his shoulder and, utilizing the Stellar Domain command to conceal their presence, made his way towards the Dragon Turtle's dwelling. Why have you returned with an additional person? Elder 2, upon seeing Mu Qing and his companions return, was momentarily taken aback, noticing that Mu Qing was carrying someone. It is a denizen of the Celestial Court, Mu Qing replied. Elder 2's expression immediately grew grave. A powerful figure from the Celestial Court had indeed made an appearance. The celestial beings have yet to make their appearance, but it is anticipated that their arrival is imminent. This individual, though only at the mid-stage of celestial divinity, possesses an extraordinary identity, and we dare not slay him for fear of calamity, Mu Qing remarked. He simultaneously inquired of Elder 2 whether there existed a means to erase Tian Leizi's memories. Elder 2 shook his head, admitting his inability to assist. As his cultivation remained at the true divinity level, he knew several methods for memory erasure but could not execute them. Moreover, he believed that since Tian Leizi held a significant status within the Celestial Court, erasing his memories would prove quite challenging. Individuals of such stature are often protected by the power of their elders. It would be prudent to test the waters. Elder 2 then imparted the memory erasing technique to the dragon turtle, instructing him to perform it. The dragon turtle formed a seal. An luminous orb resembling a ferocious wolf manifested in his palm. This technique conjured a unique illusory wolf, specifically designed to consume memories. He thrust the illusory wolf into Tian Leizi's forehead, where it let out a roar and lunged forward. Crack! The lightning mark on Tian Leizi's brow erupted with blinding radiance, and a bolt of lightning surged forth, obliterating the illusory wolf. Indeed, the lightning mark on his brow was left by a formidable entity. Fortunately, you refrained from dealing a fatal blow, otherwise, it could have triggered the full force of this lightning mark. Elder 2's expression turned grave as he solemnly informed the others of the terrifying power contained within this lightning mark, which remained dormant unless Tian Leizi was genuinely threatened. Mu Qing and the others were taken aback, relieved that they had not harmed him. Tian Qing and the dragon turtle harbored no doubts regarding Elder 2's words. Recognizing that the individual Mu Qing had brought back was extraordinary. What shall we do? We cannot simply keep knocking him unconscious, the dragon turtle mused, feeling somewhat vexed. Mu Qing nodded, murmuring, I believe there is someone who might possess the means to resolve this. He continued to carry Tian Leizi and departed alone. Are you seeking my lady? Yiwu Ran gazed at Mu Qing in surprise, astonished that Mu Qing had approached Mei Qian twice in such a short span. He nodded and began to contact Mei Qian. Mu Qing, while carrying Tian Leizi, surveyed his surroundings. They were situated in a remote mountain range of the Destiny Star. He wondered what Mei Qian was thinking by choosing to come here instead of staying at the Dragon Turtle's residence. Chapter 650. The affluent Tian Leizi, what business do you have with me? Mei Qian appeared before Mu Qing. Earlier, she had shown great interest in Mu Qing's Kunping beast and had sought to negotiate with him for its blood, even resorting to seduction. However, her demeanor had since grown more aloof, and she was often elusive. To meet her, Mu Qing still relied on Yiwu Ran's connections. Perhaps it was because Mu Qing still owed her a lesser divine stone mine that her attitude was less than cordial. I require your assistance, Mu Qing began. A medium divine stone mine. Before Mu Qing could elaborate on the nature of his request, Mei Qian, without hesitation, demanded a medium divine stone mine in exchange. Valued at a royal-grade artifact. Mu Qing's lips twitched. Could it be that this person, having cultivated the Taiwan mirror, possesses foresight? Unthinkable. I do not possess even a single low-grade divine stone vein. However, I can defer payment for now and settle the debt later once I acquire it. Kindly assist me in the meantime. Mu Qing would not easily relinquish the divine stone vein, feigning poverty in an attempt to continue his crafty schemes. Yet, Mei Qian, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declined. No, I shall lend you a mask only once. You have long since lost your credibility with me by defaulting on the low-grade divine stone vein. This time, you must comply first. Thus commenced a protracted negotiation between Mu Qing and Mei Qian that lasted several hours, culminating in Mu Qing's defeat. Very well. But you must first inform me whether it is feasible to erase this fellow's memories. Mu Qing cast the Thunder Child to the ground and conveyed to Mei Qian that the lightning mark upon the Thunder Child's brow was distinctive, left by a formidable being. Presumably an emperor. Mei Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise. She was taken aback by Mu Qing's sudden demeanor. One moment he was lamenting his financial plight, and the next, he seemed resigned to her terms. Could it be that he genuinely possessed a medium-grade divine stone vein? Casting a wary glance at Mu Qing, she then scrutinized the Thunder Child, delivering several sharp slaps to his face, inspecting him from various angles before nodding. It is but a trivial matter. I possess a method to circumvent this lightning mark and erase the memories. Her confidence was palpable as she thumped her chest proudly. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Mei Qian had a solution. She exuded an aura of versatility, capable of handling nearly any situation. Save for her somewhat lacking prowess in cultivation, she seemed almost omnipotent. Although Mu Qing felt a pang of reluctance, he willingly produced a medium-grade divine stone vein and handed it to Mei Qian. I initially hoped you would plead with me a bit more, and I would assist you gratis. It appears you have been deceiving me all along. I was under the impression you were genuinely impoverished. Mei Qian, incensed, accepted the medium-grade divine stone vein, gripping Mu Qing tightly. Her entire form nearly pressed against him. Mu Qing caught a subtle, enchanting fragrance, but his expression shifted abruptly as he realized his realm of 10,000 demons had been inadvertently unlocked. He could distinctly feel the delicate figure leaning against him stiffen, and upon turning his head, he found Mei Qian's captivating eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, fixed intently upon his realm of 10,000 demons. Within that spatial domain, 5 divine stone veins, resembling celestial dragons, loomed majestically, radiating intense divine energy. Drip. Mu Qing felt a damp sensation on his shoulder and, upon closer inspection, noticed Mei Qian had begun to drool. Hastily, he pushed her away. Her demeanor inexplicably reminded him of that stone. Ahem. Mei Qian feigned seriousness, discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth before fixing her gaze upon Mu Qing. Originally, a single low-grade divine stone vein has now escalated to a medium-grade divine stone vein due to your prolonged default. Mu Qing, infuriated, felt as though he might vomit blood. The methods this person employed to breach his realm of 10,000 demons were truly remarkable. What is even more detestable is that he originally owed merely 1 low-grade divine stone vein. However, upon noticing the presence of 5 medium-grade divine stone veins within his vast demon domain, this fellow immediately raised the price, transforming the originally low-grade vein into a medium one. Is such a rapid escalation not too excessive? Mu Qing attempted to reason with her. Mei Qian tilted her head, curious, and remarked, "The difference is negligible, isn't it? It's just 1 word." She assumed a stance, indicating that unless Mu Qing provided her with another medium-grade divine stone vein today, she would not act. In the end, Mu Qing gritted his teeth and once more relinquished a medium-grade divine stone vein. Initially, he possessed a total of 6 medium-grade divine stone veins, sufficient to procure 6 imperial-grade artifacts. Yet unexpectedly, he had now surrendered 2. Mei Qian beamed with delight, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. "Oh my, how gracious of you. In that case, I shall assist you by erasing this fellow's memory." Mei Qian was in high spirits. She produced a jade pendant, from which emanated strands of divine radiance, enveloping Tian Lazy. Suddenly, a domain filled with lightning unfurled before them. Mei Qian eagerly opened Tian Leizi's domain, eager to discover the treasures within. Despite having learned of Tian Leizi's identity from Mu Qing, she felt no trepidation. Instead, she fixated on the other's treasures. For others, one would likely need to slay Tian Leizi to plunder the spoils within his domain. Yet, Mei Qian possessed extraordinary abilities, enabling her to forcibly breach another's domain space with ease. Upon glimpsing the interior of Tian Leizi's domain, her form froze once more, her eyes shining brightly like light bulbs. Mu Qing, curious, leaned in to take a look and was equally astonished. Within Tian Leizi's domain, there existed a designated area for storing items, where a veritable mountain of weapons was piled high. Swords, halberds, spears, and whips, a veritable array of heavenly artifacts. Mu Qing inhaled sharply, and what left him further astounded was the sight of two artifacts beside this heap of heavenly weapons, imbued with the power of the world, hovering mysteriously in midair. One was a sword, the other a long spear, two imperial-grade artifacts. At this moment, Mu Qing was utterly convinced of Tian Leizi's elevated status. For a mere celestial had a domain brimming with heavenly artifacts, alongside two imperial-grade ones. My heavens, did you bring back a fortune? Mei Qian's gaze wandered elsewhere, and she discovered a full 10 medium-grade divine stone veins. In another area, a multitude of divine herbs was piled high, though predominantly, there were celestial herbs and elixirs. Mei Qian sprang into action, dashing toward the medium-grade divine stone veins. Mu Qing reacted swiftly. Having gained experience, he summoned the thousand-handed demon god behind him, moving at a speed far surpassing Mei Qian's. With 1,000 arms reaching out, he directly seized all 10 medium-grade divine stone veins. Chapter 651, Pliers and a Small Knife. Surrendering 2 medium-grade divine stone veins was not entirely a disadvantage. A smile graced Mu Qing's face as he summoned the thousand-handed demon god, a process that proved remarkably convenient. 1,000 arms extended forth, not only securing the 10 medium-grade divine stone veins, but also gathering an abundance of celestial herbs and elixirs. He generously left the divine medicines for Mei Qian, feeling somewhat reluctant to hoard them all for himself. As for the celestial herbs and elixirs, since Mei Qian did not cultivate celestial energy, she could not utilize them. Thus he claimed them all. Yet, Mei Qian exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, a hint of cunning amusement danced in her expression. Mu Qing was momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition as he suddenly realized that 6 of the 10 medium-grade divine stone veins he had seized began to melt away, transforming into a puddle of water cascading down. He quickly turned to Mei Qian, understanding that she was undoubtedly behind this mischief. Mei Qian laughed triumphantly, even revealing that she had shown restraint. Otherwise, Mu Qing would have been unable to claim a single medium-grade divine stone vein. Mu Qing found himself conceding, recognizing the enigma that Mei Qian presented with her ever-evolving tactics. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Mei Qian would take 70% of the treasures within the Thunder Lord's domain. She justified this by asserting that only she possessed the means to forcibly open another's domain. Otherwise, Mu Qing would not have obtained anything. Upon reflection, Mu Qing found her reasoning sound and chose not to contest it. However, he expressed a need for 4 divine swords, which were of great significance to him. In the Thunder Lord's domain, he had glimpsed numerous celestial-grade divine swords and immortal swords. Mei Qian casually tossed him 4 celestial-grade immortal swords, which, unlike divine artifacts, contained celestial energy and could only be wielded by those who cultivated celestial powers, thus her decisiveness. I desire that royal-grade divine sword, Mu Qing exclaimed, feeling dissatisfied, for he had long coveted that particular royal-grade artifact. Strangely enough, the 2 royal-grade weapons within the Thunder Lord's domain were indeed divine artifacts. Mei Qian winced at the thought, but unexpectedly did not hesitate, handing over the royal-grade divine sword to Mu Qing. This sword was exceptional, enveloped in an ethereal aura, its body gleaming with an ancient bronze hue, etched with mysterious patterns. Upon grasping the divine sword, Mu Qing felt a sharp sting against his skin. Its sword energy was astounding. Even in a restrained state, it still emanated a faint aura. Excellent. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled. With this divine sword in his possession, the journey had been worthwhile. His celestial extermination sword array could now be upgraded and put to use. Everything related to celestial matters within the Thunder Lord's domain was bestowed upon Mu Qing by Mei Qian, for only he could wield these items. Would you be willing to provide me with some of your blood? Mei Qian inquired, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. I wish to understand how you can utilize objects imbued with celestial energy. Through the recent battle at the Taiwa Palace, she had acquired some insights through special means, revealing that the evil clan was once a race that cultivated divine power in the cosmos, their ancestors imprisoned in the celestial prison, undergoing a transformation. Being a member of the demon clan, she was already aware that they had long submitted to the celestial court, and with the demon clan's assistance, the celestial court had created the evil clan, a fusion of celestial beings and deities. Now, witnessing Mu Qing's situation, Mei Qian was intrigued, speculating whether Mu Qing might also belong to the evil clan. Mu Qing decisively declined and urged her to swiftly erase Tian Lazy's memories. For Tian Lazy possessed an extraordinary physique, having undergone rigorous training with secret methods and elixirs since childhood, and could awaken from his stupor at any moment. Mei Qian nodded, retrieving two implements, a pair of pincers and a small knife. Both tools gleamed with a silvery sheen, shining brilliantly. Mu Qing observed keenly, intrigued to ascertain whether Mei Qian was merely boasting or if she could genuinely erase memories. Mei Qian approached Tian Lazy's head with the pincers, and remarkably, they penetrated directly into his mind without triggering the lightning mark on his forehead. In the next moment, with a determined pull, she extracted the pincers, revealing a series of images that emerged alongside them. Mu Qing was astounded. The scenes drawn forth were none other than Tian Lazy's memories, an extensive expanse of recollections. However, Mu Qing and his companions only needed to erase the most recent memories. Mei Qian then took the silver knife, slicing through a significant portion of Tian Lazy's memory images. The severed scenes dissipated into nothingness, vanishing like scattered stars. As she released the pincers, the elongated memory fragments swiftly retracted back into Tian Lazy's mind. Mu Qing's expression reflected astonishment. Mei Qian's skill was truly formidable, bordering on the miraculous. Was this truly foolproof? A sense of concern tinged Mu Qing's thoughts. Deeming the process overly simplistic, Mei Qian shot him a glare, as if to challenge his doubts about her abilities. She assured Mu Qing that she had severed Tian Lazy's recent memories, and that all that remained was to abandon him in a random location. Upon awakening, he would have no recollection of Mu Qing or the others. Seeing her confidence, Mu Qing exhaled in relief. Very well, I shall return to rest. Do remember to call on me for such fortunate occurrences in the future. Mei Qian stretched, her alluring figure accentuated beneath her snug black attire, her fair skin seemingly aglow. With starry eyes and a radiant smile gracing her delicate features, she entered a cave. Mu Qing observed, bewildered. Did this individual truly prefer to sleep in caves? He hefted Tian Lazy onto his shoulder and turned to leave, utilizing the Star Domain token. Mu Qing concealed his presence once more and soared towards the outer realms of the Xuanwu Star Domain. With the ongoing conflict between Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke, it was prudent to remain hidden to avoid unnecessary troubles. Leaving him here should suffice, Mu Qing mused as he arrived on a desolate little star, barren and devoid of life, save for a few wild boar-like fierce beasts of divine rank. This location was distanced from the Xuanwu Star Domain. He unceremoniously dropped Tian Lazy and turned to depart. Time was slipping by, and the battle between Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke was nearing its conclusion. The outcome was all but predetermined, with Kuo Ke's forces vastly superior and Kuo Ke's irrationality rendering any comeback virtually impossible. 3 days later, on that stark little star, several fierce beasts resembling wild boars ambled over to Tian Lazy's side. They prodded the Thunder Child, finding no response, and then they bit down. A howl of agony erupted. The Thunder Child's body was remarkably resilient, shattering the teeth of the ferocious beast. What was that sound? A cacophony ensued. The Thunder Child, in a hazy stupor, finally regained consciousness. The first sensation he experienced was a throbbing in his head, as if it were about to burst. Yet, upon touching it, he found no injury. Before he was brought here, Mu Qing had already healed his wounds, at least superficially. The Thunder Child felt as though he had awoken from an exceedingly long slumber. Subsequently, he sensed something beside him, accompanied by an odd, foul smell. As his awareness returned fully, his gaze swept around, and his eyes turned a fierce crimson. There, beside him, lay heaps of excrement, and a savage beast resembling a wild boar, its teeth inexplicably broken, was staring intently at him. The beast, which had intended to devour the Thunder Child, had its teeth shattered instead, and in a fit of rage, it hurled excrement in his direction. A series of anguished cries erupted from the small celestial body, followed swiftly by an overwhelming force that obliterated the entire miniature planet. Chapter 652. The Downfall of Geik. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? After annihilating the small celestial body with a mere gesture, the Thunder Child's mind fell into a state of disarray, remaining frozen for a time. Ah yes. I believe I was to journey to the Xuanwu Star Domain to inquire with Geik regarding any news about the items my father and the others seek. The Thunder Child finally recollected his purpose. He opened his domain space, gazing into its emptiness, yet felt no surprise, retrieving a star map from a corner. So, this is indeed near the Xuanwu Star Domain, he realized with clarity. Just then, an unbearable stench wafted from his body, prompting a wave of nausea. Initially intending to proceed directly to the Xuanwu Star Domain, he now realized that such a course would be utterly embarrassing. If others discovered a dignified member of the heavenly court reeking of foulness, he would likely wish to burrow deep into the earth. The Thunder Child was nearly driven mad by the stench emanating from himself. The wild boar-like beasts, though lacking in strength, produced excrement of an extraordinarily repugnant nature that he could not cleanse away. He washed himself over a dozen times, yet faint traces of the odor lingered, giving him the impression that remnants still clung to him. This was truly unbearable. As for the emptiness of the Thunder Child's domain space, he remained entirely unaffected by it. This was because Mei Qian had deliberately erased those memories while severing his recollections. In other words, the Thunder Child currently believed that his domain space was devoid of contents. And with his present memory, it would seem peculiar if it were filled with treasures, as he had no recollection of acquiring any divine artifacts or mineral veins. On a certain celestial body within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Retreat. Quickly retreat. A peak divine being shouted, his eyes aflame with urgency as he chose to withdraw. This celestial body had become a battlefield, with both factions clashing, but the conflict was nearing its conclusion, due to the immense power of Guihong. Boasting an army of 300,000 true gods and nearly 30 peak celestial beings. The only force capable of rivaling him on the side of Geik was a solitary emperor-level powerhouse. Do not retreat, Geik roared as he battled Guihong, their clash rending the heavens and shaking the very fabric of space. Upon hearing the commotion, Geik unleashed his fury, for the peak celestial under his command was attempting to withdraw without orders. In truth, after launching an offensive, Geik had begun to regret his impulsiveness. The death of his kin, Giziping, had spurred him into action far too hastily. Alas, before he could call back his troops, Guihong's forces surged forward, leaving him no opportunity to reconsider. With the arrow already knocked, Geik had no choice but to press on. As an emperor, he and Guihong were evenly matched, making it evident that this battle would not conclude swiftly. However, his subordinates were no match for the overwhelming numbers. A mere 100,000 against 300,000 was a staggering disparity. Presently, Guihong's forces were instilled with terror, having lost half of their number, while the remaining soldiers had lost the will to fight. This was compounded by Geik's recent ascendancy, his reputation still unestablished, leading to insubordination among his ranks. Guihong, laughing heartily, infused his voice with divine power, declaring, "Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Instantly, a significant portion of Geik's forces chose to capitulate. Tian, a trusted confidant of Geik, would naturally not yield, witnessing his men turn against him, some even charging towards him in an attempt to claim his head for favor. He was infuriated. His divine aura surged as he struck down two traitors. Suddenly, a spear, as swift as a celestial dragon, pierced his chest. Stunned, blood trickled from his lips, soaking his front in crimson. Turning to see his assailant, he was shocked to recognize the peak celestial being who had called for the retreat earlier. Are you not the one seeking to flee? Tian could hardly believe that a former comrade would turn on him. Just moments ago, he had clearly witnessed this individual attempting to escape. The peak celestial's expression twisted into a malevolent grin as he withdrew his spear, taunting, "What good is it to be a coward? Better to slay you and claim a bounty from Elder Guihong. Perhaps I may even secure a favorable position." Tian's eyes widened, and a surge of rage exploded within him. Ignoring his wounds, he charged at his foe, driven by a desperate fury. The peak celestial was momentarily startled but remained unafraid. Tian was gravely injured and no match for him. Employing guerrilla tactics, the Celestial delayed the confrontation, and soon Tian found himself depleted of strength. His flame of life flickering dimly, consciousness waning. A spear hurtled through the air with blinding speed, piercing his skull. With a resounding thud, a mist of blood erupted, marking the fall of yet another peak Celestial. Tian, Geik bellowed in rage, wishing he could eliminate the traitor below him at that very moment. Guihong, however, would not grant him such satisfaction, taunting him while drawing out the confrontation. Well done. Ha. Retreat. Witnessing his forces dwindle, some perishing, others fleeing, many chose to seek refuge under Guihong's banner. Kuo Ke gritted his teeth. Reason dictated that retreat was his only option, lest he meet a grim fate. He felt an acute sense of injustice, having been unable to avenge his son, while his own faction lay severely weakened. Behind him, the eruption of the magma world surged forth, an astonishing heat enveloping the sky in crimson hues, as a colossal fireball of magma descended with thunderous force. Guihong's eyelids twitched. Even he regarded this power with trepidation, aware that Kuo Ke was fighting desperately. As the turbulent waves of the world of waves materialized behind him, a vast ocean surged skyward to intercept the magma fireball, allowing Kuo Ke to seize the moment and retreat with his dwindling followers back to the Destiny Star. By the time Guihong extinguished the magma, Kuo Ke had vanished without a trace. Onward, straight to the Destiny Star. Guihong bellowed, rallying his forces. Kill. Below. A vast army of true gods surged forth, led by the pinnacle of celestial commanders, advancing towards the Destiny Star with an overwhelming momentum. Their collective essence coalescing into a formidable presence. Guihong, though astonished by this tremendous power, felt a gnawing irritation within. It was not rightfully his. Kuo Ke, you have nowhere left to flee. Surrender now, and you may yet be spared. Guihong thundered, encircling the Destiny Star. If you have the courage, come and breach my defenses. Kuo Ke's eyes burned with hatred, yet he found himself within the protective embrace of the Destiny Star's great formation, a bastion of invincibility. Regret for his impulsiveness gnawed at him. He would not venture out again, as long as he awaited the arrival of the heavenly powers. A glimmer of hope for a turnaround remained. At that moment, unrest erupted on the Destiny Star, as numerous members of the Spirit Turtle Clan began to resist Kuo Ke's leadership. Several clan elders united to strip him of his chieftaincy. Old fools, are you seeking death? Kuo Ke, disregarding any semblance of authority, rebuked the elders in front of all the clan's people. The scene had descended into chaos. Fury coursed through him. Astonished that internal discord had erupted at such a critical juncture, he had long sought the allegiance of these elders, for in the Spirit Turtle Clan, aside from the true Azure Master, these elders held the highest positions and wielded significant influence. Should they bend the knee to him, he could genuinely claim dominion over the clan. Yet, Kuo Ke had not anticipated their defiance, particularly at such a crucial moment when they chose to sow discord. His mood darkened, his eyes reddened, and he resolved to take decisive action to demonstrate his authority. Chieftain! Chieftain! At that moment, a subordinate stumbled forward, breathless. Kuo Ke felt an ominous premonition arise. The subordinate, panic-stricken, approached Kuo Ke and lamented, "Chieftain, the core of the protective formation has inexplicably been breached, and 10 veins of medium-grade divine stone have vanished." Chapter 653. The might of the sword array. Kuo Ke stood frozen in place, stunned into silence. His subordinate cautiously observed him, noting the crimson flush spreading across his face, as if steam might erupt from his head. Suddenly, Kuo Ke quivered violently, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, a dignified sovereign reduced to coughing blood in his fury. Even in the midst of a fierce battle with Guihong, he had sustained no injuries. Yet now, his body swayed unsteadily, as if on the verge of collapse. Why? Why was this happening? Kuo Ke roared in frustration, unable to accept that after encountering the formidable beings of the heavenly realm, he should have ascended to greatness. Instead, he found himself beset by misfortune, reduced to such a dire state. I am at a loss. All the true gods guarding the formation claimed that no one had ever entered there. Yet the formation was inexplicably breached. His subordinates trembled, and the Divine Emperor's aura emanated from Kuo Ke, overwhelming him. In a moment of panic, Kuo Ke managed to regain some composure, contemplating any means of escape. However, it was already too late. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed from outside, waves crashing violently. Sweeping across the Star of Destiny, Kuo Ke, leading his army, marched forth, unimpeded by any protective formations, as if they were in a realm devoid of opposition. Kuo Ke's remaining forces were nearly annihilated. Kuo Ke took the lead, flanked by a multitude of peak celestial beings, exuding an overwhelming presence that encircled Kuo Ke. Several elders of the Spirit Turtle Clan appeared, their formidable strength radiating hostility towards Kuo Ke. Kuo Ke found himself utterly alone. All his trusted aides had perished, while the rest had either surrendered or been swayed by the elders. You should have anticipated this day, having previously plotted against the leader of the Tian clan, bellowed one elder. A wave of shock rippled through the Spirit Turtle Clan. Was it true that Kuo Ke had orchestrated the death of the former leader of the Tian clan? Instantly, Kuo Ke's standing within the Spirit Turtle Clan was obliterated. With bloodshot eyes, Kuo Ke surged into the air, attempting to break through the encirclement. After all, he was a divine emperor, and his only true opponent was Kuo Ke. He dismissed the other peak celestial beings as inconsequential. It appeared that assistance was required for Kuo Ke, as their strengths were closely matched, insufficient to completely vanquish Kuo Ke. Mu Qing observed the battle from the shadows. Although Kuo Ke's defeat would render the entire Xuanwu Star Domain under Kuo Ke's dominion, Mu Qing intended to ensure Kuo Ke's demise, wishing to eradicate the threat entirely. Do you need me to intervene? The dragon turtle inquired, confident that with his peak divine emperor prowess, dealing with Kuo Ke would be effortless. Mu Qing shook his head. While the dragon turtle could indeed intervene, it was preferable for him not to engage. Both he and the Tianqing sage were concealed in the shadows. Despite Mu Qing's current position as the public domain lord, few were aware of his identity, and even fewer knew of the Tianqing sage, who was presumed dead to the outside world. However, the dragon turtle was widely recognized within the Xuanwu Star Domain. It would be wiser for him to refrain from involvement, lest the celestial beings from the heavenly realm come seeking him. Perhaps I should take action. If I disguise my aura and appearance, no one should discover my true identity. The Tianqing sage offered, believing that his alliance with Kuo Ke would suffice to eliminate Kuo Ke. Mu Qing shook his head, a smile creeping onto his face. Eager to take his turn. Allow me to give it a try. The dragon turtle and the Tianqing sage were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that Mu Qing, a mid-tier celestial being, would dare to confront a divine emperor. Although Mu Qing's strength is formidable, and their ability to slay a peak celestial being does not surprise them in the slightest, the prospect of contending with a divine emperor truly catches them off guard. Rest assured, Mu Qing's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Boom. The entire sky almost transformed in hue. One side painted a deep crimson, while the other shimmered a vivid azure. Kuo Ke and Kuo Ke clashed, unleashing the power of the divine emperor realm, rendering even the peak celestials powerless to intervene. You cannot stop me. In the future, I shall dismantle you to pieces. Kuo Ke's gaze brimmed with hatred as he gritted his teeth, yearning to slay Kuo Ke on the spot. Yet, with his strength waning, he realized that pressing on could lead to his own demise, compelling him to retreat temporarily. Oh no! Kuo Ke's expression shifted, with Kuo Ke intent on escaping. He found himself unable to obstruct him, as their cultivations were evenly matched, leaving no room for overwhelming force. Kuo Ke could only manage to entangle Kuo Ke momentarily. Given enough time, Kuo Ke would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to flee. Boom! The molten world erupted, cascading a deluge of lava. This was Kuo Ke's world exploding, a costly sacrifice to impede Kuo Ke's pursuit. Kuo Ke's expression fluctuated. He still had a chance to catch up to Kuo Ke, but the torrent of lava descended like an ocean, threatening to engulf his subordinates if he did not act. Gritting his teeth, he expanded his wave world to shield against the flowing magma. Kuo Ke, just you wait. Kuo Ke coughed blood, filled with murderous intent. After this escape, he vowed to return and sever Kuo Ke's head. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura pierced through the air, cleaving towards Kuo Ke. Thud! A deep gash, revealing bone, was inflicted upon Kuo Ke's shoulder, sending waves of agony coursing through him. He halted, lifting his gaze to the east, where a divine sword hung. Its ancient bronze hue adorned with mysterious patterns, emanating an aura of dread. It was a royal-grade artifact. This divine sword was further empowered, its radiant light blindingly bright, causing pain to the eyes. Inscribed upon the blade, Intricate patterns coalesced into 3 words: extermination sword. Kuo Ke's heart plummeted. He realized that others were preparing to strike against him, and wielding a royal-grade sword could only mean the presence of a divine emperor. He gritted his teeth. His time of breakthrough had been short, and he lacked a royal-grade artifact of his own, much like Kuo Ke. Not far away, Kuo Ke, witnessing this, felt puzzled about who was aiding him, but seized the opportunity to charge forward. Kuo Ke, sensing danger, shifted directions only to halt abruptly. To the south, a celestial sword floated, surrounded by ethereal energy, radiating sword intent, the slaughtering, immortal sword. He glanced towards other directions. To the west and north, celestial swords also hung, each reaching the heavenly grade. One named the trapping, immortal sword, the other the absolute, immortal sword. Kuo Ke's expression darkened significantly. He found himself encircled. As the sword formation activated, a blazing celestial radiance soared into the sky, with portals materializing in the 4 cardinal directions. The portal by the Sword of Extermination is known as the Extermination Gate, adorned with a royal-grade divine sword. The sword, named Extermination, possesses an unparalleled sharpness, and its sword energy surged forth, causing an ordinary person to merely perceive a fleeting brilliance. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through Kuo Ke, who was taken by surprise. He felt a searing agony as a crimson line of blood extended from his arm, splattering forth as one of his hands was severed. Chapter 654. The sword exterminates Kuo Ke. What an extraordinary sword formation. Not far away, Kuo Ke rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, he was struck with awe. He speculated that this formidable sword formation might have been crafted by Mu Qing, though he never anticipated it would possess such terrifying power. Meanwhile, Kuo Ke found himself engulfed in despair. He sensed the celestial energy, a force reserved for the formidable beings of the celestial court. This indicated that an expert from the celestial court had intervened, intent on obliterating him with the might of the sword formation. Fueled by resentment, Kuo Ke's eyes burned crimson as he glared at Kuo Ke, his gaze akin to that of a feral beast, eager to devour. Kuo Ke's sudden opposition, his audacious power grabs, left Kuo Ke puzzled, but now it became clear that the celestial beings had sought out Kuo Ke. I refuse to accept this. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. Kuo Ke resolved to abandon his escape and charged recklessly towards Kuo Ke. His skin turned a deep crimson, and his eyes bulged as he employed a certain secret technique to forcibly elevate his strength. Kuo Ke was taken aback, realizing that Kuo Ke was prepared to fight to the death. Yet he felt no fear. After all, Kuo Ke had previously shattered his own magma realm, diminishing his power. Even with a forced enhancement, how much could he truly gain? As he plunged into the sword formation, battling fiercely with Kuo Ke, he discovered that the formation did not target him, but was solely directed at Kuo Ke. Kuo Ke's heart raced with understanding. The mastermind behind this was either Mu Qing or someone connected to him. Recalling the imperial communication talismans in Mu Qing's possession, he felt a chill. Could it be that Mu Qing had summoned an emperor to his aid? The possibility seemed plausible, especially since Mu Qing had not received any favorable treatment since arriving in the Xuanwu Star Domain. It was entirely conceivable that, in a fit of rage, he would call upon an emperor to deal with Kuo Ke. On the other side, Kuo Ke became increasingly convinced of the collusion between the celestial court and Kuo Ke, his expression darkening. You are deceitful. You lack integrity, Kuo Ke bellowed, fully aware that the figure behind the scenes could hear him. His fury boiled over. He had promised to assist the celestial court in locating a certain item, with the assurance that they would subsequently help him become the dominator of the Xuanwu Star Domain and its surrounding territories. Yet now they sought to eliminate him. Kuo Ke stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Kuo Ke's words. Suddenly, a beam of sword light pierced through the air, prompting Kuo Ke to defend himself hastily, though he sustained no injuries. He was propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Kuo Ke struck him with a palm, causing him to cough up blood and suffer fractured bones. Under the shadow of the extermination sword formation, 4 portals loomed, each adorned with a sword that summoned terrifying power. The extermination sword possessed unmatched sharpness. The sword of slaughter brimmed with murderous intent. The sword of entrapment radiated a fierce red light, and the sword of obliteration transformed in countless ways. In a fleeting moment, Kuo Ke was riddled with sword marks, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Kuo Ke also unleashed a flurry of attacks, exerting all of his strength, and retrieved a heavenly artifact, employing various divine powers to bombard Kuo Ke relentlessly. Ultimately, the extermination sword of the extermination sect descended, vibrating lightly, and with a flash of sword light. A head fell to the ground. With a hum, the portal vanished, and 4 swords shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Kuo Ke furrowed his brow, unable to discern the direction in which this sword formation had ventured. The fierce battle concluded, and Kuo Ke ultimately could not escape. Kuo Ke took control of the entire Xuanwu Star Domain and ascended to the position of clan leader. Kuo Yuan and Kuo Du Lai, who had allied with Kuo Ke, were filled with excitement. Their choice proved to be prudent, and they reaped considerable benefits. Ostensibly, Kuo Ke governed the Xuanwu Star Domain. However, only Kuo Ke knew that he was merely a puppet. Even within the Spirit Turtle Clan, the elders paid him no heed, for they were aware that the Celestial Blue Master was still alive and loyal to him. Clan leader, congratulations. Kuo Yuan and Kuo Du Lai arrived at the clan leader's palace to offer their felicitations. They brought with them some treasures, eager to curry favor with Kuo Ke. It's that young man. Upon entering, Kuo Yuan and his companion discovered another individual in the clan leader's conference room. Aside from Kuo Ke, it was Mu Qing. At this moment, Mu Qing occupied the main seat, a position that should rightfully belong to the clan leader, while Kuo Ke stood beside him, having not even taken a seat. Impudent! How dare you sit in the clan leader's seat? Kuo Yuan bellowed, striving to assert himself before Kuo Ke. Kuo Du Lai even resorted to direct action, seizing the opportunity to dislodge Mu Qing from the clan leader's position. They were oblivious to the fact that Kuo Ke, being a deity emperor, could not be usurped unless he willingly relinquished his seat. Silence! A commanding voice rang out, followed by an overwhelming surge of power that swept forth. Poof! Kuo Yuan and Kuo Du Lai were sent flying back, crashing against the wall, and each spitting out a mouthful of blood. They were stunned to discover that the one who had attacked them was none other than Kuo Ke. Clan leader Kuo Yuan and his companion felt bewildered, unable to comprehend why Kuo Ke would turn against them. Within this spatial ring lay all of Kuo Ke's possessions. Kuo Ke approached Mu Qing cautiously, presenting a ring imbued with the fluctuations of spatial power. Mu Qing accepted it, casting a glance into the ring's space, which contained a wealth of divine stones and several heavenly artifacts. However, for him, who possessed 8 mid-tier divine stone veins, these treasures paled in comparison. Moreover, Kuo Ke had only recently ascended to deity emperor and lacked anything truly valuable. His wealth was hardly distinguishable from that of a peak celestial being. Mu Qing cast the contents into his domain space. Not far away, Kuo Yuan and Kuo Du Lai were utterly petrified, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. What had they just witnessed? A formidable deity emperor was dutifully bowing before a mid-tier celestial being. Kuo Ke gritted his teeth. He did not wish to be in this position, and his intense animosity towards Mu Qing made him wish to strike him down immediately. Yet, Kuo Ke could always sense a chilling aura enveloping his soul, and he feared that the moment he attempted to act, his very essence would be shattered. Kuo Ke's spirit was under the complete control of the old butcher, who, employing his own methods, could monitor Kuo Ke's soul entirely, even discerning some of his thoughts. Should any murderous intent arise, the old butcher would shatter Kuo Ke's spirit, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Let them go, Mu Qing snorted coldly. Kuo Ke's countenance was filled with malice, resembling a ferocious beast as he bellowed, "Forget everything that transpired today, or I shall ensure you meet a restless demise. Do you understand?" Both Kuo Yuan and Kuo Du were chilled to the bone, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. Kuo Ke waved his hand, dismissing them. After some time, powerful beings from the heavenly court might arrive, so be prepared, Mu Qing advised. The primary purpose of Mu Qing's visit to Kuo Ke was to ensure that he was psychologically ready and to caution him not to reveal anything in front of the heavenly court strong. However, Mu Qing now felt considerably more at ease than before. His anxiety about being exposed before the heavenly court stemmed mainly from the battle at Taiyu Palace. At that time, he and his companions were part of the resistance against the heavenly court, and he feared being hunted down. If discovered, escape would be nearly impossible. Yet, after encountering that thunder child, Mu Qing realized he was not recognized, which relieved him greatly. Perhaps the heavenly court had not issued any wanted orders. This realization allowed him to breathe easier, and he might even walk openly in the outside world. Of course, it was still prudent to minimize contact with the heavenly court, as he bore another identity. that of a successor to the Starry Sky dynasty. If this were to be uncovered by the heavenly court, it would lead to certain death. Fortunately, he had carved out his own path. Whether through bloodline techniques or cultivated power, he had aligned himself with the demonic path, making it exceedingly difficult for others to discern his ties to the Starry Sky dynasty. Chapter 655. The Thunder Demon God After the Great Battle. The Xuanwu Star Domain fell into a state of tranquility. Although its overall power had waned, it had become more unified than before, with all individuals now obeying Kuo Ke, transforming from a scattered assembly into a cohesive force. However, it was incomparable to the Xuanwu Star Domain when the Elder of Destiny was present. The presence of the Elder of Destiny was akin to having an emperor stationed there. The distinction was negligible. Moreover, the Elder of Destiny held the status of the Taiyu Palace, making him even more formidable, and no one dared to provoke him. In the vicinity, among several high-ranking races ruling their respective star domains, the Xuanwu Star Domain stood alone. In this region, the ruling race was the Titans. In the Hunyuan realm, there existed two supreme races, the Angelic race and the Titan race. Each of these top-tier races commanded over 100 star domains, meaning they governed numerous high-ranking races. A star domain must consist of at least several dozen stars to be classified as such, and those who controlled these domains were predominantly high-ranking races, while medium and low-ranking races could only dominate a single star. The Xuanwu Star Domain, along with the surrounding star domains, fell within the territory of the Titans, and logically, it should be under their jurisdiction. However, with the esteemed Elder of Destiny joining the Taiyu Palace, the people of the Titan clan naturally would not claim the Xuanwu Star Domain. Thus, the Xuanwu Star Domain remains a unique entity, belonging to the Taiyu Palace. Now that the Taiyu Palace has perished, the Xuanwu Star Domain has transformed into an independent existence. Mu Qing, residing on Destiny Star, requested Kuo Ke to delineate a small parcel of land for him, not overly large, merely a tranquil space. His abode is nestled near the forbidden grounds of the Spirit Tortoise Clan, a secluded area accompanied by a shimmering lake, surrounded by mountains, a place rich in spiritual energy. Mu Qing ventured into the nearby woods to fell trees and construct a modest wooden cabin. In truth, he had no pressing need for a dwelling. This endeavor was simply to imbue the area with a semblance of human presence. Upon completion, Mu Qing surveyed his handiwork, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Initially, he felt quite pleased with himself, yet the resulting cabin stood crooked and rather unsightly. "Ah well, I intend this space for cultivation, not for indulgence," Mu Qing mused, scratching his head, and ultimately decided not to dwell on it. He approached the center of the lake, standing upon its surface, easily sensing the ripples that danced across the water, the gentle breeze refreshing his spirit. This locale is extraordinary. Beneath the lake lies a naturally occurring divine stone vein, rendering the surrounding energy far denser than in other places. Of course, this divine stone vein is of a lower grade, while it was once rare for Mu Qing, who had encountered several medium-grade divine stone veins. It held little significance. Suddenly, the lake's surface surged, and Mu Qing unleashed his thousand-handed demon god, plunging into the depths to extract the divine stone vein. Subsequently, he buried a medium-grade divine stone vein, causing the energy in the realm to swell dramatically, reaching an exceedingly rich intensity. Satisfied with the result, Mu Qing nodded in approval and settled down to commence his cultivation. Before this, he had examined the extermination sword array within the realm of 10,000 demons. Indeed, as the skeletal figure had claimed, this sword array was formidable. It might truly possess the potential to slay supreme immortals in the future. Mu Qing acquired 3 heavenly-grade immortal swords and 1 imperial-grade divine sword from Tian, and he reconfigured the extermination sword array. The upgraded array was terrifying, capable of nurturing 4 portals, with 4 immortal swords suspended above them, suppressing the 4 corners. On that day, Mu Qing concealed himself in the shadows, wielding the power of the Star Domain decree to temporarily attain the strength of a divine emperor. Activating the extermination sword array, which inflicted severe injuries upon Kuo Ke. Retracting his gaze, Mu Qing began to inspect the spoils of war obtained from Tian and Kuo Ke. Each divine herb and immortal elixir was meticulously examined as he sought those imbued with life energy. He discovered quite a bounty: 50 divine herbs, over 70 immortal herbs, and a total of 200 various divine and immortal pills. Such an abundance left him hopeful, He wondered if these seeds, now sprouting, could further flourish. With a joyful expression, Mu Qing hurried to the ancient tree of life seeds. The seeds, enveloped in demonic energy, were translucent and smooth as jade, their tender sprouts radiating divine brilliance. Mu Qing cast aside all the divine herbs and elixirs brimming with vitality. A low hum resonated, and indeed, a reaction ensued. The seed quivered, and a formidable force of absorption enveloped the surroundings. Among the collection of divine and celestial herbs, 5 plants levitated, rapidly withering and disintegrating into dust, their vitality completely drained. Subsequently, several divine pills floated upward, their life energy entirely consumed, shattering into fine particles. Mu Qing felt exhilarated as the seed absorbed the life energy, becoming increasingly smooth and plump. He could even envision the tender shoots sprouting leaves, eventually growing into a sapling. However, the next moment, Mu Qing was taken aback. He noticed that the ancient life tree seed had ceased all activity, falling into silence. What was happening? A sense of peculiarity washed over him as he approached to inspect it, forcefully placing several celestial herbs beside it. A gentle radiance emanated from the seed's body, yet it harbored an immense power that repelled the nearby celestial herbs. A wry smile crept upon Mu Qing's lips as he realized that the seed of the ancient life tree appeared to be rather finicky. In fact, it was exceedingly selective. Despite the plethora of treasures rich in life energy, it had only absorbed a few particularly vibrant herbs and some unique pills, dismissing the rest with disdain, forcefully casting them aside. If you do not want them, I shall take them, Mu Qing thought with a hint of irritation, collecting the remaining herbs and pills, which still held considerable efficacy for someone at his mid-god level. Yet soon, he felt overwhelmed. Nurturing such a discerning seed would inevitably lead to financial ruin. Resolving to cast aside his distractions, he decided to take it one step at a time, reassured that at least the ancient life tree seed acknowledged him. Otherwise, like the celestial emperor, even possessing the seed would not guarantee its growth. It was hard for Mu Qing to believe that the illustrious celestial emperor could not procure a multitude of treasures infused with life energy, but despite this, the ancient life tree seed had never flourished under the emperor's care, indicating that the seed intentionally refused to absorb the life force offered by him. Mu Qing's gaze shifted to the magic embryo before him. The 10,000 demons he had created was based on the true scripture of the cosmic return, which previously focused on condensing more stars for greater strength. Now, however, it was about transforming stars into magic deities. Yet, the creation of a single 1,000-handed demon had consumed the energy of 300,000 stars, and the energy required to nurture a second thunder demon remained astonishingly high. With a flicker of black light in his right eye, the power of the black hole enveloped the vicinity, voraciously devouring the heavenly materials and elixirs. Regardless of whether they were divine herbs or celestial pills, everything was consumed by him. A vast reservoir of energy coalesced around him, and under Mu Qing's guidance, it surged directly into the magic embryo. The magic embryo crackled with lightning. A thunder pool lay dormant, ready to unleash its thunderous essence. With the infusion of tremendous energy, after a considerable duration, the magic embryo finally exhibited signs of movement, beginning its metamorphosis into a nascent magic deity. This entity was a demon enveloped in swirling thunder, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by 6 thunder drums, with a dense mass of dark clouds and flickering lightning behind it. Chapter 656. The Return of the Thunder Demon. For an entire month, Mu Qing dedicated himself to the consolidation of this formidable thunder demon. Regrettably, it was only after he had infused all manner of precious materials and elixirs into it that he managed to condense it to a mere 50 zhang in size. Though its extraordinary essence was evident, marked by ominous thunderclouds and flickering lightning, it remained merely a rudimentary form. It was only upon reaching 100 zhang that he could truly regard it as a successful culmination, at which point his strength would surge, allowing him to harness the power of the thunder demon. By then, he would also be on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the celestial god realm. The refinement of the demon was his means of elevating his cultivation through the 10,000 demon canon. With renewed vigor, Mu Qing surveyed his domain, where 7 medium-grade divine stone veins remained. He commanded the 1,000-handed demon to seize 2 of these veins, employing the power of the black hole to consume them. transforming them into a river of energy that surged into the nascent form of the Thunder Demon. The divine energy contained within a single medium-grade divine stone vein was astonishing, equivalent to 10 million divine stones, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. The process of refining these two veins consumed 4 months of Mu Qing's time. At last, when the final vestige of energy was infused into the Thunder Demon, it shattered the last barrier, expanding from 99 zhang to 100 zhang. Its three-headed, six-armed figure was magnificent, each visage displaying a distinct emotion: joy, rage, and sorrow. The 6 arms, muscular and intertwined like coiling dragons, were accompanied by 6 thunder drums, formed from the thunder pool, each adorned with unique patterns of lightning. Behind it loomed a tempest of thunderclouds, crackling with fury. As the Thunder Demon coalesced, an overwhelming surge of power surged back into Mu Qing, causing his cultivation to skyrocket to the late stage of the celestial god realm. After stabilizing his newfound strength, Mu Qing began to attempt communication with the realm of chaos. Previously, he could only manage to open a narrow fissure, drawing forth a wisp of chaotic energy, which had taken considerable time to strengthen his physical form. Now, having ascended to the late stage of the celestial god realm, he hoped to draw forth a greater volume of chaotic energy. Seated at the center of the lake, he formed intricate hand seals. With a crack, a discernible aperture materialized before him, approximately the size of a thumb. This was a significant improvement. The last time, he could barely perceive the other side through a mere slit. Now, through this thumb-sized opening, Mu Qing glimpsed a vast expanse of chaos, shrouded in obscurity. Yet he managed to discern a colossal silhouette. This figure was immense, round, and several thousand meters in size, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet it remained concealed within the endless chaos. Subsequently, Mu Qing endeavored to rouse the chaotic energy of the chaotic realm, seeking to draw forth more of it. The previous attempt to seize chaotic energy had proven arduous, yielding only a single wisp. Now, exerting his full strength, Mu Qing effortlessly stirred the chaotic energy. And within 3 days, he succeeded in drawing forth another wisp of chaotic energy. He activated the Book of 10,000 Demons, drawing a stream of chaotic energy into his left eye. Continue. Mu Qing felt invigorated and tirelessly pulled in wave after wave of chaotic energy through this portal, absorbing it into his left eye. Eventually, his left eye became extraordinary, shimmering with chaotic hues, and upon closer inspection, it contained a divine brilliance of chaos within its pupil. Continue. Mu Qing's expression radiated joy as he welcomed all the chaotic energy that came his way. At that moment, a communication rune on his body flickered to life. It was the dragon turtle contacting him, stating that someone from the heavenly court was seeking Guhong. The dragon turtle's tone was somewhat peculiar, for the visitor from the heavenly court was none other than Tian Lei. What news? Does Tian Lei still retain any memory of us? Mu Qing inquired, for this was his utmost concern. The dragon turtle, surprised, replied through the communication rune, no. He appears perfectly normal and has evidently forgotten all about his previous visit to the Xuanwu Star Domain and the beating he received. He marveled, having previously overlooked Mei Qian, not realizing her methods were so formidable. It was well known that Tian Lei likely had an emperor backing him, and according to the estimations of Tu Lao, that lightning mark was left for Tian Lei by an emperor to safeguard his life. Should that lightning mark be triggered, even a peak divine emperor would face death. Yet, Mei Qian had skillfully avoided the lightning mark, erasing Tian Lei's memories without invoking its power. I shall make my way there. Mu Qing severed the communication rune, his right eye emanating a black glow that coalesced into a dark robe, which he draped over himself. Utilizing the Star Domain order, he concealed his aura and headed directly towards the Patriarch's palace. In the conference room of the Patriarch's palace on Destiny Star, Guhong wore a sycophantic smile as he welcomed Tian Lei into the room. However, the esteemed guest from the heavenly court, despite Tian Lei merely being at the divine realm, Guhong still maintained a lowly demeanor. Satisfied with Guhong's attitude, Tian Lei nodded approvingly, then, with an air of arrogance, inquired, where is Kuo Ke? Bring him forth. He was meant to have arrived long ago. Yet he was unaware of the formidable wild boar beast on that small star. The stench of its excrement was undeniable. Having cleansed himself countless times, the foul odor persisted. For some time, Tian Lei sought ways to dispel the stench, even summoning exquisitely fragrant flowers to concoct potions to ingest. Instantly, every pore of his body exuded fragrance. However, within a mere quarter of an hour, the scent faded, and a lingering foul odor, like a persistent wraith, escaped from his body. Ultimately, Tian Lazy discovered the source. A peculiar force had taken root within his bloodline, emanating the stench. Upon identifying the cause, Tian Lazy endeavored to refine and eliminate it, and he had now succeeded in removing most of it. My lord, Kuo Ke was the original patriarch. Yet he lacked the necessary ability and strength to be my match. This Xuanwu Star Domain is now under my control, Gu Hong said with a smile. Tian Lazy's expression darkened at once. Gu Hong hurriedly said, however, my lord, it is the esteemed Geik's request for which I have been diligently sending people to search. Upon hearing this, Tian Lazy's expression returned to its usual demeanor. Just as Mu Qing had surmised, the celestial beings were indifferent to whom they were searching for. As long as the individual possessed authority over this star realm and could assist in locating the object, that sufficed. Moreover, Gu Hong's obsequious attitude surpassed even that of Geik, pleasing Tian Lazy immensely, who showed no concern for Geik's fate. In truth, Gu Hong harbored his own ulterior motives. He had discerned Mu Qing's apprehension towards the celestial forces, and perhaps this formidable entity could provide him with a means of liberation from Mu Qing's grasp. Thus, Gu Hong engaged in such flattery. Realizing that his sole hope of breaking free from Mu Qing and truly claiming dominion over this Xuanwu Star realm rested with the celestial beings before him. Chapter 657. The man pursued by the celestials. Why do I sense an unpleasant odor? While attempting to curry favor with Tian Lazy, Gu Hong suddenly furrowed his brow, detecting a faint yet repugnant stench. Once inhaled, the odor was overwhelmingly foul, inducing nausea and discomfort. Someone, come immediately and clean the conference room again. What are you eating? How can there be such a stench? Gu Hong slammed the table, exclaiming loudly. A subordinate clad in black robes promptly entered upon hearing the commotion. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted, startling Gu Hong, who turned to find Tian Lazy's face contorted in anger, veins protruding, the teacup in his hand crushed, and a large hole smashed into the table. Tian Lazy squinted at Gu Hong, bolts of lightning flickering between his brows, a sight both alarming and awe-inspiring. Where's this stench? I cannot smell anything. Gu Hong stood frozen, perplexed by Tian Lazy's words. Yet, he could sense a palpable threat in Tian Lazy's tone. Quickly realizing he had misspoken, as he pondered the situation, his mind raced, leading him to an astonishing conclusion. It seemed his mention of the odor was the catalyst for Tian Lazy's ire. Stealing a glance at Tian Lazy, who appeared refined and elegant, wielding a feather fan, one would not expect him to be accompanied by an unpleasant smell. Once one reached the divine tier, even with minimal cultivation, one could maintain personal cleanliness, making it rare for anyone to carry an odor. Gu Hong's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that Tian Lazy had a peculiar taste? Seeing Gu Hong's strange demeanor, Tian Lazy's forehead twitched. Indeed. What stench? I have not detected any at all. My earlier words were mere folly, and I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, my lord. Gu Hong quickly shifted the blame onto himself, fearing that if this continued, Tian Lazy would harbor a negative impression of him. Chief, shall we still clean the conference room? A subordinate urged. Gu Hong's expression darkened, and he barked. Who permitted you to speak? Did you not see? He abruptly halted mid-sentence, his expression turning rigid. The figure he had summoned was not his subordinate. It was, in fact, a harbinger of death. Mu Qing, clad in a black robe, removed his hood and smiled at Gu Hong. However, this smile sent a chill down Gu Hong's spine. Clearing his throat, Gu Hong instantly retracted the words he had nearly uttered in anger and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave." He could not disclose Mu Qing's identity outright. Cooperation was imperative, for otherwise, Mu Qing would obliterate his very soul in an instant. Wait. At that moment, Tian Lazy interjected, pointing at Mu Qing. Come here and give this young master a back rub and a head massage. He was feeling somewhat agitated, his head throbbing slightly. For some unknown reason, upon entering this place, he had felt a peculiar discomfort, a mild headache. It startled him. He was well aware of the formidable strength of his own physique, and this was the first time he had experienced such a condition. Gu Hong's anxiety heightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had initially intended to discuss matters with Tian Lazy, even if he could not voice them directly. He could convey through subtle hints that his soul was under control. Yet now, With Mu Qing's arrival and Tian Lazy choosing to retain him, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Regarding that segment of withered branch, had there been any developments? Tian Lazy, indulging in Mu Qing's massage, reclined comfortably in his chair, gently fanning himself with a feather fan. The fan, adorned with an intricate depiction of mountains and rivers entwined in tempestuous clouds, was evidently extraordinary. However, it harbored a certain electrical power, akin to the lightning mark upon his brow. It was precisely due to the fan's latent power, resembling the lightning mark, that Mu Qing and Mei Qian had refrained from taking it during their previous encounter, fearing potential repercussions. Sir, earlier, Kuo Ke had dispatched individuals to scour the entire Xuanwu Star Domain, and I subsequently sent my own men to search once more. It can be said that every corner of the Xuanwu Star Domain has been thoroughly investigated, and we have not uncovered any trace of the peculiar withered branch. Kuo Ke reported. He was already aware of what Kuo Ke was seeking. The withered branch was indeed gone, having been absorbed by the seed of the ancient life tree and reduced to powder. Tian Lazy's expression remained unchanged. The search for that withered branch had been prolonged, yet no success had been achieved. All right, continue your search. Moreover, we must also seek information regarding this individual. Tian Lazy handed over a scroll depicting a man with a resolute visage and sharp features. His countenance grew grave as he commanded, "This man is formidable, and the withered branch is likely in his possession. If you catch sight of him, do not approach. Instead, await the arrival of our celestial beings before relaying any news." Tian Lazy informed Kuo Ke that the celestial beings would periodically visit, thus there was no need to establish specific means of communication. Mu Qing, positioned behind Tian Lazy, scrutinized the man's appearance with keen clarity. He speculated within himself, could this man sought by the celestial beings be the bone skeleton? Mu Qing recalled that the bone skeleton had originally been a powerful figure from an ancient human faction, but while researching the withered branch, he had encountered a mishap, leading to the draining of his vitality and the dissolution of his flesh. He had only managed to regain a semblance of life through the germination power of the ancient life tree seed. Yet he could not reconstitute his flesh and was left in the form of a mere skeleton. It appears that the celestial beings are pursuing the skeletal figure, intent on seizing the withered branch. Mu Qing pondered to himself. The skeletal figure, as a remnant of an ancient human faction, naturally harbors enmity towards the celestial realm. However, the celestial beings seemed particularly fixated on that withered branch. Mu Qing surmised that it must be due to the branch's connection to the seeds of the ancient tree of life. The skeletal figure had previously informed him of a withered tree adrift in the cosmos, which is, in fact, the precursor to the ancient tree of life. Very well. You may leave now. Tian Lazy waved his hand, dismissing Mu Qing. Subsequently, Tian Lazy departed from the Xuanwu Star Domain, not wishing to be seen by others until he had entirely expelled the noxious energy within him. Mu Qing returned to his place of cultivation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had fully grasped the celestial being's intentions. They were indeed hunting the skeletal figure to acquire the withered branch. Mu Qing speculated that perhaps the skeletal figure had previously engaged in battle with the celestial beings, subsequently seeking refuge in the Xuanwu Star Domain, which explains their search in this region of star systems. It seemed unlikely that they would ever locate the skeletal figure again, as it had access to the Xianxian Gate, which leads directly to the ancient immortal realm. Shaking his head, Mu Qing felt considerably relieved after discerning the celestial beings' motives. He concluded that they would return empty-handed, for even if the skeletal figure stood before them, they would fail to recognize its true identity. Chapter 658. The farewell of Exine Rue in a certain location within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Mu Qing was now at ease, diligently engaging in his cultivation. He had discovered the celestial being's purpose, to seek the withered branch and the skeletal figure, rather than targeting him specifically. Thus, he felt less pressure. As long as he kept his connection with the Starry Sky dynasty concealed from the celestial beings, unexpected complications were unlikely to arise. At this moment, he effectively controlled the entire Xuanwu Star Domain, while the apparent ruler, Kuo Ke, was merely a puppet. Mu Qing felt some apprehension about Kuo Ke's interactions with the celestial beings. Fearing that Kuo Ke might reclaim a portion of his essence through the celestial powers or no longer be bound by the remnants of his soul under their control. However, Elder Tu reassured Mu Qing, asserting that the other part of Kuo Ke's soul resided with him, and even the celestial beings could not sever that bond. Furthermore, Should Gue Hong attempt to relay any information about his controlled state to the celestial beings, Elder Tu would threaten him to ensure silence. Haha, I've broken through. I have reached the initial stage of the celestial deity. A burst of raucous laughter echoed from a distance. It was Elder Tuesday. Having ascended to the initial stage of the celestial deity, he reverted his physical appearance to that of a man around 30 years of age. With a resolute visage exuding authority, he was robust and muscular, clad in a blood-red robe, and at that moment, he laughed heartily. Although he had once been an emperor, the process of recultivation proved to be a rather time-consuming endeavor. His rapid progression from the initial stage of the true deity to the initial stage of the celestial deity, transcending a significant realm, was primarily due to the remarkable nature of his new corporeal form. This corporeal form is indeed extraordinary, coursing with a unique lineage that rivals the most elite of races. When he channels the power of his bloodline, a willow tree manifests behind him, shrouded in a layer of Azura's murderous force, exuding a sanguine hue. By the way, I will require additional time to utilize this star domain. I sense that I can ascend all the way to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Old Tu grinned, having regained his physical form, which presents no significant bottlenecks, making cultivation exceedingly simple. Suit yourself, Mu Qing replied, somewhat exasperated. Initially, Old Tu served as the spirit of the 10,000 domain star map, typically silent, but now, reborn as a human, he has become exceedingly bothersome. Mu Qing had intended to find a tranquil place for cultivation. This location, adorned with beautiful scenery and accompanied by a vast lake and gentle breezes, seemed ideal. However, within just a few days, Old Tu sought him out, took residence, and even occupied the small wooden house Mu Qing had constructed. The star domain possesses a formidable ability to significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. Nevertheless, Mu Qing had scarcely utilized it before Old Tu appropriated it for himself. With only 30 strands of chaotic energy amassed, he finds himself in need of more. Before Mu Qing lies a portal. During this time, he has been drawing in chaotic energy, accumulating a total of 30 strands stored within his left eye. Yet, this is insufficient. The chaotic energy is continuously consumed, and while he has the opportunity, he ought to draw in more to avoid depletion at critical moments. As for his cultivation, Mu Qing has condensed the third demon embryo within the realm of 10,000 demons, devouring the demon god. Within this third embryo, a black hole emerges. This third demon embryo, formed from the power of the black hole, promises a significant boost in strength if he can fully condense the devouring demon god, propelling him to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. At that time, the might of the black hole within his right eye will also see a remarkable enhancement, greatly augmenting his power. A month later, Mu Qing has stored 50 strands of chaotic energy within his eyes. Upon activation, they manifest as a protective aura of chaotic divine light, enveloped in a vast expanse of chaotic energy, rendering his already formidable form even more terrifying. There is also a chance to generate a spirit. One day, while Mu Qing and Old Tu were studying the 10,000 domain star map, Old Tu, after meticulous examination, spoke in a solemn tone. Previously, as the spirit of the 10,000 domain star map, he was part of a symbiotic relationship, able to harness its power, while the map itself could wield greater might due to his presence. Now that Old Tu has regained a corporeal form, the spirit of the 10,000 domain star map has faded, rendering it incapable of exerting its power. However, Old Tu informed Mu Qing that there is hope for the map to self-generate a spirit, albeit requiring a certain opportunity. After all, this is a supreme artifact. Even if the spirit is lost, there remains the potential for rebirth. Old Tu entrusted the 10,000 domain star map to Mu Qing for safekeeping. The map comprises 36 stars, remnants of its damage, which once encompassed a myriad of star domains. Presently, only 36 stars remain, and Mu Qing has only activated 8 of them. The remaining stars lie shrouded in darkness, sealed by a formidable force. Once the spirit tool is reborn, this supreme artifact will serve as a formidable trump card for you, provided, of course, that you manage to restore it. Master Tu, Mu Qing inquired, perplexed about the means of restoration. Do not dwell on it for now. Even an emperor would find it exceedingly challenging to procure such materials. To restore it, one must acquire the essence of the star from a top-tier race's celestial body. Master Tu advised Mu Qing to set aside this notion for the time being. The celestial map of 10,000 domains is a supreme artifact, and to mend it requires at least the essence of a star from a premier race. However, this essence is not something that can be easily obtained by an ordinary individual. It is crucial to understand that the star where a top-tier race resides is immensely prosperous. Guarded by an emperor, seizing the essence of the star inhabited by such a race is likely more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Currently, the celestial map of 10,000 domains retains only its spatial storage capabilities, rendering it ineffective in combat and other aspects. Mu Qing carefully stored it within the realm of 10,000 demons. Junior brother, a figure emerged by the lakeside. It was Xuanwu. Xuanwu had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, advancing even more swiftly than Mu Qing. After all, he had once been an emperor and possessed a unique reincarnation power, enabling rapid cultivation. Elder brother, Mu Qing immediately ceased his training upon noticing Xuanwu's presence. Master 2 approached as well, having a good rapport with Xuanwu. Master 2, it seems you will soon regain your status as a divine emperor, Xuanwu remarked, observing the noticeable rejuvenation of Master 2's appearance. His gaze flickered as he detected the unusual vitality of Master 2's physical form. Master 2 laughed heartily, perhaps in due time. My cultivation will catch up to yours. Not necessarily. Xuanwu countered playfully, revealing that he had begun preparations for a breakthrough himself. Elder brother, you are on the verge of becoming a divine emperor? Mu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Xuanwu's rapid advancement was astonishing, nearing a breakthrough to the divine emperor level. His strength was undoubtedly among the elite of the same rank, with his reincarnation divine power being exceptionally unique. I have come today to bid farewell. Xuanwu disclosed his intentions, subsequently expressing a desire to take the body of the Star Phoenix Emperor. You intend to leave? Mu Qing and Master 2 spoke in unison, evidently taken aback. To break through to the divine emperor realm, even with a past as an emperor, one cannot simply transcend at will. There are certain bottlenecks. I need to venture out and explore the cosmos for a while, Xuanwu replied with a calm smile. Initially, he had accompanied Mu Qing to the Xuanwu Star Domain, where Mu Qing faced considerable adversity and exclusion, finding refuge only in the residence of the dragon turtle. Xuanwu had harbored concerns for his junior brother and chose to stay temporarily, believing he might be able to assist should any misfortune arise. However, Mu Qing's abilities far surpassed his expectations, as he covertly took control of Guihong, making the entire Xuanwu Star Domain his dominion. With this in mind, Xuanwu found little reason to remain and expressed his intention to depart, feeling the need to traverse the external world for a time. Once an emperor, he had regained his life and acquired the power of reincarnation, yet he had not sufficiently honed his skills. Xuanwu resembled a treasured sword, long ensconced within its sheath. If this state of affairs were to persist, his brilliance would inevitably diminish over time. It was high time for him to unveil his radiance. With his eyes shimmering with determination, Xuanwu proclaimed that by the next encounter, he might ascend to the status of a divine emperor. Mu Qing nodded in agreement. Recognizing Xuanwu as one of the few surviving emperors of the Starry Sky dynasty, like himself, Xuanwu had extricated himself from the Starry Sky's true scriptures, comprehending his own path. Even when encountering celestial beings beyond, he would likely remain unrecognized. Training is one thing, but what do you intend to do with the corpse of the Phoenix Emperor? Master 2 inquired, astonished. Mu Qing turned his gaze toward Xuanwu, intrigued. The Phoenix Emperor had once been a disciple of the Starry Sky deity, possessing the cultivation of an emperor and embodying a phoenix capable of unleashing indomitable azure flames. Regrettably, this emperor ultimately perished in a cataclysmic battle against the celestial court, plummeting into the depths of the Rift's secret realm, which periodically erupted with fiery illusions. Subsequently, Mu Qing had joined the Moonlight Guild and retrieved the Phoenix Emperor's remains, now preserved within the cosmic star map. You are my junior disciple, and the Phoenix is likewise my junior. Learning of his demise stirs my discontent. I yearn to attempt his resurrection, Xuanwu declared solemnly, uttering words of astonishment. During the era of the Starry Sky dynasty, Xuanwu and the Phoenix shared a profound bond as brothers. Now, upon encountering the Phoenix's remains anew, he experienced the poignant reality of change. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept this fate, possessing the power of reincarnation. If he could be reborn, why could he not aid the Phoenix in returning to life? Mu Qing and Master 2 were taken aback by Xuanwu's audacious proposition. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the challenge you propose? Master Tu admonished. To resurrect one who has passed is an almost insurmountable task. While the universe harbors a select few supreme deities, none have ever resorted to such measures. This endeavor transcends the mere reconstitution of a soul or spirit into a corporeal form. The very essence of death varies. For mortals, being vanquished signifies death, and although a soul may linger, consciousness is irrevocably lost. Only upon reaching the divine realm does true death occur, marked by the complete dissolution of the soul. During a prior battle, Mu Qing had severed Kuo Ziping's head with a blade of energy, simultaneously shattering his spirit. That was genuine death, impervious even to the might of supreme deities. If it were merely a shattered body, unique methods could reconstruct it, much like Master Tu's own return to corporeal form, allowing for renewed cultivation. Xuanwu himself was a remarkable case. He had once been on the brink of death, his spirit nearly extinguished, yet he had been reborn. Owing to the unique reincarnation power within him, his second life was nothing short of miraculous. However, to resurrect the Phoenix Emperor, whose soul had long since dissipated, was a fanciful notion indeed. It would be prudent to abandon such thoughts, lest you jeopardize yourself, Master Tu cautioned. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my limits. Xuanwu smiled, expressing to the two that he harbored a modicum of confidence. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. Should he find it utterly impossible, he would ensure that the body of the Star Phoenix Emperor was returned to the homeland of the Phoenix Clan for a proper burial. Mu Qing, an elder Tu, witnessing his unwavering determination, entrusted him with the remains of the Star Phoenix Emperor. With the soul already departed, only the corporeal form remained. Xuanwu departed with the body, stepping beyond the Xuanwu Star Domain, venturing into other realms, perhaps to some sacred grounds or perilous territories, seeking an opportunity to transcend into the divine Emperor realm. He remained steadfast in his quest for a means to resurrect the Star Phoenix Emperor, firmly believing that if the power of reincarnation could grant him a second life, it could equally bestow a second chance upon the Star Phoenix Emperor. The bond between Xuanwu and the Star Phoenix was profound, their friendship spanning many years since childhood. Elder Tu shook his head, hoping fervently that Xuanwu would not fall into a state of obsession in his quest to resurrect the Star Phoenix Emperor, leading to despair. No, I must also exert myself and strive to reach the divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. Elder Tu suddenly gritted his teeth and plunged into a small wooden hut, clutching the Star Domain order, resuming his cultivation. With a new physical form and a potent bloodline, he was determined not to squander such an innate advantage, dedicating himself to his training in hopes of swiftly regaining his former prowess. Mu Qing continued his communication with the Chaos Realm. He was uncertain of the specific location within the Chaos Realm he had connected to. Through that singular portal, he occasionally glimpsed a colossal circular entity, several thousand meters in size. This circular being had appeared 3 times during this period, but only as fleeting glimpses. The overwhelming chaotic energy within the realm rendered his vision hazy, compounded by the fact that his communication with the Chaos Realm was limited to this minuscule opening. At last, Mu Qing beheld another chaotic creature apart from the circular one. Despite the surrounding chaos obscuring clarity, he discerned a massive quadruped creature resembling a wolf, adorned with horns upon its head. A chill ran down Mu Qing's spine as he sensed an aura of terror emanating from these two chaotic beings, who now stood in confrontation, brimming with hostility. Were they about to engage in combat? Mu Qing's eyes widened. The intensity of their energies was formidable, far surpassing that of the divine emperor. Even Elder Tu, alarmed, hastened over to observe the small portal before Mu Qing. Incredible. At the very least, it is more powerful than I was back then. Elder Tu marveled. Suddenly, a more astonishing wave of energy surged forth as the two chaotic entities clashed, their chaotic essence swirling into a vortex. The battle concluded swiftly. As the circular entity's strength vastly eclipsed that of the quadruped, a murky beam of light piercing through and vanquishing its opponent. Disastrous. The residual energy exploded outward, scattering chaotic essence, and even reaching the small portal Mu Qing had opened. Quick to react, Mu Qing severed his connection with the Chaos Realm, yet still found himself affected. Both he and Elder Tu were struck by an immense force, sent flying and coughing up blood. Chapter 660. The Dilemma of the Xuanwu Star Domain. What an extraordinarily terrifying chaotic creature. Elder Tu was propelled 1,000 meters away, several bones fractured. blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of his physique, he would have likely sustained grave injuries. Mu Qing fared somewhat better. He was propelled 100 meters across the lake's surface. In this critical moment, he harnessed the power of the black hole in his right eye to absorb as much of the force as possible, while simultaneously reinforcing his body with the chaotic energy from his left eye. This significantly alleviated the force he endured, although he coughed up blood. It was merely a light injury. However, his right eye throbbed with excruciating pain from the excessive use of the black hole's power, causing blood to seep from the corner of his eye. What pained Mu Qing the most was the shattering of several strands of chaotic energy stored in his left eye, which he had painstakingly drawn from the realm of chaos. The lake roiled violently, ripples spreading from its center as the water surged onto the ground. A force erupted from this locale, soaring into the sky and forming a whirlwind that spread outward. What kind of place was this realm of chaos? How could it be more enigmatic than the heavenly court? After a while, Old Two approached, grumbling, though his injuries had eased somewhat. In all his years, he had never heard of the realm of chaos, nor had he encountered so many terrifying beings surpassing the ordinary emperors. Even having battled the heavenly court, he had witnessed many formidable emperors, yet he remained astonished. Even the emperors of the heavenly court did not possess such might. Clearly, the words of the chaotic giant were not mistaken. The beings of the realm of chaos truly surpassed the ordinary emperors. Mu Qing was inwardly astonished as he recalled the words of the chaotic giant. The chaotic energy was immensely powerful, transcending the emperors, yet it could not touch the supreme. This implied that there were no supremes present in the realm of chaos. As the two marveled at the terrifying nature of the chaotic beings, a graceful figure approached, Saint Linger. She too had come to bid farewell, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. "I must cultivate myself," she declared. Now possessing the cultivation of a celestial being, she, like Old Two, stood at the initial stage of celestial rank. Among her peers, even within the angelic race, she was considered a prodigy. Not to mention that she was the sole possessor of the Taiwa mirror after the destruction of the Taiwa palace, a divine artifact capable of foreseeing the future. However, in the presence of Xian Rui and Mu Qing, Saint Linger felt a profound sense of defeat. Once a genius within the Taiwa palace, her standing was overshadowed by Mu Qing's emergence and Xian Rui's display of true power. Even Mei Qian, who was merely at the initial stage of celestial rank, had showcased boundless abilities that deeply impacted her. Summoning her courage, Saint Linger resolved to cultivate further. It was more than mere defeat. Her father belonged to the angelic race, part of the sacred lineage of holy angels. The Emperor of Sacred Radiance had returned to the angelic race, despite being manipulated during the battle at the Taiwa Palace. He was still a powerful emperor, destined to hold a position of leadership upon his return. Currently, the leader of the angelic race was an emperor from the fallen angel lineage, and the return of the Emperor of Sacred Radiance would undoubtedly elevate him to a position of prominence within the sacred lineage. Upon her return, given her relationship with Mu Qing, Saint Linger feared that she would become a target for the Emperor of Sacred Radiance, especially since her elders had already faced oppression from him. These stimuli invigorated her spirit. Despite her rapid progress in cultivation, she remained unsatisfied, yearning for a more formidable power. I had inquired with Xin Rui, who asserted that rigorous training was the most effective means to swiftly enhance one's strength. Determined, Sheng Linger resolved to refine herself. Let her pursue this path. Old Two wholeheartedly approved. Unlike you, who has endured countless trials since your journey from Earth, showcasing a resilient will amidst the interplay of risks and opportunities, this young girl had primarily cultivated within the Taiwa Palace, facing relatively fewer challenges. Old Two advised Sheng Linger to refrain from hasty departures and offered her invaluable guidance. Though he currently possessed only early-stage divine prowess, his past as an emperor lent his words profound wisdom for Sheng Linger at her present level, leading to her significant growth. Days later, Sheng Linger departed. "Mu, we have arrived," announced Long Gui and the celestial master Tian, who came to Mu Qing's vicinity to cut wood for construction. Soon, beside the quaint wooden cabin Mu Qing had erected, two more crooked wooden houses emerged. While aesthetically unpleasing, each bore its distinct charm. "I heard you made a substantial investment by burying a mid-level divine stone vein here. How generous of you. We shall benefit from your bounty." Long Gui laughed heartily. The energy density in Mu Qing's vicinity was among the richest throughout the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. Mu Qing sighed, somewhat disheartened. He had sought solitude for cultivation, only to have these individuals follow him. The celestial master Tian trailed behind Long Gue, now that Gue Hong had become the clan leader, overseeing the entire Xuanwu Star Domain. Tian found himself rather idle, free to focus on his cultivation. Mu Qing had suggested that if Tian wished to continue as the clan leader, he should allow Gue Hong to step down. Enough of this. Leading the clan for so many years has been exhausting. With the demise of the ancestor of destiny, I prefer to concentrate on my cultivation. Once I reach the level of my predecessor, I shall return to serve as the protector of the Xuanwu Star Domain, was Tianqing's exact sentiment. Having encountered powerful beings from the heavenly court, he profoundly felt his own inadequacy. The divine emperor realm was trivial in comparison to some. Fortunately, Mei Qian did not accompany them, or else my troubles would have multiplied. Mu Qing mused, relieved that Mei Qian preferred to act independently. In the following months, Mu Qing devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, yielding notable results. The third demonic god's devouring form had taken on a shape of Tianzhong. However, this came at the cost of depleting all his mid-level divine stone veins. Now, his domain space contained merely a few million divine stones, while all other divine and celestial herbs and elixirs had been consumed for his training. It appeared that breaking through to the pinnacle of the divine realm in a short time was unlikely. Mu Qing sighed, though he had not anticipated a sudden leap to the pinnacle of the divine realm. He ceased his cultivation and glanced towards the lakeside, where Long Gue and the celestial master Tian were engaged in a game of chess, while Old Tu practiced with his star domain token. Mu Qing then departed from that place, heading towards Gue Hong's palace. In the conference room, Gue Hong was examining the intelligence reports submitted by his subordinates when he suddenly caught sight of an unfamiliar figure before him, startling him greatly. Before him stood a young man clad in a black robe, eliciting a trace of bitterness on Gue Hong's face. Recently, issues had arisen within the Xuanwu Star Domain, and he had intended to relay this information to you, yet you have come directly instead. Chapter 661, The Arrogance of the Titan Clan. What seems to be the problem? Mu Qing inquired, curiosity etched upon his features. He had approached merely to inquire about the recent visits from the powerful beings of the heavenly court. However, upon arriving, he found Gue Hong's brow furrowed, his demeanor notably serious. Mu Qing was perplexed. The Xuanwu Star Domain was currently unified, a formidable force among the higher races, boasting considerable combat strength. So what could possibly go awry? Could it be that the heavenly court had uncovered something? His gaze sharpened as he looked at Gue Hong, suspecting that any discovery by the heavenly court might have originated from Gue Hong's end. Noticing Mu Qing's scrutiny, Gue Hong quickly clarified. This matter does not pertain to the heavenly court. They have visited several times recently, but it seems we possess none of the items they seek within the Xuanwu Star Domain. His expression quickly turned grave as he continued. Recently, I was contacted by the Titan Clan. The Titan Clan? Mu Qing expressed surprise, questioning why they would suddenly reach out to Gue Hong. With a sigh, Gue Hong felt no desire to evade Mu Qing at this moment, for the matter at hand was of great significance. As you are aware, we once had the divine destiny ancestor presiding over us, and with the standing of the Taiyue Palace, the Xuanwu Star Domain was regarded as an independent entity, holding a status far beyond that of surrounding high races, without any top-tier clans attempting to recruit us. However, following the news of the Taiyue Palace's destruction, our prestige has considerably waned. Many mid-tier races that once submitted to us were primarily attracted by the formidable force backing the Xuanwu Star Domain. Now that the Taiyue Palace has perished, certain mid-tier races have begun to migrate, seeking refuge with other high races. Recently, the Titan Clan approached me, demanding that we provide 10 low-grade divine stone mines today, with the stipulation that the Xuanwu Star Domain would henceforth belong to the Titan Clan. Gue Hong gritted his teeth, aggrieved by the Titan Clan's audacious demands, instructing him to surrender 10 low-grade divine stone mines without negotiation, and to pay an annual tribute of divine stones thereafter. For a high-race domain like the Xuanwu Star Domain, locating 10 low-grade divine stone mines was relatively manageable, with some mid-grade divine stone mines even present within the domain. Yet, 10 low-grade divine stone mines were exceedingly precious, equivalent to 10 heavenly-grade artifacts. Such wealth could not simply be relinquished. What infuriated Gue Hong the most was the Titan Clan's presumptuous declaration of the Xuanwu Star Domain's subjugation, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Indeed, it has come to pass. Mu Qing's mind stirred. He had anticipated this development. After all, the vast expanse of the Xuanwu Star Domain would undoubtedly attract the envy of even the top-tier races, which could collect substantial resources annually. Once, the Xuanwu Star region fell under the domain of the Taiwa Palace, and the Titan clan dared not claim it as their own. However, it has become evident that the Titans have learned of the demise of the Taiwa Palace. What has surprised Mu Qing, however, is the swiftness of the Titans' arrival, coupled with their seemingly arrogant demeanor. I have ventured into nearby star regions to gather intelligence, and indeed, they do remit 10 low-grade divine stone veins annually. Although the Titan clan exhibits a certain degree of hubris, the Xuanwu Star region, devoid of its former backing, may find that subservience to the Titans is not entirely disadvantageous. Kuo Ke suddenly spoke up. Despite his reluctance to live under the shadow of another, he acknowledged the inevitability of surrendering to the Titan clan. It was likely that the power of their Ling Turtle Clan within the Xuanwu Star region would be usurped by the Titans. Yet, at this juncture, there seemed to be no alternative. After all, engaging in battle with the Titans would be tantamount to courting disaster. The primary advantage of submitting to the Titans is that should any significant troubles arise in the Xuanwu Star region, such as offending formidable experts, the Titans would likely intervene. However, this benefit is relatively minor for the Xuanwu Star region. For lesser and medium-tier races, seeking assistance when entangled with powerful divine emperors is feasible. However, the Xuanwu Star region no longer fears divine emperors, nor would any potent peaked divine emperor seek to harass them without cause. If the Xuanwu Star region were to offend an emperor, it is uncertain whether even the Titans would come to their aid. They may very well choose to distance themselves. The question remains, should they acquiesce? Kuo Ke posed this dilemma to Mu Qing, acknowledging that the fate of the Xuanwu Star region was not solely in his hands. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Mu Qing inquired about the Celestial Court's stance. Kuo Ke shook his head, stating that during the Celestial Court's last visit, he had conveyed this news, but they seemed indifferent. As far as he knew, the Celestial Court had tasked several nearby star regions with searching for a withered branch and a certain man, while several of their own powerful figures were also in pursuit. They showed no concern regarding the ownership of the star regions or the prospect of subjugation to the Titan clan. Hey, Great Tortoise, have you prepared a medium-grade divine stone vein? Submit it promptly. From now on, should the Xuanwu Star region encounter any issues, we, the Titan clan, shall bear the burden. At that moment, the door to the conference room was forcefully kicked open. Kuo Ke's expression changed drastically. Mu Qing turned to see a burly man, clad in loose azure robes, with a muscular build, having shattered the door with a single kick. Chief, help! Behind him, a member of the Ling Turtle Clan lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, his eyes dimming as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A gaping wound marred his chest, bloodied and perforated. It was evident that his very soul had been shattered by a terrifying force, signaling his demise. Upon observing the intruder, one could see his right fist stained with blood, still warm, dripping onto the floor. A sinister smile graced his face, radiating an aura of a peak celestial being. He was indeed a formidable member of the Titan clan. Both Mu Qing and Kuo Ke's eyes flickered with a hint of fury. This individual was exceedingly arrogant, having slain one of their own upon arrival and brazenly intruding. How dare you kill my people? Kuo Ke nearly erupted, his chest heaving as he growled. It was essential to note that the slain was a formidable being of the celestial realm, a pillar of strength within the Xuanwu Star Domain. Oh, a mere celestial. And you think you can't be killed? The visitor from the Titan clan displayed an overwhelming arrogance, looking down on Kuo Ke with disdain. It is evident you are a country bumpkin. What significance does a celestial hold? In our clan, celestials are abundant among the younger generation. Only the divine emperors warrant any respect. Kuo Ke's expression shifted through shades of green and white, his ire mounting as he was openly mocked. By the way, when will the resources you owe be delivered to me? One medium-grade divine stone vein is unacceptable. Your previous demeanor was quite unsatisfactory, and I find it intolerable. You must submit 2 medium-grade divine stone veins instead. The Titan's laughter echoed, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 662. Kuo Ke's thoughts. What do you mean by that? Kuo Ke's temper flared, his eyes turning crimson as he slammed his hand on the table. He felt as if he had misheard. This individual audaciously demanded not just one, but 2 medium-grade divine stone veins. You did not say that before. Kuo Ke roared in anger, feeling insulted. Initially, he had been more inclined to submit to the Titan clan, even considering persuading Mu Qing, as the Xuanwu Star Domain currently lacked a strong ally. Moreover, the annual tribute of 10 low-grade divine stone veins was not an unbearable burden, as other high-ranking races under the Titan clan also submitted this amount yearly. However, this individual had arrived with extreme arrogance, having slain one of his subordinates and raised the tribute from 10 low-grade divine stone veins to 2 medium-grade divine stone veins, clearly seeking trouble. What? Are you dissatisfied? The Titan man scoffed, exerting pressure with his presence as he commanded. In that case, it shall be 3 medium-grade divine stone veins. Despite being only at the peak of the celestial realm, far inferior to Kuo Ke, the dynamics of their confrontation seemed reversed. He was aggressive, showing no fear of Kuo Ke. This was his confidence. With the Titan clan backing him, he had little to fear from someone like Kuo Ke, a mere early-stage divine emperor. After all, he was also at the peak of the celestial realm, on the verge of breaking through to become a divine emperor himself. Perhaps he would temper his demeanor when facing a peak divine emperor. The reason for his audacity lay in the support from the elders of his clan. The Titan clan had long set their sights on the Xuanwu Star Domain, a territory controlled by a high-ranking race that could yield substantial resources for the top clans annually. The elders intended to demand 2 medium-grade divine stone veins to settle the outstanding debts owed by the Xuanwu Star Domain, which had fallen under Titan jurisdiction, yet had never submitted resources during its previous affiliation with the Taiwa Palace. He audaciously elevated 2 medium divine stone veins to 3, reveling in his secret delight. Even for one at the pinnacle of the Titan race, such medium divine stone veins are exceedingly precious. Should the Xuanwu Star Domain acquiesce, he might stealthily appropriate another medium divine stone vein. Conversely, if the Xuanwu Star Domain refuses to submit to the Titans, formidable Titans will surely descend in person to impose their might. In fact, the Titans might even relish the prospect of the Xuanwu Star Domain's resistance, for it would provide them with a justifiable cause to annihilate the Xuanwu Star Domain. With the Titans' vast influence and numerous advanced races under their command, they are not in want of a superior star domain. To maintain their prestige, they would not directly assault each advanced race. Such an action could lead to their own downfall, reminiscent of the once mighty Azura race, which was besieged by the elite factions. However, should the Xuanwu Star Domain resist, the Titans would possess ample justification to act decisively, eradicating an advanced race's territory and reaping rewards beyond ordinary opportunities. Veins bulging on his forehead, Kuo Ke gritted his teeth. He conveyed through a mental message to Mu Qing that the newcomer was Feng Chao, a member of the younger generation from the Feng lineage of the Titans. Distinguished among his peers, Kuo Ke briefly introduced the Titan race to Mu Qing, noting that it is primarily divided into 3 factions: the Tai, Shui, and Feng lineages. The Shui and Feng lineages are considered collateral branches, indicating a lesser purity of Titan blood. While they possess top-tier bloodlines, there remains an inherent disparity. Within elite races, the divine energy contained in the blood of each individual varies, with some possessing more than others, creating different starting points. This is particularly critical for a top-tier race like the Titans, who place great emphasis on blood purity. While other elite races in the cosmos primarily focus on divine power, the Titans refine both their divine might and physical form. Thus far, no being has achieved supremacy solely through physical prowess. Even the chaotic giants fall short. The Titans cultivate Titan divine power, harmonizing it with their formidable physiques to enhance their strength. Provided that the bloodline is sufficiently robust, the physical form surpasses that of others, and the ensuing power unleashed through Titan divine energy is astonishing. The collateral branches of the Shui and Feng lineages exhibit a lesser degree of blood purity, while the Tai lineage represents the royal faction of the Titans, holding esteemed status and identity. Those born of the Tai lineage typically possess blood purity surpassing that of the collateral branches. Nonetheless, this is not an absolute. Exceptional prodigies can arise from the collateral branches over time, leading to the emergence of individuals with extraordinarily potent bloodlines, a phenomenon known as atavism. Conversely, even royal Tai lineage individuals may occasionally be born with severely diminished blood power, facing scorn from those around them, and their status may even be inferior to that of the collateral branches, Who is this person? I am conversing with you, yet you allow an outsider to stand here? Feng Chao epitomized arrogance, glaring fiercely as he extended his palm towards Mu Qing, intent on striking. The terrifying power of the Titan swirled around his palm, summoning fierce winds that rent the very fabric of space with a piercing sound. He unleashed his full strength, ready to strike down anyone who dared to oppose him. In truth, Feng Chao was provoking Guo Hong into action. His earlier provocations had already incensed Guo Hong, and now he sought to incite him further, even to the point of inflicting injury. This would earn him accolades from his superiors and provide ample justification to lay waste to the Xuanwu Star Domain. Feng Chao, driven by greed, recognized that even if Guo Hong agreed to relinquish 3 medium-grade divine stone veins, he could only claim 1. However, should he successfully anger his opponent to the point of retaliating, the Titan clan would have sufficient grounds to annihilate the Xuanwu Star Domain, thereby reaping far greater rewards. Guo Hong, witnessing this, felt as if his chest might explode with indignation. Was this how the Titans treated others, with such disdain? Before him, they had already slain one of his subordinates, and now they dared to strike again? It was a blatant affront to his dignity, as a formidable early-stage divine emperor. He felt utterly humiliated. Instinctively, he yearned to retaliate, but found himself held in check mid-air. Previously, he had fully embraced the role of clan leader and had allowed Feng Chao to provoke him. Yet now, he suddenly realized that he was but a puppet. With Mu Qing holding the true power over the Xuanwu Star Domain, Guo Hong did decide to act, albeit at a deliberate pace, as he finally comprehended the situation, purposefully creating an opportunity for Feng Chao. If Feng Chao were to eliminate Mu Qing, he would no longer be under Mu Qing's control. Moreover, he recalled that Mu Qing had ties with several emperors, suggesting an astonishing background. Perhaps Feng Chao's success in killing Mu Qing would lead to calamity. In that case, he could avoid confrontation and resolve the dual challenges of Mu Qing and the Titan clan, allowing him to truly dominate the Xuanwu Star Domain. At this critical juncture, Guo Hong began to entertain his own schemes. He was uncertain of Mu Qing's true strength, only aware that when his soul was taken, it was solely through the combined might of the dragon tortoise and the celestial Qing. Guo Hong's actions were now laced with an undercurrent of anticipation for Mu Qing's demise at Feng Chao's hands. Feng Chao sensed Guo Hong's demeanor and felt puzzled. Why was this man not anxious as he prepared to slay one of his subordinates? Dismissing his concerns, he unleashed a thunderous technique, his palm striking out towards Mu Qing with the intent to obliterate him. Yet at that moment, Mu Qing stirred. Chaos energy flowed from his left eye, enveloping his form as he delivered a punch, the sheer physical force capable of warping space itself, meeting Feng Chao's palm head-on. Feng Chao sneered, dismissing Mu Qing as a mere late-stage celestial, who hadn't even summoned divine power, foolishly attempting to confront him. Was this not courting death? He believed Mu Qing had been so frightened that he had forgotten to summon his divine energy, and in his panic, raised a hand to block. Prepare to perish. Feng Chao's gaze was cold and merciless, as the Titan divine power within his palm erupted like a storm, sending forth a powerful shockwave. When their fists collided, crack! A tremendous sound erupted, and a fierce wind howled from the point of impact, accompanied by a crisp noise. Had Mu Qing perished? Guo Hong craned his neck, straining to see. The next moment, his expression turned to one of horror. There stood Mu Qing, unharmed, with his left eye radiating an enigmatic aura, swirling with chaotic energy around him. Bang! Feng Chao crashed violently into the distant wall, creating a gaping hole in the conference room. What was happening? After a prolonged moment, Feng Chao remained stunned until a surge of excruciating pain shot through his right hand, snapping him back to reality. He lowered his gaze, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, and his face contorted in agony. Where was his hand? The entire palm had been obliterated by an overwhelming force, blood and flesh mangled, the searing pain causing him to gasp for air. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead as he struggled to rise again, casting a fearful glance at the young man in the black robe not far away. If he recalled correctly, the opponent had struck purely with physical strength. No. What was this chaotic energy enveloping him? Divine power? Feng Chao grimaced in pain. He could hardly fathom being sent flying by someone in the late stages of celestial power, especially when that person was clearly of a lower realm and possessed only a medium bloodline. Impossible. I possess a top-tier bloodline. Feng Chao refused to accept this and charged at Mu Qing once more. He had forgotten the purpose of his visit, For the first time, the normally domineering and arrogant Feng Chao felt the sting of defeat. He could not bear the thought that someone with a medium bloodline could surpass him. Titan's physique. Feng Chao roared, his body swelling to transform into a towering giant, thousands of meters tall. His massive form shattered the patriarch's palace, and his wrathful gaze emanated an overwhelming Titan's power. Roar! The Titan's power surged forth, coalescing into colossal dragons that entwined around his left arm, delivering a thunderous punch. This was a formidable divine technique, casting the surroundings into chaos. Many on the Destiny Star sensed the unusual occurrence, their expressions turning to shock. This power undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary peak celestial. Fascinating. The Titan race is indeed far superior to the likes of Kuo Ke. Mu Qing felt no fear. Instead, he was eager for the challenge. It had been a long time since he had fought an opponent of equal caliber. Though Feng Chao was technically a realm above him, Mu Qing's prowess was not to be underestimated. After all, during this period of seclusion, Mu Qing's strength had surged, having completely consumed his medium divine stone veins in his training. Buzz! Lightning surged from Mu Qing's body, and a flash of electricity appeared behind him, revealing a colossal thunder demon standing at 200 feet tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by storm clouds and adorned with profound lightning runes. The Thunder Demon. From an initial height of 100 feet to now 200, this Thunder Demon was significantly more powerful than before. Mu Qing leaped into the air, the Thunder Demon striking its drums, imbuing him with boundless power of the Thunder Tribulation. He once again unleashed a powerful punch, the imprint of his fist soaring forth, erupting with searing lightning accompanied by thunderous roars as ominous clouds gathered overhead, and 5 bolts of heavenly tribulation descended. These 5 tribulations were no ordinary phenomenon. They rivaled the calamities faced by deities during their ascension. What is this? Feng Chao was astounded, gazing at the thunderous demon god, a terrifying sight, striking 6 thunder drums, with massive bolts of lightning cascading from the storm clouds behind him. The colossal dragon coiling around his arm wailed in agony, charred by the relentless strikes, ultimately disintegrating into nothingness. In an instant, his fist collided with the imprint, and a radiant burst of light, akin to the sun, surged into the heavens, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction. Boom! The true might of 5 thunders crashed down, the fist imprint transforming into 5 bolts of calamity, twisting together and obliterating everything in their path. With a splatter, blood stained the air as Feng Chao's entire left arm vanished, leaving only a gaping wound at his shoulder, from which blood gushed forth. Feng Chao let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to maintain his titanic form. In that crucial moment, he activated a rune, suddenly enveloped in divine light, piercing through to the distant void. Mu Qing's expression tightened as the thunderous demon god pursued him relentlessly. One could see the demon god bearing a vast expanse of storm clouds, striking the nearby thunder drums with 6 arms, causing the clouds to surge and unleash bolts of lightning. During this time, Feng Chao emitted several cries of pain, clearly struck once more. Yet he moved with remarkable speed, vanishing into the depths of the void in the blink of an eye, evidently having escaped. Kuo Ke watched in stunned silence. The battle between these two had been brief, and Feng Chao had almost been defeated in an instant. Is this fellow truly of medium bloodline? How can he be so fearsome? Kuo Ke gasped in astonishment. He had many peak celestial experts under his command, yet they paled in comparison to Mu Qing. Not to mention that Mu Qing was merely at the late stage of celestial cultivation. Oh no! Suddenly, Kuo Ke's expression changed. He hurried to Mu Qing's side and said, "You shouldn't have been so ruthless. He is gravely injured, on the brink of death." Upon returning, the Titan clan may send powerful warriors to seek retribution against our Xuanwu Star Domain. Mu Qing furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Kuo Ke. Why the urgency? Had I known this would happen, you could have intervened earlier. He had long realized Kuo Ke's deliberate leniency. Kuo Ke gritted his teeth, feeling a chill in his heart, not expecting his intentions to be discovered. Yet he had no time to dwell on that now. They were facing imminent disaster. With the Titan clan's tyranny, they would undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of powerful warriors. Our Xuanwu Star Domain is doomed. Kuo Ke's face was etched with despair. Chapter 664. Crisis Revisited Patriarch. What has transpired? A throng of celestial beings rushed over, drawn by the commotion, their murderous intentions palpable. Upon arrival, they were left dumbfounded. Witnessing the destruction of Gui Hong's patriarchal palace, which lay in ruins, the ground pocked, and the surroundings in disarray, Gui Hong composed himself, gesturing for his subordinates to withdraw. His expression was somewhat frantic. He was already fearful of death, which was why he had yielded to Mu Qing. Now, having offended the Titan clan, it felt akin to a death sentence. The attitude displayed by Feng Chao previously was undoubtedly an attempt to provoke us into action. For the Titan race, the advantages gained from attacking us far outweigh the benefits of submission. Gui Hong gritted his teeth, fully aware of the Titan's intentions. Mu Qing rarely adopted a serious demeanor. Provoking the Titans was indeed an unwise choice, yet having already offended them, retreat was no longer an option. Were the Titans truly that fearsome? Could our current strength in the Xuanwu Star Domain not withstand them? Mu Qing inquired, as his interactions with the Titans had been limited, leaving him uncertain of their overall combat prowess. Of course, they are the Titans, a supreme race. Even a single divine emperor among them could sweep through our Xuanwu Star Domain, and not even the dragon tortoise could withstand such might. Gui Hong sighed, shaking his head. Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing that the hierarchical perception of racial bloodlines was indeed quite pronounced in the outside world, or rather, throughout the cosmos. Discrimination based on the superiority of bloodlines was exceedingly severe. During his time at the Taiyue Palace, where the views were unique, it was believed that even those of lower bloodlines could exhibit astonishing potential. Thus, Mu Qing had grown somewhat indifferent towards bloodlines, nearly forgetting that he himself possessed a medium-grade lineage. In the Xuanwu Star Domain, the Spirit Tortoise Clan, as the dominators of this realm, exhibited immense pride in the face of other medium races, and their disdain for lower races was even more pronounced, treating them as mere slaves. Now, the Titans regarded the Xuanwu Star Domain in a similar light. In the eyes of the Titans, only the supreme races were deemed worthy of equality, while higher races were scarcely considered at all. What to do? What to do? Sweat trickled down Gui Hong's cheeks. Were it not for the fact that his soul was still in Mu Qing's possession, he would have long since prepared to flee. You are far too anxious. Lacking even the slightest semblance of a divine emperor's dignity, Mu Qing remarked, perplexed by Gui Hong's overwhelming fear. You have no comprehension of the Titan's terror. They boast at least 100 divine emperors, if not more. A single peak divine emperor could easily sweep through our Xuanwu Star Domain. Gui Hong was frantic, unwilling to remain in this place waiting for death alongside Mu Qing. By the way, aren't you on good terms with those emperors? Do they owe you a favor? Gui Hong's eyes suddenly brightened. In the face of the imminent calamity threatening the Xuanwu Star Domain, only figures of emperor caliber could potentially resolve this crisis. Mu Qing pondered. If a single emperor could advocate for the Xuanwu Star Domain, perhaps the Titans would abandon their intentions towards it. The Titans sought to attack the Xuanwu Star Domain primarily because it represented a significant bounty, once flourishing and rich in resources under the stewardship of the Fate Elder. With the Fate Elder's fall, only Gui Hong remained as a nascent divine emperor, and even with the dragon tortoise's assistance, their combined strength was vastly inferior to what it once was. Although the Fate Elder had still been at the peak of divine emperor level, his true power had transcended that realm, nearing the threshold of an emperor. Even if the Titans disregarded the Taiyue Palace's reputation, they would still have to consider the formidable strength of the Fate Elder, whose prowess rivaled that of an emperor, deterring them from taking action. The distinction between emperors and divine emperors was indeed a chasm apart. A highly advanced race, the Titans, possesses an unparalleled confidence, as even a single envoy from their ranks, bearing the peak of divine sovereignty, could easily obliterate lesser beings. Within their own echelon, even the most esteemed bloodlines may not stand a chance against them, let alone the apex of divine sovereigns from inferior races. However, the emergence of an emperor alters the landscape entirely. It is well understood that the birth of an emperor within any race elevates that race to the status of a top-tier lineage, irrespective of whether they harbor divine sovereigns or celestial beings among their ranks. This underscores the formidable nature of an emperor's existence. Though the Elder of Destiny did not transcend to higher realms, his strength approached that of an emperor, and even the Titans, despite their might, could face annihilation should they confront him. Witness the climactic battle at the Grand Moon Palace, where the Elder of Destiny ascended to emperor status, signifying his readiness and capability to break through when he deemed it necessary. He merely sought a broader path, Hence he restrained his cultivation to fortify his foundation. With the elder now absent, the Xuanwu Star Domain, despite attempts at reunification, lacks a formidable figure to withstand the pressure from premier races, rendering it exceedingly vulnerable. The Titans need only consider their top-tier champions. The presence of the Elder of Destiny implies that they would at least have to deploy numerous peak divine sovereigns, or even enlist the direct involvement of Elder-level emperors, to have any hope of vanquishing him, an endeavor fraught with potential costs and thus not worth the effort. At this very moment, the Xuanwu Star Domain is represented merely by an ordinary peak divine sovereign turtle, which leads the Titans to proceed without hesitation. Dispatching a single peak divine sovereign would suffice for them to sweep through with ease, highlighting the stark disparity in power. The Titans have realized that they need not incur any losses to subdue an entire star domain, and the resources therein would be theirs for the taking, a delightful prospect indeed. Therefore, what they require is a rationale to initiate conflict. The severely injured Feng Chao's retreat provides just that justification. Let us observe the situation, should the Titans indeed mobilize. I shall naturally reach out to those emperors, Mu Qing affirmed with a nod. His hesitation stemmed primarily from the unreliability of those emperors. The Titans are not merely another top-tier race. They are an ancient divine race, renowned among all elite races in the cosmos for their strength. Mu Qing feared that if he summoned that group of emperors, they might flee at the first sign of trouble, given their previous behaviors. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the Titans were to truly advance, he would have no choice but to rely on those emperors. The Celestial Court, which seeks to unearth the whereabouts of withered branches and skeletal remains in this region, should ideally prevent the Titans from acting recklessly, Mu Qing mused inwardly. He instructed Guo Hong to remain calm and act according to the circumstances before retreating to his cultivation space. What? Offending the Titans? The dragon turtle's expression shifted. What the? You managed to injure a peak celestial of the Titans? The real Tian was taken aback. I always said Mu was formidable. Look at that. Naturally. Elder Tu was immensely proud, as if Mu Qing were his own disciple. Upon Mu Qing's return to the lakeside and relaying this news to the dragon turtle and others, their reactions were starkly contrasting. Chapter 665, Encountering an Ambush. Silence. The dragon tortoise's countenance darkened as he directed an angry rebuke towards the celestial master and Elder Tuesday. This cannot be. To offend the Titan race means our Xuanwu Star Domain is doomed. The celestial master, belatedly aware of their precarious situation, realized that their Xuanwu Star Domain was merely a high-level race, far from being a match for the Titans. Should we flee at once? The dragon tortoise felt intimidated. He knew he could not contend with the Titans. Mu Qing shook his head, his expression betraying less fear. Though the Celestial Court may not concern itself with Feng Chao's actions, if the Titans were to make significant moves, they ought to intervene. Guo Hong had informed the Celestial Court of the Titans' intention to subjugate the Xuanwu Star Domain, yet the court had dismissed his concerns and turned away, indifferent to the management of the Xuanwu Star Domain. Just as Guo Hong had previously slain Guo Ke to unify the Xuanwu Star Domain, the Celestial Court remained unconcerned. As long as they continued to assist in the search for withered branches and skeletal remains. After all, even if the Xuanwu Star Domain fell under Titan control, the Celestial Court would still come. One was a supreme race, the other a dominant power. Neither could be compared. However, should the Titans initiate hostilities, the situation would be markedly different. Unlike the earlier internal strife within the Xuanwu Star Domain, the Titans' assault would undoubtedly incite greater chaos. It is essential to understand that, aside from this region's star domain aiding the Celestial Court's search, the court's own powerful beings were also scouring various star domains. A conflict between the Titans and the Xuanwu Star Domain would certainly disrupt the Celestial Court's endeavors. Indeed, while the Celestial Court would remain indifferent to whom the Xuanwu Star Domain submitted, any large-scale aggression by the Titans would surely draw their attention. Elder Tu nodded. Acutely aware of the Celestial Court's might, even the finest races found themselves powerless before it. Let us wait patiently for a few days. The dragon tortoise agreed, finding calmness amidst the turmoil. Months later, in comparison to the tranquil meditation of Mu Qing and the others, Guo Hong grew increasingly anxious. He gazed at the rebuilding chieftain's palace, furrowing his brow. For days he had been unable to eat or sleep, fearing the sudden arrival of Titan warriors who might claim his life. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through his thoughts. Not good. Not good. Chieftain. A large group of powerful beings is approaching our Xuanwu Star Domain. They are Titans. A peak celestial, injured and breathless, rushed in. According to him, the Titans had sent 10 divine emperors, one of whom was at the pinnacle of divine emperor, along with over 100 peak celestials. Before he could reach them, he had sustained injuries. Kuo Ke trembled, hastily gathering his belongings. At that moment, he dismissed all thoughts of his own spirit. He understood that remaining here would spell his doom. Just as Kuo Ke prepared to flee, a subordinate rushed in, his face a mask of shock. Chieftain, the Titan forces have retreated. Each one is heavily wounded. The subordinate bore an expression of disbelief. What? Our people are all injured? Kuo Ke struggled to comprehend. After a moment, he finally processed the information and halted in his tracks. The Titans have retreated? What on earth is happening? Kuo Ke stood in stunned silence, convinced he must have misheard. The subordinate, swallowing hard, asserted, indeed. It was right in the midst of the Titan army's advance towards our Xuanwu Star Domain that a formidable figure from the heavenly court intervened, severely injuring the Titan warriors and forcing them to retreat. The individual he spoke of was not Tian Lazy, but another powerful being from the heavenly court, possessing the pinnacle cultivation of a divine emperor. Is that so? Kuo Ke's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that events would unfold as Mu Qing had predicted. With the heavenly court's involvement, the Titans had been repelled by the heavenly court. Suddenly, Mu Qing, clad in a black robe, emerged, having seemingly materialized from a black hole. This was a manifestation of his mastery over the combination of black hole and spatial laws, unveiling a form of spatial translocation far superior to ordinary spatial techniques. Kuo Ke was taken aback, startled by Mu Qing's sudden appearance, which even he, a divine emperor, could not detect. He promptly gestured for his subordinates to withdraw, ushering Mu Qing into the conference room. Kuo Ke relayed the information his subordinate had provided to Mu Qing, though his countenance remained grave, devoid of excessive joy. Even if the Titans had been temporarily thwarted by the heavenly court's forces, it was a mere pause. The heavenly beings would inevitably return. Kuo Ke was consumed with worry. This is not a time for anxiety, Mu Qing asserted, his expression turning solemn. The Titans seek our annihilation primarily because we appear feeble. If we were sufficiently formidable, to the point that even their victory would incur significant losses, they would naturally hesitate. The Xuanwu Star Domain currently lacks top-tier warriors. If one could stand at the forefront, the Titans would think twice before launching an assault. Yet, such powerful beings are not easily summoned. If Long Kuo could ascend to the rank of emperor, we would have no reason to fear the Titans, but reaching such heights is no simple task. Mu Qing himself did not harbor overwhelming fear. He possessed communication runes from 10 emperors. At Taiwa Palace, he had rescued those emperors from the divine prison. And though they had not repaid their debt to him in the face of the heavenly court, they still owed him a favor. Worst case, he could summon these emperors to stand guard over the Xuanwu Star Domain without requiring their direct intervention. The value of a single emperor far surpasses that of 10 pinnacle divine emperors. As long as one emperor remained stationed, the Titans would not dare to attack, nor would they even broach the subject of subjugating the Xuanwu Star Domain. After all, the presence of an emperor could elevate a force to the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, the emperors who had escaped from the divine prison were all lone wolves. Only Luo Tian had the backing of the Shura clan, and even he sought to distance himself from them due to existing conflicts. These individuals could reside in the Xuanwu Star Domain for hundreds or even thousands of years. In such an extended time frame, Mu Qing was confident that he could at least reach the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, growing to a level capable of safeguarding the Xuanwu Star Domain. Before departing, Mu Qing reassured Kuo Ke not to be overly anxious and took a moment to scorn him, remarking on his timidity as a divine emperor, easily flustered at the slightest provocation. Although Mu Qing had reached the late stage of the divine being, it was evident that Kuo Ke harbored a degree of reliance on him, largely due to his own character. His primary intention had always been to enjoy a leisurely life. Terrified of death, had it not been for Mu Qing's control over his soul, he might still be beneath Kuo Ke's authority. For him, the cultivation level of the early divine emperor was sufficient. A breakthrough was welcome, yet not necessary. As Mu Qing emerged from the chieftain's palace, tendrils of black light emanated from his right eye, enveloping his form and distorting it into a singularity. Just as he intended to traverse the black hole to reach his training grounds, a dazzling sword light suddenly pierced through the air with astonishing speed. The weapon was a sword, transcending ordinary celestial grade, its body made of bronze and adorned with rust, yet radiating a fervent divine glow. In a critical moment, Mu Qing's eyes erupted with moonlight, an invisible, arcane force surging forth to envelop the bronze sword. However, despite exerting his utmost effort, he could only momentarily halt its advance. The next instant, the moon god dream's effect waned. Nonetheless, that fleeting moment was sufficient for him to evade a fatal strike. The sword light grazed his cheek, leaving a wound. Who? A glimmer of cold, sharp intensity flashed in Mu Qing's gaze as he abruptly ceased the black hole's jump. An eruption of demonic energy surged within him, and the thunder demon manifested behind him, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by 5 bolts of divine retribution. Bang! The 5 bolts erupted as his fist struck the rusted bronze sword, producing a thunderous clang that sent it flying 100 meters away. However, the bronze sword remained unscathed. With not even a fragment of rust flaking off, it was remarkably resilient. The sword traced a brilliant arc through the air, radiating blinding light as it fled into the void. Within the chieftain's palace, streams of water coalesced into a hand, shimmering with divine light. Reaching towards the bronze sword, Kuo Ke had intervened. Yet, the sword was far too swift, evading capture. Even Kuo Ke failed to intercept it in time. Of course, it was also a matter of timing. Had he noticed sooner, perhaps he could have prevented the sword's escape. One could hardly blame him, for the sword had emerged from the void and vanished back into it in the blink of an eye. Furrowing his brow, Mu Qing wiped the blood from his cheek, the wound healing swiftly. He was perplexed as to who sought to assail him, and the bronze sword was extraordinary, undoubtedly not comparable to a celestial artifact. Even Kuo Ke could not intercept it, and it vanished without a trace after its strike. It was an imperial artifact. There could be no mistake. Stepping out of the chieftain's palace, Kuo Ke's expression was grave, a gash on his palm a testament to his attempt to intercept the sword's lethal energy. He regarded Mu Qing with confusion, questioning why someone would employ an imperial artifact for a covert attack. Kuo Ke extended his consciousness to probe the nearby stars. Yet he could not discern who wielded the bronze sword. Even its shadow eluded him, disappearing in an instant. The Titan clan seemed to be the most likely suspect. Mu Qing could only speculate that the only person he had recently offended was Feng Chao of the Titan clan. The black hole in his right eye re-emerged, enveloping him as he swiftly transported himself back to his place of cultivation. Mu Qing relayed this incident to the third elder, Tuesday. A royal artifact? Could it be that a divine emperor is targeting you? The true man of Tianqing expressed his astonishment. On the surface, the Xuanwu Star Domain had always been under the command of Kuo Ke. If the Titan clan sought vengeance, it would make sense for them to approach him first. Not necessarily. If it is indeed a divine emperor intervening, I fear I may not even have the chance to evade, Mu Qing replied, shaking his head. He believed that the mastermind behind this was a celestial being wielding a royal artifact in the form of a bronze sword. During this period, you should exercise caution. I will accompany you. It is unlikely that anything will go awry, Long Kuo suggested. The group theorized that the Titan clan, having suffered severe injuries at the hands of the heavenly court, were disgruntled and thus resorted to stealthy measures. Mu Qing nodded, resolving to devote himself to rigorous cultivation in order to solidify the third demon god, the devouring demon god, which would undoubtedly enhance his strength and mastery over the black hole's power. On a prosperous star within the Titan Star Domain, Feng Chao sat in his abode, holding a transparent jade vial containing several droplets of blood. Beside him lay a seemingly ordinary bronze sword, marred with rust, yet brimming with formidable power. It was he who had instigated the attack on Mu Qing. Humph, what does it matter how strong you are? If it weren't for those from the heavenly court intervening, I would have swept through the Xuanwu Star Domain today. Feng Chao gritted his teeth, still nursing some injuries from earlier battles. His resentment toward Mu Qing was profound. He could hardly believe he had been defeated by someone at the mere late stage of a celestial. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the peculiar gazes from the divine emperor elders when he had admitted to being bested by a late-stage celestial. His peers looked upon him with disdain and contempt. For others, Feng Chao's defeat to a late-stage celestial of moderate bloodline was a disgrace to the Titan clan. Consequently, his standing within the clan had plummeted, with many regarding him with scorn and frequently mocking him. Fueled by hatred, Feng Chao sought to acquire a royal artifact. He was not planning to use the bronze sword to eliminate Mu Qing. After all, he was merely at the peak of the celestial realm. and even in possession of a royal artifact, he could not hope to kill Mu Qing directly. The royal artifact he borrowed was unique. Once among the very best of its kind, despite its current state of decay, it still possessed the ability to traverse the void at will. He intended to injure Mu Qing with this sword to obtain some of his blood. I refuse to believe that a person of moderate bloodline can defeat me. That brat must harbor some tremendous secret. Feng Chao seethed with determination. He needed to avenge his humiliation. A sinister smile crept across his face as he realized that the Titan clan had received warnings from the Heavenly Court, which clearly indicated they would not strike against the Xuanwu Star Domain. Thus, he would have to rely on his own methods to deal with Mu Qing. He firmly believes that Mu Qing harbors a significant secret. Alone in the Xuanwu Star region, he realizes he cannot confront the adversary, thus resorting to alternative methods. With a sample of blood, he could ascertain the precise location of the race behind Mu Qing. A mere mid-tier race, he could effortlessly overpower it. At that juncture, he would threaten them, confident they would yield the secret. Feng Chao's eyes glinted with a chilling light. Months later, in his cultivation sanctuary, Mu Qing halted his practice. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he had exhausted all his resources yet failed to condense the devouring demon god. Clearly, if he wished to continue his cultivation, mere quiet reflection would not suffice. Although most individuals elevate their cultivation through meditation, the duration required is excessively long. To ascend from the late stage of the celestial god to its pinnacle, it would take countless years, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Such time was not something he could afford. At that moment, a communication rune, nestled in a corner of the 10,000 demon domain, emitted a radiant glow and began to tremble. Mu Qing was taken aback. This was the communication rune he had left for his parents, now vibrating with unusual energy. After some contemplation, he realized it had indeed been a while since he last contacted them. Perhaps he could spare some time to return to Earth for a brief respite. However, when he activated the rune, the voice that emerged was not that of his parents. Is this Mu Qing? There has been an incident. Earth has come under attack, and your parents have been captured. Chapter 667. The Wrath of Mu Qing. What did you say? My parents are in trouble? Mu Qing's body jolted violently. He could hardly fathom receiving such dreadful news from Earth. The current state of Earth was starkly different from before, after Mu Qing's ascension to the celestial god realm. It had become a mid-tier race, even hosting true gods. Who was responsible? Mu Qing's eyes blazed crimson. An overwhelming wave of dark energy surged forth, creating a colossal water vortex in the lake that spiraled skyward. Ling Turtle and others were alarmed and rushed over, inquiring about the unfolding events. Is someone targeting your family? Who dares to act so boldly? Ling Turtle exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Tu frowned, stating, Indeed, Earth is no ordinary celestial body. There had been warnings from the Taiwa Palace. No one dared to attack Earth. However, now the situation has changed. It seems the Zerg have lost their restraint and have launched an assault on Earth. Previously, Mu Qing had offended the Zerg and several other mid-tier races, and with the Taiwa Palace's destruction, Earth is now devoid of its protection. Who has taken my parents? Mu Qing struggled to maintain his composure and inquired through the communication rune. On the other end was his former comrade, Jiang Yuanjia, affectionately known as Fatty Jiang. Since Mu Qing's departure from Earth, Fatty Jiang had been diligently cultivating in the Tian Palace. The Zerg, the Fire Scale Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Titan Clan have all made their appearance. A formidable adversary has defeated Ping Yi and abducted your parents. The current situation on Earth is dire. With vast cities under siege, Fatty Jiang shouted in desperation, conveying the gravity of the circumstances on Earth. The current inhabitants of Earth are far from weak. Their lineage has reached an intermediate level, and the younger generation is imbued with a rich reservoir of divine energy. Numerous factions boast formidable warriors of true divine caliber among their ranks. Among them, the master of Qingqing Mountain, Ping Yi, stands as the most powerful. Having once been the captain of Mu Qing's team, under the guidance of the venerable Ping, he has astonishingly attained the initial stage of celestial divinity. Ping Yi can indeed be regarded as the mightiest individual on Earth, the sole celestial level powerhouse aside from Mu Qing himself. Alas, the insectoid race, being seasoned mid-tier species, easily overcomes Ping Yi. Hold on, please endure. Mu Qing urged fervently. He maintained his composure, yet the terrifying demonic aura emanating from him surged forth, igniting like flames in a fierce blaze. I will accompany you, declared Elder Tu, who had achieved celestial cultivation, finding it a trivial matter to contend with mid-tier races. Having once been an emperor himself. However, Long Gui shook his head and said, I shall accompany Mu Qing. The soul of Guihong is in your possession, and should you depart, he may entertain certain ulterior motives. Ultimately, they resolved that Long Gui would accompany Mu Qing to Earth. Mu Qing and Long Gui proceeded to the chieftain's palace to seek out Guihong, requesting him to prepare a spacecraft for their journey to Earth. Within the Xuanwu Star Domain, numerous cosmic vessels exist, though few are adept in combat. Those that rival the pinnacle of celestial beings or divine emperors are exorbitantly priced. Originally, there were 7 such vessels in the Xuanwu Star Domain, but regrettably, they were destroyed during internal strife. He and Long Gui directly made their way to Guihong's conference room. You've actually come? I have received word of you, Guihong remarked, somewhat astonished. Before handing a communication rune to Mu Qing. Whose is this? Mu Qing inquired, taken aback. Guihong's expression turned grave as he replied, it belongs to Feng Chao. He dispatched a formidable warrior from the Titan race to personally seek me out, requesting that I deliver this communication rune to you. Feng Chao? Mu Qing's countenance darkened. And recalling the ominous news from Earth, a surge of murderous intent welled within him. He realized that Feng Chao might be connected to the events unfolding on Earth. Suddenly, the communication rune trembled, radiating light. Kid, I know you are Mu Qing, and I am aware of your origins from Earth. You undoubtedly harbor significant secrets. An arrogant voice echoed forth. It was Feng Chao's voice. Release my parents. Mu Qing demanded coldly, convinced that the abduction of his parents was tied to Feng Chao. It seems you are already aware. Indeed, it was I who incited those mid-tier races to assault Earth. Your parents are now in my custody. If you wish for their safety, come alone to the Titan race and relinquish all your secrets. Feng Chao's voice reverberated through the communication rune. Having acquired the Earth's precise location through a peculiar method involving Mu Qing's blood. Subsequently, he discovered that Earth was peculiar, being targeted by several mid-tier races. Upon inquiry, he learned that Earth seemed to harbor its own mysteries, prompting him to secretly instigate these mid-tier races to act, leading to the capture of Mu Qing's parents. His ambitions extended beyond merely seizing Earth. He sought to unveil all of Mu Qing's secrets as well. Very well, you will regret this. Mu Qing's face flushed with anger. A terrifying aura enveloping him, and an icy glint flickered in his eyes. At that moment, he yearned to charge directly at the Titan clan and annihilate Feng Chao. However, it was evident that such an endeavor was fraught with peril. Even summoning the entirety of the Xuanwu Star Domain to confront the Titan clan would lead to certain doom. It seemed imperative to alter our course of action. The Dragon Turtle's countenance turned serious. Senior Dragon Turtle, I implore you to undertake a task. Please proceed to Earth and assist in repelling the invasion from those mid-level races. Although Mu Qing appeared composed, the veins on his forehead throbbed, indicating profound emotional turmoil. Rarely did he manage to retain his rationality in such dire circumstances. Mu Qing understood that venturing to confront Feng Chao within the Titan clan would undoubtedly result in his demise, yet with his parents in the adversary's grasp. This journey was unavoidable. Feng Chao had granted him a mere 3 days, a pressing timeline that left no room for him to travel to Earth. He had no choice but to part ways with the Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle, a pinnacle deity, would find it effortless to address several mid-level races upon reaching Earth. You intend to visit the Titan clan? Absolutely not. Should you go alone, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. The Dragon Turtle exclaimed. Believing Mu Qing was acting impulsively, Mu Qing shook his head, responding calmly, rest assured, I do not seek death, nor will I venture into the Titan clan alone. He retrieved 10 communication talismans from the realm of 10,000 demons, each radiating an extraordinarily formidable aura. Both the Dragon Turtle and Guihong, nearby, were taken aback. Realizing Mu Qing was genuinely furious, he had produced 10 communication talismans from great emperors. Is it worth it? Remember, these represent favors from 10 emperors. The Dragon Turtle remarked, believing that contacting just one would suffice to resolve the issue. No, I intend to instill such dread in the Titan clan that they will think twice before making a move. Mu Qing's gaze was chillingly resolute. He extracted an additional communication talisman, belonging to Luo Tian, bringing the total in his possession to 11. Guihong and the Dragon Turtle exchanged glances. Sensing that Feng Chao was doomed, and perhaps the Titan clan would soon face a setback, Chapter 668, Journey to the Titan Star Domain. The conference room fell into silence as Guihong swallowed hard, feeling a sense of pity for the Titan clan. Why did Feng Chao resort to such measures? Kidnapping Mu Qing's family as a threat? This action had undoubtedly provoked Mu Qing's deepest ire. Unbeknownst to him, a great calamity was drawing near, and he remained blissfully unaware, even believing that Mu Qing would capitulate. Upon grasping Mu Qing's intentions, the dragon turtle set off immediately for Earth, assuring him that he would promptly arrive to alleviate any concerns. With the dragon turtle's assurance, Mu Qing no longer needed to worry about the safety of Earth. On the third day, within the palace of the Destiny Star's chieftain, Guihong trembled with trepidation before an elderly man, whose face bore a smile and was dressed in simple robes, exuding an aura of great terror. This man was an emperor. Have matters with the Azura clan been resolved? Mu Qing inquired with curiosity. Luo Tian nodded, a hint of a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. It has been resolved. From this day forth, I shall have no further dealings with the Azura clan. He still bore a trace of bloodlust, having just resolved his grievances with the Azura clan when he received a message from Mu Qing and hurried over without delay. His bloodline had once been drained, but through a unique method, he had acquired a new lineage, restoring his power to the level of an emperor, rendering him immensely formidable. Your parents have been captured by the Titans? Upon hearing the specifics, Luo Tian's expression grew grave. He subsequently vowed to assist Mu Qing with utmost effort. Although the Titans were a premier race, they paled in comparison to the Heavenly Court. Those beings were emperors who feared the supreme authority of the Heavenly Court but held no dread of the Titans. Luo Tian assured Mu Qing that those individuals were unlikely to flee in the face of danger this time. Destiny Star? Is it this place? At that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon Destiny Star. A towering figure arrived, and the sheer force of his presence shattered the Patriarch's palace, storming into the conference room. This figure held a member of the Spirit Turtle Clan, a true deity, in his grasp. With 8 beastly arms, a human head, and a dragon's tail, he exuded a savage aura, embodying a fearsome emperor. Yes, it is here. The Spirit Turtle Clan member in the grasp of the tyrant emperor stammered. Mu Qing, last time we were unable to prevail, but this time I hear a premier race is troubling you? There will be no issues this time. The tyrant emperor laughed heartily upon seeing Mu Qing and Luo Tian. He tossed the Spirit Turtle Clan member aside and stepped forward. Last time at the Taiwa Palace, he had been repelled by a powerful figure from the Heavenly Court, leaving him feeling ashamed and humiliated. This time, he vowed not to suffer disgrace again. Although these emperors were wary of the strong from the Heavenly Court, they had little to fear from premier races, even the Titans. Despite their seemingly friendly demeanor towards Mu Qing, each of these emperors was a ruthless lone wolf. Otherwise, how could they have been suppressed within the divine prison by the moon goddess? While the Titans were indeed powerful among premier races, the tyrant emperor and his companions harbored no fear. Last time, a few formidable emperors from the Heavenly Court, particularly Emperor Gu Feng, could easily have made them suffer a great loss. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Not to mention the subsequent arrival of the Heavenly Emperor. How could they face that? Though they were all emperors, they feared death, and the longer they lived, the more they dreaded it. Tyrant Emperor, Luo Tian Emperor, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. A dreadful aura descended as yet another emperor arrived, clad in a raincoat and a straw hat. With a bamboo skewer clenched in his mouth, he was a bloodthirsty emperor. Guihong, as the divine monarch, could only cautiously serve tea in the presence of such formidable beings. Following him, 2 more emperors, one wielding a treasure pagoda and the other adorned with countless eyes, arrived in succession. In less than half a day, a total of 11 emperors had gathered within the Patriarch's palace of Destiny Star. The surrounding space seemed to solidify, and Guihong and his subordinates trembled, having never encountered so many emperors at once. Now, they found themselves in the presence of 11. So it is true, Mu Qing. Your parents have been captured. With a forceful thud upon the table, the tyrant emperor vehemently rebuked the Titan clan, subsequently vowing to rescue Mu Qing's parents. The eyes of the other emperors gleamed with renewed interest. During their last encounter with the Celestial Court, they had hesitated to remain, feeling humiliated and dimmed in reputation. However, this time, the predicament concerning Mu Qing's parents was of monumental significance. Although the Titans were a formidable race, their prowess paled in comparison to that of the Eternal Emperor, making it remarkably easy for these emperors to intervene and save Mu Qing's parents. Rest assured, we shall exert every ounce of our strength, proclaimed the emperor clad in a raincoat. The matter of parental rescue carried immense weight in terms of obligations, and for these emperors, it presented a trivial challenge easily surmountable. Can you conceal yourselves? The other party has requested that I go alone. Mu Qing conveyed Feng Chao's demand to the assembly. That poses no issue, nodded Luo Tian. With the other emperors in agreement, after a brief discussion, they resolved to take the initiative and proceed to the Titan clan, pledging to remain by Mu Qing's side when he arrived. If we are discovered, it would be a true disgrace to the emperors, the tyrant emperor asserted. Within the Titan clan, there were indeed emperors, but it was evident that they could not perpetually guard their territory, given the vast expanse of the Star Domain. It is noteworthy that even the illustrious Spirit Turtle Clan, a high-ranking race, boasted nearly 40 stars, not to mention the Titan Star Domain, which encompassed hundreds of stars, alongside the territories of other high-ranking races that were subservient to the Titans. The most renowned emperor of the Titan clan was the Eternal Emperor, rumored to have consumed the fruit of eternity, thus wielding the power of eternity. Yet, if the tyrant emperor and his companions sought to remain hidden, even the Eternal Emperor would find it a formidable task to uncover them. After deliberation, Luo Tian, the tyrant emperor, and the others executed a spatial displacement, hastening their departure. Anxious about the potential peril facing Mu Qing's parents, particularly as the third day of their agreed timeline had already arrived. You shall remain in the Xuanwu Star Domain. I will venture forth alone. With this final statement, Mu Qing departed from the clan leader's palace. In the conference room, Gui Hong exhaled a long sigh of relief. Standing amidst a congregation of emperors, feeling the immense pressure of their presence. For the first time, he experienced the sensation of being inconspicuous, surrounded by towering figures. Hesitant to utter a single sound. In the outer regions of the Titan Star Domain, each star radiated prosperity, rivaling even the Destiny Star, with some surpassing it in grandeur. Feng Chao found himself upon a celestial body known as Qingyuan Star. The Feng and Shui clans of Titans, technically branches of the same lineage, resided in this outer region. However, the scope of this outer region was vast. The true inner region comprised only 10 stars, situated at the very heart of the Titan Star Domain. Aside from these 10 stars, the hundreds of others were classified as outer territories. Naturally, those 10 stars served as the residence of the Titan royalty, the authentic faction of the Tai clan. Oh, has that individual arrived? Feng Chao emerged from the training chamber, having received news from his subordinates that a divine being from the outer Titan Star Domain, claiming to be a friend, sought an audience with him. He recognized that Mu Qing had come. A smile flickered across Feng Chao's face, his eyes brimming with avarice. He commanded his subordinates, quickly summon my friend. Chapter 669. Slay Feng Chao. Mu Qing arrived at the outermost edge of the Titan Star Domain. Upon entering one of the celestial bodies, he was immediately questioned, as he was easily recognized as a non-Titan. Mentioning Feng Chao's name, it took but a moment for a celestial being to approach him, guiding him through several teleportation arrays to a star known as Qingyuan. According to the Titan celestial beside him, this star belonged to Feng Chao's father, a peak divine emperor, along with a dozen surrounding stars, all under his dominion. Feng Chao's father held a relatively high status among the Titans, being a peak divine emperor, subordinate only to the clan leader and elders, commanding nearly 20 stars, including the specially allocated Qingyuan star for Feng Chao. As Mu Qing traversed a massive city on Qingyuan, he felt the scrutinizing gazes of several Titan celestial beings, some of whom were at the divine emperor level. Yet, Mu Qing remained unfazed by the intimidating atmosphere, for he was not alone. Finally, you have arrived on the last day. Feng Chao appeared before Mu Qing, his expression adorned with a disingenuous smile. Behind him stood two formidable late-stage divine emperors, their oppressive aura startling even Mu Qing, who had not anticipated such an overwhelming show of force from Feng Chao. Your injuries have yet to heal, Mu Qing remarked casually, his demeanor unshaken. Feng Chao's smile faltered, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Scars still marred his body, and despite consuming copious amounts of divine medicine and elixirs, complete recovery was elusive. Mu Qing's demonic energy was notoriously brutal, targeting the very foundation of his adversaries and wreaking havoc. Feng Chao gritted his teeth, a cold snort escaping him. It seems you remain oblivious to your current predicament. Surrender the secrets you possess at once. His interest was primarily piqued by Mu Qing's previously unleashed chaotic energy. Feng Chao could not fathom that a being of mid-tier bloodline could shatter his palms solely through physical prowess. It must have been the chaotic essence at play. His heart raced with greed, envisioning that if he could harness the power of that chaotic energy, his already formidable physique would ascend to new heights, potentially allowing him to overpower even a nascent divine emperor. I am well aware of my circumstances. Mu Qing stepped forward, his brow furrowing as he demanded, "Where are my parents?" A murderous glint shimmered in his gaze, yearning to strike down Feng Chao. However, he knew he must bide his time until he ensured the safety of his parents. "Bring them forth." Feng Chao clapped his hands, prompting a celestial to appear with two individuals, one male and one female, unconscious and bound. They were indeed Mu Qing's parents, Mu Yu and Shui Yueshi. Both had reached the initial stage of true godhood, indicating that Earth was developing quite well. "Well, you have seen it. I have not harmed your parents. Now, all I require is for you to divulge the secrets you hold, along with the methods for cultivating the chaotic energy. Only then will I release your parents." A smile once again graced Feng Chao's face. Meanwhile, a multitude of celestial beings approached Mu Qing, encircling his escape route. Observing this, Mu Qing remained remarkably composed, subsequently producing a talisman and presenting it to Feng Chao. This talisman contained the formation of the Excalibur array and the means to manipulate chaotic energy. He understood that unless he offered something of value, Feng Chao would remain unsatisfied. Upon receiving the talisman, Feng Chao's expression shifted to one of surprise as he sensed its contents. He discovered that Mu Qing indeed harbored a monumental secret. The chaotic energy was a conduit to a realm known as the Land of Chaos, a truly enigmatic phenomenon. Furthermore, it also contained a formidable sword formation. "Excellent!" Feng Chao exclaimed, clearly pleased. He tucked the talisman away, but then his expression turned cold as he commanded, "Seize him." Instantly, the surrounding celestial beings surged towards Mu Qing, numbering over 100, comprising both early and peak stage deities. "You will regret this," Mu Qing retorted icily. Feng Chao erupted into laughter, unfazed, eager to witness Mu Qing being torn to shreds. However, at that moment, he noticed a glimmer of moonlight manifest in Mu Qing's eyes, and soon after, he lost consciousness. Boom! A terrifying force surged from all directions as the 100 celestial beings unleashed their titan-like powers, creating a massive crater in the ground. Yet, Mu Qing was whisked away by a black hole, vanishing from sight. When Feng Chao regained his senses, a chill raced down his spine, leaving him in a state of disarray as he stumbled sideways. Crash! A bolt from the blue, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Mu Qing had inexplicably appeared in the spot where Feng Chao had stood, delivering a powerful strike known as the Heavenly Calamity Seal. The punch echoed with 5 bolts of thunder that erupted. Though Feng Chao attempted to evade swiftly, he was still grazed by the lightning, his body convulsing and paralyzed, rendering him momentarily immobile. Seeking death, the 2 peak stage divine emperors behind Feng Chao were momentarily stunned. They had relaxed their guard, not believing that Mu Qing would dare to strike Feng Chao. Yet, Mu Qing had indeed summoned the audacity. At the very instant when the moon goddess's dream interfered with Feng Chao, he had teleported beside him using the power of the black hole in his right eye, unleashing the Heavenly Calamity Seal with 5 thunderbolts. Feng Chao reacted swiftly, retreating immediately, but still felt the repercussions. With relentless speed, Mu Qing, wielding a demonic blade adorned with a 1,000-armed demon, struck out in an instant. A fleeting shadow of darkness sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it carved numerous gashes across Feng Chao's body, blood splattering profusely. Feng Chao screamed in agony, his body suddenly riddled with over 1,000 wounds. He hastily retreated, pulling out a stash of divine herbs and pills, swallowing them like candy. "Kill him, and eliminate his parents as well," Feng Chao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He endured the excruciating pain, fully aware that Mu Qing would retaliate, yet the abilities of the moon goddess's dream were not something he could easily withstand. At that moment, the spatial domain of Feng Chao fractured, and a rune surged forth, precisely the rune Mu Qing had previously bestowed upon him. At that instant, this rune radiated a dazzling brilliance, its sword light scattering and tearing apart Feng Chao's domain. With a resounding hum, the rune erupted, unleashing four celestial swords that pierced the air with overwhelming sword intent. Feng Chao, taken aback, immediately sensed impending doom and sought to escape. However, in every direction, north, south, east, and west, portals were established, suppressing all around. The four celestial swords hung ominously above these portals, a miasma of malevolence enveloping them, their sword intent slicing through the air like a tempest. Accompanied by the sound of a sword's cry, the royal-grade divine sword trembled, returning to the position of the Excalibur, cleaving through the air with a blazing sword radiance that vanished like a fleeting shadow. A severed head fell to the ground, and the remnants of Feng Chao's body disintegrated amidst the vast sword energy, his soul scattering into oblivion. Chapter 670. The Bloodblade Emperor in the Skies. The Excalibur formation dominated the surroundings, its sword energy soaring into the heavens. This was a terrifying sword array. The Excalibur struck down with blinding brilliance, directly slaying Feng Chao. Silence ensued. Everyone around stood in shock, rooted to the spot. They gazed at the head that lay on the ground, along with the pool of blood, and it took a considerable time for them to regain their composure. Seeking death, the two late-stage divine emperors were utterly enraged. Even they had not anticipated that the rune Mu Qing had given to Feng Chao concealed such a formidable sword array. This was primarily due to Feng Chao's own negligence. Had he allowed the two divine emperors behind him to inspect the rune, they would have undoubtedly uncovered its hidden secrets. Doom awaits. The two divine emperors struck simultaneously, their titan divine power erupting. Each unleashed a punch aimed at annihilating Mu Qing. Their faces were devoid of color. Having allowed Feng Chao to be slain was an utter disgrace. And undoubtedly, Feng Chao's father would hold them accountable. As for the throng of celestial beings surrounding them, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The two divine emperors, being late-stage powerhouses with significant standing within the Feng clan, would only incur mild reproach from Feng Chao's father, no matter how furious he became. He could not retaliate against these two divine emperors. However, the celestial beings were in a different predicament. Did the Titan race lack celestial beings? The answer was self-evident. For the Titan race, the number of celestial beings had reached saturation. They had as many as they desired. It was evident that their fate would be dire, and merely preserving their lives would be deemed a stroke of luck. Mu Qing's expression grew grave as chaotic divine light erupted from his left eye, waves of chaotic energy emanating and enveloping his body. This chaotic energy was in the hundreds. In the face of crisis, he released all the chaotic energy stored within his left eye for defense, not merely augmenting his physical form. Boom. Yet, even with his utmost defense, Mu Qing still felt two terrifying forces surging towards him, exploding before him. Violent storms erupted, shattering the ground, and the ensuing shockwaves spread forth, causing much of the city's buildings to collapse into ruins. Those celestial beings closest to the two divine emperors coughed up blood. The full-throttle eruption of two supreme deities was truly formidable. With merely two punches, they unleashed two colossal tempests. Mu Qing coughed up a copious amount of blood and was sent hurtling backwards, his chest bones shattered. The 100 strands of chaotic energy enveloping him were utterly obliterated. This was not due to the weakness of the chaotic energy, but rather Mu Qing's insufficient cultivation. Those 100 strands had significantly mitigated the force of the attack. Remarkably, he had not perished. The two supreme deities were taken aback, realizing that Mu Qing had not been reduced to mere fragments under such a violent onslaught. Instead, azure patterns began to manifest upon his body, and his injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. They exchanged glances, finally beginning to comprehend why Feng Chao sought to confront a mid-tier celestial. It appeared that the opponent harbored secrets, for his regenerative abilities and defensive prowess were beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Titanic form. One of the supreme deities unleashed his full might, summoning a gigantic titan that struck down with tremendous force. The surrounding celestials scattered in flight, eager to vacate the area. Should they be caught in the crossfire of the supreme deity's battle, their fates would be sealed. This supreme deity's actions clearly disregarded the lives of the celestial beings. Waves of titan divine power erupted from the colossal figure, locking onto Mu Qing, with storms converging and a fist the size of a mountain descending upon him. Before this titan, Mu Qing appeared as insignificant as an ant, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Straining against the fierce winds, he managed to raise his head, witnessing that enormous fist drawing ever closer. In such a dire spectacle, those with wavering resolve would likely be paralyzed by fear, succumbing to despair. At that moment, however, another figure intruded, disregarding the tempest. A middle-aged man clad in a poncho and straw hat appeared. A bamboo skewer clenched between his teeth and a long knife at his waist. Who could this be? The other supreme deity, who had refrained from attacking, recognized the man, his expression shifting in astonishment. As Mu Qing was ensnared by the Titan's divine power, the tempest threatened to tear apart even a peak celestial. Alas, such brutishness is unwise. It would be far better to sit down and converse, the man remarked with a slight smile, adjusting his hat before casually discarding the bamboo skewer. This seemingly mundane action, however, unleashed a far more terrifying force that radiated from him, dispelling the enveloping storm into nothingness. The unengaged supreme deity was left dumbfounded. As was the deity revealing the Titan form, he realized that his Titan divine power had been shattered by an even more formidable force. Feeling powerless, he had exerted all his strength to obliterate Mu Qing with a single punch, yet his fist felt as though it had lost sensation, as if imprisoned in midair. Then, a sharp pain surged through his arm. Mu, my dear friend, I have noticed your practice of swordsmanship, and thus I shall impart some insights regarding the application of the blade. I have mastered the techniques of both swift and measured swordplay, though the name may appear rather mundane. It possesses the capacity to unleash unparalleled power. Standing beside Mu Qing, a man clad in a raincoat and adorned with a bamboo hat spoke. He is a formidable emperor, known as the Blood Blade Emperor, who, according to Luo Tian, has claimed countless lives with his gleaming long sword. The Blood Blade Emperor gestured towards a nearby figure transformed into the colossal form of a Titan, witnessing in horror as the deity's arms suddenly erupted with blood, disintegrating into fragments that spread across his entire body. Mu Qing's pupils constricted. This was a late-stage deity, having manifested the Titan form, yet now, his arm shattered and extended into pieces, ultimately reducing his entire being to ruin. He was astounded, having failed to perceive when the Blood Blade Emperor had struck. In the blink of an eye, the foe was reduced to mere fragments, the number of blades unleashed unknown. This exemplified the essence of a swift blade. While some techniques may be fast enough to reveal the blade's light, true speed is characterized by the concealment of both the blade's glare and the movements of the wielder. The Blood Blade Emperor retrieved a bamboo skewer, placing it between his lips. At this moment, the surviving late-stage deity's expression turned pale with terror. As he experienced fear for the first time, his body chilled, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. To annihilate a late-stage deity, especially one of eminent bloodline like a Titan, was beyond the capabilities of even the pinnacle of deities. Thus, the only conclusion was that this raincoat-clad figure before him was indeed an emperor. Why has my son's life force vanished? A powerful presence descended from beyond the stars. Embodied by a formidable man, his countenance resolute, towering in stature, clad in resplendent armor. The late-stage deity, Feng Chao, felt a stirring in his heart. He recognized that Feng Chao's father, Feng Chao himself, had arrived, evidently enraged by the disappearance of his son's life force. The Blood Blade Emperor raised an eyebrow and strode forward, stating, "Just a moment, Mu, allow me to demonstrate my measured blade." Chapter 671, The Disappearance of the Soul? Who are you? Feng Chao rushed over, having discovered that his son's life force, which had been tethered to a jade pendant, had vanished, inciting his wrath to hunt down the beast responsible. However, he was met with the sight of a raincoat-clad man approaching him. Furrowing his brow, he sensed something amiss, for the celestial beings around him were fleeing into the distance, his subordinates not sparing him a glance. Among the two late-stage deities meant to protect Feng Chao, only one stood before him, their face a mask of terror. Feng Chao surveyed his surroundings, his eyes blazing crimson as he beheld a severed head. It was Feng Chao's. Who? A powerful aura radiated from Feng Chao, as a realm of primal vastness materialized behind him, encircled by the might of a peak deity. Enraged, he demanded to know which late-stage deity had slain Feng Chao. That boy, the late-stage deity began, but their instinct warned them of the impending danger, attempting to intervene. Alas, it was too late. Feng Chao vanished and charged directly towards Mu Qing. Enough. In the late stages of his divine emperor phase, Feng Chao gritted his teeth and opted for retreat, transforming into a streak of radiant light as he rushed towards the outside. He had no desire to await his demise in this place. The man clad in a raincoat was highly likely to be an emperor, and remaining here would surely lead to his death. However, at that moment, a glimmering streak pierced through his chest. With a sickening sound, his chest erupted, leaving behind a gaping wound. He stood frozen, gazing ahead, where a slender bamboo skewer had penetrated him. In the next instant, the skewer trembled lightly before turning back to strike again, this time piercing through his brow. Blood erupted like a burst watermelon, and a divine emperor fell without a trace. The skewer returned to the blood-blade emperor's hand, resting once more between his lips. Feng Qiao's form came to an abrupt halt. He felt an icy rigidity envelop him, and his scalp prickled in shock as he stood dazed. He had naturally sensed the events unfolding behind him. Initially perplexed by the flight of his trusted subordinate, it now appeared that he too must devise a means of escape. A chill ran from his head to his toes, and a narrow gash appeared on his cheek, blood trickling down. He had just witnessed the man in the raincoat retrieve a bamboo skewer and, with a gentle flick, unleash an unimaginable force that surged past his head, obliterating his divine emperor subordinate. The sheer magnitude of this power was unfathomable. An emperor? Feng Qiao gulped nervously, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why was an emperor present in this place? He could not comprehend it. It was evident that this individual was not an emperor of the Titan race. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, it seemed this emperor was their adversary. The young Feng Qiao had claimed he was merely dealing with a mid-tier bloodline celestial being. How had he suddenly provoked an emperor? As a peak divine emperor, Feng Qiao now found himself paralyzed with fear, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, for the pressure exerted by the blood-blade emperor was overwhelmingly oppressive. The slow blade was not truly slow. Rather, it was a gathering of power, a convergence of strength concentrated into a single strike. At that moment, the blood-blade emperor spoke, placing his hand upon the long sword at his waist and drawing it forth with deliberate slowness. It was a gleaming long sword, seemingly ordinary yet resonating with a sharp, vibrant energy that quivered as it exuded an unparalleled brilliance. This was an imperial artifact. With a smile, the blood-blade emperor began to swing this sword down towards Feng Qiao. A terrifying force surged forth, manifesting as a colossal blade of light, stretching for miles. Brilliant and glaring as it descended. Feng Qiao's legs trembled, fear etched upon his visage, yet his body remained immobile, unresponsive to his commands. At that moment, a distant dragon's roar echoed through the air, revealing a massive dragon soaring through the sky, colliding violently with the blade of light. A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted. The dragon formed from concentrated qi, imbued with formidable power. Feng Qiao was sent reeling by the shockwave of energy, coughing blood but miraculously surviving. Oh! The blood-blade emperor raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting his gaze towards the distant void. An elderly figure descended, a titan of imposing stature, his physique robust and muscular, with a formidable explosive power evident beneath his flowing robes. This newcomer was a great emperor. Elder Feng Xiang coughed blood once more, his innards crushed by the lethal blade aura emanating from a shimmering attack, leaving him grievously wounded. It could be said that had it not been for the timely intervention of a Titan elder, he might not have sustained mere injuries, but faced certain death. Who are you? Why do you assault my Titan clan? Elder Feng Xiang inquired in a grave tone. The presence of an external emperor taking action against the Titan clan had not occurred in ages. Humph. What do you think I'm here for? Surely you possess some awareness. The Bloodblade Emperor retorted coldly, his demeanor far from cordial, even towards Elder Feng Xiang, who was also an emperor. You. Elder Feng Xiang's expression darkened, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. When matters involve emperors, one must not act on impulse. He turned his gaze to Feng Qiao, grasping him firmly. Although Feng Qiao was a renowned powerhouse within the Titan clan, he paled in comparison to the elder's emperor-level presence. Feng Qiao grimaced in pain as his injuries were aggravated, yet he dared not speak. Speak. How did your territory provoke such a formidable adversary? Elder Feng Xiang bellowed. Through their brief skirmish, he discerned that the Bloodblade Emperor's strength was on par with his own. He was no novice among emperors. I don't know, Feng Qiao stammered, bewildered. He had merely sensed his son's life force extinguished, which drove him into a furious rage, leading him here, only to unexpectedly confront an emperor. He did not dare to withhold any information and disclose to Elder Feng Xiang that Feng Chao intended to confront a celestial being from a medium-sized race today, even revealing that the royal grade artifact, the bronze sword, was borrowed for this purpose. He could not fathom how such an emperor-level being had been provoked. If our Titan clan faces unimaginable losses, you will bear the consequences. Elder Feng Xiang glared fiercely at Feng Chao. He understood that this incident could not solely be blamed on Feng Chao, yet there was no choice. After all, Feng Chao was his son. Someone had to take the blame. It could not be the esteemed elder himself. Since you are unaware of the circumstances, let me enlighten you. Your Titan clan has captured the parents of Mu Xiaoge, using them as leverage against him. Thus, I have come today to support Mu Xiaoge, the Bloodblade Emperor proclaimed. It seemed there was indeed some truth to this. Feng Chao recalled that Feng Chao had intended to deal with a celestial being from the Xuanwu Star Domain, hailing from a relatively weak medium-sized race. At the time, he had not paid much heed, as the orders relayed from above had merely been to subdue the Xuanwu Star Domain. My friend, we will unconditionally release them and guarantee that we shall refrain from further actions against the Xuanwu Star Domain, Elder Feng Xiang declared emphatically. While the Titan clan would not cower before an emperor, they still sought to resolve the matter amicably. After all, the weight of an emperor is substantial. Any race with an emperor at its helm is considered a top-tier race. The Bloodblade Emperor then turned his gaze toward Mu Qing, as the next course of action would depend on his words. If it were just him alone, perhaps he would have readily acquiesced. For a single individual cannot compel the Titan clan to bear any cost. However, he was merely one among the multitude of emperors of the Titan clan. Their numbers were formidable, rendering them unconcerned about the Titan clan. No. Mu Qing's eyes reddened. In his arms lay Mu Yu and Shui Yueshi. Just moments ago, he had attempted to awaken them, only to discover that their condition was not a mere ordinary coma. The souls of his parents had vanished. Chapter 672. The Emperor's Standstill. The Bloodknife Emperor detected an unusual shift in Mu Qing's emotions. Logically, after rescuing his parents, Mu Qing should have remained composed, yet he appeared even more anxious than when he first approached them. What transpired? The Bloodknife Emperor sensed something amiss and swiftly moved to Mu Qing's side. His pupils constricted. He had initially overlooked it. But now he realized that Mu Qing's parents had indeed lost their souls. If their physical bodies had been ravaged, even to the point of complete destruction, these emperors could devise a means of restoration. However, if their souls were lost, even they, the emperors, would be powerless. For not even an emperor possesses the ability to create a soul, let alone resurrect one. Not far away, Feng Xiang and Feng Chao exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Prepare to flee. From this day forth, you are barred from holding any position within the Titan clan. Elder Feng Xiang's expression was stern. He anticipated that a fierce battle might ensue. This incident was instigated by Feng Chao, having obliterated the souls of Mu Qing's parents, making reconciliation nearly impossible. The attitude of the opposing emperor clearly indicated a determination to support Mu Qing to the end. Feng Chao was dead, but Feng Chao, as his father, would also face repercussions. The fact that Feng Xiang had not executed him outright was already a concession. Feng Chao's face turned ashen as he grasped the seriousness of the situation, realizing that he would likely be reduced to an ordinary member of the Titan clan, with the stars under his command being reclaimed by the Feng clan. Indeed, the souls had vanished. An elderly man clad in coarse robes emerged from the void, his expression grave. It was Luo Tian, the first emperor of the Ashura clan. He took Mu Yu and Shui Yueshi from Mu Qing, meticulously examined them, and confirmed that their souls were indeed absent. This signified that, in a certain sense, they were already dead, beyond salvation, akin to the fate of the Star Phoenix Emperor, whose soul had disintegrated and thus met with utter demise. The situation had become rather troublesome. The Bloodknife Emperor, with a bamboo skewer in his mouth, furrowed his brow. It appeared that a confrontation with the Titan clan was imminent. They had come to repay a debt of gratitude, and rescuing Mu Qing's parents carried significant weight. It was sufficient to settle the matter. However, now that something had befallen Mu Qing's parents, with their souls dissipated, it was tantamount to death, rendering their mission a strict failure. Therefore, to repay the favor, they would have no choice but to take action against the Titan clan, ensuring that the Titan clan pays an adequate price to placate Mu Qing. In the distance, Elder Feng Xiang's countenance darkened. Initially indifferent, He now felt a surge of apprehension as he overheard the proclamation, "I shall annihilate the Titan clan." Mu Qing's eyes blazed crimson, his body trembling as an overwhelming aura of malevolent energy erupted from him. Behind him, the formidable figures of a thousand-handed demon and a thunderous demon materialized. Flames of dark magic enveloping the scene. The onlookers were taken aback, with Elder Fengxiang experiencing a mix of astonishment and fury. His anger stemmed from Mu Qing's declaration of intent to obliterate the Titan clan, while his shock was ignited by the extraordinary power that transcended that of celestial beings. Amplified by the arrival of the Emperor Luo Tian. Two emperors. His pupils constricted, and he quickly notified the other elders of the Titan clan. Elder Fengxiang began to doubt Mu Qing's identity. Could it be that he was a disciple of a supreme deity? Had he summoned two emperors directly? This situation seemed precarious indeed. A languid voice emerged from behind Elder Fengxiang. It belonged to a man supporting a towering pagoda, his visage exuding authority. The pagoda boasted 7 tiers, with flames consuming the first tier, where Feng Chao was trapped, emitting anguished cries. Trembling, Elder Fengxiang turned around, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Before him stood yet another emperor, an unexpected revelation. How could this be? What manner of being was this youth to command the allegiance of 3 emperors? A sense of dread washed over Elder Fengxiang. Indeed, the matter had grown troublesome. His divine soul had vanished. Another voice interjected. Elder Fengxiang glanced sharply, only to discover yet another emperor had materialized beside Mu Qing. This particular emperor appeared unique, his body adorned with numerous eyes that gazed unsettlingly. This was the 100-eyed emperor, possessing 100 eyes that radiated light as they scrutinized Mu Qing and Shui Yueshi. The 100-eyed emperor shook his head, declaring, "Indeed, the divine soul is lost. Without it, even an emperor is powerless." Sighing, he lamented that he had hoped to remain uninvolved, but it seemed this favor would not be easily repaid. Then, yet another emperor emerged from the void, followed by a series of figures, the most fearsome among them being the tyrant emperor. His imposing presence emanated a brutal aura, the strongest among the emperors. Gasp! Elder Fengxiang inhaled sharply, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What was transpiring? One after another, emperors descended. A total of 11 in all. It resembled a supreme force preparing to assault the Titan clan. While uncertain whether their combined might could truly extinguish the Titan clan, the tyrant emperor proclaimed, "Since Brother Mu has spoken, let us give it a try." His neck cracked as a fierce glint sparked in his eyes, eager for the challenge. The other emperors mirrored his excitement. Each was a lone wolf, many having lost their own clans to some calamity, achieving their emperor status under immense pressure. This history fostered a ruthless demeanor, leading them to commit countless atrocities. Had they not gained their titles, they likely would not have acknowledged Mu Qing's plea. "Let us act. Opportunities for unity are rare," urged the towering pagoda emperor, his gaze radiating intensity. "Such opportunities are indeed scarce. They have grown accustomed to solitary existence, refraining from confronting the supreme races. However, now, 11 emperors have assembled, a number that may exceed even those of the foremost races. Perhaps it is truly possible to annihilate a supreme race." Feng Xiang's countenance darkened to an extreme, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He never anticipated that the Titan race would encounter such calamity. The arrival of 11 emperors upon a single supreme race has likely never transpired in the entirety of the cosmos. What has occurred? Why do I sense several imperial presences? At this moment, several formidable auras emanated from a great distance. 3 elder emperors approached. One, like Feng Xiang, belonged to the Feng family's collateral line, while the other 2 hailed from the Shui family's collateral line. Upon their arrival at Xuanwu Star, their expressions mirrored that of Feng Xiang, exaggerated. With wide eyes and agape mouths, they beheld 11 emperors standing before them, each with a distinct style, their terrifying auras palpable. Chapter 673. Overcoming the celestial ban jar. The elder Feng Xiang and the other 3 Titan race emperors were utterly astounded. They could never have imagined that the Titan race could summon 11 emperors, who boldly proclaimed their intent to exterminate them. Each of the 11 emperors was filled with fervor. The prospect of annihilating the renowned Titan race was an exhilarating endeavor. The Titan race has been excessively domineering, continuously subjugating other races, declaring destruction at will, and showing contempt for life itself. It is time to pay a price. Among the 11 emperors, the sole female emperor spoke. Her body bore numerous scars, and a grotesque mark slashed across her once delicate face. She possessed the ability to remove these scars, yet she chose not to. They were her lifelong blemish, and she held no desire to conceal them, for she wished to forever remember this humiliation. It was precisely due to her harrowing experiences that she transcended from a mere mid-tier bloodline deity to an emperor, achieving a top-tier bloodline. She was known externally as the vengeful female emperor, the daughter of a leader from a mid-tier race. Later, her race faced disaster, obliterated by a supreme race without reason, merely due to the latter's need for slaves. Subsequently, the vengeful female emperor was enslaved, tormented, and forced to mine in dreadful conditions, leaving her with countless scars. Though she later encountered opportunities that led her to become an emperor, she remained no match for that supreme race, which boasted several emperors. She could only manage to slay a few divine sovereigns who had once targeted her race. The actions of these supreme races filled the vengeful female emperor with profound hatred. She also understood that the Titan race was exceedingly tyrannical, coveting resources within the domains of higher races, often launching direct campaigns to conquer and devastate. Thus, this time, the vengeful female emperor was the first to charge forward, confronting Feng Xiang and the others. With blood energy emanating from her being, she brandished an unusual imperial artifact, a long sword that bore bizarre serrations resembling fangs. As she swung the sword, its length suddenly extended, transforming into a whip-like weapon, striking forth with ferocity. The jagged edges above gleamed with an extreme sharpness, tearing through the fabric of space, instilling a sense of dread merely by gazing upon them. The ground fissured, forming a chasm reminiscent of an abyss. Her strike was momentarily thwarted, as Elder Feng Xiang displayed formidable prowess, exuding an imperial might that shook the very heavens. Yet, his arm trembled, his palm a gruesome mass of flesh, with just a fleeting touch having stripped away a considerable portion of his flesh. With a thunderous roar, the tyrant emperor unleashed a chilling howl and charged forward with unbridled ferocity. His body shattered the very space around him as he barreled toward the several emperors. From the Titan race, 4 elders had arrived, 2 imperial figures from the Feng clan's collateral line and 2 from the Shui clans. Among them, Feng Xiang found himself entangled with the vengeful empress, while the remaining 3 elders were all fixated upon by the tyrant emperor. Facing 3 opponents single-handedly, he was a terrifying spectacle, his form a relentless engine of battle, bred for slaughter. The tyrant emperor's 8 arms, robust and powerful, resembled iron rods capable of shattering the void. His dragon tail, adorned with scales, swept through the air, effortlessly obliterating imperial artifacts. The 3 elders of the Titan race were left aghast, unable to fathom the might of such a formidable emperor, who was causing them to cough blood, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Since that is the case, let us join the fray. My hands have grown restless, declared the Blood-Blade Emperor, his palm resting upon the hilt of his blade as waves of terrifying power began to coalesce. In the next instant, his eyes blazed with divine light as he drew and then sheathed his sword. In the span of a heartbeat, none could discern how many strikes he had executed within that fleeting moment. However, it was evident that a tempest of force radiated from his being, rendering the blade's light invisible while splitting the ground asunder. Every structure on the planet Chengyuan was obliterated, and soon the entire celestial body trembled, cleaved in twain. The divine and true gods upon Chengyuan were shattered, their forms annihilated. With a resounding crash, the planet was irrevocably divided, plummeting into the boundless void. This celestial body proved to be remarkable, its primal energy remarkably abundant. The Blood-Blade Emperor extracted a resplendent energy, spanning 10 meters, embodying the inherent energy of the planet Chengyuan. Casually, he cast this primal force toward Mu Qing, while it bore little significance for emperors like them. It held immense value for Mu Qing, a celestial being, aiding in his potential ascension to godhood. Mu Qing, taken aback, realized he had inadvertently acquired the primal energy required to restore the celestial star map. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. His being was now consumed by fury and bloodlust, the rampant demonic energy emanating uncontrollably. His eyes burned crimson, reason slipping away, with a singular thought now dominating his mind: to annihilate every titan in sight. Mu Qing charged toward another celestial body, where several divine emperors held dominion. As he approached, they prepared to retaliate, only to be obliterated by a single, piercing gaze. It was the 100-eyed emperor, adorned with numerous eyes, capable of perceiving distances of hundreds of thousands of miles, each gaze imbued with terrifying power. At the behest of Mu Qing, the other great emperors surged towards the nearby stars, embarking on a campaign of annihilation while simultaneously assisting Mu Qing in dealing with formidable beings of divine emperor caliber. They understood that Mu Qing was in dire need of release. No one could maintain composure after the loss of their parents. Indeed, Mu Qing had succumbed to a state of ferocity. Upon arriving at this celestial body, he summoned the slaying immortal's sword array, enveloping the surroundings in its ominous power. He also procured the royal divine sword from Feng Chao, positioning the bronze sword within the slaying immortal's sword, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Now, at the four portals of the slaying immortal's sword array, two royal divine swords hung suspended, bolstering the might of the slaying immortals and the immortal slaying swords. Sword lights pierced through the air, effortlessly shattering the bodies of mid- and late-stage celestial beings. Some peak celestial beings attempted to flee, managing to withstand the sword energy emanating from the slaying immortal's sword array, but they soon encountered the frenzied Mu Qing. With a thunderous roar, Mu Qing summoned a thousand-handed demon god to manifest from the magic blade in his grasp, unleashing a flurry of strikes. A peak celestial being was instantly obliterated, their form reduced to countless fragments, a gruesome sight. "Accept your fate," cried a Titan celestial, invoking the Titan body as he advanced to slay Mu Qing. However, Mu Qing was surrounded by swirling incantations, a dim yellow hue saturating the atmosphere, and with a single stroke, he cleaved the Titan in two, shattering both body and soul. Mu Qing called forth the Thunder Demon God and the Thousand-Handed Demon God, plunging into the realm of 10,000 demons, exerting every ounce of his strength. "Release," he bellowed, veins bulging as he struggled to lift a jade-like bottle. A resounding hum emanated from the heavenly forbidden bottle, vibrant colors flickering across its surface, surrounded by runes and misty inscriptions. With all his might, Mu Qing unleashed a punch, the impact transforming into 10 bolts of heavenly tribulation, roaring incessantly. This manifestation of heavenly tribulation transcended previous comprehension, striking down the heavenly forbidden bottle. Chapter 674. The Eternal Emperor. A radiant burst of multicolored light swept across half the sky, the heavenly forbidden bottle crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Almost immediately, dark light flickered from within, releasing tendrils of toxic gas. Remarkably, the toxicity emanating from the heavenly forbidden bottle this time was exponentially more potent than before, thick, viscous clouds of poison enveloping the star. The Titans residing on this celestial body began to scream in agony, each one a celestial being, at the very least possessing the cultivation of a true god, their bodies infused with divine energy and formidable bloodline power. Yet, in this moment, they found themselves suffocating, their souls damaged, ultimately leading to their demise. Moments later, an overwhelming accumulation of toxic gas enveloped the star, the dense miasma rising like dark clouds, unleashing a pitch-black rain of poison. No, a peak celestial being, filled with despair, had just been struck by Mu Qing's blade, leaving a massive gash in their waist, barely holding together. Before they could escape, their body began to dissolve beneath the incessant downpour of toxic rain. A peak celestial being, reduced to nothingness in an instant, bore witness to the sheer terror of this toxic mist. According to the tales of the skeletal remains and stones, it was said that within the forbidden vessel lay imprisoned a supreme malevolent deity. This vessel, originally endowed with formidable seals, now bore the marks of an unknown entity that had erased portions of its power, leaving only a vague semblance. Consequently, the seal was insufficient to contain the noxious gas, which began to seep forth. Presently, a dense miasma of toxic vapor emanated from the vessel, transforming into a shroud of fog and toxic clouds that spread towards the surrounding stars. Naturally, Mu Qing was affected. However, the azure patterns adorning his form shimmered with radiance, fortifying him against the toxic rain. Gradually, the fine drizzles of poisonous rain intensified, morphing into a torrential downpour akin to a deluge, as if the very cosmos were drenched in ink. Here, all traces of life had vanished. Even the pinnacle of celestial beings harbored resentment, their energy barriers swiftly eroded, their forms dissolving into pools of black water. Such a display of power left even the surrounding emperors in awe. as they had not anticipated Mu Qing's methods to be so formidable. The likes of Luo Tian and the other emperors, each capable of shattering a star, were now faced with a reign that, while incapable of slaying the divine sovereign, proved devastatingly effective against the titan kin beneath that threshold, with the toxic clouds spreading forth, corrupting nearby celestial bodies, and causing the creatures beneath the reign to wail in agony. The four titan elders engaged in battle amidst the starry expanse wore expressions of terror and disbelief, grappling with the reality that their once-renowned race now faced annihilation at the hands of intruders. The entire Titan clan was in an uproar, with countless members rushing toward the heart of the Titan Star Domain, the only sanctuary available to them. Alongside the horrific toxic clouds, 9 emperors surged forth through the boundless void, obliterating the stars of the Titan realm one by one. In each fleeting moment, multitudes of Titan kin perished. This day would undoubtedly be marked as the greatest catastrophe in the history of the Titan race. Who dares to wager against the might of the Titans? A roar echoed from the depths of the Titan Star Domain's core. 3 terrifying presences surged forth, piercing the void with their formidable might. These were 3 fearsome Titans, each towering at 10,000 meters, exuding the divine power of Titans, their divine radiance dazzling and fierce. The 3 Titans were none other than the elders of the royal Titan lineage. A single Titan clan boasted 4 emperors from its collateral branches, and with the 3 from the royal line, a total of 7 emperors stood alongside the clan leader, the Eternal Emperor, summing to a formidable 8. Leading them was the Titan clan's grand elder, Tian, the strongest among the elders, whose eyes gleamed like bells as he gazed towards the unfolding scene. Soon, the 3 elders of the Tai lineage were taken aback, for they beheld the 11 emperors before them. Who are you? Why do you seek to slay our Titan kin? Tian thundered, unleashing a frightful aura. He immediately intervened to confront the tyrant emperor, who had already gravely wounded a water-affiliated Titan elder. Another upper-tier emperor? The tyrant emperor raised an eyebrow. What is your true intention? Tian demanded, his overwhelming presence rivaling that of the tyrant emperor, exuding an aura of immense terror. The tyrant emperor sneered and said, "If you seek to assign blame, let it fall upon yourselves for seizing the parents of another and robbing them of their very souls." This is a profound enmity. He approached Tian Mountain, for among the emperors present, only he possessed strength comparable to his own, making him the sole adversary capable of standing against him. The other emperors were no match. Tian Mountain unleashed a powerful punch, clashing against the tyrant emperor. After the initial encounter, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The opponent's might was formidable, his divine power ferocious. Although Tian Mountain was a titan among the emperors, endowed with immense physical strength and the ability to wield unparalleled power alongside Titan divine energy, he found himself shaken when facing the tyrant emperor. Upon exchanging blows, his arm trembled, and his palms tingled with numbness. He was taken aback, despite being a high-ranking emperor, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary emperors. The tyrant emperor's strength subtly overshadowed his own. As other emperors rushed in to join the fray, they unleashed their attacks. Though the mightiest, the tyrant emperor was momentarily halted by Tian Mountain, yet their numerical superiority was undeniable. Grand Elder Fengxiang had momentarily evaded the clutches of the vengeful maiden emperor, bearing several grievous wounds, each gory and fearsome. He conveyed to the Grand Elder the reason behind the descent of 11 emperors upon the Titan clan. Tian Mountain was taken aback. Had offending a celestial being summoned such calamity? It was difficult for him to fathom, yet Fengxiang assured him of the truth. What sort of celestial being could wield such influence? Tian Mountain was eager to uncover the identity of this celestial entity capable of rallying 11 emperors. Could it be a force of supreme power? Tian Mountain indeed harbored concerns regarding this matter. If the adversary was truly a supreme force, it would spell trouble, as they could summon 11 emperors. However, upon further reflection, he found discrepancies. If Mu Qing were genuinely of high standing within a supreme force, how could his parents have been captured by the offspring of a mere divine emperor from their Titan clan, not a supreme force? Yet more alarming was the revelation that this celestial being hailed from a medium-rank race, yet had managed to assemble this gathering of rogue emperors and unite them. Elder Fengxiang pointed towards Mu Qing, who resided on a distant star, his face illuminated with murderous intent. This was within the territory of their Feng clan's branch. and the Titan denizens inhabiting those stars were all affiliated with their lineage, now besieged and slaughtered mercilessly. Particularly concerning was Mu Qing, who had unleashed a horrifying venomous gas, transforming into toxic clouds that spread ominously. Those whose cultivation fell short of the divine emperor realm found it nearly impossible to withstand the toxic rain, leading to complete annihilation. The number of Titan clansmen perishing beneath this toxic deluge had already reached a staggering 100,000. Elder Fengxiang informed Tian Mountain that Mu Qing undoubtedly harbored secrets, or perhaps possessed a notably special identity, likely linked closely to a supreme force. What, indeed, was that toxic cloud? Tian Mountain felt urgency, yearning to counteract the poisonous miasma. Yet the tyrant emperor obstructed his efforts, rendering him unable to intervene. Esteemed ones, why do you target my Titan clan? A voice resonated, grand and profound, emanating from the depths of the Titan Star Domain. Suddenly, a figure radiating with intense brilliance descended from above, a torrent of terrifying divine light dazzling like a beacon, soaring into the heavens like a plume of smoke. The atmosphere exuded by the eternal emperor surpassed that of all present sovereigns, instilling a profound sense of dread. It was not merely the might of the Titans, but rather an essence that symbolized eternity itself, the emergence of the eternal emperor. As depicted in chapter 675, the might of the supreme position commanded an overwhelming presence, one that eclipsed all others. The gazes of the numerous emperors present shifted towards this singular figure, whose resounding voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. This was a being enveloped in radiant divine light, standing not as a colossal titan of thousands of meters, but rather a mere 10 meters tall, yet emanating an insurmountable aura akin to a towering mountain. This is troubling. The strength of the eternal emperor far exceeds our own, Luo Tan remarked gravely as he approached Mu Qing, warning him of the formidable power that dwarfed all present, including even the tyrant emperor. He was preparing Mu Qing for a potential retreat. With a wave of his hand, Luo Tian summoned a stream of bloodlight that enveloped Mu Qing, imparting a sense of serene clarity to his mind. The crimson hue in Mu Qing's eyes gradually faded, and the chaotic demonic energy within him subsided. After Luo Tian employed a certain technique, the negative emotions that had plagued Mu Qing were quelled, restoring his rationality. Feeling a subtle shift, Mu Qing found himself surprisingly calm. The murderous intent and bloodlust that had consumed him moments before had vanished. This is a technique of our clan. The Azura tribe, known for its long history of slaughter, often sees those with wavering wills devolve into mindless killing machines. The ability I just invoked suppresses the negative emotions within, Luo Tian explained. Earlier, Mu Qing had succumbed to a bloodthirsty state, fixated solely on annihilating the Titan race. Luo Tian had deemed it necessary to allow this emotional release, as stifling it could lead to more severe repercussions. However, with the arrival of the Eternal Emperor, whose strength vastly exceeded expectations, it was no longer prudent to engage the Titans. Hence, Luo Tian employed his divine ability to restore Mu Qing's composure. What do the terms supreme position and extreme position signify? Mu Qing inquired, having just caught wind of these concepts. There exists a distinction in realms among emperors. Upon entering the emperor stage, one must refine their path through the trials of divine tribulations, culminating in 10 levels. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level and breaking through, one undergoes a transformation known as the supreme path. Luo Tian elucidated that the emperor realm is intricate. Entering as a lower-level emperor signifies the initial stage, and after enduring 10 divine tribulations, the path evolves into the supreme path. Above the supreme path lies the extreme position. An extreme position emperor represents the zenith of this realm. Figures such as the ancient peak emperor of the celestial court and the azure dragon emperor of the merciless hall belong to this echelon, effortlessly vanquishing their peers. Mu Qing was taken aback. If the eternal emperor were indeed an extreme position emperor, he would be on par with the ancient peak emperor. Luo Tian cautioned that a retreat was likely necessary, for the extreme position emperor surpassed the supreme path by a considerable margin, rendering them insurmountable adversaries. No one had anticipated that the leader of the Titan race, the eternal emperor, would be an extreme position emperor. To speak candidly, the Titan race, amidst a plethora of esteemed races, can only be regarded as somewhat renowned. Many believe that the eternal emperor is merely a higher-ranking sovereign. With the tyrant emperor standing in his way, thus posing no significant threat to them. However, they are now confronted with the harrowing realization of the Eternal Emperor's formidable might, an apex emperor whose power has reached the pinnacle of imperial strength, rendering them utterly inadequate to contend with him. The expression of the tyrant emperor grew visibly grave as he cast his gaze upon the resplendent figure, feeling the weight of impending doom. Esteemed emperors, may I inquire where my Titan race has offended you? The Eternal Emperor stepped forward, his voice a soft murmur. Yet the pressure emanating from him intensified to an alarming degree. Although the reasons elude me, your massacre of my kin shall not go unpunished. Before any of the emperors could respond, the Eternal Emperor pivoted his discourse, his words laced with lethal intent as his form swelled with power. Retreat at once. The tyrant emperor's pupils constricted as he urgently commanded. The other emperors reacted swiftly, uniting their strengths to conjure a defensive barrier through their collective might. Alas, the apex emperor was not to be trifled with. The Eternal Emperor's form expanded to an astonishing height of 100,000 meters, dwarfing even the chaotic giants. His colossal fist descended like a celestial pillar, shattering their protective barrier. Thud! 11 emperors staggered back, coughing blood. This was a mere display of restraint from the Eternal Emperor. Had he been earnest, it is likely that an emperor would have perished. Patriarch. These emperors are lone wolves, desperate outlaws. Lacking any substantial backing or supreme powers, do not hesitate to strike. Tian Mountain bellowed, revealing the identities of the tyrant emperor and his cohorts. Previously, he had been apprehensive, feeling unable to thwart the tyrant emperor and his ilk as a mere first-tier sovereign. However, with the Eternal Emperor now in action, the dynamic shifted. An apex emperor was more than sufficient to deal with the 11 before him. He discerned the hesitation and caution in the Eternal Emperor's demeanor, clearly wary of potential ties to supreme forces, fearing that an affront could lead to the annihilation of their race. I see, the Eternal Emperor nodded, gleaning crucial information from Tian Mountain, now emboldened to unleash his full strength. His eyes radiated a piercing blue light, his vast form enveloped in eternal divine radiance. This time, the Eternal Emperor summoned all his power. His fist soared through the air as if a divine pillar was crashing down. The terrifying force of eternal divine energy surged forth like a mighty galaxy, resplendent and dazzling. The Eternal Emperor targeted the tyrant emperor, obliterating a significant portion of his form, inflicting grievous injury. Had the tyrant emperor not reacted swiftly, he might have lost his life. Nevertheless, even in his battered state, he found himself barely clinging to life upon a distant star, devoid of combat capability. This is dire. The expressions of the other emperors shifted dramatically as they faced an unforeseen predicament. This scenario was starkly different from their previous encounter at the Taiwa Palace, where the celestial court had shown them no concern, allowing them to depart unscathed. Now, however, the Eternal Emperor was explicitly intent on detaining them all, and the specter of mortality loomed ominously. Many of the emperors' faces darkened, their fortunes seemingly turned for the worse, and they felt the weight of their predicament bearing down upon them. For the first time at the Taiwa Palace, when the celestial beings made their move, they decisively chose to retreat. Fortunately for them, the celestial beings paid them no heed and did not attempt to intercept. However, during the second encounter, they initially believed it was merely a confrontation with a top-tier race, anticipating that the strongest opponent would be an upper-level emperor. To their astonishment, the Eternal Emperor turned out to be an extreme-level monarch. How had this Eternal Emperor cultivated? The strongest elder within the clan was merely at the upper-level stage. How could the clan leader have reached such a pinnacle? Bloodblade Emperor furrowed his brow in disbelief. This was a situation no one could credibly accept, as the disparity between the Eternal Emperor and the other members of the clan was staggering. Generally speaking, aside from those elite races perched at the apex of the hierarchy, the mightiest among other top-tier races would only attain the status of upper-level emperor. Suddenly, Mu Qing trembled as a vague sound echoed in his ears. By the time he realized what was happening, his body was ensnared by tendrils of toxic gas. When did this occur? He was astounded, and in the next moment, his eyes turned crimson as the negative emotions that had been suppressed by Luo Tian erupted violently. Chapter 676. The Fruit of the Path. This is not good. The assembly of emperors was taken aback. The body of the Eternal Emperor radiated brilliance, and the power of eternity surged forth, sealing the surrounding space. Even an upper-level emperor like Tyrant Emperor was nearly struck down by a single punch. With a body that embodies eternity, and as the unmoving divine king, the eternal emperor emitted sounds akin to the resonance of the Tao, ripples spreading outward. His form was translucent, creating an illusion of sanctity and physicality. In truth, he had activated the power of eternity to its utmost limit, and this force was terrifying beyond measure. Regardless of the circumstances, you have slain so many of my kin. Today, you shall pay with your lives. The voice of the eternal emperor resonated ethereally, echoing throughout the expanse of the Titan Star Domain. Initially in a state of panic and fear, the Titan people gradually regained their composure. With the eternal emperor present, they had little to fear. Clan leader, annihilate these outsiders. Some Titans gritted their teeth, their eyes ablaze with fury, mourning the loss of friends and family. At this moment, at least 40 stars were shrouded in toxic clouds. Countless beings perishing amidst anguished cries, the scene horrifying and deeply unsettling. Eternal divine light. The eternal emperor formed seals, unleashing radiant beams of light, dazzlingly brilliant, aimed at dispersing the toxic clouds. Strangely, however, the light of the eternal emperor, upon piercing the toxic clouds, became nourishment for them. The toxic clouds surged violently, eagerly consuming the eternal divine light, transforming it into their own energy. Consequently, the clouds darkened further, shimmering with a sinister purple hue, unleashing torrents of toxic rain that not only annihilated life, but also corroded structures, draining the vitality of the entire star, leaving it shrouded in ashen darkness. What is that? Even the eternal emperor found himself perplexed and astonished. Despite being an extreme-level monarch, he could not dispel a mere cloud of poison. Mu Qing, Tian bellowed, sensing something amiss with Mu Qing, an unusual disturbance. Suddenly, a dark light surged into the boundless starry sky, drawing the attention of all. It was Mu Qing. The expressions of the numerous great emperors turned peculiar, their astonishment palpable as they beheld Mu Qing, enshrouded in toxic vapors, suspended in the air, clad in a black robe, with his hood obscuring his eyes, which glowed a sinister crimson. What further astonished them was the terrifying aura emanating from Mu Qing, far surpassing that of a divine emperor, exceeding even that of a great emperor. An extreme existence? How could this be possible? They were aghast, unable to fathom that a celestial being could unleash such a formidable presence, rivaling that of the eternal emperor. This revelation was utterly inconceivable. Years had passed in the outside world, and at last, they were witnessing this again. Mu Qing emitted a slightly piercing sound, his entire being enveloped in a dark glow, his blood-red eyes resembling those of a demon. Who are you? The eternal emperor inquired solemnly, his countenance grave, as he sensed a wave of threat and pressure. He understood that this was not the celestial being he had encountered before. Within him resided another extraordinarily terrifying entity, to wield power that equaled, and even instilled trepidation in him. Merely through the vessel of a celestial being suggested that the true identity of this entity surpassed that of a great emperor. The eternal emperor furrowed his brow, contemplating the dire implications. What kind of being had the Titan clan provoked? Though it was hard to believe, the reality indicated that the entity occupying the form of the celestial being before him must be a supreme deity. He could conceive of no other possibility, as such a feat could only be executed by a supreme god. The limitations of a human vessel are evident. A celestial being, even if possessed by an extreme great emperor, could at most exhibit the peak strength of a divine emperor or near that of a great emperor. The Titan clan? I recall hearing of your race long ago. I never imagined that only one extreme emperor would remain. Mu Qing spoke, his voice transformed, raspy yet filled with a sense of antiquity. His crimson eyes radiated bloodlight, which even eroded the eternal divine light encasing the eternal emperor. You, extreme great emperor, are merely leveraging external forces. This extreme eternal path does not belong to you. Ultimately, you are but a garment for another. Mu Qing's words caused a noticeable shift in the eternal emperor's expression. That is impossible. I will sever the control of that wretch eventually. The eternal emperor retorted fiercely. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. Once a revered elder of the Titan clan, he could only ascend to a certain level until he ingested the fruit of the eternal path, relinquishing his original Titan principles, and instantly acquiring the extreme eternal path. It could be said that his elevation to the rank of extreme great emperor was merely a result of consuming a single fruit. This was his greatest secret. Should it be divulged, it would undoubtedly incite widespread uproar. Throughout the cosmos, many races were aware of a substance known as the path fruit. For every path, there existed a corresponding fruit, which circulated throughout the universe. Those fated to find it could consume it and directly attain the cultivation of a great emperor. Such an extraordinary item naturally incited frenzied pursuits among countless individuals. Most notably, the path fruit harbored a cruel characteristic. Upon the death of the individual who consumed it, the fruit would coalesce anew from their remains, awaiting the next worthy soul to devour it. Once this news spread, it ignited a fervor among the myriad races of the universe. The emperor has always been regarded as the pinnacle of strength. With the mere consumption of a singular fruit, one could attain the cultivation of an emperor. This prospect held immense allure for the most formidable factions. It was precisely due to the unique nature of the Tao fruit that some dared to challenge the emperor. The rarity of the Tao fruit is self-evident. Once it is known that someone has consumed it, a horde of individuals, including numerous emperors, would swiftly converge to eliminate that person. Ultimately, the existence of the Tao fruit has led to the demise of countless souls. It was only many years later that various races in the universe began to recognize the peculiar and sinister properties of the Tao fruit. Some elite races even uncovered certain information, learning that the Tao fruit had originated from the merciless supreme force known as the Hall of Ruthlessness. Despite the Tao fruit's continued status as a transcendent treasure, a faction of individuals have grown wary, understanding that even if they consume the Tao fruit, they merely serve as a vessel for another's ambitions. A rumor circulates throughout the cosmos, asserting that every emperor who has consumed the Tao fruit accumulates the understanding of their Tao, which coalesces until their demise, at which point all their accrued wisdom is stored within the fruit. The longer the Tao fruit has been accumulating the insights of generations, the more astonishing its contents become. Some speculate that the Tao fruit is a manifestation of a terrifying entity deliberately disseminated, awaiting the moment when it has absorbed enough knowledge before reclaiming it, reaping the rewards. The Tao fruit once consumed by the Eternal Emperor exemplifies this theory. Initially, the Tao contained within the fruit was merely of the lower tier, resulting in the creation of lower-tier emperors. However, the Eternal Emperor now possesses the supreme Tao, having consumed a Tao fruit that has been enriched by the insights of countless predecessors. This signifies that the eternal Tao fruit has been ingested by over 1,000 individuals, all of whom ultimately perished, allowing the fruit to once again absorb their understanding and accumulate in profundity, transforming from its original lower-tier essence to the supreme tier. Chapter 677. The eruption of negative emotions after being possessed by a formidable entity. Mu Qing found himself positioned above the Titan Star Domain, standing alongside the Eternal Emperor. Below, within the Titan Star Domain, many emperors had ceased their actions. The Tyrant Emperor was recuperating from his injuries, while others focused intently on the exchange between Mu Qing and the Eternal Emperor. As for the numerous elders of the Titan race, although they were curious about the conversation between the Eternal Emperor and Mu Qing, they were compelled to attend to matters of greater urgency. The poisonous cloud had spread, now enveloping nearly 50 stars, representing a catastrophic disaster for the Titan race. Tian, Fengxiang, and others joined forces in a desperate attempt to halt the spread of the poisonous cloud. But this cloud was a force even the Eternal Emperor could not disperse. They were overwhelmed with anxiety, helplessly witnessing the toxic miasma continue to corrode the stars and poison the Titan people. It was starkly evident that once thriving stars had turned ashen, as if they too had succumbed to the poison. If you do not relinquish your ambitions, do you not fear that the entity behind you will strip you of all your power? Mu Qing remarked, his tone laced with derision. The Eternal Emperor, having consumed the fruit of the eternal path, has amassed the essence of the ultimate principles to an extraordinary degree, reaching the limits of his power. Should he venture further, he would enter a realm accessible only to the Supreme. An entity, evidently with malicious intent, has deliberately disseminated the fruit of the path. Once its profound principles are fully cultivated, this being shall reclaim it. The current predicament of the Eternal Emperor is perilous, as the eternal principles within him have reached their zenith and may be reclaimed by this entity at any moment, rendering all his cultivation in vain. Mind your own business. The Eternal Emperor thundered, unleashing a brilliant burst of eternal divine light that encased his fist, creating a celestial river with a single strike. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor had shifted. He was no longer composed, but rather agitated. A faint crimson gleam flickered in his eyes. Yet no one could perceive the turmoil within him, not even himself. Mu Qing's eyes glowed a sinister red, as if blood coursed through them, with even the whites appearing blood-stained. He grinned malevolently, raising his hand as tendrils of black mist coiled around his wrist, swiftly expanding. The eternal divine light pierced the black mist, only to vanish without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no ripple behind. This outcome left the Eternal Emperor in a state of shock, an inexplicable irritation and discomfort rising within him. He howled, and the myriad of radiant runes upon his body erupted forth, causing his titan form to shine and swell dramatically. This transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. His towering frame, already 100,000 meters tall and grander than the average titan, now became enveloped in eternal principles, expanding without bounds. In the blink of an eye, his stature surpassed that of the stars, and still, he continued to grow. Are you truly prepared to engage? Mu Qing smirked, his form radiating a dazzling light, resembling a blood-red sun hanging over the Titan Star Domain. I have a sudden urge to strike you, Blood Knife. The Totem Emperor suddenly directed his gaze at the Blood Knife Emperor. The Blood Knife Emperor was taken aback. Removing the bamboo skewer from his mouth and placing his hand upon the hilt of his long knife, a faint crimson glow flickering in its hue. For some reason, I too feel an urge to cleave you. The sanguine light emanating from Mu Qing illuminated the entire Titan Star Domain. From a distance, one could discern a nebulous layer of faint red light enveloping the surface of the Titan Star Domain. Under this hazy crimson veil, all Titans within the domain were ignited with negative emotions. It is noteworthy that even the emperors were affected, feeling an impulsive desire to strike at those nearby, let alone the divine monarchs and celestial beings among the Titan kin. Blood Knife, what is your intention? The Totem Emperor exclaimed, realizing that the Blood Knife Emperor had drawn his weapon and was directly striking towards him. He noticed the faint red glow in the Blood Knife Emperor's eyes, which was quite eerie. The Totem Emperor's palm spun the treasured pagoda, unleashing radiant light and transforming into a 36-tiered structure, hurtling towards the Blood Knife Emperor. Though he intended to defend, he found himself compelled to attack, the power of the Emperor erupting uncontrollably from within. In the gaze of the great Emperor Tada, a faint crimson light shimmered, revealing his own susceptibility to the chaotic influence. Meanwhile, Luo Tian had launched an assault on the Hundred-Eyed Emperor, invoking the divine method of slaughter, with his fists exuding boundless malevolence and an awe-inspiring might. Once the foremost emperor of the Azura clan, he had claimed countless lives, effortlessly suppressing the negative emotions within him. Yet, at this moment, his eyes glowed red as the negativity surged inexplicably, inflating by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times. The Hundred-Eyed Emperor, adorned with countless eyes that now glowed crimson, engaged Luo Tian in fierce combat. A roar echoed from a distance, the voice of the Tyrant Emperor. Previously gravely injured by the Eternal Emperor, he had fallen upon a distant star, where the vengeful Empress aided in his recovery. Suddenly, the serrated sword in her hand, resembling a long whip, lashed out, tearing a substantial chunk of flesh from the Tyrant Emperor, leaving him drenched in blood. Her mind erupted with memories of her race's annihilation, recalling the torment of her enslavement, as negativity amplified within her. She and Luo Tian were the most profoundly affected among the emperors present. What are you doing? The Tyrant Emperor bellowed, surprisingly lucid amidst the chaos. As the principles of his higher realm manifested upon his form, he shook violently, dispersing the surrounding turmoil. He surveyed the scene, noting the disturbing transformation. Every individual bore crimson eyes, having succumbed to madness and turned upon one another. Yet, as a higher emperor, his evolved principles granted him resistance against this intangible force, shielding him from its effects. Damn it! The Tyrant Emperor gritted his teeth, casting a swift glance at Mu Qing high above before hastily retreating. He felt weakened, aware that in such a bizarre circumstance, his demise could be imminent. This crisis was perilous, even more so than when the Taiwa Palace faced the Heavenly Court. I swear, never again will I repay any debts of gratitude. The Tyrant Emperor roared internally, gripped by genuine fear. He was not a virtuous being, and if his reputation tarnished further, so be it. He was thoroughly intimidated. For the first time, the mighty tyrant emperor felt wearied by the concept of repaying favors. There was something amiss with Mu Qing. He might be the reincarnation of a supreme deity, and a malevolent one at that. Never again would he engage with such an entity. Before departing, the tyrant emperor cast a final glance at the Titan Star Domain, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Before him lay the entire Titan Star Domain, shrouded in a veil of faint crimson light, where hundreds of stars were enveloped. Those who had not attained the status of a higher emperor found their negative emotions ignited, erupting into a frenzy akin to zombies, brutally attacking those around them. Simultaneously, numerous stars lay cloaked in darkness, the toxic clouds continuing to spread, corroding over 70 stars. This constituted an epic disaster, and the tyrant emperor understood all too well that the root cause of this calamity was not the emperors themselves. It was Mu Qing. Chapter 678. The malevolent deity, the entire Titan Star Domain descended into chaos. The emperors, affected by the turmoil, turned upon one another. Among the elders of the Titan clan, only Elder Tian, possessing formidable strength and elevated to the rank of higher emperor, remained unscathed by the ensuing pandemonium. However, the other elders had reddened eyes, their fists and palms striking towards him with lethal intent, leaving no room for mercy. "What are you doing?" roared Tian Mountain, who had been ambushed, his chest fractured in several places. Elders Fengxiang and the two other Tai elders all converged upon him. In a fit of rage, Tian Mountain defended against the onslaught of the elders. He wished to retaliate, yet these individuals were his compatriots from the Titan clan, his friends, making it impossible for him to raise his hand against them. Within the Titan Star Domain, all Titan clansmen were embroiled in desperate battles. "What exactly are you?" A thunderous sound echoed through the boundless starry sky. The body of the Eternal Emperor was colossal beyond comprehension, stretching for countless miles, surpassing the entire Titan Star Domain. It is essential to grasp the enormity of the Titan Star Domain, composed of hundreds of celestial bodies. Yet, the form of the Eternal Emperor expanded from 100,000 meters to a size that eclipsed the Star Domain itself, an unimaginable transformation. He resembled an unparalleled deity, enveloped in radiant divine light, with the eternal essence of the Tao circulating throughout him. At this moment, everything before him seemed insignificant. Yet, at that instant, plumes of gray-black gas began to rise within the Titan Star Domain. This was the manifestation of negative emotions, the fury, murderous intent, and dark energy generated by every individual in the Titan Star Domain, extracted by some means and surging into Mu Qing's body. Is this the power you possess after attaining the extreme Tao principle? Though it appeared grand, it was not yet complete, yet for an emperor, it was quite remarkable. For only the Supreme could reach such a level. A hint of surprise appeared on Mu Qing's face. The terrifying entity occupying his body seemed indeed to be a supreme deity, having discerned the Eternal Emperor's current realm, already having 1 foot within the domain of the Supreme. The Tao is fundamentally simple. The realm of the supreme deity is the transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary, and the extreme Tao principle would evolve into a kind of ability. The Eternal Emperor's extreme Tao principle was evidently progressing towards that transformative stage, indicating that he had already entered the realm of the supreme deity. Given time, it was possible that the Eternal Emperor had already become a supreme. Of course, it was also conceivable that when he broke through to supremacy, the one who intentionally released the Tao fruit would appear, stripping him of all he possessed. The Eternal Emperor felt an immense weight in his heart as he gazed at Mu Qing, understanding that the existence within him was a formidable supreme. In this state, he felt a wave of trepidation. At this moment, Mu Qing absorbed the negative energy generated throughout the Titan Star Domain. A black-red aura coalesced around his body, manifesting into a shadow on his surface. This shadow was not large, measuring perhaps 100 meters, yet it was fearsome, resembling a demon. With twin horns sprouting from its head, its body was adorned in black-red scales akin to armor from the abyss, with a brutal head emerging from the shadows. Its mouth agape in a gaping maw. Clearly, this was the true form of the entity that had taken possession of Mu Qing's body. The aura emanating from it was no less potent than the current state of the Eternal Emperor. Actually, I must express my gratitude to you. Had your kin not extinguished the souls of this boy's parents, I would not have been able to seize this opportunity to emerge. The malevolent deity grinned wickedly. his supreme ability to wield negative energy, enabling him to seize control of Mu Qing's body through the darkness within. He then summoned the negative energy of the entire Titan Star Domain, causing his power to surge dramatically. Embrace death. The Eternal Emperor struck with a colossal hand, radiating intense divine light. His palm dwarfed the stars themselves, capable of effortlessly shattering a celestial body. Within his grasp resided a special divine force, rendering time and space immutable. Even the high-ranking emperor would be reduced to eternity, turning to dust upon contact. Yet, the malevolent deity remained unfazed in the face of such overwhelming force. To the untrained eye, the disparity between them appeared insurmountable, with the malevolent deity appearing insignificant before the titanic figure of the Eternal Emperor. However, a grotesque visage emerged from the armor on his chest, suddenly expanding to an infinite size, and with a ferocious bite, it severed the Eternal Emperor's hand. Blood cascaded like a celestial river. The cosmos echoed with thunderous roars, the anguished cries of the Eternal Emperor resonating as his hand was lost, leaving his wrist a mangled mess. All beings shall become my weapons. I am the source of all evil. The malevolent deity laughed heartily, his back unfurling numerous gaping mouths, devouring the negative energy of the Titan Star Domain and transforming it into a wellspring of power. In the next instant, his form surged forward, a flash of dark red light that even the Eternal Emperor could not anticipate. The brilliant white divine light was tainted crimson as the Eternal Emperor's pupils constricted. Pain surged through him as he glanced down to find a gaping wound in his abdomen, large enough to rival a star. Blood flowed incessantly from the gash. Despite his colossal form, rooted in Titan flesh and boasting confidence as the mightiest being in the universe, he found himself shockingly vulnerable before the malevolent deity, pierced through effortlessly. Yield. Even if I merely borrow the form of a celestial being, I am beyond your reach. Around the malevolent deity, the fabric of space rippled, and barbed tendrils of negative energy surged forth, ensnaring the Eternal Emperor's form. He roared in fury, struggling against the binds. The malevolent deity dove into the bloodied wound, feasting upon the flowing essence. He now existed merely as a shadow, coalesced from negative energy. Yet he could consume the flesh of the Eternal Emperor to amplify his own strength. Patriarch Tian Mountain, besieged by numerous elders, witnessed the Eternal Emperor's brutalization. His expression one of terror. The Eternal Emperor had always been an inviolable, sacred entity in his eyes, an absolute force, with no one surviving before his might. Yet now, the Eternal Emperor was a pitiful sight, his form a gruesome mess, bound and enshrouded in dark red energy, as the malevolent deity's shadow continued to feast upon his flesh. Ha! Delicious! Exquisite! The malevolent deity cackled with a chilling laugh, his aura growing ever stronger with each morsel consumed. Most terrifying of all was the fact that the Eternal Emperor possessed no power to resist. This celestial body is quite splendid. Once I have completely claimed it, I shall return to supremacy with unprecedented speed. The malevolent deity seeks to reconstruct Mu Qing's form, nourished by the flesh and blood of the Eternal Emperor. To him, Mu Qing's body has become his own. Suddenly, a radiant sword formation, brimming with celestial brilliance, bursts forth. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, streams of resplendent celestial light soar into the heavens. The extermination sword formation, initially set by Mu Qing within the Titan Star Domain, now surges forth unexpectedly. Celestial energy? Once again, the heavenly court. The malevolent deity's expression shifts drastically, and he roars in fury. Although he can effortlessly imprison the Eternal Emperor and consume his flesh to enhance his own power, an ability that is terrifying beyond measure, he now finds himself intimidated by a sword formation radiating celestial energy. A hint of fear flickering across his visage. When the malevolent deity was sealed within the heavenly prison vessel, the heavenly court and the ancient humans had not yet diverged. At that time, the vessel was crafted by a supreme being of the heavenly court. He has been sealed for an indeterminate time, and the vessel has since been brought out alongside the faction of ancient humanity. As time has worn on, the seals upon the heavenly prison vessel have grown weak and blurred. For reasons unknown, the supreme being who originally created the vessel has ceased to repair it, allowing some of the malevolent deity's toxic miasma to escape. Ultimately, during this episode in the Titan Star Domain, when Mu Qing lost his sanity, he struck the heavenly prison vessel with all his might, granting the malevolent deity the opportunity to re-emerge through Mu Qing's body. Of course, the malevolent deity's true form remains within the heavenly prison vessel, and unlocking it is no simple feat thus. He resolves to claim Mu Qing's body as his own. For Mu Qing's form has undergone a transformation through chaotic energy and the seed of the ancient tree of life, surpassing the foundations of even the most elite races. The malevolent deity harbors a profound hatred for the heavenly court. He was sealed by an immortal, and even he, despite his formidable strength, feels apprehensive and even terrified. Now, with the appearance of celestial energy, he becomes acutely sensitive, and the first emotion that arises within him is trepidation. No, this celestial energy is feeble. Quickly, the malevolent deity realizes that the celestial energy emanating from the sword formation before him is pathetically weak, at least in his estimation. The malevolent deity's expression instantly turns vicious. Nestled within the vast abdomen of the eternal emperor, whose colossal form surpasses the realms of stars, he has devoured the surrounding flesh and blood, and now, black-red energy courses through him like veins connecting to the eternal emperor. Roar! The eternal emperor emits a howl, reminiscent of a wild beast, akin to a mournful lament. His eyes glow a fierce crimson, and black-red veins entwine his form, rendering his body rigid, yet he begins to move slowly. However, this is not of the eternal emperor's own volition. He now resembles the mindless beings of the Titan Star Domain, his eyes reflecting a similar crimson hue. The true master of the eternal emperor's form is none other than the malevolent deity. Situated within the abdomen of the eternal emperor, where blood flows and black-red veins spread, the malevolent deity forcibly seizes control of the eternal emperor's body through these very veins. It is evident that he has gathered all the negative energies of the Titan Star Domain, transforming them into black-red veins that corrupt the body of the eternal emperor. Under the dominion of the malevolent deity, the eternal emperor struck down upon the celestial extermination sword array with a single hand. Although the malevolent deity could not manipulate the powers of the eternal Tao through the eternal emperor, his colossal form, surpassing even the Titan Star Domain, served as a formidable weapon. As his palm descended, the celestial extermination sword array trembled violently, emitting a mournful resonance of swords. In an instant, four of the array's portals shattered, and the absolute extermination sword and the trapped extermination sword were severed. Only the extermination sword and the slaughter extermination sword, functioning as royal-grade artifacts, remained intact for the moment, albeit twisted and dimmed, as they were sent hurtling away. The celestial extermination sword array had been shattered by a single blow. However, it did not dissipate entirely. Beams of celestial light cascaded into the Titan Star Domain, infusing the heavenly forbidden bottle above. In a heartbeat, the heavenly forbidden bottle erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, surrounded by runes as blurred inscriptions materialized. The bottle quivered lightly, launching into the starry abyss like a rocket. How could this be? The malevolent deity was astounded, sensing a familiar aura, that unmistakable power. Before he could grasp the situation, a white jade bottle hung aloft, resembling a resplendent five-colored sun. Under the radiance of the vibrant celestial mist, the black-red energy enveloping the eternal emperor dissipated, and the dark red veins vanished. The eternal emperor regained control over his form, his eyes clearing yet filled with shock and horror. He had just witnessed his own body being manipulated like a puppet, devoid of any resistance. Casting a glance at the five-colored sun, he did not linger and swiftly retreated to a distant location. His form diminished from its titanic size back to 10 meters, appearing battered, with a gaping wound and remnants of toxic gas within. The eternal emperor fled in haste. His condition was dire, leaving him no time to consider his own lineage. For his supreme status as a great emperor had been attained through the consumption of the Tao fruit, not through his own cultivation. Despite his efforts to advance further within the eternal Tao, he was acutely aware that this supreme Tao was never truly his own. In recent times, while training, he had felt the essence of the supreme Tao within him growing increasingly foreign, as if it were on the verge of departing. Now, severely injured and having pushed the supreme Tao to its limits, the one who disseminated the Tao fruit must have already sensed his current plight. The eternal emperor had to escape. Having narrowly evaded the malevolent deity's grasp, he now faced another sovereign. At this moment, his situation was perilous. For the entity responsible for the Tao fruit was suspected to be the ruthless sovereign of the ruthless hall, the celestial path. Though he had escaped the malevolent deity, the one who propagated the Tao fruit was likely to pursue him, seeking to reclaim the supreme Tao. The malevolent deity roared, watching the eternal emperor flee, powerless to intervene. To him, the eternal emperor represented a resource for regaining strength, yet he was now constrained by the heavenly forbidden bottle. The heavenly forbidden bottle quivered, suspended in the sky. Its prismatic glow dazzling the world, as a terrifying gravity emanated, bearing down upon the malevolent deity. With a sudden plunge, the malevolent deity, situated beneath the starry sky, descended into the Titan Star Domain, crashing into one of its celestial bodies with a force that pierced through it. The heavenly restraint vessel, specifically crafted to counter the malevolent deity, unleashed an immeasurable gravitational force. The shadow of the malevolent deity shattered into fragments, leaving only a solitary head, while the rest dissipated into mist, on the verge of disintegration. As the embodiment of the malevolent deity, Mu Qing's physical form was also affected, his bones fracturing and his body becoming a wreck. The principle of one force overcoming another held true. Although the malevolent deity was supreme and could easily contend with the eternal emperor through Mu Qing's vessel, it was utterly powerless against the heavenly restraint vessel, unable to muster even a modicum of resistance. The quality of the heavenly restraint vessel had reached that of a supreme artifact. Despite the years and the wear of its seal, it remained capable of subduing the malevolent deity. If even the pinnacle of malevolence could be sealed, how much more so could this current weakened state? I will never return to that place. I shall not relinquish my true form. You shall not confine me. The shadow of the malevolent deity roared in fury. In a fit of distortion, a crimson-black radiance surged, and it plunged into Mu Qing's body. Chapter 680. The resurgence of the red light. The shadow of the malevolent deity, now reduced to mere fragments, ultimately vanished within Mu Qing. With the target of the malevolent deity lost, the heavenly restraint vessel retracted its boundless, terrifying gravitational force, and the vibrant hues of light receded like a tide. The vessel gently swayed as it descended from the cosmos, landing beside Mu Qing. As the malevolent deity fled, the crimson light above the Titan Star Domain also dissipated. Numerous emperors, including all members of the Titan clan, regained their sanity. Grand Elder, Elder Fengxiang, and others gasped in astonishment, awakening to find Grand Elder Tian lying before them, half alive. Finally, you bastards have come to your senses. Tian coughed up blood, a bitter expression crossing his face. During their loss of reason, they had mercilessly assaulted him. Although he was a high-ranking emperor with a robust physique as a Titan, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught from so many emperors. Severely injured, Tian would have retaliated had Fengxiang and the others not been his kin. Alas, faced with fellow elders, he could only defend himself helplessly. With the support of Fengxiang and others, Tian managed to rise. Feeling as though his body was on the verge of collapse, clan leader, he gazed into the distance, towards the direction from which the eternal emperor had departed. In the midst of the crimson light, only two individuals retained their faculties, Tian and the tyrant emperor. Both possessed the cultivation of high-ranking emperors, which shielded them from the effects. The tyrant emperor, having been grievously wounded by the eternal emperor, was in a weakened state and chose to escape at the earliest opportunity. Tian, however, bore witness to the unparalleled might of the eternal emperor within their clan being subjected to abominable torment, even fleeing in desperation. Let us keep a lower profile in the future, Tian coughed again, sighing. The elders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The disappearance of their leader, the eternal emperor, leaves uncertainty regarding his return, while the calamity they face stems entirely from the arrogance of their Titan Star Domain. Had they not provoked the Xuanwu Star Domain, Feng Chao would never have encountered Mu Qing, nor would he have abducted Mu Qing's parents. Would the Xuanwu Star Domain simply let this transgression slide? An elder of the Water Clan expressed his indignation. The Titan Star Domain had never before suffered such misfortune. He believed that the true instigators, the Titan Star Domain itself, ought to be eradicated. First, let us consider our Titan Star Domain. We have sustained severe losses. From this moment forth, let the Xuanwu Star Domain be, and we shall sever all ties. Tian admonished. The elders, upon realizing the gravity of their situation, took stock of the Titan Star Domain. The sight was alarming. Amidst the vast expanse of the Titan Star Domain, countless stars lay shrouded in darkness, ravaged by poisonous clouds. Even though the malevolent deity's absence caused these clouds to dissipate, the stars had already been deeply tainted, their very essence rotting away. Henceforth, regardless of the passage of time or efforts to restore them, those hundreds of stars would remain barren, littered with the restless souls of the fallen and the remnants of decay. Beneath the noxious clouds, only those of divine emperor rank managed to escape, yet they soon succumbed to their own negative emotions, igniting a wave of mutual slaughter, resulting in the deaths of numerous divine emperors within the Titan clan. Once, divine beings were abundant among them, but now, a great many had perished, and the divine emperors had suffered their own losses. As for the true gods, they faced widespread demise, with no injuries, only death. The Titan Star Domain had endured catastrophic losses, obliterating over 100 stars in one fell swoop. Our vitality has been severely depleted. It may take countless years to recover. Tian lamented. Fortunately, the 11 emperors, including Blood Knife, 100 Eyes, and Tota, had departed one by one, fearful of the strange occurrences in their midst. Amidst the chaos, each bore significant injuries. They understood that the source of this peculiarity lay with Mu Qing and chose to flee, resolutely deciding that regardless of how Mu Qing might reach out to them in the future, they would not return. These emperors, alongside the elders of the Titan clan, harbored a profound fear of a singular celestial being. Let us tally the casualties, Tian suggested, having taken a moment to recover from his injuries. The expressions of those present grew solemn, mentally preparing for the unprecedented losses the Titan Star Domain had suffered. Great Elder. Shortly thereafter, a peaked divine emperor rushed in with urgency. He urged the elders to accompany him to a particular star, claiming that a celestial being had been discovered there. What do you mean? A celestial being? Fengxiang inquired, taken aback. This celestial being is the one who summoned the 11 emperors, according to the intelligence we gathered. He hails from the Xuanwu Star Domain and is named Mu Qing. The peaked divine emperor explained. He had spotted Mu Qing on his star and immediately instructed his subordinates to maintain a distance of several hundred miles from him before hastening to inform the elders. Tian and the others exchanged glances and promptly set off. Not long after, upon a distant star, they beheld the figure of Mu Qing, lying within a vast pit surrounded by enormous fissures, a clear testament to the ravaging force that had beset the area. Tian raised his head. Above this star loomed a royal celestial body of the Tai clan, now punctured and devoid of vitality. Unperturbed by the crimson light, he faintly recalled the appearance of a jade-white vial that had emerged from the void, vanquishing Mu Qing, who had been possessed by a malevolent deity. Tian reminisced about that moment, where the jade-white vial had exerted boundless gravity upon the malevolent entity, causing the possessed Mu Qing to plummet through the cosmos, ultimately crashing through a star and landing in this very place. That shattered celestial body was none other than the royal star above, and the devastation wrought by its destruction was immense. It was that jade-white vial. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Tian's eyes as he noticed the vial beside Mu Qing, faint inscriptions barely visible upon its surface. Though it now exuded an aura of commonality, he understood that this jade-white vial was far from ordinary. He vividly recalled how the malevolent deity, capable of effortlessly defeating the eternal emperor, had appeared feeble in the presence of the vial. A trace of covetousness flickered in Tian's gaze. If he could possess this jade-white vial, might he not ascend to the status of a supreme emperor? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that the malevolent deity had seemingly entered the body of this youth. Instantly, he cast a wary glance at the unconscious Mu Qing, feeling a chill run down his spine. For in that moment, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, and he remained uncertain whether the malevolent deity had indeed entered the boy's body or had been sealed within the jade-white vial. With the vial in proximity, the deity was likely contained. Tian pondered if he had misjudged. Perhaps the malevolent entity had been sealed within the vial itself. It was all this youth's doing. Fengxiang, exhibiting a more volatile temperament, upon seeing Mu Qing, was consumed by rage and bellowed as he charged towards the boy, intent on ending his life. However, just as Fengxiang neared Mu Qing, a surge of crimson light enveloped him, causing his body to halt abruptly before he turned and rushed towards Tian and the others. His eyes glowed faintly red. Tian felt as though his scalp might burst. Horror gripped him. The malevolent deity yet lived. Chapter 681. the helpless Tai Yinshan Feng Xiang. Eyes ablaze with crimson light, charged at Tai Yinshan and his companions, unleashing the full might of his imperial power. He had been affected by the crimson glow. The others, astonished, reacted swiftly, mobilizing to counter Feng Xiang's assault. Pull him out. Tai Yinshan, grievously injured, refrained from striking but discerned certain clues. Surrounding Mu Qing was a radius of crimson light, and it was within this sphere that Feng Xiang had been influenced. Previously, this crimson light had not been present, implying that the malevolent deity had indeed infiltrated Mu Qing's body, releasing this red aura as Feng Xiang sought to slay him. Though the deity had been severely wounded by the jade-white vial, a remnant of its power lingered. Sweat trickled down Tai Yinshan's cheeks. He felt a burning desire in his heart, his eyes greedily fixated on the exquisite jade bottle, undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable worth. Yet, he dared not act, for he was gravely injured. Should he venture closer to Mu Qing and attract the attention of that malevolent deity, his life would be in peril. With the combined efforts of several elders, they finally managed to pull the frenzied Feng Xiang away. What has happened to me? As Feng Xiang regained his senses, his thoughts became hazy, and upon hearing the events from others, a wave of dread washed over him. He glanced once more at the unconscious Mu Qing not far away. Swallowing hard, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. The crimson light was a nightmare for all within the Titan Star Domain. It was this very light that had inflicted severe losses upon the Titan Star Domain. Even the Emperor could not withstand its wrath. What to do? The elders were at a loss. With the crimson light present, not only was it impossible to kill Mu Qing, but even to approach him was out of the question. Were they to simply leave him here? Feng Xiang gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Mu Qing. He felt utterly humiliated. The proud Titan race had been reduced to this state by a mere celestial being. Now, with several emperors gathered, they found themselves unable to draw near Mu Qing. There was no other choice. Let someone notify the Xuanwu Star Domain to bring this brat back. Tian Mountain felt a sense of discomfort. They could not let Mu Qing lie here indefinitely, yet approaching him would only lead to being ensnared by the crimson light. Fortunately, only Feng Xiang had entered earlier. Had several elders entered together and lost their reason, none of those present would have survived. Days later, within the Titan Star Domain, Kuo Ke sat in the Patriarch's palace. His expression grave. He had recently been plagued with uncertainty, pondering whether Mu Qing summoning 11 emperors to the Titan race was a blessing or a curse. Patriarch. A formidable warrior has arrived in the Titan Star Domain. A subordinate rushed in, flustered. It was reported that relations between the Titan Star Domain and their Xuanwu Star Domain had soured, tensions were rising, and a great battle seemed imminent. The Titan race? Kuo Ke sprang to his feet. He quickly exited the Patriarch's palace, eager to glean information from the visitor. Few knew of Mu Qing's journey to the Titan race with 11 emperors, and Kuo Ke had dispatched men to gather intelligence. But the Titan Star Domain had sealed itself off completely. All those sent to inquire had been slain. Kuo Ke could only sense from a great distance the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the Titan Star Domain, along with the pervasive crimson light. He was oblivious to the happenings within. Logically, Mu Qing, having summoned 11 emperors to seek his parents, should have returned swiftly. Even if only one emperor had gone, the Titan race would have acquiesced without hesitation. Yet, too much time had passed. The formidable energy waves escaping from the Titan Star Domain indicated that a fierce battle had transpired. Furthermore, rumors from other star domains suggested that an immense, radiant figure had manifested within the Titan Star Domain, seemingly the fabled Eternal Emperor. During this period, not only was Kuo Ke concerned, but nearly all the races within the primordial realm were eager to uncover the happenings within the Titan Star Domain. Curiosity swirled around what events had transpired there. Unexpectedly, Kuo Ke learned that a formidable being from the Titan race had come to visit him. A sense of trepidation filled his heart. Could it be that the Titan Star Domain sought to hold them accountable for some issue on their end? With Mu Qing's absence, had he been forsaken by those emperors? Kuo Ke speculated that with the emperors present, the Titan race would not dare to harm Mu Qing, yet the prolonged silence from Mu Qing hinted at possible misfortune. Bearing these uncertainties, Kuo Ke received the Titan powerhouse. This being was at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, possessing strength far superior to Kuo Ke's own. As Kuo Ke cautiously escorted him to the conference room, he noticed the Titan's eyes reflected a hint of fear. Taken aback, Kuo Ke pondered this reaction. He was merely an early divine emperor. Why would a Titan powerhouse exhibit such trepidation? After a brief moment, the Titan managed to quell his emotions. Yet he did not adopt a condescending demeanor towards Kuo Ke. This left Kuo Ke even more perplexed. Previously, when Feng Qiao had visited the Xuanwu Star Domain, a mere celestial had displayed immense arrogance in front of him, yet now, a peak divine emperor approached with such humility. Is a certain Mu Qing from your Xuanwu Star Domain? Inquired the Titan powerhouse, instructing Kuo Ke to accompany him to the Titan Star Domain to retrieve Mu Qing. Mu Qing had fallen into a coma within the Titan Star Domain. Kuo Ke's confusion deepened. From the words of this Titan powerhouse, it was confirmed that Mu Qing had indeed encountered an accident and lapsed into unconsciousness. However, what baffled him was the apparent lack of hostility from the Titan race, as they had sent someone to discreetly bring Mu Qing back. Amidst his suspicions, he contacted Elder Tu, requesting his presence for the journey to the Titan Star Domain. Unfortunately, his spirit was under Elder Tu's control, and should he attempt to stray too far without informing him, it could prove fatal. Under the guidance of the Titan powerhouse, Kuo Ke and Elder Tu arrived at the Titan Star Domain, their eyes widening in astonishment. The domain was heavily guarded, with no one able to pry into its secrets. As they entered smoothly, they were met with a scene of devastation within the Titan Star Domain. Almost everyone bore injuries, and the buildings appeared to have suffered catastrophic destruction, resembling the aftermath of a great war. What transpired here? Kuo Ke gasped in shock as he observed that a vast expanse of stars within the Titan Star Domain had dimmed, cloaked in darkness and exuding an aura of desolation. The guiding peak divine emperor cautioned them against disseminating any information regarding the Titan Star Domain, though his demeanor was not excessively harsh. The Titan race had suffered significant losses, having provoked the calamity brought on by Mu Qing from the Xuanwu Star Domain, leading to such turmoil. They passed by a star, where a peak divine emperor was bound to an iron pillar, surrounded by numerous Titan clansmen wielding daggers, each inflicting a cut upon him. This sight sent shivers down Kuo Ke's spine. The divine emperor should indeed belong to the Titan clan, yet he lay imprisoned, his body a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. The man was named Feng Qiao, whose son had inadvertently provoked a catastrophic calamity within the Titan Star Domain. Although the son had perished, the burden of guilt fell squarely upon Feng Qiao as his father. The elder of Tian Mountain declared that Feng Qiao must remember this grave mistake. The Titan leading the way wore a face of trepidation. Chapter 682. The Peculiar Celestial Prison Bottle Mu Qing, over there. The guiding Titan divine emperor pointed towards the distance. They arrived at another star, where the defenses were even more stringent, with numerous divine emperors stationed to ensure that ordinary clansmen could not approach. This locale was already considered close to the very heart of the Titan Star Domain. Elder Tu and Kuo Ke soon spotted the unconscious Mu Qing not far away. Strangely, the surrounding Titan clansmen seemed to harbor a certain trepidation towards the comatose Mu Qing, with even the divine emperors reluctant to draw near. A barricade had been erected around Mu Qing, strictly prohibiting entry. Tu and Kuo exchanged perplexed glances, unable to comprehend why Mu Qing appeared to be regarded as some sort of monster, instilling fear in the hearts of the Titan people. Are you from the Xuanwu Star Domain? A Titan approached. Just as Kuo Ke intended to respond, Elder Tu restrained him. He is an emperor, Elder Tu spoke gravely. Kuo Ke's expression shifted with surprise. A being of emperor rank? Tian Mountain cast an eye towards Elder Tu, somewhat astonished. Despite being injured, he had concealed his aura so effectively that even a peak divine emperor should not have discerned his true cultivation level. Yet, his actual realm was recognized by the celestial being before him, which took him aback. Simultaneously, Tian Mountain sensed the enigmatic nature of the Xuanwu Star Domain, which explained the emergence of someone like Mu Qing. He resolved to exercise caution regarding the Xuanwu Star Domain in the future, determined not to provoke them. Quickly take this fellow back, Tian Mountain instructed, anxious about Mu Qing's continued presence within the Titan Star Domain, which unsettled several elders. They feared the malevolent deity might reappear, emanating a crimson light, sealing the fate of the Titan Star Domain. Several Titan divine emperors advanced, dismantling the barriers surrounding Mu Qing, which were inscribed with numerous grand formations and countless prohibitions. This left Kuo Ke and Elder Tu aghast. Was Mu Qing truly some primordial beast? Did the Titan clan have reason to fear him so? With a sense of doubt, Elder Two stepped forward and lifted Mu Qing. Tian Mountain watched intently. Earlier, they had attempted to approach Mu Qing, but once within 100 meters, a red light would emanate from him, causing one to lose all rationality. However, now, as Elder Two approached, he faced no such issue and effortlessly carried Mu Qing. The malevolent deity is indeed still alive. Tian Mountain felt a weight settle in his heart. This targeted behavior indicated that the malevolent deity truly resided within Mu Qing. A flicker of trepidation passed through his eyes. It seemed he must exercise utmost caution in the Xuanwu Star region from now on. If possible, he even contemplated aiding the Xuanwu Star region in relocating from the primordial realm. Old Two discovered a white jade vial beside Mu Qing. Recognizing it as the heavenly forbidden bottle, hadn't this young lad placed it within the domain space? How could it be here? Old Two was greatly perplexed, and as he recalled the vast expanse of dark stars in the Titan Star region, an odd expression crossed his face, and a suspicion took root in his mind. Could it be that Mu Qing encountered an unforeseen incident and activated the heavenly forbidden bottle? He noticed that the 11 emperors summoned by Mu Qing had vanished, and Mu Qing himself lay unconscious, indicating that some unexpected circumstances had indeed arisen. Suddenly, Old Two's attention was drawn to the heavenly forbidden bottle, which had transformed into something as light as an ordinary vial, easily lifted in his hand. He sensed that something significant had transpired. The 11 emperors summoned by Mu Qing had disappeared, and the heavenly forbidden bottle, which once weighed like 10,000 mountains, was now remarkably weightless. At that moment, Tai Yinshan abruptly obstructed Old Two's path, his gaze burning with intensity, fixated upon the heavenly forbidden bottle in Old Two's grasp. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he exuded the aura of an emperor, commanding, "Hand over that object. It belongs to our Titan clan." Tai Yinshan bore down upon him, causing Old Two to feel the weight of his presence. The aura of a high-ranking emperor was terrifying beyond measure, far beyond what Old Two could withstand at that moment. Gritting his teeth, Old Two inwardly cursed the other's shamelessness. He had witnessed Mu Qing place the heavenly forbidden bottle into the domain space. When had it become the property of the Titan clan? Guihong stood in a daze, stepping aside, perplexed by the Titan clan's ever-shifting demeanor. Old Two was unwilling, yet had no choice. He was merely at the level of a celestial being, barely able to unleash the power of a divine emperor, surrounded by numerous divine emperors and emperors of the Titan clan. He was no match for them. Reluctantly, he surrendered the heavenly forbidden bottle. As Tai Yinshan accepted the vial, a flicker of delight appeared on his face, only to quickly turn to shock. He understood that the heavenly forbidden bottle was a supreme treasure, but it had been situated near Mu Qing, enveloped in a radiant glow, and he had not dared approach it. Now, unexpectedly discovering that Old Two could carry Mu Qing away and had brought the bottle out, excitement surged within him. However, the moment he grasped the heavenly forbidden bottle, it felt as though he had lifted 10,000 mountains, and he stumbled, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. A gasp escaped his lips, followed by a cry of agony as he collapsed, his hand pinned beneath the weight of the heavenly forbidden bottle, rendering him unable to extricate it. His flesh was mangled and bones shattered. The surrounding divine emperors of the Titan clan were thrown into a panic, rushing forward to assist. Yet even the pinnacle of divine emperors struggled to lift the small white jade vial. "Quick, get it off him." Tai Yinshan's palm had already flattened, and he screamed for Old Two to hastily remove the heavenly forbidden bottle. He had intended to sever his own hand, but found that the terrifying gravity emanating from the vial enveloped his entire being. Tian Mountain was utterly immobilized, its bones fracturing one by one. Elder Two, astonished, noted that the heavenly forbidden bottle in his hand exhibited no peculiarities, yet, when Tian Mountain obtained it, the outcome was drastically different. Could it be that the heavenly forbidden bottle possessed a spirit of its own? He reached out to touch the bottle and found it to be as light as any ordinary vessel, easily lifted by him. At that moment, Tian Mountain finally experienced relief. Gasping for breath, though his hands were irrevocably injured, he cast a wary glance at the heavenly forbidden bottle, curiosity filling his gaze as he pondered why the bottle posed no threat in Elder Two's possession, yet unleashed such terrifying gravity in his grasp. Elder Two, reveling in the misfortune, recognized that Tian Mountain had discerned the bottle's extraordinary nature, or else he would not have sought it. Despite his ignorance of the underlying cause, the outcome was gratifying. The heavenly forbidden bottle remained harmless in his hands, yet unleashed boundless gravity when held by Tian Mountain, a force even an emperor could not withstand. Ultimately, Elder Tu and Guihong departed the Titan Star Domain with Mu Qing and the heavenly forbidden bottle. Along the way, Tian Mountain repeatedly contemplated intervening, his reluctance to accept the situation palpable. Unbeknownst to him, he was aware that the white jade bottle was an invaluable treasure, capable of subduing even malevolent deities. Yet, it inexplicably responded to him with overwhelming gravity upon contact. What had transpired? Where were the emperors? Guihong pondered, recalling how Mu Qing, accompanied by 11 emperors, faced the Titan clan, only to be carried out in a state of unconsciousness. It was unclear what had occurred. Perhaps they should await Mu Qing's awakening, Elder Tu mused. Chapter 683. The sudden appearance of a supreme bloodline upon Mu Qing's awakening. He was greeted by the familiar sight of a vast lake, his cultivation ground within the Xuanwu Star Domain. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be within the Titan clan? A throbbing headache accompanied his rising, and he sensed a peculiar transformation within his body. His original physique was already extraordinary, enhanced by the infusion of chaotic energy, followed by the transformative waves of the ancient life tree seed. Yet now, he felt as if his body resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, with blood coursing through him like molten lava, producing a resounding and powerful impact. Upon further introspection, he was astonished to discover that the power of his bloodline had reached an apex. This was an astonishing revelation. Logically, as a human from Earth, he should only possess a medium bloodline. As the highest cultivator on Earth, the elevation of his bloodline would typically require his own cultivation to ascend to the divine emperor realm. However, inexplicably, his bloodline had achieved an extraordinary level, and there was no mistaking it. Mu Qing could sense an exceptionally rich divine energy pulsating within his bloodline, so concentrated that it bordered on the absurd. He had encountered many supreme races, but had never witnessed a bloodline infused with such dense divine energy. Not only had his bloodline enhanced, but his physical form had also improved significantly, brimming with vitality and explosive potential. Even his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. The situation was quite peculiar. He could only recall having invited 11 mighty emperors to the Titan Star Domain, which ultimately summoned the Eternal Emperor. The power of the Eternal Emperor was terrifying, so much so that even the Tyrant Emperor could not withstand it. However, what transpired thereafter remained a complete mystery to him. Mu Qing tapped his head, vaguely remembering that he had lost consciousness at one point and awoke to find his cultivation, bloodline, and physical form had undergone significant enhancement, as if he had meditated for a century in an instant. Have you finally awakened? Elder Tu and the celestial true man approached, both astonished by the changes they observed in Mu Qing. The fluctuations of his supreme bloodline were palpable. What exactly happened to you? What anomalies did you encounter during your journey to the Titan Star Domain that led to such a transformation? Elder Tu inquired with curiosity. It was known that he had absorbed the azure light waves emanating from the seed of the ancient tree of life, evolving into a being of superior bloodline. Yet now, he sensed an oppressive aura from Mu Qing, whose divine energy was overwhelmingly potent, surpassing his own. Mu Qing shook his head. I am unaware of what transpired. There was a moment when I suddenly lost consciousness, and upon regaining my senses, I found myself here. Elder Tu and the celestial true man further inquired about the whereabouts of the 11 emperors, as Elder Tu had not encountered them during his visit to the Titan Star Domain. Mu Qing was equally uninformed. The departure of the 11 emperors occurred after he had been possessed by the malevolent deity, and he had no knowledge of it. By the way, what are my parents? Mu Qing's expression shifted to one of urgency, his eyes slightly reddening, and a surge of anger welled within him. As his emotions fluctuated, his bloodline was stirred, producing a sound akin to war drums, with visible fury igniting within his being. Elder Tu and the celestial true man were taken aback. Mu Qing's current state was astonishing. In his rage, his aura surged to the early stages of the divine emperor realm. They exchanged glances. Recognizing the peculiar nature of Mu Qing's unexpected transformation, his anger seemed to boost his power as if he had ingested a potent elixir, surpassing various methods of enhancing strength. The Titan tribe has long been delivered to our Xuanwu Star Domain, confined within the forbidden grounds of the Spirit Turtle Clan. And Turtle Hong has issued a strict order. No one is permitted to enter. Elder Tu spoke. Upon witnessing the bodies of Mu Qing's parents, devoid of their souls. He may have surmised something. Certainly, Mu Qing had sought to reclaim his parents in the Titan Star Domain, only to discover their souls missing, which ignited his fury. However, what occurred next remained unclear. The only information gleaned from Mu Qing was that he had tasked the 11 emperors with dealing with the Titan tribe. But if you commanded those 11 emperors to eradicate the Titan tribe, why then did the Titan tribe's demeanor become so amiable? And what of the 11 emperors' whereabouts? Elder Tu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Allow me to inquire further. Mu Qing produced a communication talisman. Yet after a period of time, he stood in stunned silence. He had attempted to reach all 11 emperors, including Luo Tian, but none answered. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never relinquish my resolve in this lifetime. I am determined to eradicate the Titan clan. Mu Qing inhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Old Tu stroked his chin and began. I have examined the situation concerning your parents, and it is rather peculiar. There are no signs of injury upon their bodies, nor any traces of other powers within them. It does not seem as though they were obliterated in spirit. He conveyed to Mu Qing that he believed their souls had not been destroyed, but rather taken away. The act of taking and annihilating are two distinct concepts. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. If their souls were indeed stolen, then at this very moment, they must be in the possession of an individual or a certain faction. Old Tu sought to comfort Mu Qing, and while his words were not without merit, it was indeed true that Mu Qing's parents' souls had been seized by some means, similar to how a portion of Gui Hong's soul had been taken. Their essence might still exist. Of course, the only certainty he possessed was that someone had utilized some method to extract their souls. But whether those souls were alive or dead remained uncertain. For instance, those who wished to control Gui Hong would naturally avoid harming his spirit, using it as leverage. However, the implications of the existence of those who seized Mu Qing's parents' souls were unclear. One could only surmise that while there is hope for the soul's existence, there also lies the possibility of their demise. Presently, the likelihood of their souls still being intact seems somewhat greater. You must understand, the effort we expended to extract Gui Hong's soul was immense. Had those individuals sought to kill your parents, they could have done so effortlessly without expending such considerable effort to seize their souls. Old Tu's words, in light of current circumstances, held some validity. Indeed, Mu Qing's parents were merely at the early stage of true godhood. They could have easily been slain. However, the fact that their souls were taken does indeed suggest a sliver of hope for their survival. Yet, how am I to discern who has stolen my parents' souls? Mu Qing furrowed his brow, now filled with regret. He lamented that he should not have directly killed Feng Chao. Now, in his quest for clues, he had no leads left. Those who had been close to Feng Chao at that time had mostly been eliminated. I do know of one individual. He possesses the gift of divination, his abilities rivaling those of the prophecies from the Taiyue Palace. Old Tu pointed a path for Mu Qing. Chapter 684. Returning to Earth and the Cosmos, there exists an abundance of techniques or secret arts for foreseeing the future. Yet the most formidable is undoubtedly that of the Taiyue Palace. Many factions have sought the former Tianyue Guild, even approaching the Tianyue Emperor for assistance. Old Tu spoke with a hint of lamentation, noting how the prophecy techniques of the Taiyue Palace were indeed terrifying, only to have been eradicated by the Celestial Court. He then continued, apart from the Taiyue Palace, there is another individual known as the Astrology Emperor, renowned for a long time. His divination skills are undoubtedly the most potent aside from those of the Taiyue Palace. If you can locate him, you should be able to uncover the whereabouts of your parents' souls. The Astrology Emperor? Mu Qing's expression brightened with excitement as he inquired, where might he be found? Old Tu, with a grave demeanor, looked at Mu Qing and replied, he resides in the ancient immortal realm. The ancient immortal realm? Mu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Is this not the realm of the ancient humanity? According to the tales of the skeletal remains and stones, the ancient immortal realm lies beyond the 10 realms of the universe, a domain once birthed from the division of the heavenly court by those immortals who wielded unparalleled power. Is the astrological emperor you mentioned an immortal? Mu Qing inquired. Old Tu shook his head and replied, no, he was born of the astrological clan, a noble race. However, due to their extraordinary divination abilities, they became targets, leading to their annihilation. He is the last surviving member of the astrological clan, and with the aid of the ancient immortal realm, he has ascended to the status of an emperor. Now, none dare to confront him. He informed Mu Qing that most mystical arts related to glimpsing the future possess low quality and often entail significant costs. In contrast, the astrological clan and the lunar palace exhibit nearly no aftereffects and can accurately peer into the future and gaze upon the past. This is indeed an extraordinary capability. Yet, it is precisely this formidable power that invites calamity. While ignorance of this ability may shield it, once known, many powerful beings wish to compel its wielder to serve them. Failure to obtain it often results in complete obliteration. The astrological clan perished due to this variability, and had it not been for the intervention of the ancient immortal realm, the last of their kin would have likely perished as well. Even the mighty lunar palace fell to the heavenly court. This illustrates that possessing such an overwhelming ability is not always a boon. The astrological emperor has remained within the ancient immortal realm, seemingly only assisting its inhabitants with divination, while individuals from the outside world have offered substantial prices for his services. The ancient immortal realm remains shrouded in mystery, with its entrance elusive and inaccessible. Old Tu gazed at Mu Qing, believing that if anyone from the outside could locate the ancient immortal realm, it would likely be him. Various signs indicate that Mu Qing's bloodline is intertwined with the ancient immortal realm. It is conceivable that the entire earth is inhabited by descendants of its immortals. The demonic energy within Mu Qing is, in fact, a fusion of divine power and immortal essence, and the skeletal remains have affirmed that Mu Qing is an ancient human. However, how one might enter the ancient immortal realm remains a pressing concern for Mu Qing. He was eager to discover the whereabouts of his parents' souls. Yet, the location of the ancient immortal realm eluded him. Do you recall the mystic immortal gates? It is said there are 5 entrances to the ancient immortal realm, known as the 5 mystic immortal gates. The skeletal being you encountered earlier appears to be the guardian of these gates, capable of controlling their access. Old Tu could only share what little he knew. His understanding of the ancient immortal realm was limited. Although the 5 mystic immortal gates exist, their locations remain a mystery. I have no further solutions to offer, but I suggest you explore Earth. It is a realm of great mystery and may hold the treasures of immortals, potentially leading to some clues. Old Tu advised. The two conferred and resolved to embark immediately for Earth. Besides searching for his parents, Earth itself faced peril. The dragon turtle had rushed to Earth at the first sign of trouble, and Mu Qing wished to ascertain the current state of his home. I shall accompany you, he declared. As the celestial blue master spoke, he expressed that since relinquishing the position of clan leader, he had enjoyed a leisurely existence. Upon hearing the news of their journey to the clan of Mu Qing, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He wished to behold the source of such a formidable prodigy. The trio promptly set forth, for Mu Qing was intent on not wasting any time. Kuo Ke arranged for them the swiftest flying vessel, yet soon his expression darkened. With Mu Qing and the others gone, he was left alone in the Xuanwu Star Domain. What if the Titans arrived? It was evident that something significant had transpired between the Titans and Mu Qing. Although the Titans appeared amiable, one could never tell when they might strike unexpectedly. During my period of unconsciousness, I yearned to understand what had unfolded. The emperors had vanished, and the Titans seemed severely wounded. Mu Qing felt perplexed. He had made numerous attempts to contact Luo Tian, the tyrant emperor, and others, but to no avail. He speculated that perhaps these emperors had encountered dire straits. Before his fainting spell, he had witnessed the eternal emperor of the Titans, an emperor of utmost power, grievously injure the tyrant emperor with a single blow. Uncertain, perhaps it would be wise to reach out again in due time. Those emperors should be safe. Only they could comprehend the events that had transpired. As for the Titans, one could not rely on them, as they clearly demonstrated an unwillingness to divulge any information. Remarked Elder Tuesday. Mu Qing continued to reach out repeatedly, but his efforts were akin to casting a stone into the sea, utterly fruitless. The flying vessel that Kuo Ke had arranged was incredibly swift, infused with spatial power, enabling it to execute rapid flight and spatial jumps. In merely 3 days, they found themselves gazing upon the Milky Way. The Earth, situated within the Hunyuan realm, lay in a remote location of the Milky Way, where resources were scarce and few powerful races resided. At the heart of the galaxy, a colossal black hole loomed. Mu Qing shuddered slightly. As he beheld the black hole, a quiver coursed through his right eye, and he sensed a resonance between the black hole's power within him and that of the immense black hole at the galaxy's core. He murmured softly about the black hole, and as their vessel approached the Milky Way, The power within him grew increasingly vibrant. I advise you against the notion of probing that black hole. Even an emperor of the utmost level may not emerge unscathed, Elder 2 cautioned. Numerous black holes exist throughout the universe. Formidable emperors who sought to explore their depths have never returned. Mu Qing's heart trembled, and he withdrew his gaze. Their vessel shimmered with silver light as it executed a spatial leap, arriving just beyond Earth. They observed that Mars and the Moon appeared ravaged, as if they had endured a cataclysmic battle. The flying vessel plunged into Earth, which had flourished over the years, but many areas resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland. They descended upon the Tian Palace, only to be met with missile fire, mistaken for an extraterrestrial incursion, prompting several divine beings to engage. Ceasefire. We are allies. Long Gue emerged, recognizing the vessel as one hailing from the Xuanwu Star Domain. Chapter 685. Journey to Qingqing Mountain Senior, Long Gue. The celestial figure known as Tian was the first to step forth, followed closely by the venerable Tu Lao and Mu Qing, who emerged from the flying vessel. So you have arrived? What news from the Titan clan? Dragon Turtle inquired with a smile, believing that matters with the Titans had been resolved, especially since Mu Qing had summoned no less than 11 great emperors. However, he soon noticed a somber expression on Mu Qing's face. What troubles you? He asked. Furrowing his brow, Tu Lao stepped forward to relay the grim news. Dragon Turtle was taken aback to learn that Mu Qing's parents' souls had been seized. He had never anticipated such a significant calamity would befall the Titan clan. There is still a glimmer of hope, albeit faint. Tu Lao shook his head. At that moment, a robust figure strode over, exuding the aura of a peaked true god. Ling Fei? Mu Qing exclaimed as he rushed to greet the newcomer. The two had been close friends during their school days, but it had been a considerable time since they last met after Mu Qing departed from Earth. I cannot believe you have attained the pinnacle of true godhood, Mu Qing marveled, sensing the sharp energy radiating from Ling Fei, his eyes reflecting astonishment. This power rivaled that of a nascent celestial. Yet I cannot compare to you. The gap between us continues to widen. My breakthrough was made possible only by the medium bloodline you provided us, Ling Fei confessed, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Mu Qing. Mu Qing then turned to the other true gods who had emerged from Tian Palace, all familiar faces: Jiang Yuanjie, Shu Lao San, Yang Jie, Yang Shanshan, and Shun Yi. Each of them was a true god. At last, you have returned. Thanks to you, we have all attained true godhood. Shun Yi stepped forward, his cultivation having reached the late stage of true godhood. Among those present, Ling Fei was the most powerful, at the peak of true godhood, while Shun Yi, Yang Jie, and Yang Shanshan had reached the late stage, and Shu Lao San and Jiang Panzi were at the mid-level. What of Jijia? Yang Shanshan inquired about her friend. Mu Qing shook his head, replying, she has joined the Heartless Hall and is devoid of emotions. Yang Shanshan's eyes dimmed. She and Jijia had shared a close friendship, and now Jijia's whereabouts were unknown. Did you invite the Elder Dragon Turtle here? We owe him our gratitude, otherwise Earth would have already fallen to those insectoid invaders. Ling Fei lamented, feeling a sense of inadequacy and strength. You have already reached the pinnacle of true godhood, just a step away from celestial status, while Shun Yi and I remain unable to keep pace, Yang Jie sighed. He and Yang Shanshan were siblings with a unique ability to control plants, and now, as true gods, they had become formidable forces suitable for large-scale combat. Having proven their worth in previous battles against the insectoid and other mid-tier races, the siblings were seemingly born for war. Yang Jie's plant-controlling ability was remarkable, while Yang Shanshan possessed an even more extraordinary power, a portal capable of summoning an army from another realm. From the conversations, Mu Qing learned of the dire situation on Earth. The insectoid, spirit, fire-scaled, and giant strength races had united and invaded. These mid-tier races discovered that humanity on Earth had developed medium bloodlines, but had not yet fully matured, with few formidable warriors among them. This realization only fueled their excitement and aggression, leading to a rampant invasion. The most formidable force on Earth is not the Tian Palace, where Mu Qing once resided, but rather Qingqing Mountain. Initially, Qingqing Mountain was home to only Ping Lao, who later discovered the last descendant of the Ping family, Ping Yi. Ping Yi, a friend of Mu Qing and former captain of his squad, seemed to have inherited the legacy within Qingqing Mountain under Ping Lao's tutelage, achieving a breakthrough to the level of celestial deity. When the various intermediate races invaded once more, Ping Yi astounded the world by defeating 2 celestial deities of the insect race. Alas, the intermediate races soon united, and a multitude of celestial deities launched an assault on Ping Yi, even resorting to treachery, which resulted in severe injury to him. Following Ping Yi's grievous wounds, Earth was plunged into chaos. Unlike the first invasion, this time the intermediate races dispatched nearly all their formidable warriors. True gods were ubiquitous, and celestial deities soared through the skies, rendering Earth's forces utterly powerless. By the time Long Gui arrived, much of Earth had already succumbed, with countless casualties. Fortunately, upon Long Gui's arrival, he directly descended upon the strongholds of the various intermediate races, erasing them without hesitation. Now, with the fighting concluded, humanity has suffered tremendously, and all factions are recuperating and rebuilding their homes. What of the intermediate races? Mu Qing inquired. They have fled back to their strongholds. With a being of Long Gui's caliber, they dare not invade again, Yang Shanshan replied with a smile, adorning a vibrant blue dress, her demeanor endearing. I shall visit Qingqing Mountain. After reminiscing with his many friends, Mu Qing set off for Qingqing Mountain. Tu Lao chose to travel across the earth, assisting Mu Qing in uncovering clues regarding the ancient immortal realms. Tian Xingzhenren remained at Tianyu Palace, accompanying Long Gui. As the power of the black hole emanated from his right eye, a black hole enveloped Mu Qing, and simultaneously, outside Qingqing Mountain, space distorted, revealing a black hole from which Mu Qing emerged. Who goes there? A young boy suddenly shouted, promptly surrounded by a group of children aged 4 to 6. Who are you to trespass upon our Qingqing Mountain? A girl stepped forward, her voice commanding. She exuded confidence, sporting short hair with a healthy tan, resembling a leader among her peers. I seek Ping Yi, Mu Qing replied. He gazed upon Qingqing Mountain with nostalgia, recalling the time when it was solely under the care of Ping Lao, shrouded in barriers that deterred outsiders. Now, Qingqing Mountain had transformed remarkably, bustling with activity and adorned with numerous structures. Mu Qing peered into the distance and spotted a large training ground where thousands of disciples from Qingqing Mountain practiced their swordsmanship. At present, Qingqing Mountain has evolved into a significant power on Earth, with the presence of the strongest being, Ping Yi, attracting more aspirants than even Tianyu Palace. Stand down. An elder wielding a broom reprimanded, striding towards them. The newcomer resembled a woodcutter, yet wielded a broom, having been sweeping not far off when he noticed the commotion and hurried over. Ping Lao, it has been a long time, Mu Qing greeted with a smile. It is you, Ping Lao exclaimed in astonishment. After Ping Yi ascended as the master of Qingqing Mountain, he found himself enjoying a leisurely life, often sweeping the entrance of the mountain. One day, however, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a man clad in a black robe. Instantly, he recognized the man as a formidable powerhouse, possessing the true divine cultivation level, capable of arriving unannounced. At the very least, this individual was at the pinnacle of true divinity. Upon closer inspection, Ping Yi was astounded to discover that the figure was none other than Mu Qing. A look of joy flickered across Ping Yi's face as he hurried forward to greet him. Who is this? Inquired the elder, puzzled by the unexpected visitor. Begone, all of you. Return to your sword practice. Ping Yi dismissed the onlookers before leading Mu Qing to Qingqing Mountain. Chapter 686. The true dragon statue. Mu Qing intended to visit Qingqing Mountain primarily to see Ping Yi. During Earth's most perilous moments, Ping Yi had bravely shouldered immense responsibilities, holding the fort until the arrival of the dragon turtle. His contributions against the various medium races were monumental. Now that Ping Yi was gravely injured, Mu Qing sought to aid in his recovery. Although Earth currently remained a planet of medium races, it had yet to fully develop, with rare divine medicines and treasures not yet cultivated. Despite his considerable consumption of resources in his own cultivation, Mu Qing had managed to retain some divine pills and elixirs. Cough, cough. You have finally returned, Ping Yi said as he lay on an ice bed, a stream of cold air penetrating his body to alleviate his injuries. Upon seeing Mu Qing, he struggled to rise, fully aware that Earth's safety hinged on the divine emperor whom Mu Qing had summoned. There is no need to get up. Your injuries are still severe. Mu Qing quickly pressed him back onto the ice bed. He retrieved some divine pills for Ping Yi to consume. Initially hesitant, Ping Yi contemplated refusing, given the severity of his condition and the lingering special toxins from the insectoid race within him. However, under Mu Qing's insistence, he swallowed a divine pill, and his eyes instantly brightened. The troublesome toxins within him were swiftly neutralized. Simultaneously, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, restoring half of his strength in mere moments. "This is simply incredible," Ping Yi exclaimed, astonished, while the elder beside him gaped in disbelief. Mu Qing smiled gently, explaining that Earth's development was still in its infancy, classifying it merely as a low-level race planet, with scarce treasures and medicinal resources for healing. The divine pills and elixirs he brought were the kinds typically found only among higher or even top-tier races, making the healing process effortless. "I never expected you to have grown so powerful," Ping Yi marveled. He had only just begun to step into the realm of gods, having received the Celestial Master's inheritance and utilized the resources within the Celestial Master's cave. Yet Mu Qing had already reached the pinnacle of this realm. "This is all thanks to the medium bloodlines you have brought us," Ping Yi acknowledged. It was well known among the people of Earth that Mu Qing, hailing from Tianyu Palace, had departed for the cosmos to pursue further development, and the medium bloodlines were the fruits of his efforts. "I would like to request to enter the Celestial Master's cave once more," Mu Qing stated. The entire Qingqing mountain is shrouded in mystery, with Tianshi Cave being the most enigmatic. In his quest to uncover clues about the ancient celestial realm, he first thought to explore this location. It was within Tianshi Cave that he once received a legacy from the revered Ning Fengjin Jun, which later transformed into the demonic blade he wields today. This Ning Fengjin Jun, also known as the Dragon Leap Master, was a formidable immortal. Simultaneously, beyond the confines of Earth, on the war-torn surface of Mars, once occupied by the insectoid race, the landscape remains scarred and ravaged. Yet, it has become a congregation point for powerful beings from various races, each a deity in their own right. Before these divine entities stands a god emperor, a figure of imposing stature, with massive arms and a pair of frozen wings that give him the appearance of an ice sculpture, his entire being translucent and seemingly crafted from ice itself. "Are you certain there are secrets hidden on Earth?" the god emperor inquired, displaying an air of arrogance despite being only in his mid-stage of power. "Indeed, Lord Blue Ice. The Earth conceals profound mysteries, and a god emperor has already descended. We intended to present this discovery to you, but were repelled by that very god emperor." The leader of the insectoid race, a formidable being at the peak of deity levels, lamented this turn of events. The esteemed Lord Blue Ice hails from the illustrious ice crystal race, to which the insectoid race, the spirit race, the giant force race, and the fire-scaled race are all subservient. Each year, these four races are compelled to remit substantial resources to the ice crystal race, a significant financial drain. Initially, they had hoped to align themselves with the Titan race to liberate themselves from the dominion of the ice crystal race. To their dismay, they were deceived. The Titan race had apprehended Mu Qing's parents under false pretenses, and thereafter, they vanished without a trace. Their thoughts were filled with resentment, cursing the Titan race for their deceitful actions, especially considering their status as a prominent race, receiving no compensation whatsoever. Unbeknownst to them, the liaison who had contacted them, Feng Chao, was already deceased. The insectoid race had initially planned to seize Earth in one fell swoop, but the arrival of the God Emperor inflicted severe losses upon their forces, leaving them no choice but to seek assistance from the ice crystal race. Upon hearing this, Blue Ice nodded with a hearty laugh. "Good. You show wisdom. If you truly possess something that satisfies me, I shall have my clan grant you a favorable concession. Your annual resource contributions may be halved." The leaders of the insectoid race exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with hope. Eager to act, Blue Ice resolved to proceed to Earth immediately. "Lord Blue Ice, about that God Emperor on Earth." The leaders of the various races began to voice their concerns, but were swiftly interrupted by a dismissive wave of Blue Ice's hand. Growing impatient, he declared, "Do you still doubt my strength? Regardless of what that God Emperor may be, I am a mid-stage God Emperor myself, and if I unleash my full power, I could vanquish even those of the late stage." His arrogance was palpable, as he regarded the so-called God Emperor of Earth as no threat. Respected within the Blue Ice race, he had demonstrated exceptional talent, having previously slain a late-stage God Emperor while still in mid-stage. With a flash of blue light, Blue Ice set forth towards Earth. The other leaders exchanged knowing glances and began to rally their forces, preparing for another incursion into Earth. With Blue Ice's formidable strength as a mid-stage God Emperor, the God Emperor on Earth should stand no chance, remarked the leader of the insectoid race. The several clan leaders, at most, reached the pinnacle of celestial deities, although they had encountered numerous formidable beings at the emperor level. They could not discern the specific cultivation realms of these divine emperors. To them, the peak of a divine emperor and the mid-stage of a divine emperor appeared indistinguishable, both being entities capable of effortlessly crushing them. On Earth, at Qing Mountain, within the Tian cave, Mu Qing stepped inside and was immediately enveloped by an ethereal essence. This celestial aura, while not overwhelmingly potent, was rich and profound, as if he had entered a sacred realm of immortality. The Tian cave contained numerous subcaves, each housing the legacies of past celestial masters, which, to Mu Qing, resembled a gathering of immortals. He had indeed arrived at the right place. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with realization. Qing Mountain was indeed intertwined with the divine, and this Tian cave might well be a remnant left by ancient humanity. The Tian cave, situated in Qing Mountain, served as a sacred site of inheritance, where disciples of exceptional talent could receive the legacy of one of the illustrious celestial masters. After a thorough observation, Mu Qing was astounded to discover, through the remnants of these legacies, that the cultivation levels of the past celestial masters were at least above the celestial deity rank, with some even reaching the divine emperor level. It appeared that the celestial masters of Qing Mountain were indeed remnants of ancient humanity. Mu Qing felt almost certain of this. Delving deeper, he arrived at a somewhat familiar location, a subcave where he had previously acquired the legacy of the dragon leap technique. To his surprise, he found nothing but a statue. Aside from the stone figure, this statue depicted a lifelike dragon, yet upon closer examination, it revealed no peculiarities. Chapter 687, The Arrival of Blue Ice on Earth. This should indeed be the Tian cave of the esteemed Ning Fengjun. Mu Qing surveyed his surroundings. Although it had been a long time since he had last visited, he distinctly remembered this as the place where he met Ning Fengjun and received the Dragon Leap legacy. However, changes had occurred. No trace of energy remained. Only the stone dragon statue stood before him. This stone dragon statue appeared rather ordinary. Yet Mu Qing sensed it was far from simple. He opened his domain space, intending to place the statue within. Yet, he halted suddenly, brushing his nose in contemplation. This was an artifact from the Tian cave. It would be inappropriate to take it without consulting Ping Yi and Ping Lao first, having witnessed much destruction across the universe. Mu Qing found himself influenced by this brutality, just as he contemplated leaving to inquire about the origins of the stone dragon statue. It suddenly quivered and swiftly entered his myriad demon domain. What? Mu Qing was taken aback, utterly bewildered. He had distinctly felt no energy from it. Yet the statue had abruptly surged into his domain. This was highly unusual. He observed the stone dragon statue again, still devoid of any energy, appearing quite mundane. He took up his magic blade and gently scraped it, unexpectedly discovering that the statue was incredibly hard, as if it were a natural formation, yielding not even a speck of stone dust. This object was indeed extraordinary. Yet, would it be inappropriate to simply take it away? Mu Qing continued to scrutinize the stone dragon statue. Yet he was powerless. He had made no movement, as the dragon statue had charged in on its own. Wait. It seemed to resonate with something. Mu Qing narrowed his eyes, perceiving the anomaly. At that moment, the dragon statue quivered, a unique force coursing through it, celestial energy. Not far away, a white jade vial also trembled, responding in kind. This was indeed the Tianjin vial. According to the words of Elder Tu, while he was unconscious, this vial had fallen beside him, possessing no weight at all. Only when a mighty emperor from the Titan race sought to seize it did it unleash an overwhelming gravity. Mu Qing had later attempted to discern its nature. For reasons unknown, the vial ceased to emanate any gravity, behaving as an ordinary white jade vessel. He had subsequently returned the Tianjin vial to the memory realm, yet was astonished to find it resonating with the dragon statue at this moment. It appeared that this dragon statue truly belonged to the ancient humans. Mu Qing's expression brightened. He might uncover some clues from it. He exited the Tian cave and sought out Elder Ping, wishing to procure some ancient texts from Qing Mountain. Mu Qing was certain that Qing Mountain had the deepest connections to ancient humanity on Earth, at least for the time being. Perhaps he could find leads about ancient humans and a pathway to the ancient immortal realm within those texts. Naturally, Elder Ping had no objections. Qing Mountain was now under his management, while Ping Yi was in seclusion, having received some divine herbs and elixirs from Mu Qing. Once he completed his refinement and emerged, not only would his injuries heal, but his strength would also see a significant enhancement. Shortly thereafter, Elder Ping returned with a plethora of ancient, yellowed books, some of which were even tattered. Speaking of which, within the Tianshi cave, there was a dragon statue. Mu Qing inquired of Elder Ping whether it could be granted to him, or at the very least, borrowed for a time before returning it. What dragon statue? Elder Ping clearly appeared taken aback, replying to Mu Qing that there was no such statue rushing into the Tianshi cave. This struck Mu Qing as peculiar. He activated his myriad demons domain and retrieved the dragon statue. Elder Ping shook his head once more, indicating that he did not recognize the dragon statue. Are you certain this object originates from the Tianshi cave? Elder Ping regarded Mu Qing with a curious expression. Being most familiar with the Tianshi cave, he was well aware of its contents. Yet, the dragon statue Mu Qing presented was something he had never encountered within its confines. Just this morning, I was responsible for leading several key candidates into the Tianshi cave. Prior to that, I had thoroughly explored it. Elder Ping was adamant that no dragon statue resided within. After repeated confirmations between Mu Qing and Elder Ping, it was clear that the dragon statue had never appeared in Qingqing Mountain and was not an artifact of the Tianshi cave. Ultimately, Mu Qing, with a peculiar expression, retracted the dragon statue. For the time being, he set it aside and shifted his focus to the ancient texts. Although he was certain that the dragon statue was connected to the celestial and the ancient humans, he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about how to proceed. He endeavored to glean information or clues from the ancient texts within Qingqing Mountain. However, after hours of diligent study, well into the night, he found naught of use. Instead, he had managed to decipher several high-quality bloodline techniques, which he casually tossed to old Ping. The elder's expression brightened with surprise, for these techniques were indeed of superior quality. Cursed be the fragmented pages. As dawn broke, a voice filled with frustration echoed through a grove on Qingqing Mountain. Surrounding him lay a heap of ancient tomes, with only one remaining in his possession. This final volume was in a lamentable state. Its pages were yellowed, and the cover bore indistinct runic markings, indicating that someone had once taken measures to safeguard it. The material of the tome was also notably unique. Alas, it could not withstand the ravages of time. As several crucial pages lay in tatters, Mu Qing felt a surge of anxiety. The vital clues were tantalizingly close, yet the pivotal pages lay ruined, striking him with the weight of despair, akin to an incessant itch that could not be scratched. This tome was indeed extraordinary, commencing with tales of the ancient immortal realm and recounting the deeds of various immortals, as well as the founding of that realm by illustrious beings. To the untrained eye, it might appear merely as a fanciful myth. Yet Mu Qing understood that these immortals must have genuinely existed, for he recognized many familiar terms within the text: ancient immortal realm, celestial forbidden vessel, and 5 elemental gemstones. His excitement burgeoned with each line, as he felt he was on the brink of a breakthrough. However, upon turning to the next page, he was struck as if by lightning. The crucial entry point to the ancient immortal realm, the 5 Xian immortal gates, was mentioned only in name, while the majority of the text lay obliterated. He flipped through the pages in vain, ultimately casting the tome aside in frustration. The essential clues were lost due to the torn pages, while the remaining information was trivial at best. Mu Qing seethed. Of all pages to be damaged, it had to be those concerning the Xian immortal gates, the entrance to the ancient immortal realm. Is this truly Earth? Humanity? I, Lord Lanbing, have arrived. Simultaneously, a raucous voice echoed from the far distance. Upon hearing, Mu Qing turned his gaze skyward, witnessing a vast, ominous army descending from beyond Earth, with warships and nests of insects looming large. Chapter 688. The Terror of Lanbing. Humanity, prepare to meet your end. Lanbing soared high above, his wings emanating an icy chill that froze the surrounding air. Behind him loomed a legion of dark figures, each a true god poised for action. Leaders of the insect tribe, spirit tribe, fire scale tribe, and the titan tribe had all come forth, with peak celestial beings among them. They were determined to unleash their full might to conquer Earth, freeze everything. From his lofty vantage, Lanbing regarded humanity as mere ants. Suddenly, a frosty realm materialized behind him, and a wave of frigid air surged forth at a terrifying speed. They emerged in the skies above the west. and the chill began its relentless advance from that direction. Every mountain, forest, city, and living being was ensnared in an icy grip. Some were paralyzed by terror, unable even to utter a final word, transforming into lifeless ice sculptures, their essence extinguished, marking a complete and utter demise. In the blink of an eye, millions of beings were encased in ice, resulting in staggering casualties. Both ferocious beasts and humans alike all fell victim to this indiscriminate and horrifying onslaught. The icy breath continued to spread, its pace quickening, and from the heights, one could observe that nearly half of the west had turned a brilliant azure, a sight both resplendent and chilling, a realm of crystalline ice steeped in silence. The Federation was swiftly alerted upon investigating the situation. They urgently reached out to Tianyu Palace and Qingqing Mountain. At present, these two entities could be regarded as the most formidable forces on Earth. Qingqing Mountain was fortified by the presence of the Earth's mightiest warrior, Pingyi, aside from Mu Qing, who had attained the divine rank. While Tianyu Palace boasted beings like Ling Fei and other true gods, not to mention the revered dragon turtle. Who could this adversary be? Just recently, the elder of Tianyu Palace had vanquished the insectoid species, and now they appeared once more. Had they summoned a being of divine caliber? Members of the Federation gasped in astonishment. From the images relayed to them, it was evident how formidable the blue ice was. In a mere span of time, the entire West had succumbed to freezing, resulting in countless casualties. Oh heavens! This was undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster. Many were left in shock. The most terrifying aspect was that the icy chill showed no signs of waning, continuing to radiate in all directions. If this trend persisted, the entire Earth would succumb to an icy tomb within a day. Appeals for assistance were sent forth, as the opponent was likely a legendary being of divine might. The Federation made repeated entreaties to Tianyu Palace for aid, for the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. Only the dragon turtle within Tianyu Palace could stand a chance against it. To their astonishment, they had managed to summon a divine-level warrior. The dragon turtle was taken aback. "Hold firm. I shall arrive at the earliest opportunity." It responded to the Federation. "Senior Dragon Turtle, I shall accompany you," declared real man Tian, who found himself rather unoccupied of late. "I will join as well." As ripples spread across the space beside the Dragon Turtle, a black hole materialized, from which Mu Qing emerged. Upon witnessing the invasion of the insectoid forces, he had immediately traversed from Qingqing Mountain. "We too must disembark." Ling Fei and his companions sought out Mu Qing, having observed the vastness of the insectoid army and wishing to contribute. A dark radiance emanated from Mu Qing's right eye, coalescing into a colossal black hole that enveloped all present. The black hole spun, warping space itself, and in the next moment, as the group emerged from the black hole, they found themselves in the skies above, facing the grand assembly of blue ice and the insectoid forces. "What a remarkable spatial translocation," Yang Shanshan exclaimed, sensing Mu Qing's extraordinary capabilities. "Oh," Blue Ice turned towards Mu Qing, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Let me see." "Oh, merely at the initial stage of divine rank. You are hardly a match for me." He immediately assessed the cultivation levels of those present. Dismissing the true gods and celestial beings, his attention solely captured by the early divine rank of real man Tianqing. The dragon tortoise concealed its true power, leaving Lan Bing completely unaware, as he mistakenly believed that the formidable figure before him, the celestial azure, was the one who had vanquished the insect race's divine monarch. Lan Bing retracted the icy aura that he had released. After all, his opponent was indeed a divine monarch, warranting a more serious approach. A crystal spear of ice materialized in his hand, an artifact of royal caliber. He raised the spear, pointing it directly at the celestial azure, exclaiming, "Step forward and accept your demise." His frost-laden wings unfurled, extending over 10 meters, conjuring a realm of ice that emanated a formidable aura. However, the insect race's chieftains behind him were not swayed by his ostensible grandeur. Their expressions were peculiar, tinged with surprise. The chieftain of the insect race gulped nervously and stepped forward, interrupting Lan Bing. "Lord Lan Bing, your true opponent is that middle-aged man. He is the divine monarch who previously defeated us." The chieftains were astonished, both by Lan Bing's misidentification and by the revelation that another divine monarch had emerged among the humans. Lan Bing was taken aback, then turned his gaze toward the dragon tortoise. Is this also a divine monarch? Upon scrutinizing the aura of his opponent, he discerned something amiss. The energy surrounding the dragon tortoise fluctuated between the realms of true god and celestial god, elusive and indistinct. Suddenly, a terrifying presence surged forth from the dragon tortoise. Lan Bing's eyes widened, and his body trembled. The dragon tortoise grinned ominously, its expression grotesque, and growled, "Have you decided how you wish to perish?" With a thunderous roar, a tempest of violent energy erupted from the dragon tortoise, overwhelming the surroundings like a tsunami. Lan Bing's face convulsed, his legs quaking uncontrollably. In that moment, all he desired was to flee. Yet, it felt as though his body was anchored in the void, immobile. A peak divine monarch? Lan Bing's expression was one of sheer disbelief, akin to having swallowed something foul. He could never have anticipated that on Earth, a planet that had only recently attained the status of a mid-tier race, there would exist such a terrifying peak divine monarch. To comprehend, such beings held a prestigious position even among the top-tier races, just a step away from becoming an emperor. Even within their ice crystal race, there was not a single peak divine monarch. It was no exaggeration to assert that the dragon tortoise, even if it ventured into their ice crystal race, could single-handedly overpower their entire lineage. Why? Why was there a peak divine monarch here? Lan Bing, stripped of his previous arrogance, trembled as he inquired of the chieftains behind him. The chieftain of the spirit race cautiously responded, "We are also unaware of that divine monarch's true cultivation. We thought Lord Lan Bing would easily defeat him. What the hell was I thinking?" Lan Bing's heart wailed in despair. He regretted coming here immensely. It was likely that he would not return alive. The chieftains behind him could even hear the sound of their Lord Lan Bing swallowing hard, filled with palpable dread. Chapter 689. Ensnared in the dream of descent, Lan Bing swallowed hard, his limbs icy and his body trembling with cold. At this moment, he was filled with profound regret for having allied with those individuals. Now, he found himself facing a peak divine emperor from Earth. How could he possibly contend with such power? Most disconcertingly, this peak divine emperor appeared to have a favorable rapport with humanity, seemingly arriving expressly to assist them. Lan Bing felt utterly betrayed. "Are you the divine emperor summoned by those mediocre races to confront Earth?" Long Kuo inquired in a low voice, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "I am not. I did not. I know nothing." Lan Bing fervently shook his head, his instinct for survival ignited. His sole desire was to return to his clan alive. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes as he perceived the world outside as perilously dangerous. If he could return, he vowed never to venture out again. Humph. Long Kuo let out a cold snort, and in an instant, he appeared before Lan Bing, seizing him by the shoulder. Crack! A surge of excruciating pain coursed through Lan Bing as his shoulder was crushed, and an overwhelming force enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Long Kuo dragged Lan Bing upward into outer space, intent on delivering a thorough lesson. Meanwhile, the various clan leaders and their formidable forces could be entrusted to Mu Qing and his companions, regardless of the initial prowess of the divine Emperor Tian. Even Mu Qing alone was sufficient to sweep aside those mediocre races. The clan leaders found themselves at a loss, uncertain of their next course of action. "Should we retreat?" suggested the leader of the Firescale clan, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The leader of the Insect clan gritted his teeth. "Do you think we can simply walk away?" It dawned on the others that humanity had another divine emperor on their side. A faint smile graced Tian's lips as a realm manifested behind him, unleashing the power of the world to envelop all clans within its grasp. This effectively severed their retreat. The Insect clan, the Titan clan, the Firescale clan, and the Insect clan had collectively mobilized, amassing a staggering force of 12,000 true gods and 400 celestial gods. For the mediocre races, this constituted an overwhelmingly vast army. Had it not been for Mu Qing's timely intervention, Earth would have been utterly defenseless. However, now, as he surveyed the formidable throng of true gods before him, Mu Qing merely scoffed, unperturbed. He strode forward, his body shrouded in demonic energy, the blade in his hand trembling with anticipation, exuding a palpable aura of menace. In the past, these races had invaded Earth, and Mu Qing had endured immense pressure to repel them. Little did he expect their return. Yet the Mu Qing of today was no longer the same as before. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of celestial god, he surpassed the strength of the clan leaders. "Annihilate these beasts," commanded Shen Yi, charging ahead with a halberd, his aura of slaughter radiating in all directions. Yang Jie followed closely, raising his hand, and to everyone's astonishment, tendrils erupted from the void, with trees taking root among the clouds. He employed a unique technique, turning the very flora into an army in the blink of an eye. Beside him, Yang Shanshan was even more astonishing. Her azure gown billowed like that of a princess, and with a delicate snap of her fingers, portals of space materialized around her. A total of 10 spatial portals emerged, each revealing a swirling vortex within. In the blink of an eye, figures began to materialize from within. The first to emerge was a large group of green-skinned monsters wielding spiked clubs, followed by flying dragons, shadowy beings, icinities, and fiery creatures, among others. Subsequently, Yang Shanshan focused her energies to summon a unique being, a warrior-like figure with disheveled hair, a single horn atop its head, and 2 prominent tusks protruding from its mouth, adorned with a wine gourd at its waist and wielding an elongated blade. This entity embodied the pinnacle of true divinity. Even the esteemed Tian Xingzhenren was taken aback by Yang Shanshan's summoning prowess, despite her own cultivation not reaching the zenith of true divinity. She managed to transcend realms to summon such a formidable being, showcasing her extraordinary talent. In comparison to Yang Jie's army of animated flora, Yang Shanshan's summoned forces were even more astounding, boasting 10 beings of true divinity and above. On the other hand, Ling Fei demonstrated a sheer individual strength, as a magnificent golden 9-headed lion materialized behind him. With an air of ferocity, he charged directly into a nest of insects, a perilous endeavor considering the true divine level insectoid creatures within. A human true divine dared to invade the insect nest. Immediately, true divine insectoids surrounded him, intent on his annihilation. One true divine insectoid lunged at him, but Ling Fei barreled through, his radiant golden light exploding forth, tragically ending the creature's existence in a single collision. He strode forward as if in a realm unchallenged, the 9-headed lion roaring and howling behind him. Ling Fei then tore another insectoid of late divine rank in half, green ichor splattering everywhere. In that instant, all the true divine insectoids were filled with dread. Was this truly a being of true divinity? How terrifying! Unexpectedly, the true divine beings from Earth exhibited a power that defied nature, completely surpassing their peers. What manner of race was this human, endowed with such horrific strength? Tian Xingzhenren observed, muttering to himself, noting that every true divine accompanying them could be considered a paragon of their kind. He then turned his gaze to Mu Qing, a smirk crossing his face, contemplating that this individual must indeed be the most extraordinary of them all. Mu Qing, wielding a demonic blade, charged into the ranks of the true divine army. A mid-tier celestial being from the spirit race attacked him, transforming its form into the intangible, seeking to obliterate Mu Qing's soul. However, Mu Qing's eyes shimmered with a lunar glow, causing the assailant's form to crack and disintegrate. Impossible! The leader of the spirit race exclaimed, astonished. Their race possessed an innate advantage in battle, rendering them nearly impervious to conventional attacks. How could one be so easily vanquished? Everyone, attack! Slay that individual! The leader bellowed furiously. Yet, the surrounding celestial beings of the spirit race were struck with fear, hesitant to engage. They regarded Mu Qing with trepidation, having witnessed him rend a true divine being apart with merely a glance. Leader, that individual counters the essence of our spirit forms. A celestial being cried out, overwhelmed with dread. Useless! What a pathetic bunch! The chieftain of the spirit clan gritted his teeth and took matters into his own hands, rushing forth with the intent to slay Mu Qing. Possessing the pinnacle of divine prowess, he stood as the most formidable within the spirit clan, capable of exchanging blows with even the divine emperor, thanks to his unique spirit clan physique. However, the so-called spiritual body of the spirit clan was rendered utterly ineffective before Mu Qing. Mu Qing's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of moonlight. His moon god dream technique was extraordinarily powerful, rivaling the foresight of the Taiwan mirror. In an instant, the chieftain's body trembled, fatigue overwhelming him as he closed his eyes and plummeted from the heavens. He crashed into the ground, creating a large crater, yet he felt nothing, slipping into a deep slumber as if lost in a beautiful dream. Countless onlookers were filled with dread, unable to comprehend the nature of this ability that could so effortlessly cast a pinnacle divine being into a state of sleep. Unbeknownst to them, With Mu Qing's current strength, the moon god dream he had unleashed was far from ordinary. The chieftain of the spirit clan would never awaken in this lifetime, destined to reside forever within the realm of dreams. Chapter 690. The Great Defeat of All Clans. Upon witnessing this, the members of the spirit clan rushed forward in fury, intent on avenging their chieftain. Among them were over a dozen divine beings, primarily in the early to mid stages, with only 2 at the later stage. Without hesitation, Mu Qing raised his hand and unleashed a blade of light, manifesting a 1,000-armed demon shadow that instantly cleaved through the air. The forms of the dozen divine beings froze momentarily, only to be followed by a gruesome eruption of blood as their bodies were violently torn apart, raining down a deluge of crimson. In the blink of an eye, those divine beings were annihilated. The sheer magnitude of his terrifying power left all in shock. The 12,000 divine army was rendered paralyzed with fear, unable to take a single step forward. Yet, their inaction did not imply that Mu Qing was idle. He focused his right eye, which glimmered ominously, and a dark point materialized at the very center of the divine army. What was this? A mid-stage divine being, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the dark point beside him, approached out of curiosity, only to be ensnared by an overwhelming force. Crack! Blood gushed forth as the mid-stage divine being was brutally shredded into fragments. The dark point began to expand, transforming into a terrifying black hole that consumed those around it, leaving no trace behind. In a mere instant, 30,000 divine beings were obliterated, and the black hole finally vanished. A trickle of blood flowed from Mu Qing's right eye, the consequence of overexerting the power of the black hole. Nevertheless, the effect was astonishing, having decimated a staggering 30,000 divine beings. Flee. Ultimately, the combined forces of the divine armies from various clans fell into disarray, scattering in all directions. Even the chieftains showed no will to fight, their hearts filled only with fear. Can you escape? Mu Qing's voice resonated with a chilling coldness, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. He raised his hand and delivered a punch, summoning 10 bolts of heavenly tribulation that rumbled down upon the body of the insect clan's chieftain. Having already mastered the imprint of heavenly tribulation, Mu Qing's technique was akin to the divine calamities, unavoidable in its ferocity. A cry of despair echoed as the chieftain of the insect clan was ruthlessly struck down. The chieftains of the Fire Scale clan and the Giant Power clan were struck with terror. Mu Qing was utterly formidable, his strength astonishing, rendering even the celestial gods as fragile as paper before him. In tacit understanding, the 2 chieftains fled in opposite directions. Despite their awareness of the bleak prospects for escape, they felt compelled to make an attempt. After such a lengthy period, they realized that blue ice was likely beyond salvation. The chieftain of the Fire Scale clan unleashed the unique fire escape technique of his clan, transforming into a blaze of fire as he swiftly made his escape, a speed that the average celestial god at their peak could not hope to match. However, mere moments after his departure, he encountered a portal that barred his path. What was this? Why had a portal suddenly appeared? Stunned, he looked up to see a celestial sword suspended above the portal, vibrating gently and emitting a resonant hum, exuding a murderous aura. In an instant, a line of crimson extended from his neck. In the blink of an eye, his head tumbled to the ground, blood spraying several meters. On the other side, the chieftain of the Giant Power clan also found himself confronted by a portal. Like his counterpart, he had just raised his gaze to discover a sword, named the Slayer of Immortals, hanging above. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of slaughter engulfed him, cleaving him in 2. During the Titan Star Domain incident, the Slayer of Immortals formation had sustained damage but remained intact enough to wield half of its original might. This diminished power was still terrifying. At its peak, alongside Mu Qing's mastery of celestial god level, it could extinguish even a god emperor. Now, with merely 50% of its power, it could effortlessly slay opponents at the celestial god level. With the chieftains of various clans slain, their armies disintegrated, and even the celestial gods fled in panic. If it were merely Ling Fei and his companions, they would not have been fearful. However, with Mu Qing and the true man of azure sky present, survival for the celestial gods was impossible. After relinquishing his position as the chieftain of the Spirit Turtle Clan, the true man of azure sky had enjoyed a prolonged period of leisure, but now he was finally ready to stretch his limbs. Xuanwu heavenly technique, he bellowed, as the space around him shattered, and a colossal Xuanwu emerged with a deafening roar. Towering at 10,000 meters, it charged into the ranks of the various armies, casually dispatching a celestial god with a mere swipe of its claw. Following this, the Xuanwu unleashed a furious roar, sending sound waves spiraling like a tornado, claiming the lives of hundreds of true gods in an instant. Xuanwu heavenly technique. Mu Qing joined in, his hands pressed together as he channeled this formidable divine power. The space around him fractured, and a gigantic, menacing head emerged, belonging to a vast serpent, at least several thousand meters long. The world serpent weaved through the armies, capable of swallowing 100 true gods in one gulp, and with a flick of its tail, it obliterated a nearby celestial god. Both Mu Qing and the true man of azure skies, Xuanwu heavenly techniques, were said to be derived from the divine powers of the Xuanwu mythical beast. Though these colossal beings were merely manifestations of concentrated power, they were indistinguishable from true living entities, ferocious and ruthless. In the span of a single hour, the assembled force of 120,000 true gods was nearly annihilated. Blood drenched the ground, saturating it with a sense of resentment. As countless souls were extinguished in this grim tableau, Mu Qing waved his hand, retracting the sword array of extermination. The looming crisis on Earth has been completely resolved. The losses incurred by the various races were unprecedented. Their respective clans were left with scarcely a few formidable warriors, with not a single celestial remaining among them. The demise of the celestial powerhouses from these races had caused their bloodlines to regress to a lower tier, which was utterly astonishing. Mouse Lao San and Zhang Pangzi stood agape, having merely coasted through the battle, their strengths being the weakest among the group. They could hardly fathom that they had so effortlessly vanquished the formidable army gathered from various races. Without Mu Qing, they would have been utterly outmatched. Shani, wielding the Fang Tian Huaji, was drenched in blood, reflecting on the vast chasm that separated Mu Qing's prowess from their own. They had always considered themselves exceptional among their peers, even daring to challenge the elites of higher races. Yet, they could not even contend with the peak of the celestial realm, while Mu Qing could effortlessly slay those at that pinnacle. The disparity was immense. Ling Fei emerged from a shattered insect nest, bearing numerous wounds, yet he had annihilated an entire nest of true deities, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. He gazed at Mu Qing, his eyes brimming with resolve. He had always employed a brutal strategy of inflicting harm upon himself in exchange for overcoming adversaries, pushing himself to the brink of death to achieve breakthroughs. Only through such peril could he hope to catch up to Mu Qing. After this incident, he realized that having a single powerhouse on Earth was insufficient. Even two were inadequate. More formidable warriors were essential to fend off external threats. Mu Qing was the first true powerhouse of Earth, Ping Yi II, and Ling Fei aspired to become the third. Chapter 691. Journey to the Pacific. Four medium races, accompanied by a mid-stage divine emperor, descended upon Earth with a formidable force, only to be utterly annihilated. The surviving members of these races felt a profound sense of despair, their vitality waning, and the divine energy within their bloodlines diminishing. The four medium races had regressed to lower races, their power drastically weakened, unable to even compare to Earth. The elevation of a bloodline is contingent upon the presence of apex powerhouses within a race. The more such beings there are, the greater the divine energy within the bloodline. Conversely, the fall of apex powerhouses adversely affects the bloodline. After the battle, Mu Qing intended to depart, but unexpectedly sensed an unusual stir within his bloodline. He noticed streams of black-red energy, resembling a mist, infiltrating his body, specifically his bloodline. This development surprised him. Why would such a phenomenon occur at this moment? What kind of energy was he absorbing? Mu Qing was astonished. His bloodline had originally been of medium tier, but after his unconsciousness in the Titan Star Domain and awakening, it had abruptly ascended to a pinnacle bloodline. This was peculiar, as the other inhabitants of Earth remained at medium bloodlines, with only his having undergone such a metamorphosis. These energies are imbued with negativity. After Mu Qing carefully sensed the surroundings, his expression turned to one of shock. Here lay a staggering 12,000 true gods, the majority of whom had perished at his hands. Presently, a torrent of resentment, hatred, malevolence, and murderous intent, an amalgamation of negative energies, converged and surged into his very veins. To his astonishment, these negative energies were fortifying his bloodline. This revelation left him astounded as he realized that these dark energies were enhancing his already formidable bloodline. It is essential to note that Mu Qing's sudden ascension to a peak bloodline was inherently powerful, already augmenting his strength, and now it was continuously being reinforced. It seemed that any negative energy was absorbed by his bloodline, and within a brief span, the malevolence, resentment, killing intent, hatred, and the very essence of death in this locale were entirely consumed. Mu Qing felt a peculiar energy coursing through his veins, a daunting black-red hue, indicative of negative energy. Surprisingly, this negative energy appeared to resonate harmoniously with his demonic essence. Perhaps in the future, I could wield this negative energy as a means of attack, he mused. Though he had acquired another method, enhancing his power, he felt no elation. The entire situation struck him as bizarre. He had inexplicably fainted in the Titan Star Domain and could not recall what had transpired, awakening with the prowess of a peak deity and an extraordinary bloodline. This peculiarity instilled a sense of instinctive resistance within him. Oh, is it all over? At this juncture, the dragon turtle arrived from the expanse of space. Observing that the various races had been eradicated, he was not particularly surprised, as he was well aware of the strength of the celestial blue sage. One divine emperor was more than sufficient to deal with 4 intermediate races, not to mention the presence of such an extraordinary prodigy like Mu Qing. What of that one named Lanbing? Mu Qing inquired. I spared him. That fellow hails from the Ice Crystal Clan, a superior race. After all, I cannot remain on Earth indefinitely. Should I have killed him, the Ice Crystal Clan might seek retribution in the future. The dragon turtle shook his head, as he had his own considerations, and this course of action was also for the sake of Earth. He merely cautioned Lanbing, trusting that upon his return, he would no longer dare to threaten Earth. Returning to Tianyu Palace, Mu Qing relied on the power of the black hole to teleport to Qingqing Mountain. He could not afford to delay in matters concerning his parents. Hope was already scant, and he needed to seize the moment. Indeed, it ultimately comes down to relying on you. Ping Yi had learned of the events from old Ping, a faint smile of irony gracing his face. He had not anticipated that the crisis facing Earth would be resolved in such a manner. Old Ping mentioned you wished to seek traces of the immortals? Ping Yi subsequently asked. He was aware of the existence of immortals, having received a formidable inheritance from them, akin to that of the former Mu Qing. His own being was not only infused with divine power, but also with immortal energy. Of course, he could only achieve a coexistence of divine power and immortal energy, not a fusion of the two. I am cultivating a technique of the immortal bloodline. Once I completely convert the divine power within me into immortal energy, my strength will see a remarkable enhancement, Ping Yi declared. He subsequently informed Mu Qing that he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding immortals. Numerous legends on Earth recount tales of such beings, a portion of which have been substantiated as true. I once sensed the ethereal essence of immortals deep within the Pacific Ocean, yet even with my divine prowess, I was unable to approach it. Ping Yi directed Mu Qing towards a specific location, asserting that there seemed to be entities related to immortals on the other side of the Pacific. In reality, the Qingcheng Mountain likely harbors remnants of ancient human factions, yet the discontinuity in history has rendered any trace utterly elusive. Even you cannot approach it? Mu Qing expressed his astonishment, for Ping Yi had attained divine status, a level of strength that should not be easily deterred. Even among the intermediate races, he would hold a position of considerable esteem. Currently, Earth, with its level of advancement, could only be deemed a low-tier celestial body, requiring time to flourish and for the energies of heaven and earth to become more robust, thus attaining parity with the realms of intermediate races. Yet, it is perplexing that a dignified divine being like Ping Yi cannot penetrate the depths of the Pacific. After consuming your divine elixir, I have greatly improved and nearly restored my strength. I shall take you there now, Ping Yi declared. The two resolved to embark immediately, aware of Mu Qing's urgency. The power of the black hole emanated from Mu Qing's right eye, enveloping them as they were whisked away into its depths, instantaneously appearing at a point in the Pacific Ocean. Observing the surging waves below, Ping Yi remarked, "What a marvelous method of spatial displacement." Mu Qing smiled faintly. His mastery over the black hole's power was still nascent, primarily employing it for spatial leaps and devouring foes. However, using the black hole's energy as an offensive tool revealed certain limitations, not due to its lack of potency, but rather the propensity for overexertion after a brief duration. He speculated that this issue might resolve itself once he cultivates the third devouring demon god from the Manual of 10,000 Demons. I shall lead the way, Ping Yi said, guiding Mu Qing in a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, they reached the heart of the Pacific and plunged directly into the abyssal depths. The ocean has always been a realm of mystery. It is said that terrifying creatures lurk in the profound depths, though such claims remain unverified. How long they descended, Mu Qing and Ping Yi could not ascertain, but they were suddenly beset by an unexpected pressure, one so formidable that even a divine being would struggle to endure it. Yet Mu Qing discerned a force emanating from the ocean floor, influencing the surroundings. It was this very force that rendered the pressure so overwhelming that even the divine could not withstand it. Chapter 692, The Palace of Do Shui. Mu Qing realized that this place indeed aligned with Ping Yi's description. He felt the presence of the ethereal essence. Simultaneously, the statue of the true dragon within his realm trembled, releasing a flow of immortal energy. Conversely, the heavenly forbidden bottle remained unresponsive. This subtle shift caught Mu Qing's attention, as he sensed that the true dragon statue seemed to resonate with anything pertaining to immortality. Initially, he believed that the true dragon statue was connected to the celestial forbidden vase. However, it now appears otherwise. This true dragon statue resembles a detector instead. I could no longer withstand the pressure. Ping Yi's complexion had turned somewhat pale. He had just recently recovered, and now, under such terrifying strain, he had exhausted too much of his strength. Mu Qing nodded. Even he, under this immense pressure, had to expend considerable amounts of magical energy to resist it every moment. He spoke, "You go ahead and wait for me. I will explore a little before joining you." Ping Yi nodded, aware of his own limitations. Remaining here would only trouble Mu Qing further. Mu Qing then continued his descent, sprinting with all his might, braving the dreadful pressure to reach the ocean floor. From his previous position, he could see nothing beneath the surface, only vaguely sensing a celestial aura wafting upwards. This pressure was indeed formidable. A bead of sweat formed on Mu Qing's cheek. Had any other peak celestial being encountered this pressure, their body would likely be crushed instantly. Only his robust physique allowed him to endure it. The celestial aura became increasingly pronounced. Mu Qing murmured to himself, sensing the true dragon statue vibrating within his domain, resonating with him. What is this? As Mu Qing broke through the layers of pressure and reached the ocean floor, he was taken aback to find a palace before him, suffused with celestial energy, surrounded by cranes soaring amidst swirling clouds. Unbelievable. Why would a celestial palace appear at the deepest depths of the Pacific Ocean? Mu Qing focused his gaze and noticed a plaque on the palace inscribed with the characters Do Shui Palace. This was peculiar. Legends on Earth spoke of Do Shui Palace as the residence of the Supreme Elder Lord. Various ancient texts from Qing Mountain also detailed the Supreme Elder Lord as a formidable celestial being, adept in alchemy and mastery of the true fire of Samadhi. From these ancient scriptures, Mu Qing speculated that the Supreme Elder Lord was either a supreme deity or a great emperor, with a status not far beneath that of the heavenly emperor. Of course, all this was derived from the ancient texts of Qing Mountain and the legends of Earth. Whether the Supreme Elder Lord truly existed remained uncertain. Gazing upon the Do Shui Palace, Mu Qing's expression grew strange. Could the Supreme Elder Lord genuinely exist? Yet, even if such a celestial being did exist, it would be implausible for them to establish their residence on Earth. After all, Earth is merely akin to a lowly race's star, theoretically only capable of supporting beings to cultivate up to the peak of true godhood. The depths of the ocean were shrouded in darkness, save for the Do Shui Palace, which shimmered with celestial light. Mu Qing approached, eager to enter the palace and discover what lay within. Something felt amiss. As he drew near to the Do Shui Palace, an icy chill surged up his spine. A flash of darkness flickered in his right eye, and he was instantly enveloped by a black hole, reappearing at a distance. He looked back at the spot he had just occupied, only to see dozens of beams of light slicing through the water, exploding with a roar, causing the ocean floor to surge tumultuously. Following this, a crescent-shaped energy tore through, blindingly white, its sharpness sending shivers down his spine. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, dark purple in hue, exploding violently. A multitude of formidable forces converged, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of energy. Had Mu Qing remained in that vicinity, he would surely have faced certain doom. What was transpiring? As Mu Qing surveyed his surroundings, his pupils contracted in alarm upon witnessing several enormous shadows, exuding a terrifying aura, each at least a pinnacle of celestial divinity, with some even possessing the formidable cultivation of a divine sovereign. How could this be? Why were such apex beings manifesting on Earth? Mu Qing was astounded. These creatures emerged from the depths of the ocean, and he was certain that they were not the savage beasts native to Earth. They possessed unique powers, and their strength was formidable. Merely the presence of a few celestial beings was already on par with Mu Qing's own prowess. Once Mu Qing retreated to a safe distance, the hostility from these creatures dissipated. What were they waiting for? Mu Qing pondered, observing that the group seemed to be anticipating something. His gaze shifted towards the Doshwai Palace, and he couldn't help but speculate if these creatures were drawn to it. It was evident that their attention was fixated upon the palace. As Mu Qing approached, he was immediately met with a ferocious assault, akin to a tempest. Yet, upon distancing himself from the Doshwai Palace, the creatures ceased their fixation on him, redirecting their focus toward the palace. What were their intentions? Guarding the palace yet not entering it. Mu Qing was perplexed. He scrutinized the scene, sensing an underlying strangeness. However, after extensive contemplation, he was still without any revelations. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded. A colossal octopus surged forth, an immense king octopus, its roar piercing the silence, its body shimmering with azure luminescence. This king octopus, adorned with arcs of blue lightning, was the first to charge, its target unmistakably the Doshwai Palace. In an instant, the surrounding creatures were roused, emitting roars and attempting to thwart its advance. This king octopus clearly ranked among the elite of the group, its aura suggesting it was at least mid-stage divine sovereign. It possessed sufficient confidence to be the first to launch itself into action. The king octopus's form became ethereal, flickering unpredictably, allowing most of the creature's attacks to pass harmlessly through it. Yet, some assaults were beyond its capacity to evade. A fearsome eight-tailed white tiger, inexplicably present in the ocean's depths, lunged forward with its lengthy fangs, striking the king octopus's body. The king octopus writhed, managing to dislodge the eight-tailed white tiger, but not without suffering considerable injury, a significant portion of its flesh torn away. Shortly thereafter, a unicorn-horned blue whale emitted a prolonged roar, unleashing a beam of azure light that pierced through the king octopus, creating a gaping wound. The king octopus emitted a cry of anguish, severely wounded yet resolute, disregarding its injuries as it pressed onward toward the Doshwai Palace. In its path, a massive sea serpent surged forth, coiling around the king octopus and engaging it in fierce combat. This clash transformed the ocean floor into a chaotic maelstrom. At last, the colossal squid erupted with a profusion of blue lightning, compelling the sea serpent to retreat. It surged towards the entrance of the Doshwai Palace, determined to plunge headlong inside.